The Primordial World. The Eastern Sea. Janeo Island. Here lies Bo Palace, the Taoist abode of the Saint Tontian of the Jia sect. The island is saturated with spiritual energy, mist rises in layers, heaven-bestowed treasures abound, and innate spiritual brilliance flourishes. With the permission of the Lord, Tongtian disciples of the Jia sect have opened their own caves all across the island surrounding Bo Palace in a formation like stars encircling the moon. In order to better listen to the Tao and gain Tongtian's favor, they wish nothing more than to squeeze their own cave mansions into the very walls of Bo Palace itself. Yet there is an exception. When every other cave mansion longs to be still closer to Bo Palace, at the far western edge of Janeo Island there stands a cave dwelling named Reversed Waters Cave, exceedingly distant from the palace. Its bearing is that of complete isolation from the world. Within Reversed Waters Cave, a young Taoist in a dark shin-colored robe, strikingly handsome, sits cross-legged upon a stone bed, cultivating, as he breathes in and out, the essence of heaven and earth. Yet the efficiency of the young Taoist's breathing exercise is clearly poor. Of the 10 parts of essence he draws from heaven and earth, only half a part truly enters his body, while the remaining 9.5 parts dissipate entirely. Thus, after several months, the young Taoist slowly opens his eyes from cultivation, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Not bad, I've improved just a little again. I'll rest for a while and reward myself once before I continue cultivating. As he speaks, his right hand eagerly reaches into his pocket and pulls out a box of cigarettes. With practiced ease, he opens the box, takes out a cigarette, and places it between his lips. He ignites it with a fire element spell and draws in a deep breath, satisfaction spreading across his face. In the rising smoke, his gaze grows somewhat unfocused, as though he beholds a fragment of an accident within it. He sees an innate laborer's body, exhausted and dizzy from tightening screws day and night in an electronics factory, struck and killed after the night shift by a dump truck that suddenly lunges out from the side. That accident was his own. His name is Wang Zhan. In his previous life, he was killed by that unscrupulous dump truck, yet his soul crossed over into the primordial world. He became a Mayfly that lives from morning to night and dies within a single day. One of those ephemeral creatures that cling to heaven and earth, a mere speck in the vast oceans. In that moment, Wang Zhan's heart collapsed. Yet he was also fortunate, for his birth happened to coincide with the moment when the 3 pure ones attained sainthood. The light of sainthood swept across 30,000 li, and Wang Zhan thereby absorbed a strand of that holy radiance, gaining a true form. He escaped the fate of a life born at dawn and dead by dusk, becoming a terrestrial immortal whose longevity matches that of heaven and earth. At that time, the Wu and Yao clans were locked in a struggle for supremacy, and the primordial land teemed with peril. In order to survive upon this chaotic primordial land, Wang Zhan chose to journey to Kunlun Mountain and seek Master Tongtian as his teacher. Tongtian advocates teaching without discrimination. Among all the myriad beings of heaven and earth, be they spirits of grass and wood or strange and wondrous creatures, so long as they are willing to become disciples, Tongtian accepts them all. After some minor twists and turns, Wang Zhan managed to enter the Jia sect with danger, yet no true harm, becoming an outer disciple. On the very day of his admission, he was taught the Shangqing inquiry of the Tao art. This is the cultivation method that all entry-level disciples of the Jia sect must practice. Only those who cultivate the Shangqing inquiry of the Tao art to its highest realm are qualified to advance to the next stage of training. Wang Zhan aspired to soar to the heavens in this life, yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. His aptitude is like rusted copper and rotten iron, wretchedly poor to the extreme. His Mayfly fate of life and death in a single day was indeed altered when he fortuitously obtained a strand of the 3 pure ones' sainthood light, granting him endless lifespan. Yet the innate foundation of a Mayfly, his spiritual roots and aptitude, remained unchanged. He watches with his own eyes as those who entered the sect alongside him cultivate the Shangqing inquiry of the Tao art to great completion within just a few short years, then step into a new stage of cultivation. Only he advances at a pace so slow it borders on outrageous. At the beginning, Wang Zhan tried every possible means to increase his cultivation speed. Later, Wang Zhan resigned himself to his fate. With such aptitude, there is simply no chance of rapid cultivation. Fortunately, though slow, it is not without progress, and this gradually brought a measure of calm to his heart. No matter what, it is better than tightening screws in an electronics factory in his previous life. Thus 1,000 years pass his progress minute. In that span, even the 3 pure ones parted ways due to diverging doctrines. Wang Zhan followed Tongtian to Janeo Island. Once on Janeo Island, Tongtian vigorously expanded the Jia sect, widely recruiting disciples. More and more came to seek apprenticeship. It is said that when 100 people gather, every sort of personality will appear, all the more so for the Jia sect with its multitude of disciples. The sect began to grow uneven in quality, and small cliques emerged. One small clique after another thus came into being. Yet regardless of how many there were, in essence, they could be broadly divided into 4 types. Those of outstanding aptitude formed one group. Those of average aptitude formed another. Those of poor aptitude formed a third. Wang Zhan alone constituted his own group. For throughout the entire primordial world, it is difficult to find someone whose roots and aptitude are even lower than his. Thus, even within the GS sect, Wang Zhan inevitably faced exclusion. Wang Zhan's mindset, however, remains rather calm. After all, he truly is weak. So when opening his cave mansion, he did not fight others for locations. He could not win anyway, and simply chose to carve his cave in a remote corner. Except when Tongtian lectures on the Dao and he goes to the outside of Bo Palace, Wang Zhan spends all other times within Reversed Water's cave diligently cultivating day after day. When boredom weighs upon him, Wang Zhan tinkers with small gadgets from his previous life to relieve his gloom. Cigarettes were created during that time. Whenever cultivation leaves him exhausted, he smokes one. All his remaining time is devoted to cultivation. Overall, aside from his aptitude, which greatly displeases him, Wang Zhan is quite satisfied with everything else in this life. Amid the era of the Wuyao War, to dwell safely under the protection of a saint and remain unharmed is already a tremendous blessing. Time to cultivate. Once he finishes a cigarette, Wang Zhan's thoughts return once again, filled with upward striving. If one is weak, one must train more. It is only that his aptitude is poor, not that the path of cultivation is severed or devoid of progress. So long as he makes even a tiny bit of progress each day, he must never give up. Others rely on talent, he will rely on time. After long accumulation, they shall meet atop the summit. After encouraging himself, thus Wang Zhan quickly sinks back into the state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a year passes. He once more opens his eyes from training. Yet this time, instead of reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, his expression shifts uncertainly as his hands fumble over his body. Strange, what is going on? With his brows faintly furrowed, he wonders whether it is merely an illusion. Since last month, he has constantly felt a peculiar rhythm within his body ceaselessly circulating. But whenever he concentrates to sense it, that rhythm vanishes. Then when he resumes cultivation, the rhythm appears. Could it be that my cultivation has gone astray? That shouldn't be possible. I'm hardly worthy of such a mishap. Confusion rises in Wang Zhan's eyes. He is not belittling his own aptitude. It is simply already so poor that there is no need for exaggeration. Wait, it's here again. Just as he doubts, Wang Zhan's gaze suddenly sharpens. That rhythmic sensation returns. Unlike before when the rhythm seemed to play hide and seek, appearing and disappearing, this time, it surges fiercely. He feels it spreading through his entire body, then advancing toward his head. Sensing this, Wang Zhan instantly panics. The sea of consciousness is where a cultivator's primordial spirit resides. If it is harmed, at best one is wounded, at worst one dies. How could such a thing happen? Is some mighty being targeting him? He has only just begun this new life. Must they not toy with him? A silent snarl echoes in Wang Zhan's heart. He desperately circulates his mana to resist, intending to block this unknown rhythm. Yet it is utterly useless. His resistance fails to hinder it in the slightest. Boom. With a muffled roar from within his body, the rhythm shocks into Wang Zhan's head and enters his sea of consciousness. In that instant, Wang Zhan is utterly stunned. He feels as though he has been cast into boundless darkness. All before him is pitch black, his five senses completely stripped away, like suffering punishment in a dark prison unbearably hard to endure. He does not know how long it lasts. Just as despair is about to consume him, a beam of radiance suddenly blooms within the endless darkness, growing ever brighter until it utterly dispels the gloom around him. What is this? As the darkness fully retreats, Wang Zhan perceives within his mind an irregular golden stone the size of a grown man's fist, spinning at a tremendous speed. With each revolution, its radiance grows more dazzling. When the golden stone completes its 10th rotation, cracks spread across its surface. From a single hole, it breaks into 12 smaller golden stones. The division does not cease. After a while, the stones continue to split, crack, until in the end it decomposes into countless particles of light. These align within his mind to form a single shining line of 16 golden characters. The supreme Dao rewards diligence, never yield to adversity. Through tireless striving and unwavering progress, one shall ultimately attain the Dao. This. Wang Zhan stares at the scene, utterly shocked. Before he can respond, the 16 golden characters suddenly disperse, once more becoming particles of light. These follow the same rhythmic pattern as before, flowing from his mind, throughout his body, then vanishing. Just before they disappear, a memory, not his own, emerges in his mind. According to that memory, the golden stone that had just dissolved into him was called the Dao Fruit of Diligence, linked to him by great cause and effect. When he was struck dead by the dump truck in his previous life, his blood accidentally splashed upon a Dao fruit, traversing the void, thereby forging a bond and binding. And because of this, he crossed over to this world. However, after the transmigration, the Dao Fruit of Diligence had exhausted its energy and fell into slumber. Over these years, it has been borrowing his energy to accumulate the power needed for reactivation. Just now, the cultivation energy Wang Zhan amassed over many years finally met the requirement for the Dao Fruit of Diligence to awaken again, and it was successfully activated. Yet in the course of activation, the Dao Fruit of Diligence sensed a threat from the heavenly Dao. To avoid being detected, it chose to disintegrate itself and completely merge with him, thereby shielding itself from the perception of heaven. The function of the Dao Fruit of Diligence is also explained in the memory. Through effort, one may become stronger. Whoever possesses this Dao Fruit can gain rewards for any undertaking so long as they are willing to work hard regardless of their innate talent or comprehension. For instance, if your handwriting is as ugly as chicken scratches, as long as you practice diligently, you can become a master calligrapher. If you are a hopeless student, as long as you study diligently, you can become a top scholar. He could not compare with Fu Shi, whose prior incarnation had been elder brother to the sage Nuwa. Though Fu Shi chose humanity, even sages deferred to Nuwa's dignity. In other words, the same effect applies to cultivation. Even a so-called waste can become a mighty expert. This knowledge of the Dao Fruit of Diligence's power leaves Wang Zhan wildly excited. It suits him perfectly. Wang Zhan has Mayfly roots and extremely poor aptitude, yet he is tireless in his efforts and never lies down in defeat. In the next instant, his fists clench as a gleam of expectation lights his eyes. He must test what effect this Dao Fruit of Diligence truly has. Drawing a deep breath, Wang Zhan calms his mind, sits cross-legged, and begins to circulate the Shangqing inquiry of the Dao art. During the first circulation, nothing unusual occurs. But when Wang Zhan runs the technique, a second time change appears. Wang Zhan keenly senses that he has become just a shade stronger. With the third circulation of the art, he again becomes a shade stronger. This result sends him into a frenzy of joy. He bursts out laughing. It works, truly works. Wang Zhan's excitement brings moisture to his eyes. Heaven alone knows how he endured 3,000 years of contempt. In his past life, poverty was a crime. In this life, poor cultivation aptitude is a crime. As for him, he was poor in his previous life and lacks aptitude in this one. Buffs layered to the fullest. That he has not grown twisted in mind by now is solely due to his formidable resilience. Yet no matter how strong one's resilience, there is always a day when the strain becomes too great. He keeps telling himself that even a tiny bit of progress is a blessing, but in truth, he knows better than anyone that this is merely self-deception. Who would willingly spend an entire lifetime in mediocrity, obscure and nameless? Has it not been said that a man who lives beneath heaven and upon earth cannot long remain crushed beneath others? Cultivate, cultivate. He must become stronger. In this moment, the desire to grow in strength burns incomparably hot within Wang Zhan's heart. Previously, he had no chance, now he does. At this moment, Wang Zhan was like a man injected with chicken blood, his fighting spirit surging as he threw himself into cultivation. Each circulation of the Shangqing Wendao Ju allowed him to clearly feel a slight improvement, and with every additional cycle he advanced by yet another subtle margin. This feeling of constant moment-by-moment advancement left Wang Zhan utterly intoxicated. He even gave up his favorite habit of smoking. Smoking had merely been a way to relieve the dull frustration of cultivation. Now, however, he no longer felt bored in the least. To be improving at every moment meant that there was no bottleneck in his cultivation. So long as he worked hard, he could grow stronger. What boredom could there be in that? Immersed in diligent and enterprising cultivation, even the very concept of time seemed to dissolve. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Wang Zhan felt that his cultivation of the first layer of the Shangqing Wendao Ju had reached a critical threshold. With a resonant sound like the shattering of a barrier, the bottleneck of the technique was broken through. The second layer of the Shangqing Wendao Ju, which Wang Zhan had failed to break in 3,000 years, was finally surpassed. The instant he broke through, information about the reward for diligence Dao Fruit erupted in Wang Zhan's mind as a feedback message. The ultimate Dao rewards diligence. Never yielding, you have earned recompense through your tireless cultivation. Congratulations on breaking through to the second realm of the Shangqing Wendao Ju. Please continue to strive, for only a life of effort holds meaning. Wang Zhan was momentarily speechless. He had not expected the reward for diligence Dao Fruit to come with real-time announcements. Shaking his head slightly, he carefully sensed his state after the breakthrough. After the breakthrough, Wang Zhan clearly felt that both his physical body and his magical power had increased correspondingly, and even his realm was edging toward the mid-stage Earth immortal level. This was a blessing. The effect of the reward for diligence Dao Fruit was far from weak. Without it, to achieve this modest amount of progress, he estimated he would have needed to cultivate for 10,000 years, and even then might not have reached it. He continued. Wang Zhan did not grow complacent over a minor breakthrough and waste time. Very soon, he plunged once more into cultivation. 3 months later, Wang Zhan stepped into the third layer of the Shangqing Wendao Ju. Half a year later, he broke through to the fourth layer, and his cultivation advanced in tandem into the mid-stage Earth immortal realm. A year later, Wang Zhan reached the 5th layer of the Shangqing Wendao Ju. 5 years later, he attained the 10th layer. His cultivation of the technique reached completion, and his realm stepped into the peak of the Earth immortal stage. Only then did Wang Zhan finally end his cultivation, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. In truth, he could have continued cultivating the Shangqing Wendao Ju and kept growing stronger, but there was no need. At the very least, he was a disciple of a saint. So long as he reached the threshold for entering the next stage of cultivation, he would never lack techniques to practice. This was one of the great advantages of being a disciple of a saint. Soon he finished the cigarette. Wang Zhan immediately left Nishui Cave and headed toward Bio Palace. Along the way, many Jia Sect disciples pointed at him and mocked him without restraint. Wang Zhan paid them no. In the past, when he was incompetent, he had not even possessed the qualifications to ignore them. Now, however, with the reward for diligence, Dao Fruit in his possession, becoming stronger was only a matter of time. He merely lacked a little more time to let his strength catch up. Once he became strong, not a single one of them would be able to escape. Soon Wang Zhan arrived before Bio Palace. Bio Palace, the Dao field of a saint, was extraordinarily imposing, suffused with immortal radiance, and shrouded in myriad auspicious phenomena. Standing before Bio Palace, Wang Zhan bowed with cupped hands, and said respectfully, "Disciple Wang Zhan, having brought the Shangqing Wendao Ju to full completion, has come to pay respects to teacher and beseech an audience." There were no Dao children stationed before Bio Palace. To request an audience, one merely needed to call out. If the master was willing, he would respond. If not, one was to return on one's own. "Come in." After a brief wait, a dignified voice sounded by Wang Zhan's ear. Joy lit his features as he stepped through the opening gates of Bio Palace and entered within. Inside Bio Palace, the Tongtian Jiazhu, clad in a green Taoist robe, sat at the highest seat. Below him were 15 others. Wang Zhan knew all 15 of them. They were the 4 personal disciples of Tongtian Jiazhu: Duobao Doran Jinling, Xingmu Gailing Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu, along with Zhao Gongming, the Sanchao sisters, and the attendant 7 immortals. Though countless immortals flocked to the Jia sect, only these 15 could remain by Tongtian's side at all times to listen to his teachings. The rest heard him only during his occasional public sermons, while these 15 enjoyed private instruction. Disciple Wang Zhan pays respects to teacher. May teacher enjoy saintly peace. Wang Zhan approached Tongtian and bowed respectfully. The Saint Tongtian looked Wang Zhan over with a faint smile. Seeing that Wang Zhan had already become an earth immortal, he teased Wang Zhan. "It has been 3,000 years. You have finally broken through. Your teacher has been quite anxious waiting for this day." At these words, Wang Zhan's old face flushed red. His reputation in the Jia sect was rather resounding, or one could say that in a certain sense his very existence lowered the baseline of the sect. This was one of the reasons many Jia sect disciples ostracized him. Tongtian, however, had never shown any prejudice against him. In Wang Zhan's eyes, Tongtian was indeed a broad-minded teacher worthy of respect. "I have troubled teacher. Because this disciple's aptitude is poor, my cultivation has been slower than that of my senior brothers and sisters," Wang Zhan replied. "Slow is of no consequence," Tongtian said. "Though you cultivate slowly, your heart is tenacious and your efforts unwavering. This is in its own right your path of cultivation. As the saying goes, the great Tao has 3,000 paths, and all may lead to heaven. You need not burden your heart with this." Tongtian's words comforted Wang Zhan. Teacher's words are most true. This disciple will engrave them upon his heart. Wang Zhan replied at once. "Enough. I already understand your purpose in coming today. Since you have completed the Shangqing Wendao Ju, I shall now transmit to you the Shangqing Zhoumiao Jing. This technique is the next stage method following the Shangqing Wendao Ju and is of the same lineage. It is sufficient to support you in cultivating to the golden immortal realm. When you have attained golden immortal, come seek from your teacher the next stage of cultivation. In addition, once my disciples' cultivation has reached a certain level, they must also cultivate battle divine abilities. Though your aptitude is average, your perseverance is unyielding, making you particularly suited to practicing this divine ability, the Undying Golden Bell. This divine power excels in defense. The longer you cultivate it, the stronger its protection becomes, and upon reaching its profundities, it can even reflect an enemy's strength back upon them. Lastly, I shall grant you 3 lower-grade acquired spiritual treasures: a gunmetal spear, a wind-riding boots, and a shin earth armor. 1 for offense, 1 for speed, and 1 for defense. You may go." As Tongtian spoke, he handed over the techniques, the divine ability, and the treasures to Wang Zhan, then permitted him to take his leave. Wang Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew respectfully, returning to Nishui Cave. Once back, he could not wait to begin linking the Shangqing Wendao Ju with the Shangqing Zhoumiao Ju. As Tongtian had said, the 2 techniques belonged to the same lineage, and the transition between them was exceedingly smooth. Very soon, all the power originally cultivated through the Shangqing Wendao Ju had been converted into the power of the Shangqing Zhoumiao Ju. The newly born power was far more formidable than before. If the power of the Shangqing Wendao Ju was likened to a small stream, then the power of the Shangqing Zhoumiao Ju was like a great river. Yet greater strength also meant increased difficulty in cultivation. The power of the 10 layers of the Shangqing Wendao Ju merely formed the foundation for entering the first layer of the Shangqing Zhoumiao Ju. The Shangqing Zhoumiao Ju comprised 12 layers in total, with every 3 layers corresponding to a major cultivation realm. Cultivation in the Great Desolation was far less elaborated than in later ages. There were, as yet, no realms such as refining essence into chi refining chi, into spirit refining spirit, to return to the void refining the void, to merge with the Tao or the human immortal stage. Regardless of the being, once they took on human form, their starting point was at least the earth immortal realm. Above earth immortal lay heaven immortal true, immortal profound, immortal golden, immortal great unity, golden immortal great luo, golden immortal quasi-saint, and Honghuang great luo, golden immortal. After converting his techniques, Wang Zhan took out the divine ability and treasures bestowed by Tantian and began to examine them. As Tantian had said, this divine ability followed the path of gradual refinement. The longer it was cultivated, the greater its power would become. Wang Zhan knew very well that Tantian had chosen this divine ability specifically because he deemed Wang Zhan's aptitude insufficient. To be honest, his former self was indeed extremely well suited to such a path. Given his previous condition, his cultivation ought to have remained steadfast and singular, valuing refinement over multiplicity. Now, however, this was no longer necessarily the case. Even so, this divine ability was still worth cultivating, and with the reward for diligence, Dao Fruit, in play, it might become immensely powerful in the future. As for the 3 lower grade acquired spiritual treasures, they were fair and standard enough. They were the standard equipment of a Jia sect disciple. Every disciple entering the second stage of cultivation would receive 3 lower grade acquired spiritual treasures from Tantian to carry for protection. The reason was simple: Tantian possessed overwhelming strength, immense wealth, and a generous nature. Among acquired spiritual treasures, aside from the supreme acquired treasures that were masterpieces forged through the joint efforts of heaven and man, all other acquired treasures could be refined so long as materials were available. At this time, the Great Desolation had not yet been shattered, and countless heavenly and earthly treasures still abounded. Tantian could be said to be wealthy to the point of overflowing, utterly unconcerned with such expenditures. After finishing his inventory, a strong fighting spirit once more blazed in Wang Zhan's eyes. From this day forward, I will cultivate the Shangxing Zhongmiao Ju train, the undying golden bell, and refine these 3 acquired spiritual treasures. Since I have now been given this opportunity, I must seize it with all my strength. In his past life, he had been mediocre. In this life, the first 3,000 years had also been mediocre. If things had continued thus, so be it. But now that an opportunity had appeared, he refused to remain ordinary. 3,000 years east of the river, 3,000 years west. Do not scorn Zhanya for his former poverty. Accumulate. Accumulate. We shall meet at the summit. Brimming with excitement, Wang Zhan once again plunged into cultivation. The days that followed passed in this rich, fulfilling state. Aside from necessary sessions of listening to the Tao and brief moments of smoking, Wang Zhan did not pause for even an instant. In the blink of an eye, 100 years quietly slipped by. One day, while Wang Zhan was in the midst of cultivation, he was jolted awake by the peal of a bell. Strange. Why is the 3 Pure Ones bell sounding? Opening his eyes, Wang Zhan was full of doubt. The 3 Pure Ones bell was not some great treasure, but rather a signal used among the 3 Pure Ones to communicate. 3,000 years ago, when the 3 Pure Ones and the 3 sects were still as one, the 3 Pure Ones bell would often ring to signify fraternal harmony, and that the disciples of the 3 sects were as one family. However, after the 3 Pure Ones parted ways, the bell had not rung for 2,000 years. For it to sound now, what could this mean? Just as he puzzled over it, a thunderous voice boomed across the entirety of Jinao Island. All disciples of the Jia sect gather at the 8 trigrams platform at once. No one is to be absent. It was the voice of Duobao Daoren. Hearing this, Wang Zhan did not dare to slack off. He rose immediately and made his way toward the 8 trigrams platform. That Duobao Daoren could speak thus made it clear that his words represented the will of Tantian Jiaozhu. Saints were immortal and indestructible and valued their face above all. Though Tantian usually spoke gently to his disciples, this did not mean he was easily placated to. At critical moments, anyone who dragged their feet would find it impossible to continue in the sect. Emerging from the reverse water cave, Wang Zhan swiftly soared toward the Bagua platform situated beside the Bio Palace. As his cave was the farthest from the palace, he arrived last. By the time he arrived, all disciples of the Jia sect had already gathered before the Bagua platform. At its head sat Patriarch Tongtian, flanked by Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun. Also present were the disciples of the Yusu sect, Yuanshi Tianzuan's followers, and those of Taishang Laojun. This unexpected assembly left Wang Zhan utterly bewildered. What on earth brought them all together again? Have all disciples of the Jia sect assembled? Asked Duobao Daoren, his voice grave and resonant. All 36,850 disciples of the Jia sect stand present, replied Jinling Xingmu, after glancing briefly at Wang Zhan, the last to arrive, before turning back to Duobao. Duobao nodded in acknowledgement, then cast a glance toward Patriarch Tonton, before stepping forward to stand at the very forefront of the Jia sect disciples. I never imagined, brother, that in these 2 millennia you would gather so many disciples. Truly, unheeding of counsel. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, first his tone, laced with veiled irony. Oomph. Tontian Patriarch shot Yuanshi a sharp, disapproving glare, and retorted coldly. I cultivate myriad beings, all sentient life under heaven and earth, who willingly join the GS sect may be enlightened. I thus naturally attract countless followers. Brother, your words are mistaken. Among myriad beings, hierarchy is ordained. Elders precede juniors, superiors outrank inferiors, innate aptitude varies. Profound or shallow, superior or inferior. How could they be judged alike? Though your GS sect boasts vast numbers, its disciples are largely bestial. Furred horn born of moisture or eggs. Shallow in root nature, uneven in virtue. How could such cultivators attain the Tao? My elder brother and I follow heaven's mandate and embody natural law. That is the righteous path. Your doctrine admits all without distinction, noble gesture in appearance, yet in truth it defies heaven itself, sure to yield dire consequences in days to come. Yuanshi declared with unwavering conviction. So only you and the elder brother walk the righteous path, while I tread heresy. Yuanshi, you insult us beyond endurance. Enough talk. Let our disciples settle superiority through contest. Let me witness the vaunted excellence of your Yusu sect. Tontian retorted icily. Elder brother, why must you and Yuanshi quarrel thus? We Sanqing share one origin, one essence. Must we truly descend to this? Taishang Laojun sighed deeply, gazing helplessly upon the two patriarchs locked in fierce opposition. Tontian replied, Elder brother, this fault lies not with me, but with Yuanshi's arrogance. Are his disciples alone endowed with refined bone structure and profound root nature, while mine are but shallow-rooted beasts, furred horn born of moisture or eggs? Moreover, Yuanshi arrived here 3 days past with his Yusu disciples, openly provoking ours, a sight you yourself witnessed. If I fail to respond, how could I possibly uphold my authority as patriarch of the GS sect? Yuanshi, no more empty words. Let your disciples step forth now. Tontian glared fiercely at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Then let us compete. As Tontian and Yuanshi clashed above, Wang Zhan pieced together the full story from whispered conversations among nearby GS sect disciples. 3 days earlier, while Wang Zhan remained in seclusion, Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan had each arrived at Jinao Island with their disciples to meet Tontian. The three patriarchs convened seemingly to discuss some matter of import. Yet during their discourse, Yusu disciples, led by Guangchengzi, having long served under Yuanshi's tutelage, held the GS sect disciples in utter contempt. They openly derided them as moist-born, egg-hatched, furred-horned beings. A scuffle erupted between the two sects, eventually drawing the attention of the Sanqing themselves. Upon learning the truth, Yuanshi offered no apology. Instead, staunchly defended his disciples, insisting their words were justified. Enraged, Tontian nearly engaged Yuanshi in direct combat, only to be restrained by Taishang Laojun. Yet neither yielded an inch. In the end, Taishang proposed a resolution: let disciples of both sects engage in formal contests to settle the dispute. Thus the Sanqing bell rang, summoning all GS sect disciples to the Bagua platform, for the sole purpose of staging these contests. Having grasped the full sequence of events, Wang Zhan could only shake his head in quiet astonishment. Still, such affairs belonged to the great ones. He, a mere junior cultivator, would simply observe. Meanwhile, the heated exchange between the two patriarchs had shifted to its core purpose, and disciples of both sects bristled with anticipation, tension thick as gunpowder. Under Yuanshi's silent signal, Guangchengzi leapt onto the Bagua platform, sword drawn, radiating brilliance as he declared, I am Guangchengzi of the Yusu sect. Any disciple of the GS sect dare face me. Damn you, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll go. Let me fight him. GS sect disciples surged forward, eager to either avenge Tontian or prove themselves. So many volunteered that Guangchengzi faced thousands at once. The spectacle caused Guangchengzi's expression to flicker. Though he scorned the GS sect, he knew he could not withstand such overwhelming odds. Fortunately, Yuanshi Tianzuan proved fiercely protective, never permitting Guangchengzi to face mob assault. He sneered, Brother Tontian, do you intend for your disciples to gang up on mine? A preposterous notion. The GS sect abounds with talent. We require no such dishonor. Since you've brought 13 disciples today, we shall likewise field 13. Tontian retorted coldly. Excellent. Elder brother, will you serve as impartial witness? Yuanshi turned to Taishang. The elder brother sighed faintly and assented. Within his heart, Taishang felt profound weariness. He had come to restore harmony among the Sanqing, and perhaps even conspire with them post-Weiyao War to seize the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Who could have foreseen this bitter rupture? The unity of the Sanqing, once absolute, now seemed irretrievable. Master, allow me to challenge Guangchengzi, to show him the might of the GS sect. Zhao Gongming, fiery-tempered and bold, shouted from the GS sect ranks. Very well. Tontian nodded. Empowered by Tongtian's sanction, Zhao Gongming soared onto the platform and fixed Guangchengzi with a piercing gaze. Guangchengzi, You dare slander disciples of the Jia sect. Today you shall pay dearly. Behold my strike. As Outer Sect senior disciple, Zhao Gongming had not yet reached the peak strength he'd wield during the investiture of the gods. But even now he stood at the late stage of Supreme Immortal of the Tai realm. Remarkably, Guangqingzi too had attained that same cultivation level. Their battle commenced, Supreme Clarity mystical arts clashing against Jade Purity mystical arts. After over 100 exchanges, Zhao Gongming struck with a Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder, sending Guangqingzi reeling backward, blood staining his lips. Such paltry skill dares ascend the Bagua platform. Zhao Gongming declared, voice laced with disdain. You. Guangqingzi glared back, fury blazing in his eyes. But Yuanshi recalled him with a curt command. Yet anyone with eyes could see Yuanshi's face darkening, his expression grim, his pride wounded. He had never imagined his carefully selected disciple, matched evenly in cultivation, would fall so decisively before a Jia sect peer. In stark contrast, Tongtian's countenance brightened visibly. Immortal sages, though eternal, prized honor above all else. Tongtian bestowed upon Zhao Gongming a look of quiet approval, then signaled him to withdraw. Yuanshi, shall we continue? Tongtian asked, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Do not gloat. Yuding, you shall fight next. Yuanshi summoned Yuding Jinren for the second match. Master, I beg leave to fight. Gue Ling Xingmu stepped forward. Tongtian nodded. The second bout began, and within 50 rounds Yuding Jinren fell to Gue Ling Xingmu's hand. Round 3, Qingshu Dao Jinren vs. Yunxiao, defeated. Round 4, Jili Yusin vs. Qiongxiao, defeated. Round 5, Puxian Jinren vs. Bixiao, defeated. Round 6, Chijingzi vs. Wudong Xingmu, defeated. Round 7, Huanglong Jinren vs. Jinling Xingmu, defeated. Round 8, Tai Jinren vs. Duobao Daoren, defeated. 8 consecutive defeats sufficed to declare the victor. At that moment Yuanshi's face had blackened like charred coal. 8 straight losses, an outcome he himself had never foreseen. Well, Yuanshi, shall we proceed? Tongtian asked, looking down upon him with serene dominance. Yuanshi stared coldly at Tongtian, burning with the urge to strike, but clenched his teeth and ground out. In that instant Yuanshi knew he had lost. His dignity lay shattered. Yet halting mid-contest would shatter it further. Rumors would spread that he'd fled in fear. And what would remain of propriety if not a single victory were claimed? Then let us continue. Tongtian chuckled softly. Regardless of final outcome, he had already triumphed. What followed mattered little. Soon the matches resumed. Thereafter fortune finally tilted toward Yuanshi. Tianzuan Lingbao Dafa Shi defeated Ling Yaxian, securing the Yusu sect's first victory. That win eased Yuanshi's countenance considerably. Next, Daoying Tianzuan overcame Qiushou Xian, Xihong Daoren subdued Jinggu Xian. When Shu Guangfa, Tianzuan bested Pilu Xian, granting Yuanshi 4 victories total. Only Baihe Tongzi remained among his disciples. Baihe Tongzi, favored by Yuanshi for his keen intellect, understood his master's desire, not merely to win, but to salvage dignity. Even if ultimate defeat was inevitable, he resolved to narrow the margin. If he secured one more victory, he would earn immortal merit. With newfound courage, he turned respectfully toward Tongtian. Uncle Tongtian, this disciple is Baihe, newly taken in by Master Yuanshi. My cultivation is brief, reaching only the celestial immortal realm. To contend with your senior disciples, or the 7 attendant immortals, would be grossly mismatched. And what do you propose? Tongtian in high spirits smiled indulgently, unperturbed by the boy's audacity. I request combat with a celestial immortal level disciple of your sect. Baihe declared. Very well. Choose freely among all celestial immortal disciples of mine. Tongtian spoke with sovereign confidence. His disciples were unmatched. No student of his matched equally in realm could ever yield to a mere novice attendant of Yuanshi. Many thanks, uncle. Baihe bowed deeply, then flashed Yuanshi a knowing smile before ascending confidently onto the Bagua platform. He extended a finger pointing directly at a Jia sect disciple watching from the platform's rim. You, step forth and face me. All eyes followed his gesture. Wang Zhan followed the line of sight, turned, and found no one behind him. You, no need to turn around. Step forth and fight. Baihe's voice rang out once more. Me. Wang Zhan froze. As every gaze converged upon him, he realized, with dawning horror, that Baihe had singled him out. Instantly he felt as though he'd swallowed a fly, like devouring a melon only to find it suddenly absurdly biting back. Wang Zhan did not believe that there was any need for him to take action in this situation. After all, within the Jiejiao, there were countless talented individuals. He was merely here to make up the numbers. However, now Baihe Tongzi had directly named him to fight. What did that mean? Was he trying to pick on the weak? As Wang Zhan was singled out by Baihe Tongzi to take action, he could not help but feel perplexed. The disciples of Jiejiao were also filled with anger. How could they not have heard of the famous Wang Zhan? Were they trying to take advantage of him? I will fight you. What does it mean to bully the weak? Shouted a Jie Jiao disciple whose cultivation was on par with Bai. Let me do it. This kid is absolutely shameless. He'll go. I want to teach him a lesson. The Jie Jiao disciples were furious. It was not how one played to simply win like this. In a situation where dragons and tigers clashed, choosing a sheep as an opponent was utterly shameless. However, in the face of the Jie Jiao disciples' indignant expressions, Bai Tongzi remained unfazed, his gaze still resolute, as he said, I still choose this senior brother as my opponent. His cultivation level is on par with mine, which is very fair. Fair. Wang Zhan has only transformed after 3,000 years and has reached the peak of Earth Immortal. You, a mid-stage Heaven Immortal, want to choose him as your opponent. Don't you have any shame? But this senior brother is clearly also at mid-stage Heaven Immortal. Bai Tongzi said seriously. What? At this, the Jie Jiao disciples were momentarily taken aback, and then thousands of eyes turned to Wang Zhan. Not looking was one thing, but upon seeing it was indeed true. Wang Zhan had actually reached mid-stage Heaven Immortal. Wasn't he just at the peak of Earth Immortal a century ago? When did he break through so quickly? In 100 years, going from the peak of Earth Immortal to mid-stage Heaven Immortal was not the fastest in Jie Jiao, but it was certainly above average. Could Wang Zhan really accomplish this? But Wang Zhan only broke through a century ago. In this past century, how could he have had time to cultivate combat techniques? Coincidentally, I was also accepted as a disciple by my lord a century ago. If you think about it, this senior brother has cultivated for over 3,000 years, whereas I have only cultivated for a little over 100 years. If we are to talk about losses, I am the one who has lost. Bai Tongzi said innocently. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Everyone knew that Bai Tongzi was changing the concept. In the path of cultivation, if one only compared who had cultivated longer, then even the saints would have to step aside. Yet at this moment no one could refute. Besides the fact that Bai Tongzi's words were indeed factual, there was also the issue of the doctrinal conflict between the Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao. It is well known that the doctrine of Chan Jiao divides sentient beings into categories, selecting talents for teaching, valuing quality over quantity. Jie Jiao, on the other hand, has a doctrine of inclusivity, believing that all beings can be educated and that each has its own strengths. These two doctrines should be equal without distinctions of higher or lower. However, Bai Tongzi's words had suddenly placed the doctrine of Jie Jiao beneath that of Chan Jiao. If they continued to obstruct, would it not imply that the Jie Jiao disciples who had cultivated for 3,000 years were inferior to the Chan Jiao disciples who had only cultivated for 100 years? The atmosphere instantly became stagnant due to Bai Tongzi's words. Wang Zhan also narrowed his eyes looking at Bai Tongzi. Goodness, this Bai Tongzi really has some guts. The conflict between Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao, touching upon the level of doctrine, was actually a debate between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Among the disciples, the 12 Golden Immortals, although they often clashed with each other, their disputes were merely personal attacks. The most venomous words were just that Chan Jiao disciples called Jie Jiao disciples merely a bunch of insects, while Jie Jiao disciples criticized Chan Jiao disciples for being hypocritical. No one dared to genuinely debate on doctrinal issues. The reason was simple: they lacked the seniority and strength. Yet now Bai Tongzi dared to play this card. Was it not courage? Yuan Shi, your disciples are indeed talented. They dare to say anything. On the 8 trigrams platform, Tong Tian looked at Yuan Shi with a fierce gaze. Yuan Shi felt a bit anxious. Bai Tongzi was usually clever and witty, so when Bai Tongzi had just given him a reassuring glance, he thought it was all secure. But he never expected Bai Tongzi would dare to speak like this. Although he did not explicitly say it, the meaning was clear. This moment had put him in a difficult position. If he did not support Bai Tongzi, then not only would Bai be a joke, but he would also become one. If he supported Bai, the conflict between the 3 pure ones would further solidify. Although he was not on good terms with Tong Tian, it had not yet reached the point of completely sacrificing his face. At this moment, the Supreme Saint was also shaking his head at Yuan Shi, as if to say, don't push it further. If you do, there will be nothing left to play with. However, despite understanding the reason, the already somewhat reedied Yuan Shi still tilted the scales towards saving face. With a hint of anger in his eyes, Yuan Shi immediately retorted, Bai's words are not wrong. Are you afraid, Tong Tian? Are you really going to avoid a fight between a Jie Jiao disciple who has cultivated for 3,000 years and a Chan Jiao disciple who has only cultivated for 100 years? Very well, if that's the case, Wang Zhan, you go up and fight. Even if you lose, I will not blame you. Tong Tian said coldly, a hint of anger in his smile. Tong Tian turned his gaze to Wang Zhan, who was outside the 8 trigrams platform. Yes, master. With this situation, even Tong Tian had spoken, and Wang Zhan had nothing more to say. In the next moment, Wang Zhan flew onto the 8 trigrams platform, calmly looking at Bai Tongzi. At this moment, Bai Tongzi was completely unaware that his actions had crossed a significant line, and instead felt that he had secured victory. He had heard the stories of Wang Zhan, and knew very well how weak he was. This battle was sure to be a win. Wang Zhan, senior brother, please make your move. Bai Tongzi said with a smile that was not quite a smile. All right. Wang Zhan did not waste words, his expression indifferent. He immediately made his move. He directly activated the thunder technique from the Shangqing Zhoumiaoju. In the next moment, the 8 trigrams platform was filled with thunder with countless bolts of lightning seemingly targeting Bai He Tongzi, striking wildly. Shangqing thunder. Why are there so many? Bai He Tongzi exclaimed in shock, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by horror. He could use thunder techniques as well. The Shangqing lineage had the Shangqing Zhoumiaoju, while the Yuqing lineage had the Yuqing Zhoumiaoju, and the Taiqing lineage also had the Taiqing Zhoumiaoju, all of which were techniques for second-stage disciples to cultivate. The contents were actually quite similar, it was just that due to the understanding of the 3 pure ones they had evolved into different states. However, no matter which lineage, no one had seen anyone unleash hundreds or thousands of bolts simultaneously. Bai He Tongzi, unable to evade, did not even have time to cast a defensive spell before he was instantly defeated by Wang Zhan. A massive amount of thunder struck Bai He Tongzi, leaving him charred and unconscious. This was still the result of Wang Zhan holding back, otherwise Bai He Tongzi would have been instantly killed. Moreover, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Wang Zhan's current strength. In this past century, Wang Zhan had made great strides with the aid of the reward fruit from Chouqing Dao. His cultivation had already reached mid-stage heaven immortal, and the Shangqing Zhoumiaoju had been cultivated to the 3rd layer. The 13 spells contained in the Shangqing Zhoumiaoju, such as Shangqing Thunder, had all been cultivated to a great level. 3 pieces of low-grade postnatal spirit treasures had already been refined to 70%. Apart from that, his greatest gain was actually the immortal golden bell technique. This technique was inspired by Tong Tian observing the might of the Eastern Sovereign's bell and capturing some of its chaotic bell mysteries. For others cultivating this technique, even Tong Tian himself would always have a limit. However, for Wang Zhan it felt as if there were no limits. 20 years ago, Wang Zhan had already cultivated this technique to a great level with the help of the reward fruit from Chouqing Dao. In the past 20 years he had continued to cultivate it, and its power had significantly increased. Once activated, the defensive strength was comparable to that of low-grade postnatal spirit treasures, and it also had a rebound effect. If he continued to cultivate and improve, Wang Zhan felt that he could very likely become a humanoid version of the Chaos Bell. It was like finding a treasure. Is this still Wang Zhan? How did he become so powerful? Due to Wang Zhan's astonishing defeat of Bai He Tongzi, disciples from Chanjiao, Jiejiao, and Rinjiao all looked at Wang Zhan in shock, feeling somewhat bewildered. They all knew Wang Zhan. 3,000 years ago, he was renowned, known throughout the 3 teachings. But now it was as if he had become a different person. Ha ha ha. Good. While everyone was still stunned by Wang Zhan's performance, a hearty laugh suddenly. It was Tong Tian. At this moment, he was beaming with joy, filled with delight, far surpassing even the joy of the previous 8 battles. The battle between Wang Zhan and Bai He Tongzi, though low in level, had a different significance for Tong Tian. The previous 8 battles had been about the strength of their disciples regardless of victory or defeat, which reflected their cultivation. Though it was a subtle struggle between 2 saints, it did not yet touch upon doctrinal issues. However, after Bai He Tongzi upgraded the meaning of the duel, the significance of this battle was vastly different. It was no longer a simple duel, but involved a struggle for the Dao lineage. It was a doctrinal conflict between Yuan Shi's Chanjiao and his Jiejiao. He had already prepared for this battle, expecting to be crushed by Yuan Shi, but no one had anticipated that Wang Zhan could actually defeat Bai He Tongzi in an instant. This boosted his confidence immensely. At this moment, looking at Yuan Shi's face that had turned the color of pig liver and his wide-open eyes, Tong Tian felt a thrill of satisfaction. From this day forward, what face would Yuan Shi have left to boast here? Even a mere insect from my teachings is stronger than your carefully chosen disciples. Do you still have the face to criticize my doctrinal teachings? Tong Tian, junior brother. Seeing Tong Tian's reckless behavior, the Supreme One could only smile bitterly and call out to him, feeling utterly helpless. Junior brother Tong Tian, why must it be like this? How could our 3 pure ones come to this? Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, glared furiously at Tong Tian, not saying a word, and swept away the 12 golden immortals, and Bai He Tongzi with his sleeves disappearing from Golden Ao Island in an instant. Junior brother Tong Tian, why must it be like this? We, the 3 pure ones, should not have reached this point, sighed the Supreme One. Big brother, I did not want this, but you saw it. I have been enduring yielding Kunlun Mountain to preach on Golden Ao Island. Yet Yuan Shi still comes to criticize my doctrines. If Yuan Shi were to criticize your doctrines, would you be willing? Moreover, I am no longer alone. All 36,000 disciples of Jiejiao call me their teacher, as if I were their father. Tong Tian may have no face to speak of, but as their teacher, how could I let my disciples suffer humiliation? Tong Tian spoke decisively. The Supreme One fell silent, sighed, and also led the disciples of Rinjiao away. Once everyone from both teachings had left, the Jiejiao disciples erupted in cheers. Golden Ao Island was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Alright, this contest is a victory for Jiejiao. In the future, if you encounter Chanjiao disciples outside, you need not feel inferior. However, do not become arrogant or let this matter pass. Each of you return to your caves and cultivate well. Yes, master. The disciples replied eagerly as they returned to their caves. Wang Zhan originally planned to return to the reverse water cave to continue his cultivation, but then the Tong Tian cult master suddenly called out to him saying, Wang Zhan, come with me to Bayou Palace. As soon as Tong Tian spoke, all the Jie Jiao disciples rushing to their caves looked at Wang Zhan with envy and jealousy. Damn, this kid was going to have good fortune. Feeling frustrated, Wang Zhan replied, Yes, master, and quickly followed Tong Tian to Bayou Palace. Inside the Bo Palace, Tong Tian laughed heartily, gazing with satisfaction upon his disciples, who had Today you have performed admirably, greatly enhancing the prestige of our Jie sect. Let Yuan sure know well the Jie sect is not to be insulted lightly, and especially you, Wang Zhan. You insignificant Mayfly have truly uplifted your master's spirit. All of you have done exceedingly well. Tong Tian praised his disciples. In the next moment, he swept his sleeve grandly, and 16 divine artifacts floated forth in succession before the 4 senior disciples, the 3 Xiao sisters, Zhao Gongming, the 7 attendant immortals, and Wang Zhan. These treasures are my gifts to you. Accept them, refine them, diligently strengthen your cultivation, and when you venture forth again, never disgrace the name of our Jie sect. Tong Tian declared, Master, we did not prevail as our senior brothers did, having suffered defeat. How dare we receive further rewards? Several of the 7 attendant immortals who had fought bowed their heads in shame. Tong Tian chuckled, in contests of Dao, victory and defeat are inevitable. Precisely because you lost, I must empower you, so that when you meet those 12 disciples of the Chan sect again, you may strike back and cleanse the humiliation of today's loss. These 16 artifacts were all formidable treasures. Duobao received the Qianquan Yinyang sword, Jinling the Ciji Rui lock, Guiling the Xingdou Pitian Yu Wudong the Canglong Sibao Jin Dao, Zhao Gongming the Dinghai Shinju, Yunxiao the Hunyuan Jindo, U Qiongxiao the Shuihua, Fenglei Run, Bixiao the Jinjiao Jian. Tong Tian named each artifact in turn, bestowing them from Duobao Daran down to the 7 attendant. Finally, he turned to Wang Zhan, before whom hovered a massive bronze bow accompanied by 12 arrows stained dark with ancient blood, radiating an eerie, chilling aura of slaughter. Gazing at the bow and arrows, and then at Wang Zhan, Tong Tian said, Wang Zhan, I grant you the Taishu Mozhen bow and the Honggu Jilling arrows. I chanced upon them during my wanderings across the primordial wilderness. Not true divine treasures, yet fearsome heterodox artifacts born from fallen ferocious beasts of the great beast calamity. Their power is boundless. Wield them with utmost caution. Many thanks, master. Wang Zhan immediately accepted the bow and arrows, his face alight with delight. He could sense instinctively that these were no ordinary artifacts. Though he had never heard of them, that did not mean he failed to recognize their worth. Now return to your abodes and refine your treasures. Cultivate diligently and strengthen your cultivation. And remember, do not wander freely across the primordial wilderness. Great upheavals are imminent in this world. Tong Tian cautioned. Wang Zhan paid little heed. Whether others ventured out or not, he knew one thing for certain: he would absolutely remain within the confines of the palace. Soon Wang Zhan departed the Bo Palace elated. Yet scarcely had he stepped beyond its gates when a voice called out from behind, Duobao Daran. A faint, almost imperceptible furrow crossed Wang Zhan's brow. Since their initiation, he and Duobao had shared little more than formal greetings. No genuine rapport existed between them. Chiefly Duobao held him in low regard. And now, unsolicited kindness invariably concealed. Before Wang Zhan could ponder further, Duobao had already drawn near, smiling faintly. Congratulations, Brother Wang, on your remarkable advancement. With Master's favor bestowed upon you, you shall surely become a pillar of our Jie sect in years to come. Brother Duobao flatters me excessively. I have achieved nothing of merit. This progress stems solely from Master's grace. Moreover, our Jie sect teems with talent, especially you, Brother Duobao, whose cultivation ranks highest among the 3 sects. If any is to be called a pillar, it is unquestionably you, senior brother. Not I, who possess neither virtue nor merit. Wang Zhan spoke humbly, his words pleasing Duobao greatly. A glint flickered in Duobao's eyes as he said, Brother Wang, I seek a favor from you. What favor? Asked Wang Zhan. I wish to exchange treasures with you, Duobao replied, eyes gleaming. Ah, you wish to trade for my Gungjin spear. Very well, gladly. Wang Zhan smiled and drew forth the Gungjin spear, offering it to Duobao, who froze mid-smile and forced a dry chuckle. Not the Gungjin spear. The Yufeng boots. No. The Xuantou armor. Neither. Brother Wang, let me dispense with pretense. I wish to exchange the Taishu Mozhen bow and the Honggu Jilling arrows. Duobao finally laid bare his intent, fixing Wang Zhan with a solemn gaze. Ah, I see, murmured Wang Zhan, nodding thoughtfully. I offer 10 treasures in exchange. What say you? Rest assured, Brother Wang, their combined value surpasses yours, and henceforth, should you ever encounter difficulties in cultivation, you may seek my guidance without hesitation. Duobao declared. Brother Duobao, If these bow and arrows were mine to claim by my own hand, I would gladly gift them to you even without exchange. Yet they were bestowed upon me by Master. To me they transcend mere treasure. They embody his trust, his affection, his profound significance. I regret I cannot comply. I take my leave." With that, Wang Zhan turned away, leaving Duobao no chance to reply. Duobao Doran's cultivation was indeed formidable. He was certainly no match for him now. Yet on Janeo Island, Wang Zhan doubted Duobao would dare seize them by force. So long as he remained within Janeo Island, Duobao could do nothing. And with time, under the influence of the Chochin Dao fruit, he would grow ever stronger. One day, even Duobao would hold no terror for him. Watching Wang Zhan's retreating figure, Duobao's expression darkened markedly. "Brother Duobao, this fellow shows you no respect, truly spurns your face. He merely defeated Bai Hatongzi of the Chan sect by fluke, yet dares fancy himself extraordinary." Chang'er Dingguang Xian, the eldest of the 7 attendant immortals, stepped forward coldly. His tone brimmed with disdain. Then he added, "If Brother Duobao trusts me and trusts this matter to me, I guarantee this Mayfly will willingly surrender the treasures to you before long." What scheming whispers passed between Chang'er Dingguang Xian and Duobao? They seemed directed at me. Inside the Nishui cave, Wang Zhan murmured to himself. As he departed, he glanced back and seen Chang'er Dingguang Xian and Duobao Daoran huddled in quiet conference. Instinct told him they were plotting against him. At this, a sigh rose in his chest. Power. It was his lack of strength that left him vulnerable. Were his cultivation formidable, none would dare scheme against him. This realization only deepened his resolve to grow stronger. The Chochin Dao fruit rewarded diligence alone. If he slackened, it would avail him nothing. Drawing a deep breath, Wang Zhan withdrew the Taishu Mozhen Bao and Honggu Jilling arrows, treasures coveted even by Duobao Daoran. He began refining them, and instantly grasped why Duobao coveted them so fiercely. Their power was, even a single display of their might enabled slaying foes far above his rank. This was merely preliminary refinement. Once fully mastered, their potential would be incalculable. Wang Zhan rejoiced. Now defense came through the Bumi Jinzhong art, while offense lay in the Taishu Mozhen Bao and Honggu Jilling arrows. Thus, even against superior opponents, he would stand a chance. Still, cultivation remained foundational. Artifacts could overcome stronger foes, but without immense cultivation they could be invoked but a few times. With this in mind, Wang Zhan resumed cultivation, rotating between techniques. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. "Brother Wang, I am elder brother Chang'er. I urgently require an audience with you." A voice rang outside the Nishui cave, Chang'er Dingguang Xian's. Wang Zhan narrowed his eyes, gave a faint, icy smile, and feigned deafness, continuing his practice. He suspected Chang'er bore no good intentions. Rather than waste time evading him, silence served better. Let Chang'er attempt to breach his cave. If he dared, Master Tongtian would deal with him swiftly. On Janeo Island, Tongtian alone held absolute authority. None dared defy Tongtian's presence. Wang Zhan continued cultivating, as if Chang'er were air. Outside the Nishui cave, Chang'er, seeing Wang Zhan refuse to emerge or acknowledge him, watched his elaborate schemes collapse into futility, nearly choking with rage. He ground his teeth. "Brother Wang, must you truly be so arrogant? Even when your senior brother seeks you, you hide away. Do you hold me in such contempt?" Chang'er raged outside the cave, yet received no reply. Until, furious, he stormed off. From afar, Duobao Daoran watched silently. Chang'er's face flushed slightly as he explained, "Brother Duobao, he refuses to emerge. I can do nothing. After all, Master remains on Janeo Island. Surely we cannot force entry." Duobao said nothing, merely turned and walked away. Chang'er's gaze darkened as he stared at the Nishui cave. With his cultivation leveling it, and eliminating Wang Zhan would be effortless. Yet he dared not. "Wretched cur, should I ever catch you, you'll bitterly regret it," he snarled, departing in seething resentment. Sensing Chang'er's departure, Wang Zhan's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Let the waiting begin. Let us see who endures longer." He advanced with every passing moment. Even millennia of seclusion would pose no hindrance. Having been rebuffed, Chang'er never returned. Wang Zhan sank into profound seclusion, lasting 500 years. The Tao rewards diligence. Perseverance overcomes all obstacles. Your devoted cultivation bears fruit. Congratulations. You have broken through to the 6th layer of the Shangqing Zhongyao scripture and attained the initial stage of true immortality. Continue striving. The diligent Mayfly's path holds profound meaning. Initial stage of true immortality. Haha. Wang Zhan grinned. 5 centuries, from mid-stage celestial immortal to initial stage true immortal, was no marvel of speed, yet he found it deeply satisfying. During those 5 centuries, Wang Zhan devoted most of his energy to refining the Taishu Mozhen Bao and Honggu Jilling arrows. Under relentless effort fueled by the Chochin Dao fruit, he had refined them to 60% of their full potential. Now, with a single arrow loosed, he possessed confidence enough to slay an arcane immortal. Even a golden immortal caught unawares would suffer grievous injury. Moreover, the Bummy Jinzhong art had elevated his defensive capacity from that of a low-tier innate spiritual treasure to a high-tier one, and still held room for further enhancement. If only I could master the Jiuzhuan Xiangong, Wang Zhan murmured. A body forged by that art coupled with the Bummy Jinzhong art would yield unimaginable resilience. Alas, the Jiuzhuan Xiangong remained inaccessible to all save the Wu clan. The three pure ones cultivated the Jiuzhuan Yuan Gong for refining the soul, but would never impart it to him. Enough, for now this suffices. Wang Zhan paused to inhale a cigarette, then resumed cultivation. Time flowed gently. Another 500 years passed. Wang Zhan awakened once more from cultivation, not by choice but by heat. Opening his eyes, he found sweat pouring from his body like water. The Nishui cave blazed crimson, resembling a cauldron, its floor cracked open, white steam rising thickly. What is happening? Wang Zhan frowned, stepping outside to survey the scene. Near the east seashore, countless fish and shrimp floated lifeless upon the water, fully cooked. Lifting his gaze skyward, he beheld 10 blazing suns suspended in the heavens, radiating scorching, unbearable heat. 10 suns ascending. His pupils contracted sharply. Well-versed in primordial mythos, he knew instantly the legend of the 10 suns, and understood the second war between the Wu and Yao clans was about to ignite. The world would descend deeper into chaos. Hutu would transform into the netherworld, Gonggong would shatter Mount Buzhou, fracturing the primordial realm, celestial waters would flood the earth, Nuwa would mend the heavens. All unfolding in sequence. Had his cultivation been sufficient, he could seize great opportunities amid this turmoil. Alas, his strength fell short. These rare chances might never fall to him. This very reason had driven him to become Tong Tian's disciple. The identity of a sage's disciple was an invaluable talisman. Wang Zhan, finally emerging from your cave. Why not stay hidden forever? As Wang Zhan reflected upon the 10 suns, the impending Wuyao War, and the epical events soon to follow, a sinister voice slithered from behind him. The speaker was none other than the Longyear Jingguang, immortal whom he had disregarded 1,000 years ago. So it is brother Longyear, it has been a long time. However, brother, why do you say such things? It leaves me puzzled. Wang Zhan feigned ignorance. The Longyear Jingguang, immortal, coldly replied, You need not pretend to be confused. You know very well what you have done. I advise you to honestly return the Tai Su Mieshan Bao and the Hun Guji Ling arrow to brother Duo Bao. Remember, treasures belong to those with virtue. You are shallow in nature and lack virtue. Forcibly occupying such a treasure may bring endless misfortune. Do you not see what happened with Hong Yun? At this point, Wang Zhan no longer bothered to pretend and sneered. Longyear Jingguang, immortal, you truly are shameless. What does Duo Bao's matter have to do with you? Why are you so eager to work for Duo Bao? Is he your father? Presumptuous. You dare to disrespect your superior. The Longyear Jingguang immortal's eyes flashed with anger, and he struck a palm towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan's gaze turned cold as he prepared to retaliate. Over the past 500 years, he had reached the late stage of true immortal, and the Tai Su Mieshan arrow and Hun Guji Ling arrow had been successfully refined. The power of the indestructible Golden Bell, with its combined offense and defense, had grown increasingly formidable. Though the Longyear Jingguang immortal was one of the 7 immortals, he was the weakest among them. Currently, he was at the peak of Golden Immortal, yet to step into the realm of Tai Yi. With the Tai Su Mieshan Bao in hand, he could still put up a fight. The fully refined Tai Su Mieshan Bao was quite powerful, especially as he had the Dao Fruit of Diligence growing stronger with each refinement. What are you two doing? Just as their battle was about to erupt, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. It was the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother from the 4 great true inheritors who appeared beside them, disrupting the Longyear Jingguang immortal's actions. She reprimanded him, saying, Brother Long-Ear, what are you doing? Seeing the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother appear, the Longyear Jingguang immortal became somewhat flustered. Within the sect of the Intercept, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother had a fiery temper, yet she was also known for her righteousness, one of the few among the sect who were eager to help others. Her reputation among the disciples of the sect of the Intercept was quite high. I greet you, Sister Turtle Spirit. Wang Zhan dismissed the idea of using treasures to engage with the Longyear Jingguang immortal. With the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother present, the fight could no longer continue. In the Turtle Spirit world, Wang Zhan is exceedingly arrogant, even daring to insult me. The Longyear Jingguang immortal seized the initiative, accusing Wang Zhan. Upon hearing this, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother's gaze turned towards him. Wang Zhan replied, That's not the case. It was the Longyear Jingguang immortal who coveted the Tai Su Mieshan Bao given to me by our master, intending to claim it. Not only that, he even tried to drag Brother Duo Bao into this, claiming it was Brother Duo Bao who instructed him to do so. Please, Sister Turtle Spirit, see through this. You are speaking nonsense. When did I ask you for the Tai Su Mieshan Bao? It was clearly you who insulted me first. The Longyear Jingguang immortal adamantly denied the matter, glaring fiercely at Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, your attempts to sow discord are aimed at tarnishing my reputation. This matter will not end here. With that, the long-jeered Jingguang immortal left in a huff. Once he was gone, Wang Zhan thanked the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, saying, "Thank you for your timely intervention, Sister Turtle Spirit. That long-jeered fellow is cunning, and I do not know what our master sees in him. Do take care." The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother did not engage Wang Zhan further, and also left. Her presence here was due to the celestial decree allowing her to patrol, ensuring that the anomalies of the 10 Suns did not affect the disciples of the sect of the Intercept. She did not come specifically to help Wang Zhan. Watching the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother depart, Wang Zhan raised his head to gaze at the 10 suns hanging in the sky. He could faintly see 10 golden crows among the 10 blazing suns, radiating the heat of true solar fire. On ordinary days, the brilliance of a single golden crow was enough to illuminate the world. Now, with 10 of them appearing simultaneously, the convergence of their true solar fire caused the entire wilderness to intermittently rain down fire. Even though Wang Zhan was not physically in the wilderness, he could imagine the devastation. Countless beings on the wilderness were likely being scorched to death. As time passed, what should have been a day of rising sun and setting moon showed no signs of the 10 golden crows returning to their lair as they continued to hang high in the sky. The entire wilderness had a sense of being parched. Even though Janeo Island as a holy site was hot, it was nowhere near as unbearable as the wilderness. "You wicked creatures! What do you intend to do? Get back now!" A furious roar echoed across the wilderness. In the next moment, a towering giant wielding a peach staff charged towards the 10 blazing suns, delivering a terrifying blow that struck at the 10 suns. The 10 blazing suns, unable to withstand the might of the giant, immediately fled in panic. The scene of this chase between the giant and the suns was utterly shocking. It is Kwa Fu chasing the sun. Wang Zhan sat in front of the reverse water cave, casually fishing a cooked crab from the sea, watching the spectacle in the sky with astonishment. Who could have imagined that a myth would unfold right before his eyes? Kwa Fu was immensely powerful, and the 10 sons of the Demon Emperor were simply no match for him. Daring not to fight Kwa Fu directly, they could only flee. Yet they did not run blindly. While fleeing, they gathered the power of the true solar fire from the 10 golden crows to exhaust Kwa Fu. As time passed, days went by, and even Kwa Fu, despite his strength, became fatigued from the consumption of true solar fire. Just as Kwa Fu's magical power was exhausted, the 10 golden crows took the opportunity to join forces and slay him. Kwa Fu fell with his body, leaving no trace, consumed by the relentless true solar fire, and his peachwood staff transformed into a peach grove. After Kwa Fu's demise, the 10 golden crows became increasingly rampant. They hung high in the sky day after day for over a month. After a month, the end of the 10 golden crows came. A brilliantly sharp arrow shot towards the heavens. This arrow carried unmatched killing intent, piercing one of the 10 golden crows. The golden crow was instantly slain by the killing intent condensed within the arrow. It fell. It's Hui shooting the sun. As the sound of the arrow rang out, Wang Zhan awoke from his meditative state, witnessing the scene of the arrow shooting the sun. He immediately understood that it was the time for Hui to shoot the sun. A towering figure stood atop a high mountain in the wilderness, drawing a bow and aiming to slay the golden crows. After the first arrow's success, Hui shot arrows with incredible speed, releasing 3 more arrows in a short time, killing 3 additional golden crows. Wang Zhan marveled at Hui's prowess. Although both were great shamans, while Kwa Fu had perished chasing the sun, Hui shot down the golden crows, clearly showing that Hui was superior in strength. Thinking of how he also possessed bow and arrow treasures, Wang Zhan could not help but take out the Tai Su Mieshin bow and the Hunguji Ling arrow, imitating Hui's majestic form as he drew the bow to shoot the sun. As Hui released an arrow, Wang Zhan did his best to mimic him, also releasing an arrow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows, 5 arrows. 9 arrows. After 9 arrows, 9 golden crows fell. The intense heat in the wilderness had completely vanished. Yet Hui did not stop the anger from his friend's death, driving him to mercilessly shoot a 10th arrow. Wang Zhan also followed suit, mimicking Hui's 10th arrow. Though he could only mimic the form and not grasp, however, he could rely on the Dao Fruit of Diligence to practice, continuously enhancing his power. In the end, he would surely master Hui's archery skills. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for him. Whoosh! The 10th arrow of Hui was released. This final arrow seemed to condense all of Hui's essence and spirit. Its profundity was extraordinary, and its power seemed capable of slaying anything. The 10th golden crow Luya locked onto by this arrow could no longer evade, terror filling his eyes. He watched as the arrow was about to take his life. However, just as Luya was about to perish, a bell rang, as if severing the passage of time and space. The mighty 10th arrow of Hui was actually blocked just an inch from his brow. No matter how the arrow spun, it could not advance another inch. "Uncle, save me!" Luya, the son of the Demon Emperor, cried out upon hearing the bell. "Hui, you seek death." A figure clad in golden robes, exuding nobility and immense authority, appeared beside Luya, his gaze icy as he stared at Hui. Above his head floated a large bell, descending chaotic energy emanating overwhelming killing intent. His gaze fell upon the corpses of the 9 fallen golden crows filled with grief. This sorrow quickly transformed into an even denser killing intent locking onto Hou-Yi. Although Hou-Yi's strength did not match that of the Eastern Emperor, the unyielding nature of the Wu clan allowed him to face the Eastern Emperor without fear. But that was merely a show of courage. In the next moment, the Eastern Emperor's bell shook, and with a deep and resounding chime, the pinnacle of Hou-Yi's true immortal strength fell at the hands of the Eastern Emperor. After Hou-Yi's death, the Eastern Emperor gathered the corpses of the 9 golden crows, returning with his only remaining nephew to the demon court. However, the matter did not end there. Not long after the Eastern Emperor returned to the demon court, the 12 ancestral shamans, knowing of Kwa Fu and Hou-Yi's demise, were already filled with rage, leading their followers to the demon court to avenge the great shaman Hou-Yi and Kwa Fu. A great battle erupted as a result. On that day, the wilderness trembled, the elements were in chaos, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thrown into disarray. Within the demon court, the 12 ancestral shamans utilized the 12 heavenly god array to manifest the true form of Pangu, while the demon court activated the Zhoutian star array and the Hun Yuan He Luo array, leading both sides into a fierce battle. The beings of the wilderness watched in silence. The might displayed by both sides was not inferior to that of the saints. After a month of battle, neither side could gain the upper hand, leading to a ceasefire. On Jinao Island, as the second battle between the Wu and the Yao came to a temporary close, Wang Zhan was filled with emotion. He had been watching for a month. Although by the end he could no longer see clearly, this battle still allowed him to feel the peril of ancient times in the wilderness. In such a battle, a mere ripple could lead to the obliteration of the weaker. With his current cultivation, he could hardly be considered even a pawn in the battlefield of the Wu-Yao War. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan resumed his closed-door cultivation. The only benefit he gained from this was the clarity with which he observed Hou-Yi's 10 arrows shooting the sun. This was still due to Hou-Yi's insufficient cultivation to truly master the sun-shooting divine bow. Otherwise, at the peak level of true immortal, he would have been unable to discern a thing. As time flowed, 200 years passed. Wang Zhan reached the peak of true immortal. One day, within the reverse water cave, he summoned the Tai Su Mieshin bow and the Hun Gu Ji Ling arrow, drawing the bow and nocking an arrow. A fierce killing intent coalesced at the arrow tip. As the arrow was released, its power was unparalleled, piercing through space and revealing a crack. The way of diligence and perseverance pays off. Congratulations on mastering the sun-shooting divine arrow. Please continue to work hard, as effort leads to meaningful existence. Haha. Splendid. Wang Zhan laughed heartily, not in vain for spending 200 years painstakingly practicing the 10 sun-shooting techniques he observed during the time of Hou-Yi. With the enhancement of the rewarding diligence Dao Fruit, he truly cultivated the sun-shooting divine arrow. This divine arrow, combined with his Tai Su destroying divine bow and the ancient silent spirit arrow, possessed terrifying power. If he had mastered this technique 200 years ago, when facing the Longyear Dingsua immortal, he would definitely have shot an arrow at the Longyear Dingsua immortal. At this moment, the completion of the sun-shooting divine arrow allowed Wang Zhan to fully possess a method that integrated offense and defense. Next, I will dedicate 90% of my energy to enhancing my cultivation and the remaining 10% to improving my combat techniques. Wang Zhan began to adjust his cultivation method. Over the past 200 years, in order to master the sun-shooting divine arrow, he had significantly reduced the energy he devoted to enhancing his cultivation. This led to the fact that in 200 years, Wang Zhan only increased by a small level. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan took out a cigarette and started smoking. After a while of smoking, Wang Zhan resumed his cultivation. The rewarding diligence Dao Fruit was like that. Even if Wang Zhan wanted to slack off, he had no opportunity. Moreover, Wang Zhan did not wish to slack off. The wilderness was dangerous, and having crossed into this world, once he developed a mindset of lying flat, he would truly be finished. Even as a disciple of the saints, it was not acceptable. Only by having formidable strength could one truly survive. With this mindset, Wang Zhan began to cultivate diligently once again. This time, Wang Zhan cultivated for a full 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, he had advanced the Shangxing Zone Miaoju to the 9th layer, entering the early stage of the Xianxian. The elevation in realm caused a qualitative change in Wang Zhan's magical power. He had become even stronger. However, before he could revel in his joy, a voice that annoyed him rang out outside his cave. Junior brother Wang Zhan, long time no see. Are you still alive? It was actually the Longyear Dingsua immortal again. Wang Zhan frowned slightly, feeling displeased. This Longyear Dingsua immortal truly was as annoying as a stubborn adhesive. Wang Zhan, this time it is not me looking for you, but the master wants to see you. Even if you don't want to see me, do you think the master will not want to see you? Without waiting for Wang Zhan to respond, the Longyear Dingsua immortal continued. Hearing this, Wang Zhan's eyes darted around, and he opened the cave door. He stepped outside. While he could ignore the Dingsua immortal, he could not disregard Tantian. When they met again, the Dingsao immortal's gaze towards him was still unfriendly, but Wang Zhan appeared much more indifferent. 1,000 years had passed. He had reached the Xianxian realm, while the long-eared Dingsao immortal was still at the pinnacle of the Jinxian, having yet to step into the Tai Jingxian. With mastery of the sun-shooting divine arrow and the indestructible golden bell, he no longer feared the long-eared Dingsao immortal. The rewarding diligence Dao Fruit was not to be taken lightly. In the past 1,000 years, even if he dedicated 90% of his energy to cultivation, the remaining 10% had transformed the sun-shooting divine arrow and the indestructible golden bell to a more terrifying level. Rabbit, long time no see. Having already torn the mask off their relationship, Wang Zhan had no need to give the long-eared Dingsao immortal a good face. Calling him Rabbit made the long-eared Dingsao immortal's expression extremely ugly. Do you dare insult me? The long-eared Dingsao immortal glared at Wang Zhan. What's there to fear? Didn't you want to deal with me for a long time? Wang Zhan said with a smile, lighting a cigarette and rudely blowing a puff of secondhand smoke at the long-eared Dingsao immortal. Then he closed the cave door and walked away. If Tantian were to look for him today, the long-eared Dingsao immortal would definitely not dare to act against him. If not, and the long-eared Dingsao immortal plotted against him, he could just test his current strength. No matter what the advantage was on his side today, I will crush you. The long-eared Dingsao immortal, who had been insulted by Wang Zhan's secondhand smoke, was furious, yet ultimately did not take immediate action against Wang Zhan, as Tantian indeed wanted to see him. He was one of the 7 celestial attendants, and typically, when Tantian had something to convey, it was likely they would be the ones to do so. In front of the Bo Palace, the Water and Fire Child was already waiting. Under the guidance of the Water and Fire Child, Wang Zhan entered the Bo Palace. Today the Bo Palace was rather quiet, with no core disciples present for the lecture. Only the Tantian leader sat alone on a green lotus cushion, with his eyes slightly closed, appearing profound and inscrutable. Disciple Wang Zhan pays respects to the master. May I ask why the master is seeking the disciple? Wang Zhan respectfully saluted the Tantian leader. I hope you can deliver 2 letters on my behalf to the Bajang Palace and the Yushu Palace respectively, to your Grand Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle, and they must be handed to them personally, without going through anyone else. The Tantian leader said. Hearing this, Wang Zhan was slightly taken aback, looking at the Tantian leader in confusion. Master, isn't it inappropriate for the disciple to deliver letters? The disciple's status is humble. I am the elder brother of the GS sect Dao Bao, and my senior sisters Jin Ling and Gui Ling Wudong, the 3 Xiaos, and Zhao Gongming, as well as the 7 celestial attendants serving you, and even the Water and Fire Child by your side, would probably be more suitable than the disciple, right? He was merely an outer disciple with a very low status. Although he had defeated the White Crane Child in the contest between the Chan and GS sects last time, he still felt unqualified to undertake this task. Your going has its own significance, the Tantian leader said with a smile, placing 2 letters in front of Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan grew increasingly suspicious, thinking to himself, the relationships between the 3 pure ones are complicated. Why not just use sound transmission for any matters? Sending a letter seems absurd. However, even though Wang Zhan was internally complaining, he had to keep his true thoughts hidden. After all, he was speaking to a saint. Yes, master, I will go deliver the letters, Wang Zhan replied. Upon hearing this, the Tantian leader's smile widened. Then he said, the wilderness is currently fraught with danger. On this journey, you should take my Qingping sword. If you encounter danger, you can use the Qingping sword to protect yourself. Hearing this, Wang Zhan's eyes brightened. If that was the case, he could indeed rest assured. You have reached the Xianxian. The Tantian leader took out the Qingping sword and examined Wang Zhan's cultivation to set the appropriate cultivation level for using the Qingping sword. Upon checking, he found that Wang Zhan had indeed reached the Xianxian realm. He could not help but feel an inexplicable astonishment. His intention for sending Wang Zhan to deliver the letters was primarily to annoy the Yuan Shi Tianzun, which was the biggest significance behind it. However, he did not expect that after the incident in the Chan sect 2,000 years ago, Wang Zhan had already reached the Xianxian realm. From the mid-Tianxian to the mid-Xuanxian in 2,200 years, although it was not quick, it was not too slow either. This was somewhat unusual for Wang Zhan's humble background. Yes, master, I have indeed reached the Xianxian. Since breaking through the Tianxian realm through hard work back in the day, the disciple has felt as though he has entered a completely new state in cultivation. Although he still cannot compare with other disciples, he is indeed on the path of ascension. Over these 2,000 years and 200 years, the disciple has not slackened for a moment. Through dedication, he managed to fortuitously reach the Xianxian realm. I hope the master does not laugh at me. Wang Zhan spoke respectfully. You have indeed worked hard enough. Perhaps this is your cultivation path. Since you have found your own path, you must persist in it. The Tantian leader was very affirming of Wang Zhan's efforts, as he had been observing from the beginning. Since entering the door, Wang Zhan had always been the most diligent one in the GS sect. Moreover, breaking through the Tianxian realm naturally resulted in an increase in aptitude, which was only reasonable. Immediately, the Tongtian leader set the usage level of the Qingping sword at the Xianxian realm and collected a shred of Wang Zhan's aura, allowing him to use the Qingping sword. After finishing, the Tongtian leader handed the Qingping sword to Wang Zhan. Looking at Wang Zhan, he found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Wang Zhan's existence was simply a trump card to suppress Yuan Shi and silence him. The stronger Wang Zhan's cultivation became, the less Yuan Shi Tianzun could speak, and he did not dare to chatter in front of him. Yes, master, I have noted this. The disciple takes his leave and will go deliver the letters to the Bajang Palace. No, you should first go to the Yushu Palace and deliver the letter to your second master uncle, the Tongtian leader said with a half-smile. Seeing the Tongtian leader's expression, Wang Zhan suddenly realized why the Tongtian leader did not let other disciples deliver the letters, but chose him. It turned out to be to annoy Yuan Shi Tianzun. Wang Zhan felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. What else could he say? With a sigh in his heart, Wang Zhan left the Bo Palace, exited the main door of the Bo Palace, and directly left Janeo Island, heading towards the Kunlun Yushu Palace. I didn't expect the battle between the Wu and the Yao to have caused such severe damage to the wilderness. Wang Zhan set out from Janeo Island, and soon stepped onto the land of the wilderness. As soon as he set foot on the land of the wilderness, Wang Zhan felt that the current wilderness was much more damaged compared to the wilderness he had seen when following the Tongtian leader to Janeo Island. Everywhere were the traces left by the battle between the two clans of Wu and Yao. In the heavens and the earth, countless vengeful souls of beings who had died due to the battle between the two clans filled the air. These souls had nowhere to go, with those who had strong cultivation in life barely managing to hold on, while those with weaker cultivation were on the verge of completely dissipating in the world. At this moment, Wang Zhan could not help but once again feel fortunate that he had become a disciple of the saints during the battle between the Wu and the Yao, which was truly a stroke of luck. Boom. Just as Wang Zhan continued on his journey, preparing to hastily reach the Kunlun Yushu Palace, a fierce, killing intent suddenly enveloped him. A powerful, thunderous force surged towards him. It was the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder. Wang Zhan's expression remained calm as he instantly used the Earth Escape technique from the Shangqing Zone Miaoju, evading the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder. I didn't expect you to silently reach the realm of Xianxian. You really have become something. A cold voice slowed. You damned rabbit, I am following the master's orders to head to the Kunlun Yushu Palace. Do you dare to attack me? Don't you fear how to write the word death? Wang Zhan coldly looked at the person who attacked from behind. Who else could it be but the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal? Wang Zhan was indeed somewhat surprised by the audacity of the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal. Now that the battle between the Wu and the Yao is ongoing and the heavenly secrets are in chaos, even if I kill you, the master will not know who killed you. You damned Mayfly, you have repeatedly looked down on me. Today is your doom. The Lanjir Dingsao Immortal coldly snorted and viciously attacked. The Shangqing mystical arts, such as Heavenly Thunder, True, Fire, Dark Water, and the Five Elements Calamity, all surged towards Wang Zhan. In an instant, these techniques drowned Wang Zhan. Die well, and no one can underestimate me, Lanjir Dingsao Immortal. The Lanjir Dingsao Immortal laughed heartily. You're too early to be happy. As the smoke and dust cleared, a golden bell erupted with dazzling golden light buzzing as it rang. Wang Zhan inside the golden bell was unscathed. The indestructible golden bell had been cultivated by Wang Zhan for over 2,000 years with the rewarding diligence, Dao Fruit. Its defensive capability was now incredibly terrifying. Even the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal at the pinnacle of the Jingxian realm could do nothing against his indestructible golden bell. The Lanjir Dingsao Immortal was stunned, looking at Wang Zhan in disbelief. He could not believe that Wang Zhan could emerge unscathed from his deadly techniques. You are not dead. The Lanjir Dingsao Immortal was utterly shocked. I'm not dead, but you don't know that. Wang Zhan sneered, holding the Tai Su destroying divine bow in one hand and the ancient silent spirit arrow in the other. He unleashed the sun shooting arrow technique, drawing the bow and aiming the arrow at the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal. The Lanjir Dingsao Immortal, locked onto by Wang Zhan's Tai Su destroying divine bow, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, engulfed by a sense of deathly crisis. Even though he did not believe that Wang Zhan could kill him, instinctively the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal conjured a large shield in front of him. The Lanjir Dingsao Immortal was indeed one of the 7 celestial attendants under Tongtian, and his treasures were not weak at all. The large shield was filled with formidable power, protecting the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal. Yet the sense of impending death in his heart did not dissipate. Whoosh! Wang Zhan made his move. An arrow shot out, fired using the sun-shooting divine arrow method, as if piercing through space, darting towards the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal. At this moment, Wang Zhan resembled He reborn. The might of the sun shooting was terrifying beyond measure. With just one arrow, he pierced through the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal's large shield, the residual force subsequently piercing through his chest. The malevolent energy within the ancient silent spirit arrow erupted. Even though the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal was a Jinxian, he could not withstand it. Filled with pain and disbelief, the Lanjir Dingsao Immortal's body exploded. And in the place where the Longier Dingsaw, Immortal once stood, a now ruined substitute wooden figure fell to the ground and instantly turned to ashes. Wang Zhan gazed at the substitute wooden man turning to ash, sighing within his heart. He truly intended to eliminate the dead rabbit known as Chong Erding Wangxian. However, he did not expect that Chong Erding Wangxian possessed a substitute wooden man granted by Tontian. This substitute wooden man was a unique technique of the GS Sect's Tontian master, only he could refine it. Typically, it is given to disciples who are highly valued. As one of the 7 attendants, Chong Erding Wangxian possessing one is not surprising. Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time I have the chance to kill you, I won't believe there will be a substitute wooden man to protect you. The murderous intent in Wang Zhan's eyes gradually faded. He hurried back to the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, Wang Zhan occasionally witnessed beings battling in the vast wilderness. The Wu and Yao clans along with other creatures were also in conflict. Chaos erupted everywhere. Although Wang Zhan wielded the Qingping sword, he did not dare to act recklessly, moving quickly yet cautiously. Finally, he arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, at Shilin Cliff. As soon as Wang Zhan arrived, disciples of the Chan sect were already waiting for him. "It's you." The Chan sect disciples' gaze turned unfriendly upon seeing Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan looked at the person and was also taken aback. The individual at Shilin Cliff was none other than the White Crane boy whom he had defeated effortlessly years ago. "White Crane, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well. I come on behalf of my master to deliver a message to Master Yuan Shi." "It has indeed been a long time." The White Crane boy said this through clenched teeth. Years ago, he thought he was clever enough to help Yuan Shi Tianzun win a battle by choosing Wang Zhan as his opponent, only to be shocked that Wang Zhan, whom he deemed as lacking talent, had such formidable strength. With just one move, he was defeated, causing him to lose face in front of Yuan Shi Tianzun, and making Yuan Shi Tianzun lose face before Tontian as well. Seeing Wang Zhan again, White Crane felt a strong sense of hatred, a feeling that enemies have when they meet. "I already know your intentions. Just hand the letter over to me and leave," White Crane said coldly. Wang Zhan shook his head, stating that Tontian had made it clear that he must deliver the letter directly to Yuan Shi Tianzun and could not hand it to anyone else. It was impossible for White Crane to meddle in this matter. "My master has instructed me that the letter must be delivered directly to Master Yuan Shi without passing through anyone else. White Crane, you should report this again. Just hand it over." White Crane's gaze turned fierce, and fueled by the hatred from over 2,000 years ago, he directly attacked Wang Zhan. The mystical arts of Yuqing were unleashed. Moreover, due to being defeated by Wang Zhan in the past, White Crane's technique this time invoked the Heavenly Thunder. Yuqing Heavenly Thunder. Furthermore, White Crane was indeed a favored disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun. In just over 2,000 years, he had actually reached the realm of Golden Immortal. He was now in the early stage of Golden Immortal, a whole realm above Wang Zhan. Yet Wang Zhan showed no fear. Even the peak of Golden Immortal Chong, Erding Wangxian, could not handle him, let alone White Crane. The indestructible Golden Bell manifested. A golden bell enveloped Wang Zhan completely. At the same time, Wang Zhan activated the counterattack effect of the Golden Bell. Previously, when dealing with Chong Erding Wangxian, Wang Zhan had tested the power of the Tai Su Destruction Bow and had not used the counterattack effect of the indestructible Golden Bell. This time, under its application, the Yuqing Heavenly Thunder that White Crane hurled at Wang Zhan was entirely reflected back. Not only that, Wang Zhan also unleashed the Shangqing Heavenly Thunder. The overwhelming Shangqing Heavenly Thunder mixed with Yuqing Heavenly Thunder surged back towards White Crane. In the next moment, White Crane could not evade in time and let out a tragic scream, his entire body charred black. His aura was extremely weak. Defeated in seconds. Again defeated in seconds. White Crane was left dumbfounded. Had he actually been defeated by Wang Zhan at a higher level? He was a disciple of Yuqing. Facing Wang Zhan from the GS sect, he was utterly powerless. "I'll fight you to the death." White Crane went mad. Transforming into his real form as a White Crane, he actually intended to fight Wang Zhan to the bitter end. Wang Zhan frowned slightly. However, this time, he did not continue to heavily injure White Crane, merely using the indestructible Golden Bell to protect himself. After about 11 or 12 attempts, White Crane could not break through Wang Zhan's indestructible Golden Bell technique, and instead knocked himself out. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh echoed from within the Yushu Palace. "Wang Zhan, come in." "Yes, Master Yuan Shi." Wang Zhan replied, neither servile nor overbearing, and walked straight past Qilin Cliff into the Yushu Palace. Inside the Yushu Palace, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, along with the Nanjun immortal, were all present. Moreover, there was an additional figure, thin and frail, with eyes sparkling with brilliance. Wang Zhan had never seen this person before. This person's status was evidently above the Nanjun immortal and the 12 golden immortals. Only lower than Yuan Shi Tianzun. Randang. Wang Zhan's heart already guessed who this person was. Within the Yushu Palace, several of the 12 golden immortals looked at Wang Zhan with unfriendly gazes. The matter at Qilin Cliff seemed to have been clearly observed by everyone within the Yushu Palace. Disciple Wang Zhan pays respect to Master Yuan Shi. Wang Zhan ignored the gazes of the 12 golden immortals and respectfully bowed to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at Wang Zhan with a complex gaze. In his heart, Wang Zhan was a disciple raised by Tongtian. As long as Wang Zhan existed, Yuan Shi Tianzun would feel as if his own lineage was being suppressed by Tongshan's teachings. This was also the reason he had sent White Crane to stop Wang Zhan from coming to the Yushu Palace. However, what Yuan Shi Tianzun did not expect was that the golden immortal level White Crane was once again defeated in seconds by the mystical immortal Wang Zhan. This result even made Yuan Shi feel as if he might have misjudged him. Could it be that Wang Zhan, who had not broken through for 3,000 years and was once deemed the lowest of the GS sect, was not useless, but rather an invisible gem? No need for courtesy, Yuan Shi Tianzun said. Despite his complex thoughts, he could not lose face in front of the younger generation. Wang Zhan immediately stood up straight, then held the letter from Tongtian in his hand. Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced at it, and the letter automatically floated to his front. Yuan Shi Tianzun did not read it immediately, but said to Wang Zhan, "Wang Zhan, the letter has been delivered. You may go to Beijing Palace now." "Yes, I will take my leave then." Wang Zhan slowly exited the Yushu Palace, descended from Qilin Cliff, and then departed. Shortly after Wang Zhan left, White Crane awoke from his daze and limped into the Yushu Palace. He trembled as he knelt before Yuan Shi Tianzun, his tone filled with fear. "White Crane has failed in his duty. Please punish me, master." Yuan Shi looked at White Crane with a cold gaze. "This is the second time. I do not wish to see a third time where you are defeated by Wang Zhan. I dare not. Next time I will ensure that Wang Zhan is thoroughly defeated." White Crane hastily pledged. Wang Zhan was unaware of the events within the Yushu Palace. After leaving Kunlun Yushu Palace, he headed straight for Shouyang Mountain to Beijing Palace. At the entrance of Beijing Palace, the cowherd boy awaited Wang Zhan. Unlike the encounter at Qilin Cliff, where he met Yuan Shi Tianzun, the cowherd boy appeared quite courteous. "Brother Wang Zhan, master already knows your purpose for coming here. Please follow me to meet him." "Thank you for your trouble," Wang Zhan replied with a smile. Soon he followed the cowherd boy into Beijing Palace. Upon reaching Beijing Palace, the cowherd boy slowly stepped back. Inside were only the Taishang and Xuandu. Xuandu, as the only personal disciple of Taishang, was always by his side listening to the teachings. This privilege was unattainable by others. Disciple Wang Zhan pays respect to master. Wang Zhan bowed to Taishang. Taishang replied gently, "No need for courtesy. Where is the letter from your teacher?" "Here it is." Wang Zhan immediately presented the letter. Just like before at Yushu Palace, the letter flew directly to Taishang's front. Taishang opened the letter and began to read it, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. In truth, Wang Zhan was curious about the contents of the letter from Tongtian. However, it was merely curiosity. He would not know. "You've traveled far. Rest for a few days before leaving." "Master, I should return to Jinao Island as soon as possible to report to my teacher." Wang Zhan did not wish to linger at Beijing Palace. He politely declined. Taishang no longer insisted, nodded slightly, and after some thought remarked, "I cannot let you come here without any reward. Otherwise it would be unbecoming of me as a master. Since Tongtian's junior brother sent you to deliver a letter, he must have high hopes for you. Thus, as your master, I will grant you this 9-turn golden pill as a gift. Your aptitude is somewhat lacking. After taking this pill, not only will your cultivation improve, but your aptitude will also enhance." It's too precious." Wang Zhan looked at Taishang in shock. "Sending a letter in exchange for a 9-turn golden pill? No problem. The 3 pure ones are one and the same. The 3 sects are one family. Your second and third masters often have disagreements, but the 3 pure ones must remain united. Giving this 9-turn golden pill to this mere mortal is fine. If your Tongtian uncle sees this, he will understand my intentions. The 3 pure ones, after all, are still the 3 pure ones." Taishang sighed. Xuandu, upon hearing this, slowly nodded. At the foot of Shouyang Mountain, Wang Zhan took out the 9-turn golden pill and examined it, suppressing the urge to consume it immediately, and put it away again. This item was very precious. Even if Taishang said he would give it to him, it must wait until he met Tongtian and reported back. One must know whose meal one is eating and whose bowl one is carrying. He could not lose clarity over a slight benefit. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan put the 9-turn golden pill away again and returned to Jinao Island. 3 days later, Wang Zhan returned to Jinao Island. He immediately went to Bo Palace to see the master Tongtian. Inside Bo Palace, Wang Zhan bowed and greeted. "Disciple has fulfilled the master's request and has delivered 2 letters to the second master and the grand master. Additionally, the grand master also gifted the disciple a 9 revolutions golden core. The disciple cannot refuse it nor dare to consume it, and has come to present it to you, master." Wang Zhan calmly presented the 9 revolutions golden core to Master Tongtian. Although he desperately desired it, he could not show it. Though the 9 revolutions golden core was excellent, it was far inferior to the shade provided by Master Tongtian, a towering tree. Master Tongtian was somewhat surprised that the Ta Ching sage would give Wang Zhan a 9 revolutions golden core, the grand senior brother actually willing to give you a 9 revolutions golden core. The disciple believes it is merely because of the master's influence. My root talent is shallow and my aptitude poor. Without the master's identity as a disciple, I would probably not even be seen by a dog under the teachings. Wang Zhan said solemnly. And this was indeed the truth. The disciples of the Primordial Beginning Sect have a proud temperament, and although the disciples of the Human Teaching Sect do not display it as overtly as the leader of the 3 Pure Ones, Laozi's pride undoubtedly surpasses that of Yuan Shi and Tongtian. Wang Zhan's words greatly pleased Master Tongtian. He increasingly felt that Wang Zhan was different from the other disciples. Diligent, cautious, and humble, his only disadvantage was his poor roots. Yet it seemed Wang Zhan had found his own path, and through his methods his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. It would not be a bad idea to focus on cultivating him. Although he was at odds with Yuan Shi recently, he felt that many of his disciples were indeed of mixed quality. This was not reflected in their roots, but rather in their temperament. If not for his restraint, they would have been uncontrollable by now. In comparison, a disciple like Wang Zhan was quite commendable. Since it was given to you by your Grand Master, you may keep it. What would you present it to me for? Do you think I would take my disciple? Master Tongtian said irritably. Wang Zhan's heart surged with joy, although he had long suspected that Tongtian's temperament would not devour the 9 revolutions golden core. The difference in initiative was significant. Now taking the 9 revolutions golden core would be justifiable. Did your second master give you anything? Tongtian asked again. Wang Zhan shook his head. The second master did not give the disciple anything. On the contrary, he sent Bai He Tongzi to stop me at Qilin Cliff, allowing me to directly hand the letter to Bai He Tongzi. Did you not see your second master? I did see him. Bai He Tongzi was no match for me, and was easily defeated. In the Chan sect, all 12 golden immortals were Tai golden immortals, thus it was inappropriate for the second master to make a move against the disciple. Therefore the second master reluctantly met with the disciple, allowing him to hand over the letter in person. What cultivation level is Bai He Tongzi at now? Master Tongtian had some impression of Bai He, as this feathered creature dared to trip him in the past, and thus had no good impression of Bai He Tongzi. Early golden immortal. Wang Zhan replied. Early golden immortal. Tongtian looked at Wang Zhan in surprise. Did you use the Qingping sword? In Tongtian's view, Wang Zhan could only cross a major realm to deal with Bai He Tongzi by using the Qingping sword. No Emir Bai He Tongzi is not worthy of using the master's sword against. Although Bai He Tongzi had a cultivation level, his foundational strength was quite ordinary. The disciple only used the indestructible golden bell and the upper clear heavenly thunder taught by the master to easily deal with Bai He Tongzi. Master Tongtian felt something was off. Although he had a bad impression of Bai He Tongzi, he still thought highly of Bai He Tongzi's aptitude. Moreover, the foundation of the Primordial Beginning Sect could not be poor. Considering this, Master Tongtian said, show me the indestructible golden bell and the upper clear heavenly thunder. Yes. Wang Zhan was not afraid that Master Tongtian would discover anything. The rewards from the Dao of Diligence could even shield the heavenly Dao, let alone a sage. On the surface, sages are representatives of the heavenly Dao, but apart from Hongjun, the 6 sages of the heavenly Dao are just workers of the heavenly Dao. Wang Zhan was also very willing to reveal his powers before Tongtian to gain more benefits. Wang Zhan was also clear in his heart that his greatest value to Tongtian before this was to silence Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Now Wang Zhan intended to use his strength to change Tongshan's perspective. Immediately Wang Zhan unleashed the indestructible golden bell formed through continuous cultivation of the Dao of Diligence. As the indestructible golden bell manifested, a radiant golden bell enveloped Wang Zhan. Upon seeing Wang Zhan's indestructible golden bell, Master Tongtian was somewhat shocked. This divine ability was created by him, and he knew best its upper limits of power. This method, while still acceptable, absolutely could not reach Wang Zhan's level. As a sage with insight into the mysteries, he clearly sensed that Wang Zhan's indestructible golden bell had reached the defensive capability of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, nearing the level of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Following the indestructible golden bell, Wang Zhan also unleashed the upper clear heavenly thunder from the upper clear mystical arts. While others' upper clear heavenly thunder may be slender and delicate, the upper clear heavenly thunder Wang Zhan demonstrated was extremely condensed, resembling a large millstone. Not only was there an abundance in quantity, but its power could not be compared to ordinary individuals. This scene left Master Tongtian utterly stunned. No wonder Wang Zhan said Bai He Tongzi had a shallow foundation. Compared to Wang Zhan himself, Bai He Tongzi truly did have a shallow foundation. However, if this were the case, it was not just Bai He Tongzi who had a shallow foundation. Even his true disciples at the same period were far inferior to Wang Zhan's foundation. Could it be that the Mayfly has some secrets? Tongtian was filled with doubts. He simply could not compare the Wang Zhan who could not break through for 3,000 years back then with the Wang Zhan of now. With the strength exhibited by Wang Zhan, even without relying on the Tai Su Annihilation Bao, ordinary golden immortals were certainly no match for him. Once the Tai Su Annihilation Bao was employed, few golden immortals could contend with Wang Zhan. While Tantian was astonished in his heart, Wang Zhan did not stop demonstrating. He even unleashed his ultimate technique, the Tai Su Annihilation Bao, and used the Shooting Sun Divine Arrow technique. As the Shooting Sun Divine Arrow technique was displayed, Master Tantian exclaimed, "This is the technique of the Wu clan, how did you master it?" In response to the master, when the great Wu Hui shot the sun, the disciple observed and felt inspired. "I often pondered it, and over time I mastered this Shooting Sun Divine Arrow," Wang Zhan said. Hearing this, Master Tantian fell silent. In that moment, Master Tantian felt as if he had underestimated Wang Zhan. This was not just unremarkable, it was truly remarkable. After sizing up Wang Zhan for a long time, Master Tantian suddenly laughed heartily. "Wang Zhan, I never expected you to bring me such a great surprise. With you here, your second master will no longer be able to use the matter of the Dao to create trouble. From today onwards, you will practice alongside me, and in the future the Jie Jiao will no longer have 7 immortals in attendance, but 8. Move your reverse water cave closer to Bo Palace. Keeping it on the east sea, those who know will see you as my Jie Jiao disciple, while those who don't might think you are a loose cultivator." "Thank you, master, for your cultivation." Wang Zhan was also very pleased in his heart. Among the outer disciples, apart from the Sanshao and Zhao Gongming who were close to him, the other outer disciples were essentially raised independently, and the daily resource tilt was not much. But becoming an accompanying immortal was different. Various elixirs and treasures would be supplied at any time. Although he could grow stronger through the efforts of the Dao of Diligence, gaining more cultivation resources would allow him to become stronger even faster. Tantian followed through on his word. After clearly announcing Wang Zhan's status as the 8th accompanying immortal, he immediately circulated his sacred power within Bo Palace to explain the situation. "From today onwards, Wang Zhan is the 8th accompanying immortal under me, granted the title Reverse Water Immortal, symbolizing cultivation as a journey against the current. If one does not advance, one retreats. You all should understand." The sacred voice roared, resonating loudly. The Jie Jiao disciples who learned of this were all incredulous. In their minds, it was indeed unimaginable that Wang Zhan had the qualifications to sit in this position. This was akin to a childhood companion whom you had always looked down upon suddenly becoming the CEO of a listed company while you were still doing manual labor. However, regardless of what emotions the Jie Jiao disciples felt, the matter announced by Tantian could not possibly be false. They could only envy in their hearts. "Today I will be giving a lecture to your senior brothers and sisters. You may remain," Master Tantian said, waving his large sleeve, and a new mat appeared beside the 15 others. This position signified that after today Wang Zhan would be the 17th figure of Jie Jiao. Apart from Master Tongtian, the 4 true disciples, the Sanxiao Zhao Gongming, and the 7 accompanying immortals, Wang Zhan's status was the highest. "Yes." Wang Zhan smiled and sat on the 16th mat. About 2 hours later, all the core disciples, looking at Wang Zhan seated on the 16th mat in Bo Palace, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some were surprised, some indifferent, and some filled with resentment. The resentful one was Chang Dingwangxian. Now Chang Dingwangxian had grown to hate Wang Zhan to the core, concocting plans for revenge. Yet Wang Zhan had suddenly transformed and was now at the same level as him. This made Chang Dingwangxian feel as if he had eaten a fly, especially after being killed by Wang Zhan once. If not for the substitute wooden man taking his place, he would have truly died. Thinking of this, Chang Dingwangxian was filled with resentment. "Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters." Wang Zhan cupped his fists to Duo Bao and the others. Although Duo Bao coveted his Tai Su Annihilation Bao, the surface harmony still needed to be maintained. While speaking, Wang Zhan also cast a glance at Chang Dingwangxian, who was even more filled with resentment. "Congratulations, junior brother Wang Zhan." The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was the first to respond to Wang Zhan. Following closely, the other 2 true disciples, Sanxiao Zhao Gongming, and the other 6 immortals aside from Chang Dingwangxian also paid their respects to Wang Zhan. Meanwhile, Duo Bao merely nodded, slightly acknowledging him. Regarding these situations, Wang Zhan felt no turbulence in his heart. During the 3,000 years of stagnation, he had seen everything clearly. The lecture by Master Tantian began. As in the past, Master Tantian took care of Wang Zhan by starting the lecture from the path of the Xian Immortal. Although Wang Zhan had the support of the Dao of Diligence, requiring only effort to grow stronger, the influence of a sage's lecture could enhance the efficiency of that effort. The lecture continued from the Xian Immortal realm all the way to the peak of Deluo. Because the 4 true disciples Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming had begun to advance towards Deluo. 100 years later, the lecture concluded. "This lecture is now over. You all should go back and cultivate well." Master Tantian smiled, and as he spoke, a pill floated in front of each person. "I knew it." The rapid cultivation speed of these core disciples must not be solely due to listening to the lecture. Wang Zhan held the pill, feeling the energy contained within, and was deeply moved. This is the upper clear pill refined by me. Although my alchemy skills are not on par with your Grandmaster, they are still considered decent. This pill can help enhance your cultivation. Master Tong Tian specifically explained this to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan immediately nodded to show he understood. Subsequently, Master Tong Tian performed a technique moving the reverse water cave closer to Bio Palace. Coincidentally, he became neighbors with Chang Erding Wang Xian. Wang Zhan was also quite touched by this. It seemed he had quite a connection with this stubborn rabbit. After taking the pills, the core disciples left the Bio Palace one after another, returning to their own caves to digest what they had received. Not far from the main gate of the Bio Palace, the Longier Ding Wang Xian fixed a stern gaze on Wang Zhan. Fleeting child, do not think that just because you have gained the favor of the master you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. You are merely a mayfly with limited roots. How far can you truly go? You, a defeated foe, dare to speak of valor. Wang Zhan looked at Longier Ding Wang Xian with disdain. He possessed the reward of diligent practice, which would surely take him much farther than Longier Ding Wang Xian. For him, the bottleneck of realms was nearly non-existent. Upon hearing this, Longier Ding Wang Xian's expression darkened. He indeed had no retort to that. With a cold snort, Longier Ding Wang Xian returned to the Dingguang cave. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan entered the reverse water cave which he had recently moved to. From a habitual perspective, Wang Zhan was reluctant to move to the reverse water cave, but out of safety considerations, relocating it next to the Bio Palace was quite pleasant. The battle between the witches and the liches had reached a critical point, and the final showdown was not far off. Once the decisive battle commenced, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong would knock down Mount Buzhou, causing chaos in the primordial world and countless casualties. Being closer to Tong Tian and in a higher position would naturally grant him the protection of Tong Tian. 9 turns golden core. Wang Zhan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he took out the 9 turns golden core. This pill was renowned throughout the annals of the primordial world. With a heart full of excitement, Wang Zhan swallowed the 9 turns golden core. As the 9 turns golden core entered his stomach, a surge of medicinal power coursed through his body. Wang Zhan first felt his cultivation rising. Even his innate talents were being crazily enhanced by this potent energy. Mid-level Xianxian, late-level Xianxian, peak Xianxian, early-level Jingxian, mid-level Jinx. By the time he reached mid-level Jingxian, Wang Zhan's cultivation ceased to rise, but the medicinal power of the 9 turns golden core did not end. Enhancing cultivation was merely one of its least significant effects. The 9 turns golden core had effects such as improving aptitude, stabilizing the primordial spirit, solidifying the true spirit, and even resurrection. Its efficacy was remarkably comprehensive, a paragon of healing for the ill and strengthening for the healthy. The materials were extremely exquisite. Even the Taiji saint would find it difficult to refine successfully after the primordial chaos shattered. Each one was precious, nearly becoming a lost art. At this moment, Wang Zhan revealed his true form, a mayfly the size of a grinding disc. As the medicinal power intensified, a faint golden hue radiated from his body. His size gradually diminished. A large amount of innate impurities within him was expelled. After 2 hours, Wang Zhan transformed into a mayfly no larger than a fist. His entire being shimmered in golden hues with bright, lively eyes that even appeared somewhat adorable. The effects of the 9 turns golden core faded, and Wang Zhan regained his human form. Upon regaining his human form, Wang Zhan immediately sat cross-legged and began practicing the Shangqing Zong Miaoju. The principle that effort yields rewards still held true. However, at this moment it had strengthened. Under the influence of the 9 turns golden core, although his roots could not change, his aptitude had improved significantly. If the rewards he previously obtained through hard work were worth 1, now the rewards from his efforts were worth 10. Wang Zhan's previous aptitude had been exceedingly low, but with the change brought about by the 9 turns golden core, his aptitude transformed into a slightly below average level. Though his aptitude still fell short for Wang Zhan, who possessed the reward of diligent practice, the transformation was simply earth-shattering. Ordinary practitioners face bottlenecks. Once trapped in a bottleneck, it is difficult to progress. But he did not face such a situation. As long as he did not die, he could surpass those who come after him. This wave has truly brought great gains. Wang Zhan was ecstatic, not even expecting that the Taishang would be so generous as to give him a 9 turns golden core to improve his aptitude. Practice. Meeting at the peak. Wang Zhan was like a chicken injected with adrenaline, diving into his training. Although his realm had risen to mid-level Jingxian, it was still unstable. The techniques and pills are extremely important for practitioners. In fact, techniques are often far more important than pills. A Jingxian cultivated through self-practice is undoubtedly much stronger than one who relies solely on pills. The former's realm can perfectly control their spiritual power, while the latter's spiritual power cannot be exhibited at its best. They might excel against weaker foes, but against strong enemies they would falter. Indeed, the rewards I gain from my efforts now are 10 times what they were before. Immersed in training, Wang Zhan quickly sensed the higher return rate brought about by his improved aptitude. With this joy, Wang Zhan worked even harder. Time was his best medicine, and effort was his only path, settling down. For Wang Zhan, this was not just a saying, but a real depiction. Time flows 1,000 odds. To attain the Dao through diligence, to be unyielding if you work hard in cultivation and reap rewards. Congratulations on achieving completion of the Shangqing Zong Miaoju. Please continue your efforts, for the diligent Mayfly's life holds meaning. This is the true Jinxian. Wang Zhan's eyes suddenly opened wide, feeling the powerful strength throughout his body, utterly satisfied. Had it not been for the improvement in my aptitude, I might have needed tens of thousands of years to reach the Jinxian realm. However, my subsequent training will be different, and for me, becoming the 8th immortal of the entourage, the issue of cultivating at the Jinxian level will no longer be a problem. Wang Zhan chuckled. After becoming a Jinxian, the way of cultivation was no longer merely about the accumulation of spiritual power, but about comprehending the heavenly Dao. For ordinary loose cultivators, comprehending the heavenly Dao is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is no easier than asking an elementary school student to solve a scientist's problem. However, as a disciple of a saint, the teachings of the saint contain many practices and insights of the heavenly Dao. For ordinary loose cultivators, comprehending the heavenly Dao is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is no easier than asking an elementary school student to solve a scientist's problem. However, as a disciple of a saint, as a Jinxian, one possesses spiritual power, but they can also gain the support of heavenly and earthly powers through their comprehension of the Dao. The Taiji Jinxian, on the other hand, selects a path they have comprehended to a certain level as their own life path to continue enhancing. The reason many peak Jinxians struggle to enter the Taiji Jinxian realm lies here. Either their understanding of the Dao is insufficient, or they are dissatisfied with the level of the Dao. Though it is not necessary to walk a single path to the end, one can change their life path if they find it unsuitable. However, time cannot be reversed. Having completed the Shangqing Zong Miaoju, it is time to exchange for a new technique. If I were not a disciple of the entourage, I could only switch to practicing other techniques, but now that I am a disciple of the entourage, I should be able to practice the Shangqing Xianju. The Shangqing Wenda Ju, Shangqing Zong Miaoju, and Shangqing Xianju are truly a lineage of cultivation. However, non-core disciples, even if they perfect the Shangqing Zong Miaoju, cannot gain access. Moreover, even core disciples who obtain the Shangqing Xianju have variations in its completeness. The 4 major direct disciples are qualified to obtain the complete Shangqing Xianju. Among the 4 major direct disciples, even if they are Sanxiao Zhao Gongming or the 7 immortals of the entourage, they will not receive the complete Shangqing Xianju. As for how many layers one can obtain, it depends on Tongshan's intentions. However, obtaining even a single layer is still a gain. The compatibility of the Shangqing Xianju is very strong and will not affect the subsequent cultivation of any other techniques. Furthermore, practicing the Shangqing Xianju will stabilize the foundation remarkably. It can be said to be a foundational method for all techniques. Before long, Wang Zhan arrived at the Bo Palace. Disciple Wang Zhan, paying respects to the master. I have completed the Shangqing Zong Miaoju and have come to seek the next stage of cultivation methods. Good. Since you have completed the Shangqing Zong Miaoju, I will not be stingy. Today I will pass on to you our core technique of the GS sect, the Shangqing Xianju. Tongtian was quite pleased with Wang Zhan's arrival. With a swift gesture, he pointed to Wang Zhan's forehead, imparting the Shangqing Xianju to him. In an instant, memories related to the Shangqing Xianju surfaced in Wang Zhan's mind. Tongtian imparted 8 layers of the Shangqing Xianju to Wang Zhan, and according to Wang Zhan's understanding, the Shangqing Xianju has a total of 9 layers. Thank you, master, for the teachings. Wang Zhan bowed respectfully. He did not mind the missing layer at all. This had far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought obtaining 6 layers would be quite good. 8 layers exceeded his expectations. You have taken the 9 turns golden core. Your aptitude has improved significantly. Cultivate diligently, and you will have a promising future. Do not let rumors affect your state of mind. At this time, Tongtian warned Wang Zhan. Rumors? What rumors? Wang Zhan paused slightly upon. You don't know yet. Tongtian looked at Wang Zhan with some exasperation, then shook his head and smiled. It seems I have worried too much. With your temperament, I fear no rumor can affect your state of mind. Just focus on your cultivation. Yes, master, I take my leave. Saying this, Wang Zhan left slowly, filled with doubt, exiting the Bo Palace. Considering the rumors mentioned by Tongtian, Wang Zhan took the initiative to investigate the matter. After investigating, he finally understood why Tongtian had said that. It turned out that during his 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation, within the GS sect, rumors had arisen about him being of too low status and limited aptitude, claiming that his future cultivation could not be very high and that he was unworthy of being Tongshan's disciple. Moreover, the rumors were spreading vigorously. As a result, the disciples of the GS sect were quite dissatisfied with him as a disciple of the entourage. Both openly and covertly, they insinuated that he had relied on some means to gain Tongshan's favor and become a disciple of the entourage. Wang Zhan hardly needed to think about these rumors to know who was behind them. Among the entire Jia sect, only Lanjir Dingguangxian had the status and motive. As for Dao Bao Daoist, although he coveted Wang Zhan's treasures, Wang Zhan did not believe that Dao Bao would be foolish enough to resort to such crude means. Such trivial matters cannot disturb my state of mind. Wang Zhan scoffed coldly and prepared to return to the reverse water cave to continue his cultivation. Wang Zhan, do not leave. Dare to compete with me. Just as Wang Zhan was about to enter the reverse water cave, a loud shout suddenly rang out from behind. Wang Zhan turned around and clearly saw the person calling him. This individual had 3 eyes, glaring angrily, dressed in a bright red robe with a face like indigo, hair like vermilion, riding a golden-eyed camel. He stared at him fiercely. His cultivation had already reached mid-level Jinxian. His entire being exuded a powerful aura as he unleashed his spiritual power to pressure Wang Zhan, the intent to provoke very evident. So it is you, Lu Yue, what do you intend to do? Facing the pressure from the newcomer, Wang Zhan stood unmoving like a mountain. The one who provoked him was named Lu Yu. Previously, he was a fellow outer disciple of the Jia sect. Lu Yu was not simple. Among the second-generation disciples of the Jia sect, Lu Yu's strength was exceptionally outstanding, second only to a few core disciples. Wang Zhan, I am very dissatisfied with you. What qualifies you to be the teacher's attendant immortal? Lu Yu loudly questioned Wang Zhan without holding back. Under Lu Yu's angry inquiry, the cultivation caves on Janeo Island opened one after another, and disciples walked out from within. Even the core disciples were watching. In front of the Dingguang cave, the Lanjir Dingguang immortal had a particularly playful look in his eyes. This was all his doing. Sensing everything happening, Wang Zhan realized that today would likely not end well. He had transformed into the attendant immortal of Tongtian, which was evidently unacceptable to everyone. After all, he had not been prominent before, even quite mediocre. It was not difficult for the Lanjir Dingguang immortal to incite such a result. After all, no one wanted more cultivation resources to be taken away by someone else. Having an additional attendant immortal meant fewer resources for all the disciples. This involved the interests of many people. Therefore, he had to respond. With this thought, a sharp light flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he loudly declared, if I can be the teacher's attendant immortal, it is naturally due to the teacher's cultivation. I know that many senior brothers and sisters are dissatisfied with my role as the attendant immortal, and some may even have doubts about the teacher's judgment, thinking the teacher has misjudged people. If I alone am humiliated, that's one thing. But to drag the teacher into this with me is something I cannot agree. Since it has come to this, I shall put on a show. Anyone who believes I, Wang Zhan, am not qualified to be the 8th attendant immortal of the teacher can come and fight me. Whoever can defeat me will cause me to retract my claim to the position of the 8th attendant immortal. Wang Zhan used his magical power to spread these words throughout Janeo Island. All right, you said it. Since that's the case, I, Lu Yue, will be the first to challenge you. Lu Yu said fiercely. Whether one submits or not is naturally not something to be said with mere words. After we fight, it will be clear. I accept your challenge, but I have one condition. If I win, you must respectfully call me Senior Brother Wang from today onwards. Wang Zhan's expression remained calm. You think you can defeat me? How is that possible? Just you. Lu Yu revealed a mocking smile. Will you agree or not? Wang Zhan asked again. Lu Yu sneered. Fine. If you can defeat me from today onwards, I, Lu Yue, will naturally call you Senior Brother Wang. Moreover, apart from the teacher, I will only follow you. But the question is, can you defeat me? You are at the mid-level of the Golden Immortal Realm, and I am also at the mid-level of the Golden Immortal Realm. What's stopping us? Wang Zhan smiled, instantly revealing his current cultivation level. The aura of a Golden Immortal surged, and the overwhelming magical pressure was stronger than Lu Yu's. This scene left all the Jia sect disciples in shock. Heavens! When did Wang Zhan become a Golden Immortal? Wasn't he supposed to be untalented? Exactly how could he, a mere Mayfly, possibly become a Golden Immortal? Even if he could become a Golden Immortal, it couldn't have happened so quickly. Damn it, what ability does this brat have that makes the teacher favor him so much? I entered the sect at the same time as him, and I have only reached the peak of the true immortal realm. He was far behind me back then. I can't accept this. Damn, the teacher has been deceived by this scoundrel. Various surprises and speculations echoed one after another. In summary, there were two main opinions. One was the shock at Wang Zhan achieving the Golden Immortal Realm, and the other believed that Wang Zhan's ascension to the Golden Immortal Realm was entirely due to the favoritism of Tongtian. Without the favoritism of Tongtian, Wang Zhan would never have been able to become a Golden Immortal. Lu Yu was also clearly surprised that Wang Zhan was a Golden Immortal. When the Lanjir Dingguang Immortal had instructed him to trouble Wang Zhan, he had not mentioned that Wang Zhan had also reached the mid-level of the Golden Immortal Realm. Involuntarily, Lu Yu's gaze shifted to the Lanjir Dingguang Immortal. He saw that the Lanjir Dingguang Immortal also had a look of disbelief, his expression shifting. Undoubtedly, even he did not know that Wang Zhan had become a mid-level Golden Immortal. Yet he himself was only at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. However, despite Wang Zhan revealing his cultivation level, Lu Yu remained stubborn. He wanted to duel Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan was also happy to see this. It was time to establish his authority. Back when he was unable to progress in his cultivation, those who mocked, suppressed, and bullied him were all present. Wang Zhan had been looking for an opportunity to teach them a lesson, but had been unable to find one. Moreover, Tantian was now very strict in management, not allowing disciples to engage in private fights. But now it was different. Since Tantian had not spoken up until now, it indicated that Tantian was tacitly allowing this to happen. Therefore, he could take this opportunity to avenge his past humiliation. With this thought, Wang Zhan felt a surge of excitement within. What is cultivation for? To become stronger. To become stronger is naturally for showing off in front of others. If we're going to fight, don't mess around here and disturb the teacher. Anyone who does will have to bear the consequences. If you want to fight, go to the Bagua platform. At this moment, Dao Bao Daoist spoke up. Having followed Tantian the longest, he understood Tongshin's intention. He also realized that since Tantian had remained silent until now, he was intentionally promoting this contest. Wang Zhan, let's go to the Bagua platform for a fight. If you have the guts, come. Lu Yu said with fighting spirit, leading the way to the Bagua platform. Wang Zhan calmly followed behind. In just a moment, the disciples of Jia Sect had all arrived at the Bagua platform. It was standing room only. The number of people was comparable to the time when the two teachings were established. On the Bagua platform, Wang Zhan faced off against Lu Yu. Lu Yu grinned and said, Wang Zhan, it's not too late to concede now. If you are beaten badly, it will not look good. Let's get started. Wang Zhan replied calmly. If it were a killing match, Wang Zhan would have already taken out the Tai Su Mie Shun Bao to shoot Lu Yu. However, since it was a competition, Wang Zhan did not want to go too hard this time. The Undying Golden Bell divine ability was already sufficient. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the Undying Golden Bell divine ability had reached a defensive level comparable to a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. Moreover, it was a successfully refined mid-grade innate spirit treasure. For ordinary cultivators, it is not easy to fully refine a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. Stubborn and unyielding, Lu Yu made his move, his entire body emanating malevolent energy. Although he was a disciple of the Shankxing sect and a true orthodox disciple, Lu Yu preferred to tinker with various poisonous potions. This was something only Tantian could tolerate. Anyone from the other teachings would have already eliminated Lu Yu. Lu Yu unleashed his method. The poisonous magical power surged towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan activated his Shankxing Heavenly Thunder to counter Lu Yu's technique. Lu Yu had evidently not yet trained to the state of the battle during the investiture of the gods. His poisonous magical power encountered Wang Zhan's pure Yang Thunder and dispersed instantly. Moreover, Wang Zhan's Shankxing Heavenly Thunder was extremely powerful. After neutralizing Lu Yu's technique, it quickly filled the entire Bagua platform. Lu Yu suddenly found himself in a situation similar to that of the White Crane Boy from back then. Countless heavenly thunders surrounded him, leaving him nowhere to hide. When they struck him, they crackled loudly, and his hair stood on end. However, Lu Yu was indeed one of the best among the second-generation disciples of the Jia sect. He managed to withstand this wave of heavenly thunder strikes from Wang Zhan. Then he manifested the divine ability of 3 heads and 6 arms. On the 6 arms, he held various treasures. He had crafted himself the headache bell, the dazzling bell, the dizziness sword, and the pestilence whip. In addition, the other 2 arms held the twin swords of the dragon and tiger granted by Tantian. In the state of 3 heads and 6 arms, Lu Yu charged straight at Wang Zhan. Seeing this, Wang Zhan activated the Undying Golden Bell to defend. The sound of the bell rang out, and the ability to counterattack was suddenly activated. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the Undying Golden Bell had reached a terrifying level. As long as it was not shattered immediately, it would return the same amount of damage it absorbed. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Yu struck the Undying Golden Bell with the twin swords of the dragon and tiger. The force of the counterattack made Lu Yu's mouth bleed. Lu Yu showed a look of horror in his eyes, but he still refused to give in. The headache bell, dazzling bell, dizziness sword, and pestilence whip were all used on Wang Zhan. However, they could not break through Wang Zhan's Undying Golden Bell. The counterattack directly caused Lu Yu to suffer from his own set of small coughing attacks, losing his combat ability. The duration of this magical duel was indeed not long. But for the current disciples of the Jia sect, it was already considered a high-level duel. Yet from their perspective, Lu Yue, who was usually second only to San Shao and Zhao Gongming among the outer disciples, had not lasted 3 rounds against Wang Zhan. This was astonishing, especially since they noticed that Wang Zhan had not even used his magical treasures. The Undying Golden Bell was merely a divine ability. Just relying on one divine ability, he had broken Lu Yu's 6 magical treasures, leaving Lu Yu without any combat power. If it were a killing match, would Lu Yu still have his life now? This left everyone in shock. Was this still the Wang Zhan who was the lowest among the Jia sect? Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Zhan looked at Lu Yu with a half-smile. Lu Yue, you lost. Lu Yu was currently caught in the effects of his own magical treasures, feeling dizzy. After taking a pill to resolve it, he finally recovered. Lu Yu smiled wryly, realizing that he never expected he would be the first to need the antidote he had crafted. I lost, you were stronger than me, and I accept it. What I said counts. Senior Brother Wang. Lu Yu said directly and decisively. He could accept defeat and truly acknowledged Wang Zhan's current strength. That terrifying, undying golden bell divine ability left him utterly powerless. He believed Wang Zhan was indeed qualified to be the attendant immortal. In terms of cultivation, Tantian could show favoritism, but in terms of divine abilities, even a saint could not allow someone to master such a powerful divine ability out of thin air. He knew well how much effort and how many hardships he had endured in cultivating the 3 heads and 6 arms. Lu Yu quickly retreated from the Bagua platform, proclaiming loudly, I am not as good as Senior Brother Wang. I lost. After saying this, Lu Yu immediately returned to his cave residence and closed the door. I wonder if there are any others who are dissatisfied with Wang. Step up for a fight. Wang Zhan stood on the Bagua platform, his tone still calm, neither flamboyant nor timid. I'll fight. A loud shout echoed from the crowd. An unafraid figure instantly ascended the Bagua platform, confronting Wang Zhan. The figure ascending the platform radiated crimson from head to toe, his visage fearsome and grotesque, flames roaring fiercely around his body. The moment he stepped onto the Bagua platform, its ambient temperature seemed to rise perceptibly. It's Luo Xian. Luo Xian has entered the arena. He is exceptionally formidable. His cultivation surpasses Lu Yu's by a clear margin, and he has already reached the latest stage golden immortal realm. I wonder if Luo Xian can defeat Wang Zhan. Who would have thought this scoundrel Wang Zhan would suddenly grow so powerful? What stroke of fortune did he stumble upon? No doubt about it. He's a latest stage golden immortal. Even if Wang Zhan is strong, he remains only at the mid-stage golden immortal level. Disciples murmured among themselves below while Luo Xian, the so-called immortal of flame, fixed Wang Zhan with an incandescent gaze, his fighting spirit blazing unreservedly. Wang Zhan, your victory over Lu Yu was indeed unforeseen, but it ends here. You stand absolutely no chance against me. Luo Xian spoke with arrogant confidence. Like Wang Zhan, he possessed 3 eyes, and all 3 now gazed upon Wang Zhan with undisguised contempt. Upon hearing these words, Wang Zhan smiled faintly, then struck without warning. For such prideful, self-aggrandizing cultivators, only overwhelming strength could instill true humility. Supreme celestial lightning instantly coalesced across the Bagua platform, crackling violently, radiating awe-inspiring thunderous authority as it surged toward Luo Xian. Seeing this, Luo Xian showed not the slightest fear, as though fully prepared. Celestial fire enveloped him entirely, a unique, extraordinary flame capable of absorbing the lightning's energy to intensify itself, rendering Wang Zhan's celestial thunder utterly ineffective. Wang Zhan, if this is all you've got, you'd best surrender while you still can. Having nullified Wang Zhan's technique, Luo Xian sneered triumphantly, mocking him openly. Wang Zhan's expression remained unchanged, calm and serene. In cultivator duels, even momentary missteps were natural. Luo Xian, hailed as the Immortal of Flame, was himself a sentient manifestation of fire, wielding astonishing fire-based arts. This primordial world was founded upon the 4 primordial elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. Strictly speaking, celestial lightning also belonged to the fire element, and thus held no power to harm Luo Xian. Wang Zhan had anticipated this. Wang Zhan truly could not fathom what Luo Xian had to boast about. He chose no verbal retort, instead shifting seamlessly to another supreme celestial technique. Water and fire are inherently incompatible. Boundless shadowy water materialized under Wang Zhan's cultivation, conjured through sheer spiritual force. Of the 13 supreme celestial arts Wang Zhan had diligently mastered, each one aided by his diligent cultivation fruit. Though the shadowy water art lacked the raw, overwhelming ferocity of supreme celestial lightning, this disparity stemmed solely from elemental affinity, not from any deficiency in cultivation. At that instant, Wang Zhan countered fire with water, engaging Luo Xian in a primal clash of opposing forces. Damn it! As a being born of flame, Luo Xian loathed water above all else. A flash of savage fury crossed his eyes, his surrounding flames blazed ever more intensely as he invoked the supreme celestial flame art to oppose Wang Zhan. Yet as their contest deepened, Luo Xian's heart began to race uncontrollably. Terrifying. Wang Zhan's shadowy water art flowed ceaselessly, unrelenting, inexhaustible, its power far exceeding that displayed by ordinary GS Sect disciples wielding the same art. Such mastery should never have manifested in a mid-stage golden immortal. Instantly, the clashing elements filled the entire Bagua platform with dense, swirling vapor. Luo Xian, it seems you'll soon have to address me as Senior Brother Wang, Wang Zhan said with a light smile. Luo Xian's face darkened, his voice dropped to a cold, low murmur. That remains to be seen, after you've actually defeated me. He roared deeply, his aura erupting violently. 3 heads and 6 arms emerged from his form, manifesting the legendary 3-headed 6-armed divine technique. His 6 hands each wielded a divine artifact: the heaven illuminating seal, the 5 dragon wielded the 10,000 crows vessel, the myriadly cloud rising scroll, and 2 swords, the flying smoke blades. These blades formed a matched pair, both spirit treasures, while the 10,000 crows vessel was a primordial spirit treasure. To simultaneously refine and command so many spirit treasures bespoke immense, undeniable power. Luo Xian's display left many Jia sect disciples visibly shaken. Wang Zhan, do you truly believe you can overcome me? At his peak, Luo Xian gazed down upon Wang Zhan with supreme condescension. Wang Zhan merely smiled faintly, and from his surroundings coalesced an indestructible golden bell. Its resonant hum reverberated outward, pressing heavily upon numerous Jia sect disciples. For a fleeting moment, they felt as though facing Dong Huang's chaos bell from the heavenly court. Pretentious posturing, shatter! Luo Xian bellowed in fury. Instantly, the heaven illuminating seal transformed into a mountain of searing flame, crashing toward Wang Zhan. The 5-dragon wheel unleashed 5 fiery dragons, breathing torrents of flame. The 10,000 crows vessel disgorged thousands of flame crows. The myriadly cloud-rising scroll conjured countless flaming arrows. These assaults descended upon Wang Zhan like a cataclysm, overwhelming, inescapable. Meanwhile, Luo Xian brandished the twin flying smoke blades, poised to strike at the perfect moment. To the watching Jia sect disciples, the situation appeared utterly dire. In this instant, Luo Xian's true might was laid bare, fully qualifying him for the rank of one of Patriarch Tongtian's personal attendants. Wang Zhan is finished. Brother Luo Xian's power is simply overwhelming. Still, Wang Zhan is no weakling. He defeated Lu Yue, who was equally formidable. Yet he still lost. Many Jia sect disciples had already begun debating Wang Zhan's inevitable defeat. It's over. Luo Xian declared the impending conclusion with haughty finality. Yet, bong! The golden bell tolled again. Just as all believed the battle concluded, the indestructible golden bell erupted with transcendent power. Amidst the resonant chimes, every attack hurled toward Wang Zhan rebounded in full force. The flaming mountain of the heaven illuminating seal, the 5 fire dragons of the 5 dragon wielded 10,000 flame crows, the torrent of flaming arrows. All reversed course and struck Luo Xian instead. Moreover, boundless shadowy water slipped unseen between the returning flames, infiltrating the gaps. Though Luo Xian's cultivation was profound, and his flame spirit formidable, conventional shadowy water art alone could not instantly extinguish his flames. But the rebounded identical flame energy shattered his defensive fire, leaving him vulnerable. Then the shadowy water penetrated deep within, as though stripping away his outer shell and freezing his core. Like Lu Yu before him, Luo Xian proved powerless against energy identical to his own. His fiery defenses collapsed instantly. Shadowy water surged violently through his meridians. Water and fire clashed in irreconcilable opposition. Luo Xian writhed as if evaporating, consumed by unbearable agony. His screams echoed incessantly, utterly incapable of further resistance. Arrogant in his mastery of flame, Luo Xian had dominated every favorable engagement. Yet once his elemental affinity was countered, subduing him became startlingly simple. Moments later, under the relentless pressure of the shadowy water art, Luo Xian collapsed unconscious upon the Bagua platform. The duel ended. Silence fell, absolute, profound, deafening. He had won. Wang Zhan had triumphed again, achieving victory at the mid-stage golden immortal level without deploying any artifacts against Luo Xian, who had unleashed his full arsenal. In that instant, all present understood Wang Zhan was no longer the cultivator he once had been. Who's next? Ignoring the stunned, disbelieving expressions around him, Wang Zhan, emboldened by 2 decisive victories, roared aloud. His fighting spirit burned with unparalleled sharpness. He harbored no fear that the Patriarch's personal disciples, the 3 Shao sisters Zhao Gongming, or the attending immortals, would confront him directly. Among them, only Chang'er Dingguang Immortal remained at the golden immortal level. All others had ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm. Were they to challenge a mere golden immortal, it would be profoundly dishonorable. Since Patriarch Tongtian had tacitly permitted this contest, he effectively stood behind Wang Zhan. To provoke him now, to trouble the Patriarch's favored disciple, was tantamount to provoking the Patriarch himself. Wang Zhan's challenge sent ripples of unease across the Jia sect disciples. Those of lower cultivation glanced nervously around, searching for anyone bold enough to quell his rising momentum. They were disappointed. Lu Yu and Luo Xian represented the pinnacle of strength among non-core Jia sect. Wang Zhan, though you excel in single combat as an attendant to the Patriarch, must you rely solely on solitary prowess. Should you venture beyond our sect and face multiple adversaries, fleeing in disgrace would tarnish the Patriarch's dignity. Though Wang Zhan's strength silenced most criticism, many still refused to accept the reversal of fate. That Wang Zhan, once their laughingstock and target of ridicule, had now risen so magnificently. You overstep. Wang Zhan has won 2 consecutive duels, one even against a superior opponent. His strength alone validates his standing. Why press him so relentlessly? Gui Ling Xingmu could bear it no longer and spoke up, delivering a fair and impartial judgment. Senior sister Gui Ling, the junior brother's concerns hold merit. As attendants to the patriarch, we occasionally undertake solo missions. Should we encounter multiple enemies and lack either sufficient offensive capability or self-preservation skill, our own demise would be trivial. But failing the patriarch's mandate would be catastrophic. Chang'er Dingguang Immortal interjected with a placid, smiling demeanor. Gui Ling Xingmu's gaze turned icy. Her innate turtle spirit had sensed deep aversion toward Chang'er Dingguang Immortal since their very first meeting. Now that aversion had crystallized into utter disdain. Then, Brother Chang'er, you surely possess not only the ability to fight beyond your rank, but also the composure to withstand simultaneous assault from multiple foes. Am I correct? Gui Ling Xingmu remarked coolly. Her retort left Chang'er Dingguang Immortal momentarily speechless. What skill did he truly possess? Enough, senior sister Gui Ling. After all this remains Brother Wang Zhan's trial. Let us entrust the Brother Wang Zhan. What say you? Amidst the exchange between Gui Ling Xingmu and Chang'er Dingguang Immortal duo, Bao Dao Ren intervened, directly placing the question back upon Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan regarded duo Bao Dao Ren intently. Though his words appeared to grant Wang Zhan autonomy, they in fact placed him squarely at the center of a perilous dilemma. To accept a multi-opponent challenge meant confronting the combined might of GS Sect disciples. To decline would severely diminish the prestige earned from his 2 prior victories. His purpose in accepting today's trials was unequivocal: to solidify his position as the 8th attendant immortal, and thereby secure optimal conditions for enlightenment during the golden immortal stage. Retreat was unthinkable. With a gentle smile, Wang Zhan turned to duo Bao Dao Ren. Senior brother duo Bao speaks wisely. I am deeply grateful to senior sister Gui Ling for her righteous defense. I shall remember it always. Yet to uphold the patriarch's honor, I, Wang Zhan, willingly accept the challenges of my fellow disciples. As his words settled, a glint of icy resolve flickered in Wang Zhan's eyes. His gaze swept across the assembled GS Sect disciples, fearless, brimming with fervent blood and unyielding battle intent. These faces were intimately familiar. In his earlier days of feeble cultivation, many had mocked and humiliated him. Today this auspicious opportunity had arrived, to settle accounts long overdue. Only then could his Dao heart achieve perfect clarity. With a thunderous shout, Wang Zhan fixed his blazing gaze upon the crowd, those unafraid of hardship. Come forth. Wang Zhan fears nothing. These words struck like a thunderclap, rending the heavens, igniting an immediate seismic uproar. One after another, accomplished disciples of the GS Sect soared onto the Bagua platform. Qin Wan, though unworthy, dares to test your prowess. Zhao Zhang, though unworthy, dares to test your prowess. Dong Quan, though unworthy, dares to test your prowess. Yuan Jiao, though unworthy, dares to test your prowess. Jing Guang, though unworthy, dares to test your prowess. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures stood upon the platform, each at the initial stage of golden immortal cultivation. Upon ascending, they locked gazes with Wang Zhan in silent, tense confrontation. Combat erupted anew. Though none matched Lu Yu or Luo Xian in sheer might, these 10 were no obscure names among the second-generation disciples, and their coordination in unison was flawless. Faintly, 10 distinct formation patterns shimmered into being, yet remained incomplete, their full power unrealized. Even so, their combined might neared that of Lu Yu and Luo Xian themselves. No wonder they were the 10 celestial lords of the Fengshen era. Wang Zhan mused inwardly. Indeed, they were none other than those very 10 celestial lords who once arrayed the 10 devastation formation. Yet admiration did not breed fear. What they wielded now was but the embryonic form of that legendary formation. Formidable, yes, yet still far beneath Wang Zhan's present strength. The indestructible golden bell reappeared. Its resonant chimes pressed down like suffocating weight. With a single divine technique, Wang Zhan bore the full brunt of Qin Wan's onslaught, unyielding, unbroken. Supreme pure thunder surged forth, blanketing the sky in relentless torrents. In that moment, Wang Zhan became a living artillery tower, unscathed, unceasing, unleashing devastating celestial lightning. Compounded by the bell's dual nature, impenetrable defense and instantaneous counterstrike, even the famed 10 celestial lords of later ages found themselves utterly overwhelmed within moments. Defeat was merely a matter of time. After a brief stalemate, Qin Wan and his peers fell one by one, struck down by the bell's retaliatory force and searing thunder. We yield to senior brother Wang. Shocked by his overwhelming power, they acknowledged defeat and descended the platform. Wang Zhan nodded faintly. He held no particular sentiment toward them, for in his earlier days of weakness, these same men had mocked him openly. Who else dares challenge me? His gaze swept sharply across the assembled GS Sect immortals. This was no longer the same Wang Zhan of yore. The scorn and contempt of old dissolved today, as if scattered by wind. I'll face you. I'll face you. The GS Sect disciples, proud and unruly, stepped forward. 3 demonstrations had failed to quell all defiance. Over 50 more rose to contest him. Yet Wang Zhan grew only calmer. True masters among the outer sect were few, and with Luo Xian and Qin Wan already defeated, few remained who could truly claim mastery. The indestructible Golden Bell stood as an unassailable bastion, repelling every assault without flaw. One by one challengers fell before him. Wang Zhan bore no magnanimity, no gentle mercy, for those who had once reviled and ridiculed him. To them he showed no restraint, only focused, deliberate severity. Each strike ensured a decade-long convalescence. Like raindrops from heaven, disciples tumbled from the platform, vanquished by the indestructible Golden Bell. You rely on just this one technique. Dare you try something new? Battered and humiliated, they issued this shameful demand. Wang Zhan feigned deafness. He would never discard his art at the whim of others. Instead, he singled out the speaker for special attention, striking him repeatedly with thunder until his flesh sizzled and blackened, eliciting shrieks and desperate pleas. Exhilarating. A surge of pure triumph flooded Wang Zhan's heart. Nothing surpassed the sweetness of personal retribution. For 3,000 years before attaining the fruit of diligent Dao, his soul had borne unbearable pressure, now at last fully released. More disciples fell beneath his hand with each passing moment. The indestructible Golden Bell had become a waking nightmare for the GS Sect. When Wang Zhan had defeated nearly 800 disciples, no one dared ascend the Bagua platform again. Though numerous, the GS Sect counted only golden immortals among those capable of matching such power. Yet even the profound immortals had now taken the field. To Wang Zhan, however, they were negligible. A true cultivator's strength is never measured by the sheer number of lesser, especially not one such as he, a golden immortal whose path defied conventional limits. Seeing no further challengers, Wang Zhan declared aloud, "If any still doubt my rightful place as master's attendant, immortal, step forward. Test my worth upon this platform. Should none dare, let it be known henceforth I will tolerate no covert slander against our master. Before today, master remained secluded, above reproach. But from this day onward, I shall not abide anyone using me as pretext to speak ill of him. Should word reach me of such transgressions, I shall show no mercy. From now on, you shall address me as Senior Brother Wang." His piercing gaze swept across the assembly. The GS Sect disciples were a mixed lot, talented and flawed alike. Only strength could settle disputes. All who met his gaze paled. Today's battle had not eradicated every past detractor. Some, fearing his might, had stayed silent, now trembling under his scrutiny, hearts pounding with dread. We pay homage to Senior Brother Wang. Under his overwhelming presence, sincerity mattered little. Their submission was inevitable. Wang Zhan cared not whether their deference was genuine or feigned. Today's victory had delivered precisely what: status and vindication. Their private opinions held no weight, mere peripheral noise. Dismissed. Do not disturb master's serene cultivation. Seizing his newly affirmed authority, Wang Zhan commanded the disciples. His decisive triumph, and the memory of past mockery, left many too fearful to linger near him lest they draw his wrath. They fled as swiftly as possible, blissfully unaware that Wang Zhan's conduct was in fact improper. He had usurped the prerogatives of Duobao. Within the GS Sect, Tongtian reigned supreme, Duobao stood second. None outranked them when both were present. Tongtian would not deign to appear for such a minor affair, but Duobao had arrived. Thus only Duobao possessed the authority to dismiss the assembly. Not even Jinling Xingmu or Guiling Xingmu could issue such a command in Duobao's presence. Yet Wang Zhan had done exactly that. And the disciples, whether from awe, fear, or confusion, had obeyed. This spectacle instantly darkened Duobao's serene expression with subtle veiled displeasure. Wang Zhan noticed nothing, or rather pretended not to. He had done it deliberately. To endure insult without reply was never his way. Once he lacked the strength to resist, now he could strike back. After all, Duobao had targeted him more than once. Wang Zhan, you've clearly let victory cloud your judgment. Have you forgotten propriety? Before Senior Brother Duobao himself you dare behave so brazenly. Wang Zhan, you've clearly let victory cloud your judgment. Have you forgotten propriety? Before Senior Brother, he knew he could no longer contend with Wang Zhan, feared his future rise. And now seeing Wang Zhan openly challenge Duobao, felt only contempt. How foolish, how utterly deluded. Chang'er, is it not your own bias speaking? Senior Brother Duobao's magnanimity knows no petty grievances. Remember, he is not only our sect's foremost disciple, but the paramount master among all 3 sects. To question him thus is grievous error. Do you truly believe Senior Brother Duobao shares your narrow-minded pettiness? Is that not so, Senior Brother Duobao? Wang Zhan mirrored Duobao's earlier subtle maneuver, shifting the burden of response squarely onto Duobao's expression flickered. Inner fury stirred yet remained unexpressed. In that instant he understood viscerally how Wang Zhan had felt moments before. To rebuke Wang Zhan now would brand him before all core disciples as petty and vindictive. Senior Brother Wang speaks truly. I hold no grudge. We are brothers in cultivation, not master and servant. Authority means little to me. Duo Bao smiled gently. Precisely. What hidden motive drives you, rabbit-eared one? Seek to sow discord among our sect. Are you perhaps a traitor? You slander without proof. Chang'er Ding Wang Xian flushed crimson eyes blazed. Wang Zhan shrugged lightly smiling. Let us hope not. For should you ever betray the Jia sect, I shall kill. Esteemed seniors, I have fought long and hard in my body and spirit weary. I beg leave to retire to my cave abode for rest. Please forgive any discourtesy. As he spoke, Wang Zhan offered an extra nod toward Guiling Xingmu, a woman of upright conviction, fiery-tempered, yet twice kind to him. For those 2 acts of goodwill he resolved to aid her during the Fengshan cataclysm, helping her evade calamity. Senior Brother Wang's performance today astounds us all. Master's discernment remains unmatched. We too began as outer sect disciples. Let us foster closer fellowship henceforth. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Indeed. Senior brothers and sisters, I take my leave now. With those words, Wang Zhan returned to his reverse water grotto. Refreshing. Upon returning to the reverse water cave and sealing the cave entrance, Wang Zhan finally let go of the tension in his lips, a radiant smile blooming on his face. His heart was filled with a sense of exhilaration. This moment could truly be described as a breath of fresh air for him. The grievances he had suffered over the past 3,000 years were finally vented today. Looking at the disciples of the Jia sect who had once mocked and belittled him, now too afraid to face him in battle on the Bagua platform, this feeling was simply exquisite. In a joyous mood, Wang Zhan lit up 3 cigarettes in succession to calm himself. After the 3 cigarettes, his mood had completely settled. At this moment, Wang Zhan was neither happy nor sad, as calm as water. This matter had already been turned over in his mind. He clearly understood why he could finally wash away his past humiliation today. It was simply because of his strength. Without strength, had he been defeated today, he would have faced yet another round of ridicule. The title of 8 Immortals would also be lost. Such things happen repeatedly. Among the core disciples of Tongtian, offending the Longjir Dingguang Immortal was not a big deal. However, due to the Taishu exterminating god, Bao, he also had a conflict with Duo Bao. This competition was even a deliberate attempt to trip him up. Moreover, he had shown a confrontational attitude. If he were to be satisfied with the glory of this moment, only a dead end awaited him. Only by becoming stronger and continuing to grow stronger could he ensure long-term peace. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan began to transform his cultivation method from the Shangqing Zhongmiao Ju to the Shangqing Xianju. The transformation process went very smoothly. After 10 days, Wang Zhan's main cultivation method had become the Shangqing Xianju. This method was the true core technique of the Jia sect. In terms of intricacy, it was a well-known existence throughout the entire Honghuang world. Wang Zhan did not pause and continued his relentless cultivation of the Shangqing Xianju. The Shangqing Xianju encompasses all with hundreds of various divine abilities. However, the divine abilities are just one aspect. The true strength lies in the many explanations of the Tao analyzed within the Shangqing Xianju. For example, earth, wind, water, fire, thunder, light, darkness, marsh, the 5 elements, yin and yang, and so on. There are over 1,000 Tao involved. It can be considered an encyclopedia. It allows the disciples to gain the greatest benefits from it. I should now select a Tao to serve as my main Tao. Wang Zhan murmured to himself. After observing the various insights from the Shangqing Xianju, a glint of brilliance suddenly appeared in his eyes. As a young man with aspirations, his main path, naturally, would be the path of strength. His diligence would enable him to become stronger. This was simply the perfect method to match the path of strength. Moreover, according to the description of the path of strength in the Shangqing Xianju, despite being the foremost of the 3,000 paths, due to Panga, the path of strength did not possess much mystery. It emphasizes a single principle: strength breaks all laws. It is the simplest to enter, almost as if any living being can innately understand this Tao. However, while it is easy to practice, it is hard to master. Since the dawn of the Honghuang world, only Pangu has cultivated the path of strength to an invincible state. After the Honghuang world, even if others practiced the path of strength, their achievements were limited and their potential was extremely low. Thus, even within the Shangqing Xianju passed down by Tongtian, the descriptions of the path of strength were scarce. But for Wang Zhan, this was already enough. The path of strength was indeed the most suitable Tao for him. His qualifications had been improved by the 9-turn golden core, yet he was still merely at a below-average level. Cultivating other paths, even with the assistance of diligent rewards, made him uncertain of when he could comprehend them. But for the path of strength, Wang Zhan believed he could quickly grasp its essence. Once he entered, he could strengthen himself through effort. The path of strength, with one force breaking all laws, was exhilarating to think about. 3 days later, Wang Zhan entered the path of strength. With the assistance of diligent rewards, his strength began to rise gradually. As the path of strength progressed in his hands, Wang Zhan also felt the Tao empowering him. Under the path of strength, all his methods and powers were enhancing. Had he mastered the path of strength during his time on the Bagua platform, neither Lu Yu nor Luo Xian would have been his match even without using the Taishu exterminating God Bao. In this way, Wang Zhan immersed himself in cultivation, relishing the feeling of constant improvement with each passing moment. A glance later, a century had passed. On this day, a voice of compassion resonated throughout the universe. I am the Hotu, feeling the calamity brought by the battle between the Wu and the Yao, bringing countless disasters to the beings of Honghuang. Today, I am willing to transform myself into the 6 paths of reincarnation to create a resting place for the lost souls. 6 paths of reincarnation, arise. As this thunderous voice fell, the universe of Honghuang experienced a sudden change. Countless merits poured down. The light of sanctification pierced through the heavens, and the earth then was concealed by the underworld. Hotu has transformed into reincarnation. Wang Zhan opened his eyes and immediately understood that the battle between the Wu and the Yao was nearing its end. The transformation of Hotu into reincarnation caused the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to be incomplete, resulting in the demise of the battle between the ancestors of Wu and the Yao clan. Although Hotu's merit ultimately saved the Wu clan, they also withdrew from the stage of domination. This has nothing to do with me. My current cultivation is simply insufficient. Wang Zhan murmured to himself. Last time during the shooting of the sun, he could gain some benefits by simulating the sun shooting divine arrow. However, this time with Hotu's transformation into reincarnation, he hadn't even seen a shadow, let alone gained any benefits. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan continued his cultivation. Over the course of a century, his path of strength improved daily, and his combat power surged. As for his realm, he had only broken through to a minor realm, moving from the mid-golden immortal stage to the late golden immortal stage. Wang Zhan was confident that with his current strength, he could slay weaker Tai golden immortals. Wang Zhan continued to cultivate. However, he did not practice for long. After half a year, the heavens and earth shook. The sounds of battle made one's heart quiver. Wang Zhan's Dao, the final battle between the Wu and the Yao, had begun. Wang Zhan, come with me to watch the battle. A holy voice echoed in Wang Zhan's mind. In the next moment, before Wang Zhan could react, his body transformed into a wisp of clear energy and disappeared within the reverse water cave. When he came to his senses again, he had already entered the Bo Palace. Inside the Bo Palace, Tong Tian and the 4 true disciples San Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and the 7 immortals were present. I pay my respects to my master. Wang Zhan bowed to Tong Tian. Tong Tian smiled slightly and shook his head. No need to say much. The calamity of the Wu and the Yao is about to end. This is the final moment, and it is also a rare opportunity for you. The Yao clan governs the heavens, while the Wu clan governs the earth. Both clans are undeniably existences of dominance. Today, as the 2 clans duel, if you can observe the process of their battle clearly, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. I will take you to witness it today. Thank you, Master. The core disciples were all overjoyed. Even Duobao, who usually shows no emotions, was exceedingly excited at this moment. They were well aware of the terror of the 2 clans. It could be said that if they were not disciples of Tongtian, they would not have been able to escape unharmed under the calamity of the Wu and the Yao. Tongtian waved his sleeves, and the power of the saint enveloped all the disciples. Under Tongshan's lead, the disciples instantly appeared above the heavenly court. In the air above the heavenly court, a space was opened up. Within this space, no matter how fierce the battle between the Wu and the Yao raged, it could not affect the space created by the saints. In the saints' space, Tongtian began to expound the Tao to the core disciples. In the past, lecturing was merely theoretical. Regardless of how eloquently the saints spoke, it was impossible to provide the most direct sense of immersion. However, this time was different. There were ready-made materials for the disciples to observe. In the past, lecturing was merely theoretical. Regardless of how eloquently the saints spoke, it was impossible to provide the most direct, except for Wang Zhan. At this moment, Wang Zhan felt a bit awkward. Although he knew this was a rare opportunity, his qualifications were not yet at the level where he could learn just by watching. The reason he was able to successfully cultivate the sun-shooting divine arrow that day was mainly because Hou-Yi could not truly activate the sun-shooting god Bao, due to his own strength, revealing part of the secrets that Wang Zhan, who was also refining Bao and arrow-type treasures, took advantage of. But this time was different. This time, without a foundation, he gained nothing at all. Wang Zhanyu. Seeing Wang Zhan's unresponsive appearance, Tongtian scratched his head. Wang Zhan's face turned slightly red. Disciple is foolish and has gained nothing for the time being. It's fine that everyone has their own karmic affinity. Although you cannot comprehend anything now, you can still memorize it. In the future, it may not be without its effects. I will lend you a helping hand, Tongtian said, pointing his finger at Wang Zhan's forehead. In the next moment, the flow of the world before Wang Zhan's eyes began to slow down. The speed of the battle between the strong from both sides of the Wu and the Yao actually slowed down significantly. Wang Zhan immediately understood that this was Tongtian using the saint's method to slow down the flow of time. Otherwise, if he had joined the Chan or Rin schools, he feared he would have been ignored. Thank you, Master. After respectfully bowing to Tongtian, he immediately immersed himself in the observation. Otherwise, if he had joined the Chan or Rin schools he feared, he would have been ignored. Thank you, Master. After respectfully bowing to Tongtian, he immediately immersed himself in the observation of the battle. With Tongtian's assistance, although Wang Zhan could not comprehend the subtleties of the combatants, he could at least remember their techniques and the intricacies as much as possible. Tongtian Jr. Brother. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out. It was the Taishang Saint accompanied by the Grand Master Xuandu entering the space opened by Tongtian from the direction of Shouyang Mountain. Afterward, he reinforced this space. Elder brother, you have arrived. Tongtian still held great respect for the Taishang Saint and smiled as he performed a Taoist greeting. Not only have I come, but the Yuanshi Jr. Brother has also arrived. Yuanshi Jr. Brother, now that you are here, why not reveal yourself? Taishang said with a faint smile towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan, along with the 12 golden immortals, the burning lamp Taoist, the southern polar immortal. Yuanshi Tianzuan, along with the 12 golden immortals, the burning lamp Taoist, the southern polar immortal, and the white crane boy also joined the space opened by Tongtian. Then, just like the Taishang Laojuan, he reinforced this space for the third time. Watching the three pure ones huddling together, Wang Zhan felt a wave of unease in his heart. Especially between Tongtian and Yuanshi, they still appeared to look at each other with disdain. Wang Zhan could only pray that these two wouldn't start fighting at this critical moment. Suddenly Wang Zhan felt a sharp gaze fixed on him. It was Bai He Tongzi. More than 1,000 years had passed. Bai He Tongzi's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of golden immortal. His level was even higher than his own, who had consumed the 9 turns golden pill and often took the Qingyan pill. This was fundamentally related to his own inferior talent compared to Bai He Tongzi. Although he had improved his aptitude by taking the 9 turns golden pill, it still wasn't enough. Of course, Bai He Tongzi's rapid progress was also due to the efforts of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Bai He Tongzi had been following Yuanshi Tianzuan for years, so such advancement was only natural. Wang Zhan Senior Brother, it has been a long time. I heard you have become the 8th immortal attendant of Tongtian. Congrats. Bai He Tongzi's sharp gaze fixed on Wang Zhan, as if he were ready to fight him again the moment the 3 saints were not present. Seeing this, Wang Zhan smiled and said, "It's all due to the master's favoritism. As for myself, I have little to contribute. But Bai He Jr. Brother, your strength has advanced so rapidly, I truly feel embarrassed." Humph. Bai He Tongzi's expression became proud as he recalled the hardships he had endured over the years. If it weren't for the timing, he would have surely fought Wang Zhan again. Bai He, this is a great opportunity. Why are you wasting time sparring with Wang Zhan? Yuanshi Tianzuan said with annoyance, observing Bai He's engagement. Today's battle between the witches and the demons was extremely rare. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the saints could not afford to overlook it. Regardless of any grudges, they had to wait until after today to settle them, otherwise it would be a waste of opportunity. Yes, my lord. Bai He promptly replied obediently, and then focused wholeheartedly on the unprecedented battle between the witches and demons to gain his own advantages. Apart from Bai He Tongzi, the 12 golden immortals Randang and Nanji Xinwang had already entered a meditative state to observe the battle. The Xiandu Grandmaster from the human teaching was the same. At this moment, within the sacred space blessed by the 3 pure ones, only the 3 pure ones and Wang Zhan remained awake. The saint's wakefulness was understandable. However, for a cultivator like Wang Zhan, being able to witness such a battle under the influence of the saints without focusing on learning was simply unacceptable. Tongtian was well aware of Wang Zhan's behavior. Yuanshi Tianzuan was surprised, but chose not to inquire. As for Taishang, due to his connection with Wang Zhan through a golden core cause, he smiled and asked, "Little Mayfly, this great opportunity, are you not going to study properly? Wouldn't that be wasting your master's efforts?" Wang Zhan felt embarrassed upon hearing this and scratched his head, replying, "Master Uncle, I am dull-witted and can only memorize things. For now, I cannot comprehend anything." Yuanshi Tianzuan chuckled upon hearing this, wanting to say something mocking, but held back after a moment. However, his expression clearly relaxed significantly. He had been quite stifled over the years. Because of Wang Zhan, he hadn't been able to boast in front of Tongtian for thousands of years. Now hearing that Wang Zhan encountered such an opportunity, but could not reap any benefits, Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart was nearly bursting with laughter. Taishang also smiled awkwardly upon hearing Wang Zhan's words. This matter was beyond the saint's control. The 9 turns golden pill could only be consumed once by an individual. Moreover, even if one could consume multiple, he wouldn't take it out again. Taking out a 9 turns golden pill for Wang Zhan back then was merely to ease the relationship with Tongtian and maintain the camaraderie of the 3 pure ones. Asking him to take out another was out of the question. Immediately, the sacred space was divided into 3 areas. The 3 pure ones were whispering something in the dark. A group of disciples from the 3 teachings were grasping their opportunities. Wang Zhan was diligently memorizing by himself in a corner. Although he now had the reward of diligent practice, this strange feeling was indeed quite displeasing to him. This feeling was akin to suddenly having a dog mixed in among a group of people. And he was that dog. Work hard, accumulate, and meet at the peak. Wang Zhan silently encouraged himself, then took out a cigarette to smoke while intently watching the witch demon. Thanks to the slowed time flow created by Tongtian, although he couldn't comprehend anything for the moment, he could remember everything clearly. For Wang Zhan, this was undoubtedly a tremendous treasure. Due to his inferior aptitude, he couldn't comprehend things as easily as many gifted individuals in this sacred space. However, with the passage of time, everything he witnessed today would eventually become his support. Wang Zhan, my disciple, what are you doing? Wang Zhan's act of smoking caused Tongtian, who was conversing with Taishang and Yuanshu Tianzuan, to look surprised. For some reason, he felt that Wang Zhan's smoking was rather cool. Even Taishang and Yuanshu Tianzuan turned to look at Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan was astonished. He hadn't expected that smoking would attract the attention of the saints. With a flicker in his eyes, he took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Tongtian, saying, "Master, this is something I fiddled with during my leisure time. It was made by drying various spiritual herbs. I call it smoke. When ignited, the spiritual energy within the herbs will nourish the body, and when tired it can soothe the mind. Why don't you give it a try, eh?" As he spoke, Wang Zhan smiled and handed the cigarette to Tongtian, then performed a small fire spell to demonstrate how to smoke. In no time, Tongtian found it amusing and quickly mastered the technique of smoking. Perhaps due to some matters among the three pure ones, their relationship had somewhat eased. Tongtian also had Wang Zhan distribute a cigarette to Taishang and Yuanshu Tianzuan. Then he instructed Wang Zhan to leave the cigarettes and go back to observing the battle. Wang Zhan nodded with a smile and returned to watch from the side. Stealing a glance at the three pure ones, he saw them all with a cigarette in hand, puffing away, almost making him laugh out loud. Slowly shaking his head, Wang Zhan chose not to watch them any longer. This outcome was definitely good for him for now. If Tongtian and Yuanshu started fighting, he wouldn't have the opportunity to slow down the flow of time for him. At that time, he would gain nothing from this battle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The true form of Pangu reappeared. Although the 12 ancestral witches were missing Hutu, which weakened the 12 capital heavenly gods' formation, the emergence of Pangu's true form was still formidable. On the demon side, the demons surrounded Emperor Jun and Tai Yi with the great array of the stars and the great array of the primordial river and Luo providing extreme assistance. Emperor Jun wielded the witch-slaying sword while Donghuang Tai Yi invoked the chaos bell, exuding a murderous intent that pierced the heavens and earth. The two sides exchanged blows, shaking the universe. Before this, Wang Zhan, who could only rely on rote memorization and gained nothing at this moment, felt a spark of inspiration. He had never seen the chaos bell up close before, so he didn't know what it looked like. However, this time, after witnessing the chaos bell with his own eyes, the indestructible golden bell divine ability he cultivated derived from Tongtian seemed to resonate with the chaos bell at this moment. The indestructible golden bell divine ability was originally created by Tongtian based on the chaos bell as a template. In a certain sense, it was a watered-down version of the chaos bell. Yet under the influence of the reward of diligent practice, this indestructible golden bell divine ability had continuously improved, now possessing the might of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The intricacies were deeply ingrained in his mind. At this moment, witnessing the true chaos bell, Wang Zhan instinctively began to silently urge the indestructible golden bell divine ability, simulating the bell's sound created by Tai Yi. When the chaos bell rang, the indestructible golden bell divine ability rang. When the chaos bell rang twice, the indestructible golden bell divine ability rang twice. When the chaos bell rang 3 times, the indestructible golden bell divine ability rang 3 times. Continuing to simulate until the chaos bell rang 9 times. After the 9th ring, Wang Zhan vaguely felt as if he had that feeling of having stealthily learned the sun-shooting divine arrow in the past. Although it was merely superficial now, as time passed, and under the enhancement of diligent practice, he would inevitably grasp the mysteries of the chaos bell's resonance. It seems that although I cannot easily gain insights in cultivation like Dao Bao Daorin and the others due to my inferior aptitude, the concept of the early bird catching the worm is not just empty talk. My cultivation method is to accumulate steadily. Perhaps I cannot achieve the genius ability to infer one thing from another, but I can achieve clarity through accumulation. Just like at this moment, I can comprehend the mysteries of the chaos bell's resonance, because I have cultivated the indestructible golden bell divine ability to an extremely high realm, thus gaining the opportunity to glimpse into some other mysteries of the chaos bell. Wang Zhan had a clearer understanding of his cultivation direction within. Ultimately, it still came down to however, the direction of his effort had been refined. The reward of diligent practice granted him the qualification to run straight down a single path. Yet he did not need to limit himself to that path. In the end, the culmination of cultivation leads to the same destination through different paths. How to cultivate is entirely up to oneself. For a moment, Wang Zhan felt that his mindset had achieved clarity. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan continued to observe this unprecedented battle between the witches and demons. This time he focused his gaze on the Panga true form condensed by the 11 ancestral witches. Wang Zhan was now also cultivating the path of strength. The Panga true form was a means to remanifest Pangu. As the ultimate embodiment of strength, even the Panga true form could vaguely represent some of Pangu's might. The speed at which the Pangu true form wielded the giant axe under the slowed time flow created by Tongtian was no longer very fast. Wang Zhan could remember the trajectory of the Panga true form wielding the giant axe. These trajectories were quite chaotic and lacked any regularity, yet Wang Zhan still memorized them diligently. He aimed to remember these trajectories entirely, intending to use them for his own cultivation later. The battle dragged on for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Between heaven and earth, everyone was completely immersed in the fear cast by the battle between the witches and demons. During these 3 months, Wang Zhan had memorized the traces left by the Panga true form's axe swings quite thoroughly. The battle between the witches and demons is about to end. Wang Zhan, my disciple, do you have any cigarettes left? Just as Wang Zhan continued to diligently remember the traces of the Panga true form's axe swings, Tongtian suddenly called out to Wang Zhan for cigarettes. Yes, Wang Zhan had plenty of cigarettes. He immediately took several packs and placed them in front of Tongtian. Just as he was about to turn around and continue watching, the situation on the battlefield changed suddenly. The 12 capital heavenly gods formation disintegrated. The Panga true form vanished. The demon side's great array of the stars and great array of the primordial river and Luo had also sustained heavy losses due to prolonged fighting and were on the verge of collapse. Emperor Jun Tai, you are doomed today. Ancestral, which Di Jiang roared, covered in blood. Emperor Jun and Tai were not in a much better condition. They were also bloodied but still exuded a kingly aura. Emperor Jun brandished the witch-slaying sword, and Dong Huang Tai had the chaos bell hovering above his head, leading a host of celestial demons, demon generals, and demon commanders to confront the witch tribe. You witches shall perish today, Emperor Jun said coldly, his voice of slaughter resounding through heaven and earth. Demon Master, what are you doing? At that moment, as the leaders of both sides confronted each other, a disturbance arose from the demon side's rear. The demon god Bai Zhe exclaimed, and soon a Kuanpeng soared into the sky, its claws carrying 2 treasures, the river chart and the Luo book, flying away. In an instant, the great array of the stars and the great array of the primordial river and Luo completely collapsed. The strength of the celestial demons from the heavenly court sharply diminished. Kuanpeng. Seeing this scene, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang's eyes nearly bulged out. With the river chart and Luo book stolen, the last chance for the demon tribe was completely lost. Ha ha ha. Emperor Jun Tai, what will you rely on now? Die. The witch tribe rejoiced and surged forth, fighting fiercely against the heavenly court. I am witnessing the legend of primordial chaos itself. Wang Zhan murmured softly within the space conjured by a sage. The 12 heaven-devouring divine array, the true form of Pangu, the Zhou Tian star formation, and the Hunyuan Hua formation had all vanished. What remained were the battered remnants of the Yao and Wu clans, still locked in brutal combat. Yet their spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Only primal instinct drove them now, and most of their divine abilities had long since faded beyond reach. Even Dong Wang Tai, the sovereign of the Yao clan, wielding the primordial bell, a supreme artifact born of chaos, could no longer fully unleash its might. The primordial bell tolled only 5 or 6 times now. Beyond 6 chimes, it could no longer resonate 9-fold as it once did within the Zhou Tian star formation and the Hunyuan Hua formation. The Wu clan fared little better, their ancestral blood drained heavily, leaving only raw combat instinct. Both sides clung tenaciously to survival, each praying silently that endurance alone would crown them victor. Alas, such hope would never bear fruit. Recalling the 3 pure ones behind him, Wang Zhan knew they had not brought their disciples here merely for observation. If so, why were Jian and Zhuni absent? And among the 6 sages of the heavenly Dao, was there not also, as the sage of the Yao clan, why had Nuwa not appeared? Even as her kin faced annihilation, behind the Yao Wu war sages stirred unseen currents. Above even the sages loomed Hongjun, the embodiment of the heavenly Dao itself. So long as Yao and Wu endured, how could the next epoch unfold? Fuxi, a roar of fury shattered the silence. Fuxi, a great deity of the Yao clan, fell, slain by the patriarchal Wu Qiangliang. Wang Zhan lingered a moment longer on the fallen figure. This man was destined to become the sovereign of humanity. Di Jiang, a Yao hero, perished, and so too did the Wu. Emperor Jun, brandishing the demon-slaying sword, cleaved Di Jiang's body cleanly in 2. A patriarchal Wu's flesh should have shrugged off such wounds effortlessly. Yet the demon-slaying sword had been forged from the essence of 1 million humans. It was designed expressly to subdue the Wu. Wounded Di Jiang could not regenerate, and thus perished. In that instant, hatred between the clans deepened anew. Thereafter, Dong Wang Tai used the Dong Wang bell to slay the patriarchal Wu Ru Shou Ju Meng, Shi Bai Shi Shizi and Chong Liang, Emperor Jun Sluzhu Yin and Tian Wu. Of the 12 patriarchal Wu, only Zhu Rong Gong Gong and Xian Ming remained. Though Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai had slain 8 patriarchs, they themselves now stood at the precipice of utter ruin. Xian Ming, patriarchal Wu of the Dark Abyss, wept crimson tears and charged alone toward Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai. Among all patriarchal Wu, Xian Ming was strongest, and now embracing death, he drew them both into his self-immolation. Emperor Jun perished instantly, his body reduced to dust. Dong Wang Tai, shielded by the primordial bell, survived with but a wisp of life, rescued by his 10th son Luya. Before detonation, Xian Ming used his last strength to hurl Zhu Rong and Gong Gong from the celestial court. They plummeted onto Mount Buzhou. The remaining great Wu and Yao warriors scattered like leaves in a gale. The Yao Wu war has ended. Within the sage's domain, the 3 pure ones smiled, at first. But before that smile could fully bloom, the land and sky of primordial chaos trembled violently. Mount Buzhou, the celestial pillar formed from Panga's spine, shattered mid-height and collapsed. As it fell, a vast rift tore open in the heavens. Celestial waters poured through the breach, flooding the realm of chaos. The earth fractured everywhere. The once unbroken continent splintered apart. From the depths surged geothermal fire. Celestial waters and terrestrial flames converged, engulfing the entire realm of chaos. Have Zhu Rong and Gong Gong truly lost their minds. Even Tai Shang, the sage famed for unshakable composure, broke his restraint with a curse. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi Tianzun wore grim, pallid expressions. At that moment, 3 sacred silhouettes descended from beyond the heavens. 2 entered the 3 pure ones' domain, while the 3rd soared toward the celestial court, retrieving Fu Shi's lifeless form. Then it too entered the sage's domain. In that instant, all 6 sages of the heavenly Dao gathered, silence thickening until it pressed like stone upon the soul. Disciples of Jie Jiao, Chan Jiao, and Rin Jiao rose as one, aligning themselves behind their respective masters. Wang Zhan took position behind Tong Tian fastest. He had sensed that Jane and Juni bore no ill will, yet Nuwa arrived with searing wrath tearing through the domain's veil. Her eyes burned with lethal intent, not against one, but against all 5 sages. Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Jane, Juni, you schemed brilliantly indeed. How dare you conspire against me? Nuwa rebuked the 5 sages. Dear sister Nuwa, whence comes this accusation? Juni asked. Is it not true? You 5 jointly sealed my palace of creation, trapping me within, leaving me powerless to witness my kin's annihilation and my elder brother's slaughter. Truly masterful calculation. Nuwa trembled with rage. She had sensed the war's outbreak instantly, but what enraged her most was that no matter how she exerted her divine power, she could not step 1 inch beyond her palace gates. She immediately understood the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western sages had orchestrated this. Enraged beyond measure, yet still bound immovable, she watched Fu Shi die with her own eyes. He was her sole, dearest elder brother. Sister Nuwa, we did no such thing, Jane declared. If not you, I know each of you founded sects, each vying to claim the post-war celestial fortune to expand your own influence. But this betrayal exceeds all bounds. Nuwa's gaze turned glacial. As tension tightened among the 6 sages, a vast resonant voice of the heavenly Tao echoed into their sacred domain. Heaven and earth are flawed. 6 sages shall unite to mend them. Failure is not permitted. This voice held no emotion, only absolute chilling authority. Yet every sage dared not disregard it, for it belonged to their master Hongjun Daoist, who had long since merged with the Tao itself. This was not merely Hongjun's decree, it was the will of heaven. Though these sages of the heavenly Tao reigned supreme, in ordinary times they too must submit to the Tao's immutable law. We accept the edict, chorused the 6 sages. Even Nuwa, though burning with resentment, had no choice but to obey. We shall stabilize earth, wind, water, and fire. Sister Nuwa, you possess the art of cosmic realignment. Mending the heavens falls solely to you. Tai Shang declared. I understand. With those words, Nuwa vanished from the sage's domain. The other 5 sages likewise departed without delay. Before leaving, Tong Tian instructed Duo Bao Daoist, Duo Bao, guard your junior brothers and sisters well. Return swiftly to Bayou Palace. Do not venture forth. I must repair the celestial breach and stabilize earth, wind, water, and fire. I cannot tend to you now. Master, go without worry. I shall protect them faithfully. Duo Bao affirmed solemnly. Tong Tian nodded, then departed alongside Tai Shang and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Shortly after, Jane and Zhuanti also departed. Before departing, Zhuanti and Jane swept their gazes across the assembled disciples of Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao with unmistakable avarice. Brother, the East truly teems with extraordinary talent. These disciples of Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao, all exceptional, except perhaps that Jie Jiao disciple named Wang Zhan. His roots are shallow, his future plain, he shall likely never ascend to the rank of Tai, immortal. Yet all others are dragons among men. After our western lands were ravaged in the demon sect conflict, our spirit veins shattered. Despite our utmost efforts, no flourishing land or outstanding disciples have emerged. When shall this change? Junti sighed deeply. Jane said nothing. Only sorrow etched deeply upon his face. We obey our master's command. Return immediately to Bayou Palace. No delay. After Tong Tian departed, Duo Bao Daoist's tone shifted, authority surging forth. Of all second-generation disciples across the three sects, only Duo Bao had attained the rank of Deluo Immortal. Even Xiandu of Ren Jiao had yet to surpass the rank of Tai E Immortal. In Tong Tian's absence, Duo Bao's word was absolute. Yes, elder brother. All Jie Jiao disciples responded instantly. Wang Zhan offered no protest. This was a time of celestial fracture when heavenly fate churned unpredictably. With Tong Tian occupied repairing the heavens, he had neither time nor attention to spare for Wang Zhan. To quarrel with Duo Bao now would bring only misfortune. Still, as long as Wang Zhan moved with the group, Duo Bao had no pretext to act against him. Yet the thought left Wang Zhan inwardly stifled. His yearning for strength intensified. Only overwhelming power could free him from fear, constraint, and hesitation, granting true, unburdened freedom. Thus the group set course for Bayou Palace. Along the way, celestial waters and terrestrial fires consumed the world. Countless beings of primordial chaos perished beneath their onslaught. Some were incinerated to ash by geothermal fire, others drowned beneath the deluge. Even cultivators of considerable cultivation could not withstand this apocalyptic cataclysm. Help us! Help us! Who will save us? A desperate cry rose from below, drawing Wang Zhan. Upon a crumbling mountain peak huddled no fewer than 10,000 humans, mortals untouched by cultivation, already drowning in celestial waters, their deaths imminent. Once the waters crested, all 10,000 would perish. At this sight, Wang Zhan's expression shifted. Reborn as a Mayfly, he was no longer truly human. To stand idle would draw no censure. Yet his consciousness retained the memory of having lived once as a man. That memory rendered him incapable of indifference, of watching 10,000 lives extinguish without lifting a hand. Without hesitation he acted. With the power of a golden immortal, he lifted them aloft and transported them to safety. The rescued humans prostrated themselves before him, expressing profound gratitude. Great Immortal, we thank you. May we ask your honored name, to remember you forever? Wang Zhan smiled. I am Wang Zhan of Jiejiao. A trivial deed unworthy of mention. Live well and thrive. With that he rejoined his fellow disciples. No sooner had they returned than a mocking voice rang out. How magnanimous of you, brother Wang Zhan. Do you truly believe yourself compassionate? Proud. The speaker was none other than Chang'er Ding Guangxian, Wang Zhan's long-standing rival. Wang Zhan showed no anger, replying calmly, born a Mayfly, I am but a speck of dust beside an ant. Yet I was fortunate enough to meet my master and thus attain immortality. Seeing these thousands of humans facing death stirred empathy within me, so I intervened. Nothing more. Please do not fault me, senior brothers and sisters. He empathized because he had once been human, yet expecting such compassion from Duo Bao or the others this was no surge of savior complex. It was simply a quiet homage to his former life. And crucially, he acted only because it carried no danger to himself. Had peril existed, he would not have stepped forward. His reply was flawless, leaving Chang'er Ding Guangxian no opening to escalate the matter and eliciting only a cold, frustrated snort. The group resumed their journey toward Bayou Palace. After returning to the Bayou Palace, the palace felt the impact of the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain. The surrounding water level rose significantly, and the pressure from the heavenly waters created a heavy sense of oppression throughout the Bayou Palace. However, the sage's dojo remained steadfast. Although the true body of the Tongtian leader was not present, he had already moved the Qingping sword back to secure the Bayou Palace. Thus, despite the chaos of the heavenly waters and earth fire outside the dojo, the Bayou Palace, as a sacred place of the sage, remained a pure land. I am Duo Bao. My master is out on business. During this time, no disciple of the Jie sect may leave at will. Remain in quiet meditation, reciting the Huangting scripture, and await the master's return. The Duo Bao Daoist spoke with authority, ensuring that every disciple in the Bayou Palace could hear him clearly. Yes, senior brother. All disciples of the Jie sect revered Duo Bao's words as divine. Afterward, they returned to their own caves and closed their doors tightly. Wang Zhan too felt quite pleased about this. Though he had not comprehended much from the battle between the witches and the demons, he still gained some insights. This was the perfect opportunity for him to combine the traces of Pangus' true forms wielding with the usage of the Nine Echoes Chaos Bell and his own indestructible Golden Bell divine power. The Fruit of Diligence was his greatest reliance at the moment. Soon Wang Zhan returned to the reverse water cave and shut the door. He began practicing the Nine Echoes Chaos Bell with the help of the Fruit of Diligence. Wang Zhan activated the indestructible Golden Bell divine power, mimicking the rhythm with which Dong Huang Tai activated the Chaos Bell, causing the indestructible Golden Bell to vibrate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant the bell's sound rang out, sometimes clear, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes dull, and sometimes oppressive, echoing continuously within Wang Zhan's cave. He had long set up a soundproofing restriction, ensuring that the sounds emanating from the cave would not disturb others. As time passed, with the Fruit of Diligence enhancing him, Wang Zhan gradually entered a state of flow. He had no idea how many times he had simulated the 9 echoes. Remarkably, the form of the indestructible Golden Bell began to change. Although it originally resembled the Chaos Bell, it was actually a different form. However, with Wang Zhan's continuous practice of the 9 echoes, the indestructible Golden Bell surprisingly began to evolve towards the form of the Chaos Bell. The more it resembled the Chaos Bell, the greater its power became. Originally, the indestructible Golden Bell's abilities were focused on defense and counterattack, but now the power of the 9 echoes bestowed new capabilities upon the indestructible Golden Bell. In Wang Zhan's hands, the indestructible Golden Bell divine power resembled a downgraded version of the Chaos Bell. Yet despite being a downgraded version, it still depended on who wielded it. As a downgraded version of the Chaos Bell, its power was still impressive. Moreover, under the influence of the 9 echoes, the indestructible Golden Bell divine power gradually progressed towards a level comparable to that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Wang Zhan was overjoyed. He continued to practice the 9 echoes of the Golden Bell repeatedly. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. After 10 days, the path of diligence rewards unwavering effort. Your hard work and cultivation has paid off. Congratulations on mastering the 9 echoes of the Golden Bell divine power. Please continue your efforts. Only the diligent will find meaning in life. I did it. A joyful expression appeared on Wang Zhan's face. The feedback from the Fruit of Diligence undoubtedly confirmed that he had successfully simulated the 9 echoes of the Chaos Bell. Although Wang Zhan understood that his version of the 9 echoes was certainly not comparable to the true 9 echoes of the Chaos Bell, he believed that with time and continuous practice, his 9 echoes Golden Bell might even rival or surpass the Chaos Bell. Next, I must simulate the traces of Pangus true forms axe techniques. Wang Zhan did not become complacent after mastering the 9 echoes of the Golden Bell, but instead began practicing the traces of Pangus true forms axe techniques. The 9 echoes Golden Bell and the traces of Pangus axe techniques were the only 2 true benefits he had gained from the battle between the witches and the demons. He knew he must quickly realize these benefits. If he delayed too long, he feared the feeling would diminish. Wang Zhan did not have an axe in hand, but he temporarily forged a low-grade axe. Using this crude axe, he practiced the traces of Pangus true forms axe techniques. Again and again he swung tirelessly. After 36,000 swings, Wang Zhan seemed to step into a new level through his relentless practice. The axe techniques began to flow together. Moi. At the moment the axe techniques converged, a shimmer of shock appeared in Wang Zhan's eyes. The axe techniques displayed by Pangus, true form once mastered, could gradually raise the power of the Path of Strength. Furthermore, this axe technique seemed capable of unleashing the true power of the Path of Strength. By infusing the power of the Path of Strength into the axe techniques learned from Pangus true form, the might of the Path of Strength could be doubled. Wang Zhan's previous cultivation of the Path of Strength also enhanced his other techniques, significantly reaching about 70 to 80%. However, the direct explosion of double the power was something Wang Zhan had never imagined. This result filled Wang Zhan with great joy. He also understood that this was the benefit brought by the Fruit of Diligence. After the creation of the world, the Path of Strength, though renowned as the first among the 3,000 paths, was in reality easy to practice but hard to master. Its upper limit was extremely low, but thanks to the enhancement of the Fruit of Diligence, he could continuously grow stronger, thus able to consistently elevate the Path of Strength. For instance, many could see through the traces of Pangus true forms axe techniques, but few could cultivate those traces into actual techniques. Even if there were, they would hardly be stronger than him. They would quickly reach a bottleneck that was hard to break through, while he could continue to grow stronger without any limits. Wang Zhan had a premonition. The 2 benefits he gained from this battle between the witches and the demons were undoubtedly stronger than anyone else's. However, I have only obtained 70 to 80% of the traces of Pangus axe techniques. The remaining 20 to 30% are still elusive. To obtain those remaining traces, I fear I must seek other opportunities. If only I could obtain the blood of the ancestral witch to condense the Pangu true form. Wang Zhan muttered to himself. Yet he also understood that this thought was incredibly unrealistic for him at present. With his current strength, this was merely a luxury. How could he, a latest-stage golden immortal, have the qualifications to compete for the ancestral witch's blood among the great powers? Moreover, most of the ancestral witch's blood should have been taken by Ho Tu, or rather it should now be with the underworld's Empress Pingxin. In the underworld, Ho Tu's power was at the saint level. Forget about him. Even any of the 6 saints of heaven's Dao could do nothing against Ho Tu upon arriving in the underworld. He'll think about it later. Wang Zhan sighed. Wang Zhan named this axe technique Pangu Axe Technique, while the indestructible golden bell retained its original name. Continue. Wang Zhan took a deep breath and resumed his cultivation. This time Wang Zhan's cultivation became more diverse. He practiced the Shangqing Immortal Scripture, Indestructible Golden Bell, Pangu Axe Technique, and Sun Shooting Divine Arrow. Any techniques within his grasp he would practice diligently. Moreover, during his leisure time Wang Zhan would also reflect on the other paths of cultivation recorded in the Shangqing Immortal Scripture. It wasn't that Wang Zhan was greedy or wanted to challenge his weaknesses, but rather that he hoped to grasp the most fundamental aspects so he wouldn't miss out on opportunities in the future. In the sage's space, the feeling of spending half a day but gaining nothing is quite unpleasant. Welcome back. On this day while Wang Zhan was in meditation, he heard Duobao's loud voice echoing throughout the Golden Ao Island. Wang Zhan immediately understood that the Tongtian sage had returned. The repairing of the heavens was successful. Wang Zhan was not surprised by this outcome. After all, he was familiar with the ancient myths and knew the entire process of Nuwa repairing the heavens after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. Essentially, the 6 saints collaborated, stabilizing the earth, wind, fire, and water, slaying the black tortoise of the North Sea, and refining the 5-colored stones to mend the heavens. Wang Zhan immediately exited the cave and went to welcome the Tongtian sage. As a personal attendant, Wang Zhan was quite well-mannered. Soon the core disciples were at the front with the other outer disciples behind, all stepping out of their caves to respectfully welcome the return of Tongtian. No need for formalities, the Tongtian sage said with a smile. The disciples then stood up. The Tongtian sage, surrounded by the core disciples, entered the Bio Palace. Once inside the Bio Palace, the Tongtian sage sighed. I never imagined that Gong Gong would actually knock down Buzhou Mountain. This fool, while Ho Tu transformed into reincarnation to leave a path for the Witch clan, even allowing for a chance of resurgence, Gong Gong's reckless act not only cost him his life, but also depleted the merits of Ho Tu's reincarnation. From now on, it will be nearly impossible for the Witch clan to rise again. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. After such a statement, it seemed indeed to be the case. Ho Tu's transformation into reincarnation could be considered a great act of kindness. The merits bestowed by the heavenly Dao were countless, and not only that, but there would also be continuous merit returns thereafter. Conversely, Gong Gong's reckless act only brought about his own demise. However, Ho Tu was in a dire situation. Not only did she need to repay all the merits from her transformation into reincarnation that were consumed due to Gong Gong knocking down Buzhou Mountain, but she now also had to bear a tremendous debt. For a long time to come, the merits born from her transformation into reincarnation would still have to repay the unfinished debts. What a pitiful situation. In an instant, everyone felt such thoughts arise within them. Previously, no one had considered this angle, but after hearing Tongshin's words, they instantly felt it to be true. Ho Tu was truly unfortunate. After all the effort to find a way out for the Witch clan, this path was now left with only a sliver. Would Ho Tu be crying in the underworld right now? Thinking of this, Wang Zhan also felt a wave of speechlessness. Gong Gong, what a true liability. Look at Dong Huang Tai. With his last breath, he transformed into a great sun, not only replacing the 10th Prince Luya, granting Luya freedom, but also leaving behind a life-saving talisman with the merits that illuminate all, making anyone who wishes to harm Luya consider the immense consequences. In comparison, Gong Gong was instantly crushed to a wretched state by Dong Huang Tai. After a moment of ridicule towards Gong Gong, Tongtian said, "From today onward, the conflict between the witches and demons will cease, and the lands of the ancient wilderness will usher in an era of peace. From this day forth, those willing to remain on Golden Ao Island for cultivation may stay, and those who wish to venture out may also do so. But one thing must be firmly remembered when outside: be united with your fellow disciples. Do not engage in infighting lest outsiders laugh at us, and do not tarnish the reputation of our GS sect." After the Celestial Master spoke to the core disciples, he soon addressed the remaining disciples of the GS sect. In that moment, numerous disciples had their own thoughts. Some were joyful, some were anxious, and some were hesitant. However, none of this stirred Wang Zhan's heart. He would not be leaving the Bayou Palace for now. His strength had not yet reached a level where he could act with impunity. Although the war of the witch and demon had indeed concluded, there were still many powerful beings in the world. The remnants of the ferocious beast era could still be traced back, and the 4 great fierce beasts, Xiongqi, Chaos, Taowu, and Taotai, could emerge from any nook at any moment. During the great calamity of Longhan, each of the 3 clans had strong beings that persisted in the world. Then there were the 3,000 mortal guests that appeared during the preaching of Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Although many of these 3,000 mortal guests were lost in the war of the witch and demon, due to their allegiances, a considerable number still existed. These individuals are now at the level of quasi-saints. Following them are the remnants of the Witch and Demon clan. The Witch clan still has many great witches remaining, and with the underworld as a retreat, whether they can still form a force depends on perspective. In the eyes of the Celestial Master, the Witch clan can no longer form a force, but to him the Witch and Demon clans are still colossal existences. Without powerful cultivation, it is not yet time for roaming the vast wilderness. Moreover, there is nothing in the wilderness that attracts Wang Zhan. On the contrary, being by the Celestial Master's side offers a higher degree of safety. The Celestial Master's teachings are precious and hard to come by for many. After his rebirth, Wang Zhan became a disciple of the saint, which is akin to falling into a nest of blessings. One must not be oblivious to the fortune they possess. Thus at this stage, no matter who leaves, he will not leave. Of course, those with similar thoughts are clearly not just Wang Zhan. While 1/3 of those who left went out searching for caves, 2/3 remained. Among the core disciples, only Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos were present. The other 4 true disciples and the accompanying immortals are all present. Notably, when Wang Zhan emerged from seclusion and saw the long-eared shining immortal, the latter's cultivation had already entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, he broke through directly to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal upon breaking through. Although Wang Zhan and the long-eared shining immortal had conflicts, he had to admit that this dead rabbit's aptitude was indeed high. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as one of the 7 immortals serving the Celestial Master. Besides the long-eared shining immortals breakthrough, the other core disciples who observed the war of the Witch and Demon also made advancements. The one with the greatest advancement was Taoist Duobao. Before observing the war of the Witch and Demon, he was already at the early stage of Deluo, and after observing, he reached the mid-stage of Deluo. Aside from him, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, the No-Weapon Saint Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother also reached the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. Among the accompanying immortals, the other 6 remained at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, but they were not far from the realm of Deluo. In terms of cultivation, he is the weakest among the accompanying immortals. This result made Wang Zhan envious. Indeed, in the face of talent, effort seems to be greatly discounted. His effort is at a ceiling level compared to ordinary people's efforts, and to those prodigious individuals, ordinary efforts are likely nothing at all. Practice makes perfect. Various changes could not affect Wang Zhan's mindset. He understood that rather than envying others' opportunities, it is better to focus on improving himself. Being immersed in envy and jealousy of others only depletes one's fortune. Time flows. For cultivators in the wilderness, time is virtually worthless. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, hard work pays off. Perseverance through hardships if you diligently cultivate and are rewarded. Congratulations on breaking through to the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Please continue to work hard. Only diligent existence has meaning. I've finally broken through. It seems that even with the aid of the reward for hard work, it will take much longer for someone with my aptitude to achieve breakthroughs in the future. Wang Zhan's eyes showed no joy or sorrow. A breakthrough was inevitable. Without bottlenecks, he could grow stronger through effort, and time was his remedy. The longer he cultivated, the stronger he became. However, it took 2,000 years to break through from the late stage of Golden Immortal to the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. How many years will it take to progress from Tai Golden Immortal to Deluo? If he were unaware of the future trajectory of the wilderness myth, he could enjoy the joy of progress willingly. But he knows where the future is headed. After the war of the Witch and Demon, it will be the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Although there is a gap of time in between, it will not be too long. The time span from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the end of the Shang dynasty's canonization calamity is not long. Calculating this way, if he continues to cultivate at the current pace, by the time the canonization calamity arrives, he will at most be a Deluo Golden Immortal. But how many Deluo Golden Immortals fell from the rankings during the canonization calamity? Moreover, many GS sect disciples were taken by the Western teachings. Among these, many became mounts, faring worse than those who ranked. And he is merely a small Mayfly who, being a mount, has no prestige, and the best outcome is merely to be ranked. If misfortune strikes, it is very possible that he won't even make it to the rankings. Complete annihilation. Although Wang Zhan was astonished by the calamity of the Witch and Demon, to be honest, he was not worried at all. After all, the Celestial Master alone is enough to protect all of the GS sect. However, things will be different during the canonization calamity. At that time, even the Celestial Master himself may find it hard to protect himself, taking the fallen Saint Pill and falling under Hong Zhan's control, completely becoming a puppet of the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. At that time, these so-called GS sect disciples will only have the best outcome of hiding. And only those unknown disciples whom no one cares about will have any chance of hiding. Now, as the 8th immortal attending to the GS sect, the 17th figure of the entire GS sect, hiding is utterly impossible. Confrontation is the only path. And to confront, one must possess sufficiently strong power. His combat power is extremely strong now. Over the past 2,000 years, the path of strength has made rapid progress, and the indestructible golden bell has already reached a level comparable to top-grade innate spirit treasures. With the Pangu axe mastering the path of strength, even the peak of Tai Golden Immortal cannot defeat Wang Zhan. But it is still not enough. At present, Wang Zhan's most awkward problem is his realm. No matter how strong his combat power is, he needs sufficient realm to fully manifest it. Otherwise, it will always be difficult to break free from constraints. At this moment, Wang Zhan fell into contemplation, thinking about how he could speed up his cultivation with the aid of the reward for hard work. There are 10 great spirit roots in the world. These spirit roots can be used to enhance cultivation. However, these spirit roots are held by powerful beings, and for now he should not even think about them. Besides, swallowing pills and taking medicine can also be used to enhance cultivation, but this idea was directly cut off by Wang Zhan himself. Ordinary pills have little effect on his current state. Unless they are comparable to the 9 turns golden pill or the upper clear pill, can they provide significant enhancement. If only I could master the Tao of time, Wang Zhan murmured to himself. What he lacks the most in cultivation is time. If he could master the Tao of time and increase the flow of time between himself and the wilderness world, he would gain more cultivation time to assist the cultivation of the reward for hard work. However, with his current aptitude, can he grasp the Tao of time? In the past 2,000 years, aside from cultivating the path of strength, he has only cultivated the path of wind. He has not comprehended any other paths. And the path of wind is not considered a particularly high-level path among the 3,000 paths. Thus, Wang Zhan is very doubtful whether his aptitude is sufficient to cultivate the Tao of time. It is said that time is revered, space is king, fate does not emerge, and causality is sovereign. Without a path of strength like Panga, the Tao of time is indeed the foremost path. Even powerful beings such as saints are likely not deeply enlightened regarding the Tao of time. Does he truly have the qualifications to cultivate the Tao of time? Wang Zhan is greatly skeptical in his heart. After pondering for a moment, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. He decided to give it a try. If successful, that would be wonderful. If not, he would think of other methods. With this thought, Wang Zhan directly left the reverse water cave and headed to Baiyu Palace to seek the Celestial Master. This is the benefit of being an attending immortal. One can ask the Celestial Master for guidance anytime and anywhere. In front of Baiyu Palace, Wang Zhan respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, disciple Wang Zhan seeks an audience." "Come in." The voice of the Celestial Master echoed in Wang Zhan's ears. Wang Zhan pushed open the grand door of Baiyu Palace and entered. Inside Baiyu Palace, only the Celestial Master sat alone on a cushion, engaged in quiet cultivation. He looked at Wang Zhan entering and smiled slightly, saying, "Wang Zhan, my disciple, you have finally broken through to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, truly a cause for celebration. It is all thanks to the Master's blessings. Wang Zhan's achievements today are entirely due to the Master's cultivation." Wang Zhan attributed all the credit to the Celestial Master. As a saint, one is immortal and indestructible. It is all about face. The more flattering, the better. Hearing this, the Celestial Master laughed heartily, extremely pleased with Wang Zhan's response. "What matters do you seek me for today?" asked the Celestial Master. In response to the Master, the disciple daringly wishes to learn the Tao of time. Wang Zhan said solemnly, "You wish to learn the Tao of time?" The Celestial Master was slightly taken aback, his expression filled with uncertainty as he looked at Wang Zhan. Although he did not state it outright, his expression showed skepticism regarding Wang Zhan's intentions. After contemplating for a moment, the Celestial Master said, "Wang Zhan, the Tao of time is extremely obscure. To practice the Tao of time, one must attain the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, and after transforming the Tao one comprehends into Deluo Tao, only then can one approach the Tao of time. Otherwise, recklessly touching the Tao of time can easily result in being erased by the power of time. Have you encountered any difficulties that require the use of time power? If so, feel free to speak to me, and I may be able to lend you a helping hand. Disciple feels that my speed of cultivation is too slow to match the title of attending immortal of the Master. If word gets out, it may bring shame to the Master. Hence I wish to cultivate the Tao of time to accelerate my cultivation time." Wang Zhan replied, "You need not worry, since I have recognized you as my attending immortal. No matter what others say, it will not alter my thoughts." The Celestial Master said kindly. Then he continued, "As for the Tao of time, you certainly cannot practice it at present. However, if you merely wish to obtain more cultivation time, I can indeed assist you. I can help you refine a time treasure. Although this treasure cannot be used for combat or defense, it can alter the flow of time. You may return, and after 14 days come to seek me." "Thank you, Master." Wang Zhan was overjoyed, not expecting such a turnaround. "No need for thanks. Since we share this bond as Master and disciple, I naturally will not stand idly by when you encounter difficulties in your cultivation." The Celestial Master stroked his beard and smiled. Master is compassionate, so the disciple will take his leave for now. With that, Wang Zhan left Baiyu Palace with a heart full of anticipation. In the span of 14 moments, it swiftly arrived. On this day Wang Zhan was immersed in his cultivation, striving for the path of power. The voice of the Tantian Patriarch echoed in Wang Zhan's ears within the cave. "Little Mayfly, you may come to claim your treasure now." "Yes, master, I will be there right away." Wang Zhan was overjoyed, temporarily halting his practice, and immediately made his way to the Bo Palace. Upon arriving at the Bo Palace, Wang Zhan gazed intensely at the Tantian Patriarch. Seeing Wang Zhan's expression, the Tantian Patriarch smiled gently, and the next moment a 9-layered bronze tower slowly floated before Wang Zhan. A faint aura of time descended. The Tantian Patriarch said, "This is the Time Tower, a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. It has no defensive or offensive capabilities, it merely alters the flow of time compared to the outside world. While you are within, time accelerates at a ratio of 1 to 9, but activating this tower does require a certain amount of magical energy. However, for you this consumption should be manageable." "Thank you, master." Wang Zhan joyfully accepted the time tower. With the time ratio of 1 to 9, it meant that if he cultivated within the time tower, 1 day would equate to 9 days. In other words, if he spent 10,000 years in the outside world, he could cultivate for 90,000 years inside the time tower. This greatly enhanced his cultivation capability. As for the absence of other abilities in the time tower, it was of little concern to Wang Zhan. What he needed was the ability to manipulate time. "Master, you've worked hard. Recently I prepared a batch of new cigarettes called Huazi. Oh, please give it a try." Wang Zhan smiled as he handed the cigarettes to Tantian. This batch of cigarettes was specially crafted by him. Ever since he noticed that Tantian enjoyed smoking during their time in the Saint Space, he had devoted his spare cultivation time to creating a new batch of high-quality cigarettes. The Tantian Patriarch truly fulfilled his role as a mentor, responding to every request as long as it was within his capacity. Thus Wang Zhan felt a deep gratitude towards Tantian. "Huazi." Tangshan's eyes lit up as he looked at the cigarette in Wang Zhan's hand. He smiled and said, "Good, bring it over for me to try." Wang Zhan chuckled and stepped forward, handing the cigarette to the Tantian Patriarch. Tantian lit one. He smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad, little Mayfly. You've managed to create something good. I truly wonder how your mind works. In the future, if you have more good things, don't forget your master." "Rest assured, master. You have bestowed great fortune upon your disciple, and in the future, if I create more good things, I will surely bring them to honor you," Wang Zhan said earnestly. After all, for him, replicating items from his past life was exceedingly easy. "Then, master, I will take my leave to cultivate," Wang Zhan eagerly stated, wanting to immediately test the effects of the time tower. "Go ahead. Wait, there is something I must advise you." Tantian called Wang Zhan back. Wang Zhan assumed a listening posture, saying, "Master, please go ahead. You are very diligent, and you have carved out your own path in cultivation. However, I must tell you that solely relying on closed-door training is not wise. Appropriate travels can trigger the enlightenment of your heart's state. The reason your cultivation speed is slow is not only due to your innate talent, but also because your experiences are insufficient. Remember, no great practitioner has ever achieved greatness solely through isolation. Even I back in the day traveled the primordial wilderness with your grandmaster and second master, experiencing life and death," Tantian Patriarch said earnestly to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, master, for your guidance. Oh, I understand." Go ahead," Tantian replied with a smile. Wang Zhan respectfully took his leave and returned to the reverse water cave. After returning, he contemplated Tangshan's words, acknowledging that there was much truth in them. However, at this current stage, he believed that diligent cultivation was the right path. There would be time for travels later, but time waits for no one. The appearance of the gods sealing great calamity was not far off. "I hope this time tower will allow me to enter." Wang Zhan began to refine the time tower. It seemed that the time tower was crafted specifically by the Tantian Patriarch according to his characteristics, as a golden Mayfly insignia appeared during the refinement. This left Wang Zhan speechless. He never expected that the Tantian Patriarch would have such a playful side. Yet it was precisely because of this that Wang Zhan felt Tangshan's thoughtfulness towards him. Thus Wang Zhan hoped that one day he could change Tangshan's fate. A towering existence who taught without discrimination should not meet such a conclusion. 3 days later, Wang Zhan successfully refined the time tower. At the very moment of success, he eagerly entered the time tower. Wang Zhan ascended from the first layer of the time tower to the 9th. As Tantian had mentioned, the flow rate at the first layer was 1 to 1, and for each subsequent layer the flow rate doubled. Upon reaching the 9th layer, the time flow ratio had become 1 to 9. However, the magical energy consumption at the 9th layer was also the highest. Wang Zhan calculated that with his current magical energy to remain on the 9th layer, he could only sustain it for 3 years at most. After 3 years, he would have to exit once to replenish his magical energy before he could re-enter. As for the other layers, the consumption would be slightly less. In this regard, Wang Zhan naturally chose the 9th layer. Under the altered time flow, he cultivated within the time tower. Aside from the differing time flow, there were no other influences. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Wang Zhan stepped out of the time tower. At that moment, his magical energy was completely exhausted. Yet joy radiated from his face. While 3 years had passed in the outside world, he had already cultivated for 27 years within the Time Tower. This additional 24 years was more than enough to make up for everything. 10 days later, Wang Zhan's magical energy was fully restored. He re-entered the Time Tower. Thus the cycle continued. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. In reality, Wang Zhan had cultivated for 900 years. Despite being stuck at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm for 900 years, Wang Zhan's techniques, such as the Pango Axe method, Path of Power, and Indestructible Golden Bell, were constantly progressing. However, undoubtedly the rate of progress began to slow down. Therefore, 300 years ago, within the Time Tower, Wang Zhan started dedicating some time to cultivate other techniques. Since the method of single-mindedly running down one path had slowed, he decided to explore multiple paths. During these 300 years, Wang Zhan mastered the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Dao of Diligence, Wang Zhan did not merely have 3 heads and 6 arms, but rather 9 heads and 18 arms. Indeed, under the enhancement of the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, its power had increased, leading to a transformation. While Wang Zhan had yet to figure out the purpose of the 9 heads, the 18 arms allowed him to wield 18 techniques simultaneously in battle, effectively unleashing 18 methods against his foes. The increase in combat power was certainly not insignificant. Yet Wang Zhan was not satisfied with this. Soon another century passed, accumulating to 900 years within the Time Tower. After continuing with the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, Wang Zhan learned the law of heaven. In terms of the Great Dao, Wang Zhan added an auxiliary path of electricity to his original Wind Dao. The Electricity Dao was a lower-tier version of the Thunder Dao, emphasizing speed and being weaker in power compared to the Lightning Dao. However, it could be combined with the Wind Dao, achieving a speed that was like the wind and lightning. Now, apart from Wang Zhan's formidable combat strength and defense, he was also swift. However, it was unfortunate that another 900 years had passed. His realm still remained at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Though he was constantly progressing and growing stronger, perhaps the gap within the Tai Golden Immortal realm was quite significant, preventing him from achieving the rapid advancement he once enjoyed. This result led Wang Zhan to reflect on the words of the Tongtian Patriarch. Perhaps I truly should venture out into the primordial wilderness for some exploration, he murmured to himself. He relied on the Dao of Diligence, which indeed provided substantial support. However, Wang Zhan desired to progress even faster. Thus, he could not place all his hopes solely on the Dao of Diligence. Just as back then, he could obtain the 9-turn golden pill from Taishang Laojun to enhance his cultivation aptitude. If he could continue to acquire rare materials that boost his aptitude, it would undoubtedly make his cultivation journey much smoother. With my current strength, as long as I do not provoke those terrifying beings, my identity as a disciple of the saint should not bring me major troubles. If they do not give me face, that is fine, but will they not give face to the saints? In light of the slow breakthroughs, Wang Zhan decided to leave Jinao Island for a journey. After all, with the Time Tower as his safety net, he would always have an escape route. Are you planning to go out for a journey? 3 days later, in the Bo Palace, the Tongtian Patriarch looked at Wang Zhan with an expression that seemed to say, "You finally understood." He had observed Wang Zhan's efforts, but he was genuinely disapproving of this kind of closed-door training. A cultivator must experience many things. There was no denying that Wang Zhan's efforts brought him some strength, but in Tongshan's view, such growth was distorted. During the Witch and Demon War, when calamities plagued the primordial wilderness, he had reasons to prevent the disciples of the Jie sect from venturing out. Now that the Witch and Demon War had ended, the entire primordial wilderness was in a state of peace, and the disciples of the Jie sect should go out and see the world. In response to my master, I wish to go out for some exploration. You were right back then, or it's a pity that it took me 200 years to realize this, while in the Time Tower it equated to 1,800 years. Wang Zhan said, "Your efforts are commendable, and this must be acknowledged. Wang Zhan, your character is resilient. What you lack is just a bit of fortuitous encounters. However, I cannot directly provide you with these encounters, otherwise it would lose its significance. You also happen to go and see how your senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior brothers are doing. I have some gifts here placed in these shumi rings. Please deliver them according to the names on them." As Tongtian spoke, he took out over 100 shumi rings. Wang Zhan truly felt what it meant to be a teacher worrying for his disciple. "Yes, master." Wang Zhan naturally could not refuse and accepted the over 100 shumi rings. "Good, then you may go. When you go out, do not act recklessly, but also do not let others bully you. I, your teacher, am still here for you." Since becoming a Mayfly and apprenticing under the teachings of the Interception, Wang Zhan has traversed the primordial world for the 4th time. The first time was when he went to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master, the second during the division of the 3 Pure Ones, and the third when he accepted a task from Tongtian to deliver messages to the Supreme Sage and the Primordial Lord. The remaining time was spent in hard training on Kunlun Mountain or Golden Ao Island. Reflecting on it, he seems to have unwittingly become a homebody. It's no wonder that Tongtian felt it necessary for him to venture out. The current primordial world has experienced the battle between the witches and the demons, followed by the collapse of Mount Buzhou, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy, making it thinner than before. Wang Zhan murmured to himself. Spending so much time at the sage's dojo, he had little sense of the circumstances within the primordial world. However, once he truly entered the primordial world, he immediately noticed that it was no longer as it once was. That idiot Gong, why did he have to crash into Mount Buzhou? Is that his father's backbone? Wang Zhan cursed softly. It was nearly impossible for others to topple Mount Buzhou. Unfortunately, Gong was transformed from Pangus blood. Using one spear to attack another shield, even Mount Buzhou could not withstand it. Slowly shaking his head, he realized he had no right to intervene or criticize events that had already passed. Gazing around, Wang Zhan looked at the current primordial world, and after discerning the direction, immediately set off towards Mount Amai's Luofu cave. Tong Tian, like a caring father, was concerned about his disciples outside, preparing many gifts. Wang Zhan was now like a courier. He must first deliver the packages before he could leisurely explore the primordial world. The development of the human race today is truly astonishing. After the retreat of the witches and demons, the human race has begun to thrive. As Wang Zhan flew through the skies, sensing the nearly omnipresent human presence on the primordial land, he murmured to himself. In his past life as a member of the human race, he was well aware of how powerful their reproductive capability could be once unleashed. It has been over 1,000 years since the battle between the witches and demons. The remnants of the witch tribe retreated to the underworld, while the remnants of the demon tribe hid in the northern continent of Julu. The human race has become the favorite of the new era, proliferating vigorously. In just 1,000 years, their numbers have reached a terrifying level. Moreover, the human race has already entered the era of cultivation. Since the day when the Supreme Old One became a sage relying on the human race, but only passed down a lineage that could achieve the human immortal realm, with the end of the battle between the witches and demons, the Supreme Old One likely realized something. He passed down a deeper lineage to the human race, directly pointing to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The human race can be said to be the favored child of cultivation, with those closer to the front being stronger. In just a short 1,000 years, the number of cultivators among the human race has surged like a flood. The strongest among them, the three ancestors, Suerin, Youchao, and Zi, have already stepped into the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, they have great merit in educating the human race. Each one carries a halo of merit, and ordinary people would not dare to kill them. Wait, merit is like a universal currency. My cultivation is slow, why not seek some merit? In a flash of inspiration, Wang Zhan's eyes suddenly brightened. He truly had been foolishly engrossed in hard training, forgetting that there is such a thing as the power of merit in the primordial world. This power, whether used for refining treasures or breaking through realms, is invaluable. Even those with poor cultivation aptitude are treated equally by the power of merit. Why did the Supreme Old One pass down the cultivation methods from Earth Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal to the human race? Undoubtedly, he calculated that the human race would be the protagonists of future fortunes. Thus, he devised a way to scheme for merit and acquire the power of merit. Even the sages covet the power of merit, not to mention others. Moreover, Wang Zhan clearly understood that now is undoubtedly the best time to scheme for the power of merit. The human race is at a point of rebuilding. As long as he makes some slight movements, he can gain a considerable amount of merit. At that moment, Wang Zhan began to devise a plan in his mind to acquire a large amount of power of merit. As long as he can utilize the power of merit, his future cultivation speed will not be slow. Although the merit immortal has relatively low cultivation, it is not a problem for Wang Zhan. He still has the reward of diligence to compensate. If this plan succeeds, he will become an immensely powerful merit immortal. Just thinking about it excites him. Junior brother Wang, what brings you to my Luofu mountain? Just as Wang Zhan was feeling excited, he suddenly didn't notice that he had already arrived at Luofu mountain. Zhao Gongming, who had sensed Wang Zhan's aura, laughed heartily as he walked out of his cave to welcome him. Although Zhao Gongming is powerful, he does not have the same air of superiority over the disciples as Dao Baodaran. Zhao Gongming is someone who can chat with anyone. He is very open-minded. Many disciples of the Interception Sect once mocked Wang Zhan, but Zhao Gongming never did. Of course, although Zhao Gongming did not insult Wang Zhan back, then he was not particularly close to him either. However, Wang Zhan could understand this. Relationships must be built on equal status. Once the status is unequal, unless there is a natural connection, it is difficult to share a meal at the same table. At that time, Zhao Gongming was already the outer sect's senior brother and a favored disciple of Tongtian. Wang Zhan was merely the shame of the Interception Sect, and it was already quite good that he was not ridiculed. Senior brother, Zhao, long time no see. Wang Zhan descended from the clouds and greeted Zhao Gongming. Junior brother Wang, you usually can't even be seen. Oh, what brings you to my Luofu mountain today? Did the master summon you? Upon seeing Wang Zhan, Zhao Gongming's first thought was this. As a servant immortal, he usually serves beside the Tongtian. The master did not summon you, senior brother Zhao. However, the master is quite concerned about the disciples establishing their own sects outside. This time, taking advantage of my journey, he specially prepared some things for all the senior brothers and sisters. Therefore I am here. After explaining the reason, Zhao Gongming immediately bowed down towards the East Sea's Golden Ao Island and said, "Disciple Zhao Gongming is grateful for the master's concern. I will definitely return to pay my respects to you when I have free time." Having completed his bow, Zhao Gongming stood up and laughed heartily, saying, "Junior brother Wang, it has been a long time since we last met. Come, let us chat in my cave." Wang Zhan pondered for a moment and nodded. Although he and Zhao Gongming had not interacted much before, he was currently not well informed about the intricate details of the primordial world, while Zhao Gongming had traversed the primordial realm for over 1,000 years and surely knew much more than he did. Since Zhao Gongming was so enthusiastic, he should take the opportunity to learn more about the current situation of the primordial world from him. Invited by Zhao Gongming, Wang Zhan entered Luofu Cave with him. Luofu Cave, founded leaning against a May mountain, is a blessed grotto. Its spiritual energy is abundant, shielded by defensive arrays from the Shankxing sect, and Zhao Gongming has spent years consecrating 24 Dinghai divine pearls within. It is said none but a quasi-sage could breach it, and among quasi-sage level powers who would dare to slight a Tantian saint. If a peer-level opponent defeated Zhao Gongming, perhaps the Tantian saint would not object, but to trample Zhao Gongming by sheer force would be to challenge the Tantian saint himself. Who would dare that? Thus, upon the vast wilds, Zhao Gongming may not run unchecked, yet there are very few who would dare offend him. "Brother Wang Zhan, how fares my Luofu Cave?" Zhao Gongming laughed heartily and asked. "Excellent," Wang Zhan replied. Zhao laughed again. Zhao Gongming produced fine wine, spirit fruits, and delicacies to entertain Wang Zhan. After 3 cups, Wang Zhan began to ask questions. "Brother Zhao, I set out now to travel the wilds. My cultivation has not progressed as I hoped, and my teacher advised that I journey through the great wild to broaden my knowledge and experience. Since taking form, I have secluded myself, after the Wuyao War the world changed so much that I no longer know the wilds well. I beg Brother Zhao to offer some guidance." Wang Zhan spoke with sincere tone. Zhao Gongming considered for a moment, studying Wang Zhan, then said, "After the Wuyao War, the surviving elders of both clans mostly retired. Few now traverse the wilds. The continent as a whole has fallen into a calmer state. Yet the remnants left by the Wu and Yao are not negligible. After the great Dragonhan cataclysm, the land shattered a second time, and much spiritual energy dispersed. Cultivating on the wilds is in truth far less favorable than practicing on Janeo Island. Janeo is a sage's dojo rich with chi, making breakthroughs comparatively easier. But the merit of roaming the wilds lies in possibility. Since Pangu opened the world, many heavenly materials and treasures have been taken, yet still numerous treasures remain hidden. For example, I myself, 500 years past, was fortunate upon a May mountain to obtain a Lei Huiji. My advice is to seek out immortal mountains and blessed lands. Some ranges that look unremarkable may conceal profound mysteries. Beyond that, I have little to instruct. We are all disciples of the sage, who our teacher is powerful. When we travel, we already refrain from bullying others, and if anyone attempts to bully us, that will not stand. So the vast wilds are largely open to you, but there are a few places you should avoid if possible." Wang Zhan asked, "Which places are those?" "First, the Yuming Blood Sea. There dwells the Mingyi ancestor fused with the Blood Sea itself. He has forged 460 million blood godsons and possesses terrifying might. Once a guest of the Dao ancestor at Zhixiao Palace, he emulated Nuwa in creating the Shilua clan, and now occupies the Azura path among Hutanyangyang's 6-fold rebirths, said to be in existence even sages cannot slay. Therefore avoid the Yuming Blood Sea. If you must, go inform our teacher, so they may step forward on your behalf." Second, the West. 2 saints hold sway there, and have established the Western cult. Those 2 are matters of displeasure to our teacher. Travel west at your peril. The Western cult may scheme against you. Third, do not go to Beijulujo. Residual great demons occupy it. A Kuanping demon master dwells there. These beasts are feral, and when they strike, they pay no heed to one's background. Fourth, avoid the underworld. Many Wu clansmen now hold sway there, backed by Hutanyangyang. They show little regard for our sage disciples. As for elsewhere, there is little harm. Zhao Gongming conveyed his knowledge to Wang Zhan. Wang did not intend to follow it slavishly, but he welcomed the guidance. Wang Zhan smiled and thanked Zhao Gongming. After several rounds of wine, he took his leave, heading for Sanxian Island. Before departing, he left Zhao a stick of tobacco as thanks. Zhao tried it and was much pleased. Before long, Sanxian Island appeared. Wang Zhan did not intrude rashly. He transmitted a message to the 3 sisters from just outside the isle. Zhao Gongming considered for a moment, studying Wang Zhan, then said, "After the Wuyao War, the surviving elders of both clans mostly retired. Few. Young sister, do not be rude to our junior brother." Yin Xiao chided. "Senior sister Yin Xiao need not worry. I come by our teacher's command to deliver a gift to each of you who cultivate away from home. Before coming here, I already visited Brother Zhao." "I see. We thank our teacher." The siblings were true to form. The three sisters like Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully in the direction of Janeo Island. Wang Zhan did not linger. After delivering the three named presents to the sisters, he departed and continued to distribute the gifts by name. Half a month later, after delivering the final gift, he exhaled in relief. Blast it. Henceforth call HM. Where's this? While lamenting his busy fate, Wang Zhan suddenly caught sight of a high mountain. The mountain stirred a sense of familiarity. Reflecting for a moment, Wang Zhan realized this was the very Shooting Sun Divine Mountain, where the great shaman Ho Yi once stood to shoot down the suns. I never imagined this Shooting Sun Divine Mountain would endure the Wuyao War and the world's fractures, and yet remain. Wang Zhan's interest was piqued. He could still see vividly the image of Ho Yi shooting the 9 suns. Wang Zhan descended from the high. He arrived at the peak of the Shooting Sun Divine Mountain. In that moment, he recalled the time he had mimicked Ho Yi. As if struck by inspiration, he produced the Taishu Maisen Bao, and the Honggu Jilling arrows visualized that ancient scene, set the string, and knocked an arrow, invoking the Divine Sun arrow technique, and loosed it. The discharged arrow seemed for an instant to overlap with Ho Yi's own. It endowed Wang Zhan with a fearless razor-sharp edge. He had practiced the Divine Sun arrow for years, nourished by the Dao Fruit of Diligence, and had long considered himself no less skilled than Ho Yi of old. Yet upon this day, after releasing his arrow on the mountain, he discovered he still fell short of Ho Yi. It was not a matter of cultivation level, but of spirit. Ho Yi's mindset had reached such consummate completeness that Wang Zhan at best had only captured the form, not the spirit. To think the Divine Sun arrow art still appears after so many years. As Wang Zhan pondered how to bridge the gap between himself and Ho Yi, a cold, sinister voice suddenly sounded. May I ask which friend of the Tao this is? Wang Zhan discerned the hostility in the words and secretly activated the indestructible Golden Bell's divine power, ready to take form at any moment. It's me. A flash of fire appeared, accompanied by the sound of the Golden Crow's cry, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a young Taoist in black robes materialized, his expression dark. Upon seeing the young Taoist, Wang Zhan immediately recognized his identity. The 10th Prince of the Demon Court, so it's Prince Luya. I am Wang Zhan, a disciple of the Jie Jiao under the Tongtian Saint, serving as the 8th Immortal, the Taoist King of the Waters. Wang Zhan casually revealed his identity. Hearing this, Lu Ya's gaze narrowed slightly, and in the next moment his tone remained icy. So you are that Mayfly. I've heard that you are the shame of Jie Jiao. Oh, I never expected Jie Jiao would elevate a disgrace to such a high position. Truly fascinating. Are you mocking my master with those words, Taoist Luya? Wang Zhan looked at Luya with a playful expression. If it were the peak of the Demon Court's power, Lu, you might have had some backing to say such things. But now the battle between the shaman and the demon has left them both severely weakened. Di Jun and Dong Huang have both fallen, and the Demon Court has perished. How many of the demon race who once bowed and scraped to Lu Ya would still be willing to treat him with the same reverence as before? To dare show disrespect to a saint is truly a sign of having lived too long. Wang Zhan's words caused Lu Ya's expression to change dramatically. The fall of the Demon Court meant he had lost his father, and over the years his uncle had come to understand many things. Even if he was currently displeased with Wang Zhan, he could not truly act against him. I ask you, where did you learn this sun-shooting divine arrow? Lu Ya questioned Wang Zhan. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan smiled. This was indeed hard to say. If he claimed to have learned the sun-shooting divine arrow on the day Ho Yi shot down the 9 suns, Lu Ya would surely be furious. What? As a disciple of a saint, you can't even answer such a simple question. Lu Ya pressed him. Seeing that Lu Ya had said this, Wang Zhan could only oblige Lu Ya. Originally, he wanted to spare Lu Ya some face. After all, Lu Ya would also be a formidable person in the future. But now it seemed there was no need for that. Wang Zhan then calmly said, I learned it on the day when Ho Yi shot down the suns. I felt an inexplicable insight when I saw him perform the sun-shooting divine arrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Ya's entire body became even more fervent. Golden rays of true fire emanated from his body, his eyes shooting out flames of golden light, laughing furiously. Well. My 9 brothers' lives have become the stepping stones for your chance. What a defiant Taoist king, what a Wang Zhan. He exclaimed, if I don't kill you today, I would be letting down my 9 brothers. Do you dare to strike against me? Aren't you afraid my master will kill you? What a defiant Taoist king, what a Wang Zhan. He exclaimed, if I don't kill you today, I would be letting down my uncle transformed into the great sun, illuminating the wilderness, leaving a chance permitted by the Tao for my Golden Crow clan. Others may kill me, but a saint cannot, for that would defy the Tao. Even if I were to kill you, your master would never come after me. I had no intention of killing you, but now if I don't, it will only lead to immense suffering. Blame it on your learning of Ho Yi's techniques. Die. Lu Ya struck out the golden sun, true fire erupted, burning toward Wang Zhan. The 10 great golden crows had once used this very method to slay the great shaman Quafu, and today this method somehow turned against him. Wang Zhan felt a sense of unreality in his heart. However, despite his astonishment, he was not afraid. Back then, Lu Ya had 9 elder brothers, and only with the formation of the 10 great golden crows could they slay the great shaman Quafu. But today Liu Ye had only one brother, and the might of the golden sun true fire could not reach the level it had back then. Moreover, Liu Ye's cultivation was not that formidable. Judging by the cultivation he exhibited, he was merely at the peak of the Tai golden immortal stage. Undeniably, Liu Ye would become very powerful in the future, but after today Liu Ye would have no future. Facing the onslaught of the golden sun, true fire Wang Zhan dared not be careless. The indestructible golden bell suddenly manifested around him. Buzz buzz buzz. The bell rang, creating layers of protection to block the invasion of the golden sun true fire. Seeing the indestructible golden bell, Liu Ye's expression changed instantly. Chaos bell, you obtained my uncle's chaos bell. Now, after years of refining the indestructible golden bell's divine power, the more Wang Zhan trained, the more the appearance of the indestructible golden bell resembled that of the chaos bell. As of now, the shape of the indestructible golden bell was already 90% similar to the chaos bell. If one did not look closely, they would truly think that Wang Zhan's indestructible golden bell was the chaos bell. Unfortunately, Wang Zhan had only mastered a single divine technique. He remained silent as the sound of the bell rang, each chime louder than the last. It was already comparable to a low-quality version of the chaos bell. Now the indestructible golden bell was both offensive and defensive. Relying solely on this technique, it was indeed very hard for practitioners of the same realm to deal with him. The only way to counter him was to break the indestructible golden bell in one blow, otherwise it would be impossible to suppress him. So it's not the chaos bell. Liu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. If it truly was the chaos bell in Wang Zhan's hands, he feared he would not escape death today. However, while he was relieved that Wang Zhan did not possess the chaos bell, Liu Ye's heart ignited with even greater fury. This Wang Zhan, first he used the sun-shooting divine arrow, and now he employed a technique resembling the chaos bell. Each technique stimulated his sensitive nerves. It was no different from dancing on the graves of the golden crows. He was determined to kill Wang Zhan to vent the hatred in his heart. With a more intense look in his eyes, Liu Ye transformed directly into his true form, a robust golden three-legged crow. As his true form materialized, the might of the golden sun true fire surged significantly. Even though the indestructible golden bell blocked it, Wang Zhan felt a scorching sensation. He could not help but marvel at the tyranny of the golden sun true fire. Since that's the case, I don't mind showcasing a grand feat of Ho-E shooting the suns. Wang Zhan's eyes also reflected a cold glint. The Tai Su exterminating divine bow and the Ming Gu jilling arrow appeared. The ominous treasures might enveloped Wang Zhan, surrounding him with a dense aura of malice. The sun-shooting divine arrow technique reappeared, complemented by the ominous treasure. Moreover, Wang Zhan had also enhanced it with the amplification of the Dao of Strength. At this moment, the power he exhibited was completely beyond what a Tai golden immortal should possess. Impossible. How could you be this strong? Liu Ye was astounded. He never expected Wang Zhan to possess such combat power. Clearly, he seemed easy to bully as just a beginner Tai golden immortal. Yet when it came to action, his techniques were formidable. He, the golden crow, could not even handle Wang Zhan. Prince Liu Ye returned to the void. Wang Zhan said coldly. The sharp Ming Gu jilling arrow shot straight toward Liu Ye. Wang Zhan did not hold back. Since a grudge had already been formed today, there was no need to spare Liu Ye. Damn it! You dare to underestimate me. Treasure, turn around. Liu Ye roared, and suddenly a gourd appeared above his head from which a white light surged toward Wang Zhan. Upon hearing the 5 words, please turn around my dear, Wang Zhan knew that Liu Ye was about to unleash the Zhanxian flying knife. The Zhanxian flying knife is said to be a treasure forged from the true spirits of Ho-E and Quafu. It is crafted with the finest heavenly materials and treasures by Dong Huang Tai. Though it is a product of postnatal refinement, it was born as a congenital treasure. Its grade is exceptionally high, classified as a supreme congenital spiritual treasure. However, based on the power Liu Ye is currently exhibiting, the might of the Zhanxian flying knife has yet to be fully refined. Even so, its power is already formidable. A competitive spirit flickered in Wang Zhan's eyes. The Zhanxian flying knife is indeed a supreme congenital spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, his Tai Su Mieshen Bao and Hun Gu Jiling arrow are no less impressive, especially enhanced by his long years of cultivation. At this moment, the power of this treasure had already surpassed its own limits. Wang Zhan released an arrow while Liu Ye unleashed a knife in retaliation. Boom! The clash between the arrow and the flying knife created enormous rifts in the surrounding void, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Just then, Wang Zhan's Hun Gu Jiling arrow defeated Liu Ye's Zhanxian flying knife, shattering it, and still had enough force to shoot directly at Liu Ye. This is impossible, Liu Ye exclaimed. The Zhanxian flying knife is his trump card, capable of slaying even the newly ascended Deluo golden immortals. This was the life-saving trump card left to him by his uncle. Yet now, despite having the advantage in realm, he was defeated by the obscure Wang Zhan, a result he could not accept. Who is he? The 10th prince of the demon court, Liu Ye. the heir tasked with the mission of rejuvenating the demon court. How could he ever lose? Luya roared, his voice echoing like the cry of a golden crow, piercing the air relentlessly. Enough of this racket. Wang Zhan's eyes gleamed with a chilling intent. After today, the Zhanxian flying knife will belong to him. He had yet to unleash his full power of the 9 heads and 18 arms. The 18 arms still lacked several treasures for embellishment. The Zhanxian flying knife undoubtedly qualified. With that, he shot a second Han Gujiling arrow. With this arrow, Wang Zhan aimed to take Luya's life. He did not care about the immense consequences of killing Luya. It was better than being hunted by him in the future. Quickly, the second Han Gujiling arrow approached Luya's brow. It was just an inch away from extinguishing Luya's life. I, the Prince of the Demon Court, shall not allow anyone to humiliate me. Just as Luya was about to meet his demise, a furious shout rang out. In the next moment, a Deluo golden immortal clad in black armor appeared. He blocked the Han Gujiling arrow. This Deluo golden immortal's true form was a black fire mysterious wolf, a demon general from the era of the Demon Court. Having once participated in the war of the Wu and Yao and narrowly escaped death, he had been in hiding until now. Seeing the golden crow radiating in the sky, he deduced that Luya was here and hurried over. Just in time to save Luya from the brink of death. Upon seeing this black fire mysterious wolf, Wang Zhan's expression changed dramatically. This was no ordinary Deluo golden immortal, but one who had once participated in the war of the Wu and Yao. Wang Zhan had an impression of this black fire demon general from his memories of observing the war of the Wu and Yao in the holy space. This individual had fought against the great witch Xing Tian for hundreds of rounds before being defeated. What does this imply? Xing Tian is a figure of unmatched prowess among the great witches, renowned in many. This black fire demon general able to engage Xing Tian for hundreds of rounds is certainly a powerhouse among the Deluo golden immortals. Wang Zhan believed that within the realm of Tai golden immortals, it would be hard to find a match for himself. But against such a Deluo golden immortal, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Retreat. The thought of retreating sprouted instantly. Wang Zhan activated the Dao of Wind and the Dao of Lightning, harnessing the secrets of the upper clear, and turned to flee. However, he had not gotten far before the power of the Black Fire Demon General descended. Wang Zhan's face changed dramatically as he pushed the 9 Echoes Golden Bell to its utmost limits. At the same time, Wang Zhan activated the 9 Heads and 18 Arms Divine Ability. The Divine Arrows of the Sun Pangu Axe Technique, Celestial Thunder, Celestial Water, many divine abilities were unleashed, all at once crashing toward the Black Fire Demon General. All these methods were amplified by the Dao of Force. In an instant, Wang Zhan's combat strength rivaled that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Seeing such a formidable Wang Zhan, Luya was astonished. He had not expected to be pushed into such a desperate situation by Wang Zhan, who had yet to use his full power. With him in such a state, how could he talk about revitalizing the Demon Court? Black Fire, kill him. Luya's heart suddenly swelled with anger and jealousy toward Wang Zhan. 10th Prince, just drive him away. This person is a disciple of the heavenly path. The Demon Court has already fallen. If he slaughters the disciples of the saints, I fear. I want you to kill him. Did my father die? Did my uncle die? Did the Demon Court perish? Are you ignoring my orders now? Luya's eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed in a frenzy. The Black Fire Demon General, hearing this, chuckled bitterly and said, "All right, since the 10th Prince wishes it, so then let Black Fire fulfill your wish. My life was saved by the Demon Emperor back then. Today, even if it means offending the saints, I will repay the Demon Emperor's grace." Facing the lethal strike of the Black Fire Demon General, Wang Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. However, confronted by the vast disparity in realms, he felt utterly powerless. Yet he still yearned to fight back. In the past, with the aid of the Path of Diligence, Wang Zhan's progress in the Path of Strength was steady, but after reaching a certain limit, his advancement. What surprised Wang Zhan was that as he entered this state, the Path of Strength began to rapidly turn and elevate. In the past, with the aid of the Path of Diligence, Wang Zhan's progress in the Path of Strength was steady, but after reaching a certain limit, his advancement became painfully slow. But now the progress of the Path of Strength could be described as a leap forward. Almost every moment it was enhancing, bringing with it an increase in its might. Before the onslaught of the Black Fire Demon General descended, Wang Zhan had already reconstituted an indestructible golden bell. With 9 chimes, although the Demon General's attacks shattered the bell, once more Wang Zhan himself remained unharmed. What? This scene caused a slight change in the expression of the Black Fire Demon General. His gaze turned icy as he escalated his tactics to their utmost peak. Wang Zhan, meanwhile, had formed another golden bell. He discovered a peculiar trait of the Path of Strength. Immense fortune lay between life and death. The closer one was to death, the greater the enhancement of the Path of Strength. In this brief span of time, the progress he made could rival that of the past 3,000 years. The Path of Strength had entered a new level. Yet at present, Wang Zhan could only confront the Black Fire Demon General with his indestructible golden bell. Though the Pangu axe technique was formidable, its magical power consumption was immense. In contrast, the indestructible Golden Bell could still be cast 12 times in his current state. With the ability to withstand the Black Fire Demon General's attacks a dozen times, the Master of Heaven must have realized Wang Zhan's peril and would come to his rescue. Reflecting on this, a hint of madness appeared in Wang Zhan's eyes. He intended to use these dozen opportunities to elevate the path of strength to a new echelon. The divine calamity was the driving force for him to become even stronger. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 10 strikes. When Wang Zhan had endured 10 attacks from the Black Fire Demon General, the latter's fury had reached a frenzied peak. Even without the command from Lu Ya, he was determined to eliminate Wang Zhan. The mere existence of Wang Zhan was an utter humiliation to him. The 11th strike, the 12th strike. When the 13th attack arrived, Wang Zhan could no longer condense the indestructible Golden Bell. His magical power had been completely exhausted. Keep going, you bastard. The Black Fire Demon General laughed sinisterly, feeling a thrill of delight within. During the time of the Demon Court, he had slain countless cultivators of Wang Zhan's caliber, but only Wang Zhan made him feel disgusted. Despite his relatively weak cultivation, Wang Zhan's numerous tactics made him difficult to kill. He exerted immense psychological pressure, making it seem that if he did not eliminate such a figure today, it would lead to great misfortune in the future. Fortunately, Wang Zhan was on the brink of death. In that moment, the Black Fire Demon General's apprehension and pressure were utterly released. Even the most formidable beings must grow completely. If one perished prematurely, it would amount to nothing at all. Boom! The demonic power of the Black Fire Demon General erupted around Wang Zhan, unleashing immense destructive force intertwined with dust. However, amidst the rising dust, one would expect to see Wang Zhan's corpse, or even fragments. Yet when the dust settled, Wang Zhan still stood alive. In front of Wang Zhan stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman dressed in a red robe, who single-handedly blocked the lethal strike from the Black Fire Demon General aimed at Wang Zhan. It's you. The Black Fire Demon General recognized the identity of the woman before him, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted to Lu Ya, Prince Ten, flee. It's Jiu Feng. What are you fleeing for? Can you escape? The woman scoffed, launching a punch at the Black Fire Demon General. Instantly, he felt a sense of imminent danger. In a flurry, he hurried to defend himself. Dao Wu Jiufeng held an extremely high status within the Witch clan. Even during the era when the 12 ancestors were present, Jiufeng's status was above that of other great witches. Moreover, not only was her status elevated, but her strength was as well. She was known as Little 13, the 13th ancestor witch. After Hutu transformed into a saint, it was Jiufeng who completed the 12 heavenly god slaughter formation. However, during the last battle, after the true form of Pangu faded, the ancestors had relocated Jiufeng, allowing her to survive. Now, with the ancestors dead and the Demon Emperor and Eastern Emperor perished, Jiufeng had become a pillar of support for the Witch clan, a leader of the present Witch clan. The Black Fire Demon General never anticipated encountering Jiufeng here. Nor was he the only one who was. Even Wang Zhan himself had not expected this. He thought that it would be Tong Tian who would come to his rescue, but instead it was Jiufeng. While pondering the reason for Jiufeng's intervention, the Black Fire Demon General found himself in a precarious situation, being suppressed and beaten by Jiufeng. At this critical moment, he shouted to Lu Ya, Prince Ten, run. We are no match for Jiufeng. Lu Ya's expression darkened. Realizing that his help would be futile, he shouted, Black Fire, I will avenge you one day. With that, he attempted to flee. Before leaving, he shot Wang Zhan an intense glare, attributing all the blame for this situation to him. Wang Zhan wished to eliminate Lu Ya, but alas, his magical power was completely depleted. Now, with Jiufeng intervening, even if he had some recovery, challenging Lu Ya would not be easy. Lu Ya was not an ordinary pinnacle Tai. With the slaying, immortal flying knife in hand, even an ordinary Deluo would struggle against him. Moreover, although Lu Ya was previously suppressed, the timely emergence of the Black Fire Demon General had changed the tide. As a result, Lu Ya had suffered little to no injury. If Wang Zhan rashly engaged Lu Ya now, he might not come out unscathed. Reluctantly, Wang Zhan could only watch with frustration as Lu Ya escaped. Jiufeng clearly did not realize that Lu Ya was the future powerhouse. But then again, it was understandable for a great, which like Jiufeng, recognizing Lu Ya was indeed unlikely. Years ago, when Hui shot down the 9 sons, the great witches scoffed at the Golden Crows. Only Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor could be considered formidable. The witch and demon war was now a thing of the past, yet the pride within the Witch clan had not faded. Moreover, even in defeat, the Witch clan had Hutu transformed into a saint in the underworld, serving as their backing. Bang! The Black Fire Demon General was defeated. He had only managed to last 30 exchanges against Jiufeng, who had subdued him. This outcome left Wang Zhan deeply impressed by the might of the Great Witches. Truly one of the protagonists of the Witch and Demon calamity. After defeating the Black Fire Demon General, the Great Witch Jiufeng descended and walked towards Wang Zhan. With each step she took, the overwhelming pressure of a powerful being weighed heavily on Wang Zhan. Jiao Feng was beautiful, yet it was her formidable strength that left him in awe. Are you from the Jiejiao? Jiao Feng looked at Wang Zhan with a playful expression. Yes, I am Wang Zhan, favored by my teacher, and I serve as an immortal attendant. It is an honor to meet you, Great Witch Jiao Feng. You know me? Jiao Feng asked with great interest. On the day of the Witch and Demon War, I was fortunate to witness the splendor of Great Witch Jiao Feng, hence I recognize your identity. Today I am grateful for your rescue, and Wang Zhan will remember this deeply. Wang Zhan spoke with utmost sincerity. Regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed Jiao Feng who saved him at the last moment, an undeniable fact. You don't need to thank me, I saved you simply because you are a disciple of Jiejiao. The Witch clan is now defeated, and I wish to establish a good relationship with Jiejiao. Jiao Feng did not hide her intentions for saving Wang Zhan. He realized this was not surprising. He truly had no qualifications to warrant the aid of such a powerful witch. Regardless, I will forever remember the favor of Great Witch Jiao Feng in saving my life today. I must repay this in the future, Wang Zhan declared. This was a matter of cause and effect, it must be repaid. You, with your abilities, even achieving the Tao of Great Luo would be difficult for you, yet you wish to repay me? What a joke! Jiao Feng was stunningly beautiful, but her words were less than charming, leaving Wang Zhan feeling quite embarrassed. Forget about that, your ability to master the sun-shooting divine arrow technique proves your connection with my witch clan. After Ho Yi's demise, the technique was thought to be lost, yet it has unexpectedly re-emerged in the hands of an outsider like you. However, your technique lacks substance. Ho Yi left behind the complete teachings of the sun-shooting divine arrow technique, and I will pass it on to you. Your technique is missing the heart light method. By sharing this with you, I believe Ho Yi's spirit will also be pleased. As Jiao Feng spoke, a scroll made of beast hide appeared in her hand. This scroll contained the teachings of the sun-shooting divine arrow technique, including the essential heart light method. At this moment, Wang Zhan finally understood why his sun-shooting divine arrow technique always seemed to fall short compared to Ho Yi's. Despite his efforts and the blessings of diligent practice, the power of his technique had been steadily increasing, yet it still could not match Ho Yi's. Now he had identified the key issue. He had never obtained the core of the sun-shooting divine arrow technique, the heart light method. Is this the unique creation of Great Witch Ho Yi? The sun-shooting divine arrow technique originally had incomplete fragments, but the heart light method was uniquely created by Ho Yi. If he had not been impulsive back then, he might have reached the realm of the ancestor witch. Jiao Feng said regretfully, slowly shaking her head. A fleeting look of sorrow crossed her face before she regained her confident and spirited demeanor. All right, enough talk. I must take my leave now. Jiao Feng saved him only to establish a good relationship with Jiao, not with him personally. It seemed she truly did not regard him highly, turning gracefully to leave without a moment's pause. Wang Zhan was indifferent to this. It was still the same truth, only equal status could serve as the foundation for mutual communication. People may love dogs, even considering them as equals due to emotional bonds, but they are unlikely to see themselves as dogs. Wang Zhan understood this principle in his past life. The first 3 years of this life without obtaining the fruit of diligent practice also confirmed this principle, especially in a cultivation world where strength is paramount. Without power, one is naturally not respected. This is a given. Next, I must quickly seek to gain some merit power to elevate my cultivation. Wang Zhan's urgency to improve his cultivation realm grew. The greatest benefit of this battle for Wang Zhan was the significant progress he made in the path of strength. However, this progress only enhanced his combat power, not his realm. Currently, Wang Zhan's combat power was not weak. In a short time, his magic power was unceasing, even allowing him to contend with a great Luo golden immortal like the Black Fire Demon General. Yet Wang Zhan was like an unbalanced barrel. One side had sufficiently long planks, but the short planks that determined the barrel's true value were lacking. Only by lengthening the short planks could Wang Zhan have a broader sky. Otherwise, even if the long planks grew longer, he could only bully the weak, and when faced with a strong opponent, he would be finished. The Black Fire Demon General was not weak, but in the eyes of true powerhouses, he was hardly worth mentioning. If he was inferior to the Black Fire Demon General, he was essentially nothing at all. In this world where strong individuals abound, one cannot afford to be reckless just because he possesses the fruit of diligent practice. For a time, Wang Zhan's mindset became increasingly steady. The pride brought on by previously obtaining the fruit of diligent practice was completely eradicated. He reminded himself that it was still not enough. He was not qualified to be proud. Wang Zhan left the sun-shooting divine mountain and sought out a quiet mountain to establish a temporary cave residence to restore his magic power. Meanwhile, he also studied the teachings of the heart light method left by Ho Yi on the beast hide scroll. After numerous observations and studies, Wang Zhan gained a basic understanding of this heart light training method. This method of heart light cultivation turned out to be a form of training on the level of the primordial spirit. It is well known that in the primordial world there are very few cultivation methods for the primordial spirit. Even the 3 pure ones possess only the 9 transformations of the primordial power. General cultivators tend to focus on the infusion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the natural enhancement of the primordial spirit that occurs during breakthroughs. However, Ho-Yi's Heartlight method directly targets the primordial spirit, aiming to strengthen it through cultivation. Due to the fact that the old witch clan aside from Geophone was born without a primordial spirit, the power they generated did not stem from the primordial spirit, but from the heart, thus forming a variant. Yet this variant method proved to be effective. Only those who have cultivated the primordial spirit can practice it. The Heartlight method, however, can be practiced even by those without a primordial spirit. Therefore, to a large extent, the demographic that can engage in Heartlight cultivation is broader. However, despite this wider demographic, the difficulty of cultivation is not low. Only those who truly grasp that spark of spiritual light during their training can cultivate the Heartlight. Wang Zhan still had some understanding of Ho-Yi. From the moment he was born, Ho-Yi was incredibly dedicated to cultivation, especially in archery, where he showed remarkable skill. It was likely that Ho-Yi's ability to create the Heartlight method stemmed from his mastery of archery, reaching a level close to the Dao and creating it in the process. However, for others, replicating this path would be extremely challenging. Once I master the Heartlight method, all my combat techniques will surely reach a new level. Wang Zhan smiled broadly, believing that whether others could cultivate the Heartlight method might depend on luck, but he was certain he would succeed, because the steps for cultivating this Heartlight method are clearly laid out. What Wang Zhan feared most was an ethereal cultivation method like the Dao comprehension, which is why he had only understood the not-so-powerful wind and lightning paths after so many years following the path of strength. But methods that are clearly documented and require only following the instructions are where Wang Zhan truly thrives. The fruit of diligent practice would make him immensely satisfied. Time Tower activate. After restoring his magic power, Wang Zhan entered the Time Tower to practice the Heartlight cultivation method. At last, it is accomplished, and 2 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. And within the Tower of Time, Wang Zhan had endured 18 long years. Wang Zhan had successfully mastered the Heartlight cultivation art. In the Dao rewards diligence. Perseverance conquers all adversity. Your unwavering cultivation has borne fruit. Congratulations on attaining the Heartlight art. Continue your efforts. Only through ceaseless striving does the fleeting life of a Mayfly acquire true meaning. Sensing the information flowing back from the diligence Dao fruit within his mind, Wang Zhan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. And those 2 years had been well spent. He could now wield this Heartlight technique at a rudimentary level. And under the Heartlight art, Wang Zhan distinctly felt his techniques grow finer, more precise, more exquisitely controlled. If previously his techniques had swept broadly like a vast net cast over land and sky, now they struck with surgical precision, each movement honed to target a single point with flawless accuracy. Moreover, the Heartlight art possessed another vital ability, discerning weaknesses. And when combined with the sun-shooting divine arrow art, this capacity reached its zenith. Beyond these advantages, Wang Zhan also sensed his nascent soul gradually strengthening each time he activated the Heartlight cultivation art. And though the growth was slow, it was nevertheless an extraordinary blessing. From here onward, steady, methodical cultivation of the Heartlight art will suffice. Now is the time to seek meritorious virtue, swiftly elevate my cultivation realm. Wang Zhan no longer clung blindly to isolated self-contained cultivation as he once had, and he increasingly embraced the teachings of Lord Tongtian. Just as the explosive ascension of the Dao of Strength 2 years prior had demonstrated, Na, truly formidable cultivator, could never rely solely upon static meditative practice, like an ancient monk sunk deep in samadhi. Otherwise, even the diligence Dao fruit's blessing would prove insufficient. In the Dao fruit granted him opportunity, not guaranteed supremacy. Leaving behind the cave abode where he had cultivated for 2 years, Wang Zhan resumed his journey across the primordial chaos lands. Ni's intent was clear: to accrue meritorious virtue. Thus he deliberately traversed regions densely populated by human tribes. On this day he arrived at a human settlement known as Black Mountain Tribe. It was a modest tribe, no more than 10,000 souls. Its strongest cultivator had attained only the realm of refining spirit to emptiness. Such a cultivation level held little currency across the primordial chaos lands, and before humanity's rise, even the lowest accomplished cultivators among the myriad ancient races had already reached the earth immortal realm. Yet recently Lord Laozi had meticulously subdivided the cultivation stages preceding earth immortality, establishing 4 distinct realms: refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into Dao, and further introducing the human immortal realm just below earth immortality. These 5 realms were presently exclusive to humanity. Let us begin with Black Mountain Tribe, Wang Zhan murmured softly, gazing down from the void upon the settlement below. He chose this small tribe precisely because grander settlements drew too much attention, and watched closely by Lords Laozi Yuanshi Tianzuan, the two Western sages, and Goddess Nuwa. To act overtly, there would be no different from snatching morsels from the mouths of sages themselves. And with his current strength, such audacity would likely cost him his life. Even Lord Tontian might not shield him. Hence he opted for a humble beginning. A quiet, unobtrusive start in like gentle rain nourishing the earth unseen, yet capable of stirring thunder without warning. And even if his deeds later swelled in scale, observers would merely attribute them to sheer, improbable fortune. That way the great powers would overlook him entirely, not allowing him to cultivate quietly undisturbed. And what he needed most now was rapid advancement in cultivation realm. Later enhancements in combat prowess could be continually fortified by the diligence Dao Fruit. Nas Wang Zhan silently observed Black Mountain tribe seeking an opening for contact. He suddenly noticed that today held special significance for the tribe. Inhuman clansmen piled mountains of beef and mutton across the settlement, as if preparing for a solemn sacrificial rite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And suddenly a fierce wind howled across Black Mountain tribe. Demon wind. Wang Zhan instantly recognized its malign nature, the kind summoned by demonic clans when unleashing chaos. A vortex of dark wind carrying sand and stone tore violently into the tribe. Demonic clouds coalesced, swiftly shrouding the entire Black Mountain tribe in obsidian gloom. And within those roiling black clouds Wang Zhan beheld a panther demon, jet black from claw to fang, looming high above the human settlers. We pay homage to Lord South Heaven. And at the sight of the panther demon the tribesfolk paled and trembled uncontrollably. Is this all the annual tribute you offer this year? And the panther demon spoke in human tongue from atop the clouds, voice thick with displeasure. A cultivator of the realm of refining spirit to emptiness stepped forward, voice quavering. Lord South Heaven, our harvest this year was meager. The tribe's strongest hunters perished during the hunt. We beg your leniency, and vow to double next year's tribute to make amends. Fool, do you take me for a vegetarian monk? Such trifling negligence. You humans remain stubbornly unenlightened. Bah, I tire of your pitiful excuses. But look, fresh prey lies ready at hand. The panther demon's eyes blazed with ferocity. He opened his blood-drenched maw, and in one savage gulp hundreds of Black Mountain tribesfolk were drawn screaming toward his jaws. No, Lord South Heaven, spare us. And the tribespeople cried out in piercing anguish. And clearly this was no first occurrence, yet they remained powerless to resist. Yet just as those hundreds hovered on the precipice of annihilation, a golden bell materialized instantaneously around them. As the panther demon slammed his jaws shut, a bestial shriek of agony erupted. Knees razor-sharp fangs shattered, and crimson blood sprayed forth in torrents. Writhing in pain, the panther demon roared furiously. And who dares strike against Lord Panther? Reveal yourself, now. His eyes burned with murderous fury. The celestial demon court has long fallen, but still your kind reigns with such tyranny. Do you imagine the age of demon sovereignty endures? Wang Zhan stepped forward calmly. He had been pondering how best to forge ties with Black Mountain tribe and launch his plan. And now Providence had delivered the perfect catalyst. Who are you, daring to interfere in Lord Panther's affairs? Do you court deaths? And the panther demon glared with lethal intensity. Wang Zhan smiled faintly. The demon's cultivation stood at no more than true immortal realm. Yet his arrogance knew no bounds. I am Wang Zhan, the unyielding water Taoist of the Jia sect, renowned for opposing oppression of the weak. Since Black Mountain tribe pays tribute to you, even if their offering falls short, mercy should prevail. How dare you casually claim hundreds of lives? A beast as vicious as you deserves no clemency from this Taoist. Wang Zhan's voice resonated with unshakable moral authority, as he stood upon the high ground of righteousness, condemning the demon without restraint. The Jia sect. The leopard demon's expression changed instantly. If it were over 1,000 years ago when the demon court still existed, the disciples of the saints, though not to be trifled with, would not instill such fear in countless demons. After all, there were demon emperors and the Eastern Emperor to uphold the facade. Not to mention the disciples of the saints, even the saints themselves could not ignore the two emperors. However, with the fall of the demon emperor and the Eastern Emperor, the demon court met its demise. The plight of the demon race had reached an extremely miserable state. Encountering ordinary cultivators was one thing, but meeting the disciples of the saints was a different story. King of the South Heavens' eyes darted around restlessly. He appeared quite flustered. The next moment he steeled himself and said to Wang Zhan, "You claim to be a disciple of the Jia sect, but I could just as easily make the same claim. Haha, daring to impersonate a disciple of my Jia sect, you have already chosen the path to your demise." Wang Zhan sneered repeatedly. In the next moment, he made his move, unleashing a bolt of celestial thunder to send the King of the South Heaven to his end. The King of the South Heaven was merely a small, true immortal, a trivial opponent for Wang Zhan. There was no sense of pressure. This act was merely to display his might before the Black Mountain tribe, fulfilling his merit plan. Indeed, as Wang Zhan suppressed the king of the South Heaven, who had oppressed the Black Mountain tribe, the tribe erupted into cheers after a brief silence. From the oldest to the youngest, they were all overjoyed. We thank the Celestial for saving our lives. Thank you for rescuing the Black Mountain tribe. The most powerful alchemist among the Black Mountain tribe, a human, respectfully bowed to Wang Zhan. No need for formalities. I have always held life in great reverence. If anyone harms the innocent or bullies the weak, I will surely kill them. Celestial, you are merciful. May I dare to ask, Celestial, did you save the 100,000 humans on the day of the Tian, 1,000 years ago? The leader of the Black Mountain tribe asked cautiously. Moi. Upon hearing this question, Wang Zhan narrowed his eyes, and then nodded. Indeed, 1,000 years ago, when I returned to the Eastern Sea with my brothers, I did save 100,000 humans. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe became increasingly excited, and said to Wang Zhan, with heartfelt emotion, Celestial, I didn't expect it to truly be you. You have saved our Black Mountain tribe for the second time. Are you the descendants of the 100,000 humans from back then? Wang Zhan was slightly taken aback. It couldn't be such a coincidence. In response to the Celestial's words, we indeed are. The 100,000 humans saved by the Celestial back then were indeed our ancestors from the Black Mountain tribe. Though they have long since passed, the gratitude for the Celestial's kindness on the day of the Tian Ho will forever remain in our hearts. Currently, our Black Mountain tribe still keeps a statue of you, Celestial. We have always hoped to see you again one day, and we never expected this wish to truly come true. Not only that, but you have also saved our Black Mountain tribe for the second time. You are truly the supreme deity of our Black Mountain tribe. Citizens of the Black Mountain, why aren't you all kneeling to the Celestial? Led by the current chief of the Black Mountain tribe, over 10,000 people from the tribe began to bow before Wang Zhan. Their expressions were sincere and respectful. Watching this scene, Wang Zhan felt a pang of emotion in his heart. So this is the consequence of cause and effect. Wang Zhan smiled bitterly. He had merely chosen a random tribe among many small tribes to implement his, and yet he coincidentally encountered the descendants of those people from back then. The path of cause and effect is indeed incredible. It feels as though a seemingly trivial act done in passing could one day come back to you. However, this kind of cause and effect seems to be quite beneficial for the implementation of Wang Zhan's merit plan. Initially, he had killed the king of the South Heaven to gain an opportunity to closely engage with the Black Mountain tribe. Now, beyond the matter of the king of the South Heaven, there was also the old affair from 1,000 years ago to serve as a pretext. The implementation of the merit plan had already made a good start for Wang Zhan. Secretly smiling, Wang Zhan spread his voice with his magical power, prompting the people of the Black Mountain tribe to rise. The chief of the Black Mountain tribe stood up first, followed by the others. Wang Zhan instantly became the most honored guest within the Black Mountain tribe. He was invited into the cleanest and tittiest house in the tribe. The house was covered with bamboo, surrounded by fortifications built to fend off wild beasts. From a modern perspective, this defensive structure might seem crude and inadequate, but for the humans of this era, it was a life-saving necessity. Celestial, please take a seat. The Black Mountain tribe is in dire straits and has nothing to properly host you with. A few wild fruits and spring water are but a token of our sincerity. The chief of the Black Mountain tribe respectfully spoke to Wang Zhan as he had someone bring forth wild fruits and spring water. No need to be so formal. Wang Zhan smiled faintly. He picked up a wild fruit and began to taste it. What is your name? He asked while enjoying the wild fruit. In response to the Celestial, my name is Yun Chuan, elected as the chief by the tribe's people. Yun Chuan, I ask you, with the existence of the Sui Ren and the Z and the Nest established, how could the Black Mountain tribe still be bullied by a mere king of the South Heavenoi? Yun Chuan sighed. Although the three ancestors have spared no effort to protect the human race, they are overwhelmed by their own divisions. Every time the king of the South Heaven comes, he scouts in advance to avoid the three ancestors or the strong ones sent by the three ancestors. However, our strong ones cannot always remain in the Black Mountain tribe. The vast human race relies solely on these strong ones to support it. Although the saints have bestowed cultivation methods, cultivating still requires time. These demons, though fallen, are more than enough to deal with us. In such a situation, if not for the Celestial's arrival, our Black Mountain tribe would have likely suffered great losses again. Furthermore, even without the king of the South Heaven, these wild beasts pose a formidable danger that we can't resist. I see. Wang Zhan nodded slowly. The next moment, Wang Zhan continued, since we share such a fate, I cannot turn a blind eye to the difficulties of the Black Mountain tribe. Let me share with you two means, one for defending against wild beasts, and the other for food acquisition to serve as a means of survival. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan was stunned. Once he confirmed, he had not misheard. A smile of joy spread across his face, and he exclaimed, Celestial, is this true? Of course. Wang Zhan smiled slightly. The means to defend against enemies is called stone tools, and the method for acquiring food is called agriculture. Wang Zhan then proceeded to impart the crafting methods of stone tools and the techniques of planting to the black. In his quest to find a suitable tribe for implementing his merit plan, Wang Zhan had observed the current state of the human race. The current human race had yet to enter the Stone Age or the slash-and-burn agricultural stage. The weapons being used were still wooden, and food was primarily gathered through foraging, fishing, and hunting. These two aspects were still blind spots for the current human race. Although there were many cultivators among the human race, they were merely a minority, while the methods and techniques Wang Zhan provided could benefit a much larger population. Listening to Wang Zhan's teachings, Yun Chuan was overjoyed. At that moment, he seemed to envision the rise of the Black Mountain tribe. He immediately bowed again to Wang Zhan, saying, "Thank you for your grace, Celestial. If our Black Mountain tribe achieves any success in the future, it will be entirely due to your blessings." Why does this sound so familiar? Wang Zhan thought, scratching his head. Damn, isn't this what he often says to Tong Ti? Thinking of this, Wang Zhan smiled bitterly. After all, he was still a Mayfly with the human heart. This deceptive phrase is of the same root and origin. Yin Chuan was eager to make progress. After acquiring the methods for crafting stone tools and the techniques for slash-and-burn agriculture from Wang Zhan, he swiftly began to implement them. While Yin Chuan could smoothly promote stone tool crafting, he found himself helpless regarding the seeds needed for slash-and-burn agriculture. Wang Zhan had long been prepared for this. During his observation of the tribes eligible for the merit plan, he had already located the seeds for the 5 grains and handed them over to Yin Chuan. He urged the people of the Haishan tribe to cultivate wasteland and produce fertilizer for planting the 5 grains to obtain food. Soon after, the first stone tool of the human race was born. The first stone tool to be born was a stone axe. On the day of the stone axe's birth, thunder roared and strange phenomena intertwined. Natural inscriptions appeared imprinted through the combined efforts of heaven and man. After the stone axe completed its tribulation, it manifested a jade-like state, incredibly hard, containing an unfathomable power. This stone axe was ultimately offered by Yun Chuan to Wang Zhan. At this moment, Wang Zhan examined the stone axe in his hand, revealing a look of joy. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Knowing that enlightening the human race would yield immense benefits, he had not anticipated such rewards would come so swiftly. The power of this stone axe was quite formidable and complemented the Pangu axe technique perfectly. Previously, Wang Zhan had used only the inferior axe he crafted himself to perform the Pangu axe technique, but now wielding this stone axe, the power of the technique had increased by 30% seemingly out of thin air. Aside from the gains from the stone axe, Wang Zhan's purpose for coming to the Haishan tribe also began to be fulfilled. At this moment, in the void above, a yellow celebration cloud, as if with purpose, approached Wang Zhan. It merged into Wang Zhan's body. Here it comes, the power of merit. Wang Zhan was overjoyed. Although the stone axe was excellent, what Wang Zhan valued more was still the power of merit. According to Wang Zhan's perception, this round of merit amounted to 100,000. While this number was not considered much at present, it was still considerable. Most importantly, this was merely the beginning. As stone tools became popularized from the Haishan tribe, his merit would continuously flow forth. Moreover, with the virtue of the 5 grains, Wang Zhan himself did not know how much merit he would ultimately gain. Additionally, after the Stone Age, he could also showcase the Bronze Age. As a transmigrator, he had many methods in his mind to enlighten the human race. Each of these was an opportunity for him to accrue merit. Let's see how much this 100,000 merit can assist me in my advancement. Wang Zhan eagerly began to utilize this merit. Indeed, merit could serve as a talisman for self-protection. However, Wang Zhan was well aware that many treasures do not involve karmic retribution when it came to killing. Furthermore, karma itself is of various kinds. For instance, when Hong Yun ceded his position, both Xuan Ti and Jia Yin owed him a tremendous karmic debt. Yet with Hong Yun's fall, that karma vanished into thin air. Thus, relying on merit for protection was simply not feasible. There would always be some crazed individuals who disregarded such things. The only thing one could rely on is personal strength. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan slowly absorbed the 100,000 merits. This power of merit propelled Wang Zhan's cultivation to rapidly ascend. Since Wang Zhan entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, his progress had been tense and slow. Even though the rewarding diligence Dao Fruit was constantly exerting effort, his rate of advancement still did not satisfy him. However, at this moment, as this 100,000 merit was refined and absorbed, Wang Zhan's cultivation transitioned from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. In just this brief instant, it was enough to save Wang Zhan several thousand years of painstaking efforts. Wang Zhan immediately tasted the sweetness of his gains. Now he understood why even the most powerful of saints coveted the power of merit. This was simply too delightful. It seems I am on the right path. Wang Zhan grinned. The power of merit was undoubtedly a unique method for cultivators with poor aptitude. However, while the power of merit was good, it was not something everyone could easily obtain. Firstly, there was the lack of method, and secondly, to acquire the power of merit, one must have sufficient strength to back it up. Without a certain level of strength, one could easily perish on the path of acquiring merit. For example, in the case of the Haishan tribe, if Wang Zhan did not have the strength to suppress the Southern Heaven King, pushing the merit plan would have been utterly impossible. Having tasted the sweetness, Wang Zhan became even more committed to the Haishan tribe. He personally guided them, thus accelerating their development. A year later, the 5 grains matured. This undoubtedly represented an even greater merit, surpassing even the birth of stone tools. Food could allow more people of the human race to survive. An even larger cloud of merit descended from the void, merging into Wang Zhan's body. This time the merit was as much as 1,000,000. With the aid of this 1,000,000 merit, Wang Zhan advanced from the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the peak. The sensation of rapidly climbing in cultivation was simply exhilarating. This allowed Wang Zhan to truly feel what it meant to be a genius. However, the path of cultivating through merit while fast was indeed relatively weak. Wang Zhan's cultivation rapidly increased, but the enhancement in combat power due to this elevation was minimal. Yet Wang Zhan had long been mentally prepared for this. The rewarding diligence Dao Fruit was his confidence. Being temporarily weaker had no effect on Wang Zhan. He only needed to expand the wooden barrel further, making it better and more perfect. However, none of these compared to the merit obtained from the creation of stone tools and slash-and-burn agriculture, which were just 10,000, 20,000, or even a few thousand, and were. However, none of these compared to the merit obtained from the creation of stone tools and slash-and-burn agriculture, which were just 10,000, 20,000, or even a few thousand, and were one-time merits. In contrast, the stone tools and slash-and-burn methods, due to their widespread dissemination, could provide Wang Zhan with an almost constant influx of power of merit. Wang Zhan used this power of merit to strive for the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. However, it must be said that the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, regardless of the cultivation method employed, was not easily attained. Even the versatile power of merit required a lengthy period of effort to achieve. However, Wang Zhan was currently very satisfied with the situation. The continuous influx of merit from the 2 sources of stone tools and slash-and-burn agriculture was sufficient for Wang Zhan to attain the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal within a century. This was undoubtedly much faster than relying purely on the rewarding diligence, Dao Fruit, for closed-door cultivation. One day Wang Zhan was in seclusion in the Time Tower for cultivation. Using the rewarding diligence Dao Fruit to enhance his combat power, Yunchuan came to seek an audience with Wang Zhan. "Immortal, I have matters to discuss. I hope the Immortal can grant me an audience." Yunchuan spoke respectfully outside the bamboo house. "What is it?" Wang Zhan slowly walked out from the Time Tower and asked. "The 3 ancestors of the human race wish to meet you, Immortal." Yunchuan cautiously looked at Wang Zhan as he spoke. The 3 ancestors of the human race. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan felt a surge of inexplicable emotions, and after a moment he nodded. "Please invite the 3 ancestors of the human race." "Yes." Yunchuan promptly nodded. Yunchuan immediately set off to bring the 3 ancestors of the human race to meet him. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan in the bamboo house felt a complex mix of emotions within. Even in the era when cultivation was severed in his past life, he was well aware of the names of the 3 ancestors of the human race. These 3 existed before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and were the true founders of humanity. In a certain sense, the status and achievements of the 3 ancestors should surpass those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Because the 3 ancestors of humanity had done everything in their power to preserve humanity during the most difficult times. This led to the later glory of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors being able to flourish. Otherwise, if humanity had perished, what significance would the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors hold? It's a pity that I am no longer part of humanity. Even though I hold respect, it can only be buried deep within my heart. Wang Zhan sighed. He was now in the form of a Mayfly, which meant he was a demon. If he expressed too much enthusiasm for humanity, it would be inappropriate. The human raceway run has come to seek an audience with the Immortal. Please allow us to meet the Immortal. As Wang Zhan felt a mix of emotions, the 3 ancestors of humanity, led by Yunchuan, had arrived outside the bamboo house. Wang Zhan opened the door to welcome them. Although he could not meet these 3 as a member of humanity, as the soul of the later human race, he could not afford to neglect them. "Please, esteemed friends, I am truly ashamed to address you as immortals. There is no need for further formalities." Wang Zhan took the initiative to step forward and welcomed the 3 ancestors of humanity into the bamboo house for a discussion. Seeing Wang Zhan being so agreeable put the 3 ancestors of humanity at ease. Their purpose for coming was to meet Wang Zhan. They had been closely observing the development of the Haishan tribe. Thus they personally came to see Yunchuan to clarify the reasons. After learning that all of this was brought about by Wang Zhan, they were eager to meet him and hoped to obtain the methods of crafting stone tools and cultivating grains to benefit all of humanity. If all of humanity could possess stone tools and food, many lives could be saved. The current situation of humanity, while seemingly numerous, was not optimistic. With a shortage of food and weak strength, conflicts between humanity and the witch race persisted, and various residual demon kinds still often preyed on humanity. Although not as rampant as before, the situation was still dire. The Haishan tribe was one example. Even though the three ancestors of humanity tried their best to mediate, they could not take care of all humanity at once. Therefore, humanity needed to become self-reliant. Self-reliance is not achieved overnight, but if every member of humanity had suitable weapons, their combat power would surely rise. The sharpness of stone tools far exceeded that of wooden tools. This is undoubtedly the best approach for ordinary humanity at this stage. However, the creation of stone tools and grains is not done by humans, but by disciples of the saints, so even the three ancestors of humanity could not arbitrarily replicate them without permission. They also feared offending the saints, which could lead to disaster. The immortal is still the immortal. How could we dare to act recklessly? The reason we have come to see the immortal is actually to seek the immortal's consent. We wish to promote the methods of crafting stone tools and cultivating grains to all of humanity. What does the immortal think? Suiren asked. This was precisely what Wang Zhan had hoped for. He chose the small Haishan tribe to implement this merit plan with the intention of starting small, making the Haishan tribe famous first, and then gradually promoting it to all human tribes to gain more merit. The initiative of the three ancestors of humanity seeking him was equivalent to giving him a more legitimate opportunity to obtain a large amount of merit. Relying solely on the merit from the Haishan tribe would not be enough to elevate his meager Mayfly status. Only through the vast numbers of humanity could he gain enough merit to break through to a higher realm. Suppressing his inner joy, Wang Zhan said, "This is indeed a good thing. The three friends are wholeheartedly working for the development of the clan. I admire this greatly. These small matters do not require the three friends to make a trip. You can decide for yourselves." That won't do. The immortal's methods, if they cannot gain the immortal's approval, how could humanity dare to take matters into their own hands? Yu Chao said seriously. Wang Zhan smiled slightly at these words and shook his head, saying, "Such words are mistaken. I am a disciple of the Jiejiao. Since the establishment of Jiejiao, I have developed a deep friendship and karma with humanity. What I do is merely to perfect this bond. Moreover, all that I have learned comes from the teachings of the Heavenly Saint. Even if I have made some changes, how could I proceed without the consent of the Heavenly Teacher? Therefore, you need not feel entirely grateful to me. I, Wang Zhan, am merely a Mayfly. Everything I have today is thanks to my master's cultivation. Instead of being grateful to me, it would be better for you to express your gratitude to my master, the Heavenly Saint." The three ancestors of humanity nodded in agreement. Zi said, "What the immortal says is indeed correct. Regardless of how many years pass, we the humanity will always remember the kindness of the immortal and the Heavenly Saint. Please allow us, the humanity, to build a temple for the immortal and the Heavenly Saint as a way for all humanity to express their gratitude." That can be done. Wang Zhan was overjoyed. From now on, if anyone came to his temple to burn incense, he could also gain a measure of faith power. This was a method of cultivating through divine offerings. Although it had its tricks, Wang Zhan did not mind, just as he would break through using merit power. The rewards of diligent cultivation would ensure that his combat strength would not be weak. In his joy, Wang Zhan took out spiritual wine and fruits to entertain the three ancestors of humanity. After several rounds of drinks, the three ancestors left happily. They took away the methods of crafting stone tools and the techniques of slash-and-burn agriculture, including the methods of making useful farming tools devised by Wang Zhan. The day after the three ancestors of humanity left, while Wang Zhan was cultivating, he saw a vast cloud of merit approaching him from the void, and then entering his body. The magnitude of this merit cloud far exceeded the previous total. With just a slight sense, Wang Zhan felt so overwhelmed by the amount of merit that he was about to faint from happiness. 800,000 merits. This merit cloud contained a whopping 800,000 merits. And this certainly should not be all the merit Wang Zhan gained this time. If calculated carefully, the merit Wang Zhan obtained this time should absolutely exceed 10 million. However, the other part of the merit was given to the Heavenly Saint by Wang Zhan. What Wang Zhan said to the three ancestors of humanity was not said in vain. Mentioning the name of the Heavenly Saint was precisely Wang Zhan's intention to share his merit with the Heavenly Teacher. Wang Zhan understood very well that if the merits of stone tools and grains only remained in the Haishan tribe, he might be able to swallow it all himself, but if it developed to the level of all humanity, then it would be impossible for him to consume it all alone. The more merit he obtained, the easier it would be to attract the attention of those powerful figures. In the end, he would definitely not have a good outcome. That is why Wang Zhan chose to share the merit with the Heavenly Saint. On the one hand, it gave him a strong ally. On the other hand, he owed a great debt to the Heavenly Saint and was willing to give back. As for mentioning this to the three ancestors of humanity, it was because they were now the leaders of humanity. Gaining their approval was equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the Dao. Others could not possibly interfere. Meanwhile, on Golden Ao Island at the Bo Palace, the usually serene Master Tontian sat on a mat. Just as he was halfway through his smoke, a significant cloud of merit descended from the heavens, directly entering his body. Merit? Where did this merit come from? Tontian was stunned, pondering that he hadn't done any good deeds recently. After a moment of calculation, through divination, Tontian deduced that the source of his merit power was none other than his disciple Wang Zhan. It was merit shared with him by Wang Zhan. This little Mayfly often surprises me. Tontian squinted, feeling a surge of emotion. He had initially planned to intervene when Wang Zhan faced the crisis with the Black Fire Demon General. However, sensing the involvement of the 9 Phoenixes, he refrained from acting. In that battle, Tontian was merely an indirect observer. He was also deeply impressed by the combat power displayed by Wang Zhan. As a mere early Tai Golden Immortal, he managed to endure for so long against the Black Fire Demon General. Even if he was only passively taking hits, it was enough to be proud of. Now he had created such a grand spectacle. The merit contained within this cloud was a staggering 500,000. Although this merit was of limited use to him as a teacher, receiving such respect from his disciple brought Tontian immense joy. He had many disciples, yet this was the first time he received such offerings from them. Even his top 4 true disciples had never done so. This feeling was genuinely different for Tontian. Immediately, he cast his gaze towards the direction of the black. Upon seeing that Wang Zhan had reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he understood the path of elevation. Wang Zhan had chosen the merit upgrade route. This route, while relatively weak, prompted a faint smile to appear on Tongshan's lips. If his strength was somewhat lacking, so be it. As Tongshan's disciple, who would dare to bully him even if his strength was a bit weaker? Little Mayfly, you are quite thoughtful. Tongshan's voice echoed in Wang Zhan's mind. Hearing this, Wang Zhan immediately bowed respectfully in the direction of the Bo Palace, contemplating what he wanted to say. A sage could perceive his thoughts. Disciple Wang Zhan pays his respects to the master. Because of you, I have received a portion of merit. How would you like to reward me, master? Tontian asked with a smile. Wang Zhan shook his head. Master speaks too highly of me. My achievements today are entirely due to your guidance. How could I dare to ask for benefits for such a small matter? Moreover, if I were to seek rewards, I would directly ask you rather than treating it as a transaction, which would tarnish the bond between teacher and disciple. You little Mayfly, while your talent may be lacking, your words are quite eloquent. Upon hearing Wang Zhan's words, Tontian burst into laughter, unable to find any fault. However, Tontian was not foolish. He understood why Wang Zhan shared his merit power. He immediately told Wang Zhan, feel free to unleash your abilities. No one will suppress you. If anyone dares to act against you, you will handle it yourself among equals. As for those who bully the weak, I will naturally handle them for you. Thank you, master. Wang Zhan exclaimed joyfully, for this was precisely the assurance he sought. No worries, I cannot solely benefit from your merit without planning for you, can I? Tontian laughed heartily, and then the transmission ended. At that moment, Wang Zhan felt significantly more secure. This was essentially foolproof. In the battle for deification, the conflict among the 3 pure ones largely stemmed from the desire to prevent their disciples from making the list. Now that layer of danger was absent. Even if there were some disagreements among the 3 pure ones, they would not tear their faces apart. Thus, with Tongshan's guarantee, Wang Zhan effectively obtained a pass. From here on, he just needed to do his utmost to acquire merit power. Not to mention, just the emergence of stone tools and slash-and-burn agriculture alone would suffice. These would sustain him with merit for a considerable time. Once these 2 sources of merit were exhausted, he could explore other methods of acquiring merit. Next, let's see how far this 800,000 merit power can elevate me. Wang Zhan focused intently as he entered the time tower to cultivate. He had now reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the next step was the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He just wasn't sure if this 800,000 merit would be sufficient to elevate him to the Great Luo Realm. Soon 800,000 merits slowly flowed away, paving the path for Wang Zhan's ascension to the Great Luo Realm. Half a month later, the 800,000 merit was almost entirely consumed. Wang Zhan transformed from the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm to the Great Luo Realm. When he achieved the Great Luo Realm, a phenomenon spread from the bamboo house, where Wang Zhan resided, radiating in all directions. However, the phenomenon was merely the ordinary manifestation of the Great Luo, not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, Wang Zhan was immensely satisfied. Achieving the Great Luo was tantamount to broadening his potential. If his former self was like a small stream, then now he was like an ocean. Even the smallest ocean is still an ocean. Had I possessed my current cultivation during the battle against the Black Fire Demon General, I could have undoubtedly subdued him. Wang Zhan murmured to himself as he sensed his current strength. It is said that merit immortals are weak, but Wang Zhan was an exception. The combat power Wang Zhan had gained through the path of diligent rewards was now unleashed through his Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. In fact, most people within the Great Luo realm would not be his opponent. However, Wang Zhan certainly was not satisfied with this. Lighting a cigarette, he took a puff, trying to calm his emotions. Once the cigarette was finished, he continued cultivating within the time tower. This time his cultivation was once again akin to the past. He diligently practiced with the method enhanced by diligent rewards. His realm had risen too, quickly transitioning from early Tai Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal felt quite unstable. Even though his previous foundation allowed him to possess considerable combat power, Wang Zhan was not satisfied. Now he desired both a higher realm and greater combat power, driven by insatiable greed. Furthermore, Wang Zhan's closed-door cultivation did not impact the acquisition of merit power. As long as more and more humans utilized stone tools and practiced slash-and-burn agriculture, his merit would continuously increase. Therefore, while cultivating in the time tower, Wang Zhan would almost receive substantial amounts of merit power at regular intervals. Meanwhile, the human race over time prospered due to the emergence of stone tools and grains. Once their basic survival needs were met, the human race began to shine on the path of cultivation. The most evident example being the three ancestors of humanity. As the fortunes of humanity rose, the greatest beneficiaries were these three individuals. One day, while Wang Zhan was cultivating in the time tower, within the ancestral land of humanity, three beams of great Luo light soared into the sky. It was astonishing. The vast wilderness sensed these three extraordinary phenomena. The three ancestors of the human race have broken through to the great Luo realm, but what is this anomaly? The anomaly of the three ancestors of the human race. Sui Run is the endless flame, with fire burning across most of the primordial wilderness. The manifestation of Yu Chao is a wooden house, plain and unadorned, yet capable of reflecting the entirety of the primordial wilderness. The manifestation of the Zi clan is a piece of clothing filled with patches looking tattered and worn, yet it exudes an unmatched aura. The anomalies of the three of them seem very ordinary compared to any great Luo Golden Immortal who broke through. Yet this seemingly ordinary phenomena, when combined, covers the entire primordial world. This is quite astonishing. For even a powerful great Luo Golden Immortal, the anomalies at the time of their breakthrough may not be as vast. Gradually, the anomalies of the three ancestors of the human race began to retract from encompassing the entire primordial wilderness to returning to their own bodies. When the anomaly completely merged with their being, the three ancestors of the human race truly achieved their breakthrough, stepping into the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The fortunes of the human race complemented the three ancestors. When the three ancestors of the human race attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, a line of varied fortunes, big and small, manifested within every individual of the human race. Even Wang Zhan could sense this, let alone the greater power stronger than him. In an instant, countless beings of the primordial wilderness turned their gazes upon the human race. The intent to probe arose in waves. Many Dao auras made Wang Zhan feel an immense pressure. However, in the end, these auras slowly dissipated and no one acted irrationally at this critical moment. Who cares? It's better for me to focus on improving myself, Wang Zhan murmured as he couldn't make sense of the anomalies of the three ancestors of the human race. But it didn't matter, as long as his merit power kept flowing in continuously, that was enough. It has been 60 years since he received the assurance from Tongtian. During these 60 years, Wang Zhan's merit power had accumulated to the level of 30 million merits. However, Wang Zhan did not directly use this 30 million merit power to elevate his realm. Instead, he continued to enhance his combat power. If Wang Zhan wanted to elevate his realm, this 30 million merit power could allow him to reach a new level in a very short time. 30 million merit power could conservatively allow Wang Zhan to enter the mid-stage or even latest stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, Wang Zhan felt that if it was just this, he actually did not need to spend this 30 million merit power for now. As long as he did not cross a major realm, the differences between the early, mid, and late stages were not substantial to him. The combat power was nearly the same. It was better to keep this 30 million merit power stored within him, solidifying his status as a true Great Luo Golden Immortal of merit. That way others would have to think twice before trying to deal with him. After all, dealing with someone like him who possessed immense merit could easily lead to a backlash of karma, possibly resulting in death and the loss of their Dao. Thus, Wang Zhan chose not to concern himself with the development of the human race. He focused solely on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. The development of the human race became more and more prosperous. Benefiting from the flourishing of the human race, Wang Zhan's merit power had increased from 30 million to 50 million. Indeed, the speed at which he gained merit power had slowed down. Wang Zhan had long been psychologically prepared for this. After all, he never thought that relying solely on stone tools and slash-and-burn agriculture could continuously yield a massive amount of merit. The decrease in merit was an inevitable trend. Next, I will use new methods to obtain merit. Wang Zhan, although the human race has made significant progress in food and resisting external enemies, they still have no solution for illnesses. Especially during the changing of seasons, the cold and flu can often claim many lives among the human race. Wang Zhan's third method to gain merit was to promote medicine. This was originally the achievement of the Earth Emperor Shino. Wang Zhan did not intend to take too much credit, just a little would suffice. Making a Ban Lan Zhen soup would be enough. The subsequent efforts should still be completed by Shino. Wang Zhan's actions were merely a last resort. Who told him that his cultivation aptitude was poor and progressed slow. He did not wish to usurp the position of the Earth Emperor Shino. Days later, Wang Zhan taught the method of making Ban Lan Zhen soup to Yun Chuan, allowing Yun Chuan to promote it. It was used to prevent colds during the temperature fluctuations. This method greatly enhanced the human race's ability to resist colds. The mortality rate dropped significantly. Upon learning this, the three ancestors of the human race promoted Ban Lan Zhen soup throughout the entire human race. In an instant, Wang Zhan earned the title of Medicine Immortal. Before being called Medicine Immortal, he was also known as the Immortal of Grains and the Stone Ancestor Taoist. Wang Zhan did not care much about titles. It was merit that he pursued. As Ban Lan Zhen soup was promoted throughout the human race, the merit clouds descended once again. Millions of merits were credited, pushing Wang Zhan's merit to the level of 60 million. With further profits, this wave was enough to allow him to accumulate even more merits. In the west on Shimi Mountain. In the Great Hero Hall, the two saints of the Western religion gazed intently at the land of the primordial wilderness towards the direction of the Black Mountain tribe. Their envious eyes were turning red. Zhuanti Daoist said, "Brother, it seems we misjudged this Wang Zhan of the Jiejiao. He actually has such abilities. We all know that educating the human race can yield merit, but where to start is quite confusing. In the past, Taishang passed down the cultivation methods, so even to this day there are merit profits. Nuwa has the merit of creating humanity, and as long as the human race exists for a day, her merit flows endlessly. These two can continuously gain merit, we can accept that, but this Wang Zhan of the Mayfly can also continuously obtain merit from within the human race, and his entry point is so precise, teaching comprehensively and accurately. It truly defies comprehension." Hearing this, Jie nodded slowly. Indeed, this appears extremely strange. Even we saints cannot be so precise, let alone a mere Mayfly. Brother, I am unwilling to accept this. The West is already barren, even you and I have debts to the heavenly way. Now within the Western religion, there are only a few cats and dogs. What kind of system is that? It would be better for you and I to find a way to bring this Wang Zhan into our Western religion, allowing him to plot merit for us. What do you think? Zunti's gaze was intense as he looked at Jie. Jie frowned slightly. The idea is good, but it is quite difficult to implement. If Wang Zhan were an ordinary cultivator, we could do this, but he is a proud disciple of Tantian from the Jiejiao. If we want to deal with Wang Zhan, Tantian would not stand by idly. He possesses the 4 swords of extermination, and we cannot defeat him. I have my own methods for this, but I will need your help at that time, brother. Zhuanti said with a smile. Strange, why does my right eyelid keep twitching? Recalling the saying from my past life that the left eye twitches for wealth and the right for calamity, I sense that something bad might be coming my way. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, it is unlikely that such a physical reaction would occur for no reason. I lit a cigarette and began to ponder. I am well aware that I have been accumulating merits to a significant extent. Almost every day some degree of merit clouds descend upon me, and there are certainly many who covet this in the vast wilderness. However, the only ones capable of making me a disciple of a saint feel disturbed are those few. Taishang Yuan sure knew why the two saints of the West. Taishang should not be concerned with my small gains. He transmits to humanity and reaps far greater rewards than I do. Although Yuan sure has disagreements with my master, he would not directly confront him over minor profits. Nuwa, on the other hand, will not act against me either, for as long as humanity develops, the benefits she gains are the greatest. It seems that only the two saints of the West are left. Thinking of Jane and Zhuanti, I became increasingly certain. It must be these two plotting against me. They are powerful and shameless. They could do anything unscrupulous. During the era of the investiture of the gods, they would say this item is connected to the West, and you, my friend, are also connected to the West, yet they have taken plenty of good things from the East. Even if they don't take it willingly, they would seize it by force. It's confirmed. I am now utterly convinced that my right eyelid twitching is related to these two. However, I know very well that these two saints are not something I can handle. Only a saint can deal with another saint. Immediately I bowed in the direction of Janeo Island. Please allow me to meet my master. Moments later, the voice of Tantian echoed in my heart. Little Mayfly, what do you seek from your master? In response to my master, I have been feeling restless lately, sensing that something bad is about to happen. As your disciple, there are few in this wilderness who would dare to disrespect you. Thus I wish to seek your protection, and I ask you to bestow upon me the Qingping sword for my defense. I boldly requested the Qingping sword. To Tongtian, the Qingping sword is no different from a positioning coordinate. Whenever needed, he can arrive with, very well. I shall lend you the Qingping sword. Oh, just keep it on your person and do not reveal it. I want to see who it is. In an instant, the Qingping sword of Tongtian appeared before me. I grinned and quickly stowed away the Qingping sword, exclaiming my master's kindness. Tong Tian replied with annoyance, "Stop flattering me. Do you have any cigarettes left?" "I am out of them." "Of course I have," I said, smiling as I took out over 100 cigarettes. Tong Tian the master used his divine abilities and instantly moved all of them away. For the moment, both sides were filled with a joyful atmosphere. Tong Tian then unilaterally severed the connection with me. Holding the Qingping sword, I felt a surge of security within. Now with the Qingping sword by my side, I felt incredibly powerful. I chuckled to myself and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Inside the Tower of Time, the years stretched long. 36 years passed within the Tower of Time, while 4 years had gone by in the outside world. In the Black Mountain tribe, a tremendous change occurred. Out of nowhere, 12 great demons suddenly attacked the Black Mountain tribe. The weakest of these 12 demons had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level, while the strongest had entered the realm of the Great Luo. Though the Black Mountain tribe had made significant progress over the years due to my influence, they had no means of resisting such high-level demons. The residual might of the great demons shattered all defensive measures of the Black Mountain tribe, making the once mighty tribe feel like mere prey before these 12 demons. "Immortal, save us!" The people of the Black Mountain tribe cried out in terror. Over the years, the people had passed down the legend of an immortal living among them. Moreover, many had already encountered this immortal. At this moment of crisis, the first thought of the Black Mountain tribe's people was of the immortal. Could this be the reason for my unease? I certainly would not let the people of the Black Mountain tribe down. Aside from being my essential source of merit, I have developed deep feelings for the Black Mountain tribe over the years. Many of the people there have grown up before my eyes. Monsters do not harm others. I took action. After many years, having continually improved my strength, I made my first move once more. Facing 12 great demons, I felt no fear within. Among these 12 great demons, 8 were at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level, while 4 had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. If I had encountered such a situation before gaining the power of merit, I would have had no choice but to flee. But now I am considerably stronger. I am not afraid of such a scenario. I manifested the 9 heads and 18 arms divine ability. One hand held a bow while the other drew an arrow. One hand wielded a stone axe, and the other held a gung-gold spear. The remaining arms transformed into various divine abilities. With a long howl, I charged into fight. Using the Tai Su Destroying God Bow combined with the Heartlight technique, I now shot arrows with perfect I unleashed 8 arrows with the Tai Su Destroying God Bow. Each arrow felled one of the Tai Golden Immortal demons. They could not last even a round. In an instant, only 4 great Luo Golden Immortal demons remained among. These demons appeared dazed, clearly under someone else's control. However, despite being controlled, their innate strength remained intact. They immediately surged forward to engage. I wielded my stone axe, executing the Pangu axe technique, channeling the power of the Dao to unleash the indestructible Golden Bell divine ability. I fought fiercely against the 4 great Luo Golden Immortal demons. After 30 rounds, I cleaved one of the demons in half with a single axe strike. After another 20 rounds, the second great Luo Golden Immortal demon fell to me. 5 rounds later, the third great Luo Golden Immortal demon also perished. When facing the last great Luo Golden Immortal demon, I found it much easier to respond. The person forced out of the void by Wang Zhan was slender, dressed in an apricot yellow robe with a pair of eyes flashing with brilliance, and most importantly, there was not a single hair on his head. Seeing the other's attire, Wang Zhan already understood in his heart that this person was undoubtedly connected to the Western sect. Considering the Western sect is particularly adept at forcibly converting others, it was clear that the previous 12 great demons were undoubtedly the handiwork of this person. With this thought, the coldness in Wang Zhan's eyes deepened. If you have the ability to teach the human race, then go do it yourself. Oh, why be envious of what I do? A surge of unnamed anger suddenly erupted. Without bothering to inquire about the other's identity, Wang Zhan directly swung his stone axe, executing the Pangu axe technique. If it were unclear, he could still teach the other a lesson. But if he asked too much, it would be difficult to take action. Seeing Wang Zhan attack him, the man's expression changed slightly. The power of Wang Zhan's recent actions was evident from how easily he killed the 8 Tai and defeated the 4 great Luo. Though he could do the same, he could never match Wang Zhan's speed and composure. Moreover, after being forced out by Wang Zhan's axe, he deeply understood how terrifying Wang Zhan's strength was. He was no ordinary opponent. He was very reluctant to engage with Wang Zhan. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be no good outcome for him. "Shut up, demon. Do not try to confuse me with words, but prepare to die." Before the other could finish speaking, Wang Zhan let out a furious shout, interrupting him. With the Pangu axe technique, he wielded the stone axe mercilessly upon the other. Having been empowered by the Dao Fruit for many years, Wang Zhan had effectively spent nearly 2,000 years within the Time Tower. This accumulation over 2,000 years had significantly honed Wang Zhan's combat power, even though he was following the path of merit. Not only had his strength been sharpened, but he also belonged to the ranks of the exceptionally strong among the great Luo. If it weren't for the insufficiency of merit power, Wang Zhan might have already considered advancing towards Quasi-Saint. Unfortunately, relying solely on merit to achieve Quasi-Saint status requires an immense amount of merit power, far more than he currently possessed. Thus, Wang Zhan absolutely could not allow anyone to disrupt his path to obtaining merit. Growing more valiant with every battle, within 80 exchanges his axe struck the expert of the Western Sect, leaving the opponent overwhelmed and unable to speak. Once distracted, it would be easy for Wang Zhan to slay him on the spot. The man's face was grave as he activated many techniques to contend with Wang Zhan. However, the man felt quite aggrieved. Wang Zhan was hardly a mere mayfly, but rather akin to a tortoise becoming a spirit. His defensive power was extraordinarily strong, rendering the man's various techniques completely ineffective against him. In addition to his remarkable defense, Wang Zhan's offensive capabilities were equally astonishing. Especially with the stone axe in his hand, it contained a tremendous destructive force. He was suffering greatly. He now deeply regretted accepting the task from the Patriarch of Quinti. The Patriarch had instructed him to wreak havoc on the Black Mountain tribe with great demons, suppress Wang Zhan, and at a critical moment to emerge as a savior, thereby establishing a connection with Wang Zhan and showcasing the might of the Western Sect. Then, by providing some benefits, he could draw Wang Zhan into the ranks of the Western Sect. This was initially a series of schemes. However, when it came time to implement this plan, it was obstructed right from the start. No one had anticipated one thing, that Wang Zhan's combat power was astonishingly formidable. Even his casual moves were on par with the ultimate moves of ordinary cultivators. While others needed to accumulate power to unleash their ultimate moves, Wang Zhan required none of that. In an instant, even his Western Sect techniques were thoroughly suppressed. Dao friend, I died. Wang Zhan still did not give the other a chance to speak. He had no need for the other to reveal his identity. Wang Zhan had likely already guessed the other's identity. This person was most likely Dizong. At this time, the Western Sect was still in a transitional phase, far from the prosperity it would see after the sealing of the gods. Currently, the Western Sect suffered from the devastation caused by the battles between the demon ancestor Luo Ho and Hong Jun. Thus, no one held the Western Sect in high regard among the Honghuang cultivators. Therefore, Dizong was currently serving as a face for the Western Sect. However, the timing was still not right. Dizong had not yet reached the level where he could command hell and contend with the ancestor of the underworld. Puff! During the 300th exchange, Wang Zhan's axe light broke through Dizang's defenses and struck fiercely at his chest. The powerful destructive force ravaged Dizang's body. Dizong looked at Wang Zhan with a gaze filled with shock. He could only feel that Wang Zhan's strength was both strange and terrifying. Clearly, Wang Zhan was following the path of merit, yet he possessed such formidable combat power. He could even fight above his level. This was not the kind of strength one could expect from a mere mayfly. Retreat. Dizong felt the urge to withdraw. He had a premonition that if he did not leave soon, he might truly be cleaved by Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan also sensed Dizang's intention to flee. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to truly eliminate Dizong. After all, the disciples of saints were not so easily killed. Especially not someone like Dizong, who was a prime disciple. When he had killed the Chong Heir Dingwang Immortal back, then he had merely shattered the substitute wooden figure. If even the Chong Heir Dingwang Immortal was difficult to kill, let alone Dizong. Rather than that, if Dizong wanted to leave, he might as well let him go. Wang Zhan began to ease his pressure, and Dizong finally had a chance to breathe. Transforming into a beam of light, he suddenly retreated. After feigning a chase for a while, Wang Zhan pretended to lose track of him and grumbled as he returned to the Black Mountain tribe. Welcome back, Immortal. In this battle, Wang Zhan's reputation in the Black Mountain tribe had reached an unparalleled level. All the human tribe members expressed their respect towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan calmly stated, "The enemies have been repelled, and the damaged buildings of the Black Mountain tribe can be rebuilt. Rest assured, Immortal, we understand," Yun Chuan said solemnly. Over the years, Yun Chuan's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds, having recently achieved the realm of human immortals. He was well aware of how strong the invading enemies were, and even more so appreciated the strength of the immortal of the Black Mountain tribe. His heart was filled with excitement and joy. Wang Zhan nodded and returned to the bamboo house. However, this time, he did not continue his cultivation, but rather reflected on the events of the day. While one could despise the character of the Patriarch of Quinti, his capabilities could not be belittled. These two had indeed transformed the barren Western Sect into a prosperous state, which was truly impressive. Given their determination, they probably wouldn't let things go easily. But can they compare to my teacher? Wang Zhan suddenly smiled broadly. Within the Western Sect, Patriarch Quinti and Patriarch Jijin were both sitting cross-legged, pondering strategies to prosper the Western Sect. At that moment, Dizong returned. "Why are you back so soon?" Zhuan-Ti was quite surprised by Dizang's return. It had only been a few days since Dizong had set out. It was unreasonable for him to come back so quickly. Dizong smiled bitterly, returning to the sage. I have failed. You failed. Did you encounter the three ancestors of the human race? Zhuan Ti frowned slightly. Among the human race, the only ones capable of repelling the 8 great Tai and the 4 great Luo are the three ancestors of humanity. On the day the three ancestors of humanity achieved the great Luo, their combined manifestation covered the entire primordial world. However, even the sages were puzzled as to why a mere breakthrough in the great Luo realm could attract such a manifestation. Later they realized that it was not a manifestation of the heavenly Dao, but of the human Dao. The human Dao had awakened, thus responding to the three ancestors of humanity. Nowadays, the three ancestors of humanity are essentially representatives of the human Dao. In a certain sense, the status of the three ancestors of humanity is akin to that of the 6 sages of the heavenly Dao being representatives of the heavenly Dao. However, their strength is even more formidable. Although the three ancestors of humanity have received the blessings of the human Dao and have not yet achieved quasi-saint status, their combined strength is not necessarily inferior to that of a quasi-saint. Therefore, if it were the three ancestors of humanity who discovered this matter, they could indeed repel Dizong. Though Dizong is powerful, he is still merely a great Luo golden immortal and cannot possibly contend with a quasi-saint. Dizong shook his head and smiled bitterly. It has nothing to do with the three ancestors of humanity. I lost to that Wang Zhan. What? You lost to that insignificant insect? Dizong's words caused Zhuan Ti's voice to rise an octave, and even the normally expressionless Jiayin frowned, looking at Dizong with a face full of astonishment. Clearly Dizong himself felt an immense surprise at what he had just said. No one expected that Dizong would be unable to defeat Wang Zhan. They were well aware of Dizong's strength. He could be considered one of the strong figures among the great Luo golden immortals. While he might not measure up to those great witches or the powerful demons from the demon court after the mutual destruction of the demon court and the witch tribe, Dizong's strength was certainly not weak. If Dizong had lost to Tong Tian's 4 direct disciples, or to the 2 from the human teaching, they might have found it somewhat acceptable. However, losing to a mere lowly Wang Zhan was something they couldn't comprehend. Seeing the expressions on the 2 leaders' faces, which seemed quite constipated, Dizong felt an immense frustration within. He originally thought this was just a minor incident. Who knew it would end up like this? His heart was filled with frustration. He actually lost in a direct duel against him. Speak the truth, Zhuan Ti said with a furrowed brow, urging Dizong to recount the situation at that time. Although the sage could deduce the past, it would be foolish to extrapolate heavenly secrets without questioning the person involved. Dizong dared not conceal anything, even though this incident was quite shameful for him. Nevertheless, he spoke honestly and in detail. After Dizong explained Wang Zhan's combat capabilities, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin exchanged glances. Alright, while Dizong's words were indeed true, they still found it somewhat strange. Immediately, the 2 began to deduce heavenly secrets, replaying the battle between Dizong and Wang Zhan. After they had gone through the entire process of that battle, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin fell silent. You may go and heal your injuries for now. After a moment of silence, Zhuan Ti spoke to Dizong. Yes. Dizong withdrew. After Dizong left the great heroic hall, Jiayin's sighed. The East truly has extraordinary talents. I didn't expect that even we as sages could misjudge things at times. Brother, it seems we are not the only ones who misjudged. The Sanqing might have misjudged as well. Though this child has average qualifications in the path of strength, he possesses extraordinary attainments. Since the Panga great god opened the heavens, the only one who could cultivate the path of strength to such a realm is this Wang Zhan. Moreover, this person is quite astute, skilled in plotting merits. With his current prestige among the human race, it would not be difficult for him to ascend to quasi-saint status through merit alone. If this person makes further progress in the path of strength in the future, he will undoubtedly secure a place among the quasi-saints. Zhuan Ti said. Then this matter will be rather challenging. If we act, it would be unreasonable, and within our Western sect, if even Dizong has lost, who else can defeat Wang Zhan? Jiayin asked with a bitter smile. Zhuan Ti pondered for a moment, and then said, regardless, this child is worth vying for. If we could recruit him into our Western sect, we would have gained a great general who is not only adept in war, but also capable of planning merits. This way, both of our burdens would be significantly lighter. But that seems unlikely. If this person were an ordinary individual, or just an ordinary disciple of a sage, we might be able to recruit him into our Western sect. However, he is a core figure among the disciples of the Jie sect, the 8th attending immortal under Tong Tian. His status is already very high. What could our Western sect offer to attract him? Jiayin's bitter smile grew even more pronounced. In the Western lands, as far as the eye could see, it was not desolate, but not much better either. Otherwise, why would the 2 of them need to expend so much effort? They are revered as sages. If they had a choice, would they truly want to do something that would make them lose face and be looked down upon? Brother, there are ways to recruit Wang Zhan if he truly possesses exceptional talent. Perhaps we cannot, but his low roots and poor qualifications actually present us with an opportunity. Zhuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jie Yin's expression grew more confused, and he questioned, "Junior brother, what do you mean by that?" "Brother, listen to me. Wang Zhan's low roots are his greatest flaw. Otherwise, why would someone who could achieve success in the path of strength need to take the path of merits? Thus, with Wang Zhan currently holding a large amount of merits, he can make rapid progress, but once the power of merits diminishes, he will revert to his original state. At that time, do you think Wang Zhan will panic?" Upon hearing this, Jie Yin nodded slowly. That is indeed true. Roots determine the upper limit. Although the power of merits is good, it cannot be infinite. But how does this relate to recruiting Wang Zhan? Zhuan smiled and said, "Of course it relates. We can start from this point and work together to devise a method that allows those with low qualifications to cultivate." Moreover, Wang Zhan's situation has actually awakened me to the fact that perhaps our previous development methods were somewhat flawed. As you said, brother, our Western lands are barren, and there is nothing to attract those talented individuals to join us. In this case, if we position our development route along the lines of elite disciples like those of the Chan sect, it is obviously unsuitable, as we do not have enough capital to satisfy them. Yet among the beings of the primordial world, do you think there are more individuals with exceptional qualifications, or more with poor qualifications like Wang Zhan? Of course the latter, Jie Yin said without hesitation. Therefore we brothers should join forces to create a powerful cultivation method that allows those with poor qualifications to cultivate. This method must have a high upper limit, and we must clearly document each step to ensure that those with low qualifications can achieve success in practicing it. Then we can recruit many disciples, first gathering those with low qualifications to enhance the popularity of our Western sect and gradually strengthen it. Then we can scheme for something even greater. In such a situation, Wang Zhan is even more a person we should strive for. He is skilled in plotting merits. If he joins our Western sect to plan merits for us, then those low-qualified individuals we gather can follow Wang Zhan's example and walk the path of merits. Zhuan eyes sparkled brighter as he spoke. Jie Yin pondered over the plot Zhuan described, and then asked, "But how do you ensure the loyalty of these individuals?" "Naturally, we can leave traps within the cultivation method. If they do not cultivate, once they do, they will become loyal members of our Western sect. Those with high talents will have many choices, while those with poor talents will have no choice at all." Wang Zhan chose to follow the path of merits because he could not walk the normal path right. Otherwise, how many would willingly walk the path of merits? Zhuan said confidently, "The idea is indeed a good one, but creating such a cultivation method might not be easy." Jie Yin acknowledged that Zhuan's idea was excellent, but creating such a method would likely be difficult. "It is difficult to create, which is why I hope you can assist me in this endeavor, brother." "Alright, since it concerns the development of our Western sect, I will certainly not shirk from the task. I just worry that Wang Zhan's plotting of merits will progress too quickly. By the time we create such a method, it may be too late." Jie Yin said hesitantly. Zhuan chuckled. "Rest assured, I have my ways to temporarily interrupt Wang Zhan's path of merits without having to confront Tong Tian. At that time, we just need to seize the moment to create this method and find a way to get Wang Zhan to cultivate it. Then he will not be able to escape. Afterward, we can strategize again and reopen Wang Zhan's path of merits, and naturally his merits will flow to us." "What method is that?" Jie Yin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As an older brother, he could only admire his junior brother's cunning plans. "The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked, so allow me to keep you in suspense for now to avoid being spied upon," Zhuan said with a smile reminiscent of a sly fox. Jie Yin chuckled, but did not inquire further. He trusted his junior brother. 60 years have passed since the battle against Dizong. During these 60 years, Wang Zhan's merit power with the opening of the third source of merit has finally reached a terrifying 100 million. Now Wang Zhan carries 100 million merits. The aura of merit surrounding him is so overwhelming that ordinary cultivators do not dare to take action against him. Wang Zhan is like someone who carries a massive talisman for protection everywhere he goes. The banlan root soup, a remedy nearly obsolete in his past life for preventing colds, has become akin to a holy medicine during these harsh times for humanity, saving countless lives from the grip of death. Because of this, Wang Zhan's status among humanity has risen ever higher. Tribes across the lands are constructing temples for Wang Zhan with the permission of the three ancestors of humanity. However, due to Wang Zhan's requests, every temple dedicated to him must have a towering statue, and Wang Zhan must be placed in a secondary position. Thus, these temples are also called respectful master temples. The name of the Saint of Heaven has spread widely among humanity during this time despite having done nothing at all. One day, as usual, Wang Zhan was cultivating within the Tower of Time and accumulating merits. Suddenly, the Qingping sword manifested from within him. The sword projected a green silhouette that gazed at Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan immediately exited his meditative state and respectfully bowed to the green figure before him. Disciple Wang Zhan pays his respects to the master. "May I ask why the master has manifested?" Wang Zhan was quite surprised. Tantian was known for being lazy, usually communicating with him only through voice from the East Sea. Otherwise, he would only reach out when he was short of smoke. This was the first time he had manifested an avatar to see Wang. However, this also indicated that Tongshan's appearance was likely due to an important matter. Upon hearing Wang Zhan's words, Tongshan's expression became slightly awkward, as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a faint guess in his heart. He spoke directly. Master, is it that the disciple's path of merit has encountered an obstacle? You guessed it. Tantian looked at Wang Zhan in surprise, not expecting that Wang Zhan would actually figure it out. Wang Zhan sighed inwardly at this revelation. Yet on his face he displayed no disappointment, instead smiling as he said the disciple only spoke offhandedly and did not expect to be correct. Please, master, be clear. Tantian sighed. Your path of merit must be set aside for the time being. Understood, master. Wang Zhan immediately responded. Wang Zhan's calmness only deepened Tongshan's embarrassment. He had once told Wang Zhan to pursue his path boldly, yet it hadn't been a few hundred years before it was interrupted. What difference was that from slapping his own face? Especially since he had been sitting in the Bo Palace doing nothing, yet had received countless merits. This matter isn't that I don't wish to help you, but I truly cannot speak out. If it were others, I would be willing to stand alongside you even in war, but this time it involves Nuwa. As the creator of humanity, her word carries weight. Even we saints must give her face. Tongtian said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan was taken aback. He had considered that Tongtian was pressured by Taishang and Yuanshi, and even thought about the combined pressure from Junyi and Jane, as well as the forces of the Dao and Hongjun. However, he had never imagined that Tongshan's pressure came from Nuwa. Wang Zhan felt compelled to ask, Master, what does this have to do with Lady Nuwa? The disciples' teachings to strengthen humanity seem to benefit Lady Nuwa the most, does it not? Indeed, in theory that is the case. However, this time the situation is somewhat special. Nuwa is not only targeting you, but we 5 saints are also equally affected by her. She has asked us to abandon the acquisition of merits from humanity for a period of time. So have you all agreed, Master? Wang Zhan was astonished. How could Nuwa make the 5 great saints bow their heads? She has asked us to abandon the acquisition of merits from humanity for a period of time. So have you all agreed, Master? Wang Zhan was astonished. How could Nuwa make the 5? As for why Nuwa is doing this, it is quite simple. Do you remember Fushi? Tongtian asked. Of course I remember. During the battle between the Wu and the Yao, Lady Nuwa's brother Fushi fell in the heavenly court, and his body was taken away by Lady Nuwa. Correct. Over these years, Nuwa has not spared any effort for Fushi. Now her plan is entirely centered on fulfilling Fux's wishes. Nuwa intends to have Fux's true spirit reincarnate through the 6 realms of the underworld to become part of humanity, and then cultivate Fushi to become the Lord of humanity, using the merits and fortunes obtained from being a common ancestor to revive Fushi and achieve the status of a saint of merit. Because the Dao ancestor once mentioned during his lecture at the Zixiao Palace that there should be 8 saints under the head. Thus Nuwa is not actively targeting you. It can only be said that you are being affected. Of course, it is also partly your fault, as your teachings over these past few hundred years have accelerated Nuwa's efforts to realize this plan, otherwise it would have taken longer. Tongtian was indeed impressed by Wang Zhan's capacity for merit. If Wang Zhan were allowed to continue, who knows how much merit he could scheme out. This ability would even make saints feel awe. Before Nuwa intervened, Tongtian had already blocked countless pressures from Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun for Wang Zhan. I see. Wang Zhan finally understood everything. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, yet felt helpless. His small arms could not twist the big thigh. All his confidence came from Tongtian, and now that even Tongtian could not support him, his path of merit must come to a temporary halt. However, you need not be disheartened. This matter between us and Nuwa will conclude in a short 100 years, or at most 1,000. By then you can still plan your path of merit, and I will certainly support you then. Tongtian made this promise. Thank you, Master. Wang Zhan respectfully bowed. This matter had already reached an impasse, and any future planning would have to wait. Fortunately, over these past few hundred years, he had indeed gained a fortune. He now had 100 million merits, which, while not enough to push him to the quasi-saint realm, would at least allow him to reach the peak of the Great Luo. In just a few hundred years, reaching the peak of the Great Luo realm, Wang Zhan certainly did not suffer any losses. Are you perhaps blaming your master in your heart? Tongtian sighed and asked. Wang Zhan quickly shook his head in denial. Master, you worry too much. I only feel gratitude towards you. How could I dare to complain? My ability to plan my path of merit is entirely dependent on you standing with me. Without your support, a single powerful being in this vast wilderness could easily eliminate me countless times. How could I have reached my current status without you? What Wang Zhan said was all heartfelt truth. He was not someone who couldn't discern right from wrong. To blame Tongtian over such matters would indeed be beneath him. Upon hearing this, Tongtian smiled with relief. You have already found it difficult to remain among humanity. You should return to Janeo Island to cultivate soon. Yes, after a while I will return to Janeo Island to see the master. Tong Tian smiled with satisfaction, his avatar dissipating, while the Qingping sword transformed into a beam of light and entered Wang Zhan's body. Sigh. After Tong Tian disappeared, Wang Zhan let out a light sigh. Was he disappointed? Of course there was a bit of that. Although Tong Tian promised him that after Fuxi, he could continue planning the path of merit. However, Wang Zhan believed it wouldn't be that simple. When his reputation was not prominent before, it was much easier to facilitate this matter. But after Fuxi, planning the path of merit would not be so easy. Time changes everything, and this is the reason. Nevertheless, as I said, Wang Zhan was quite satisfied with the results of his cultivation over these past few centuries. If it weren't for his scheming for merit over these hundreds of years, he would not even have reached the mid-stage of Tai, let alone the Daoyuo realm. There was no need to keep the remaining merit. The pause in the path of merit made Wang Zhan lose the idea of storing merit in his heart. Over the years, he had compensated for his combat power with the rewards of diligent practice, and it was time to elevate his realm once again. In an instant, 100 million merits transformed into Wang Zhan's cultivation realm. Consuming 20 million merits, Wang Zhan reached the mid-stage of Daoyuo Jingxian. Consuming 30 million merits, he reached the late stage, and consuming 50 million merits, he attained the peak of Daoyuo Jingxian. As he reached the peak of Daoyuo Jingxian, 5 energies appeared in Wang Zhan's chest, and 3 flowers floated above his head. Finally, the 3 flowers and 5 energies all merged into his body. At the peak of Daoyuo Jingxian, his strength was quite formidable. After spending some time replenishing his combat power with diligent practice, Wang Zhan would undoubtedly be an exceptional presence among the peaks of Daoyuo Jingxian. As for wanting to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, Wang Zhan could not follow the same path as others and slay the 3 corpses. This was because Wang Zhan practiced the path of strength in the way of the Merit Immortal. Since he practiced the Merit Immortal path, Wang Zhan could normally only follow the path of Quasi-Saint merit. However, with the path of strength present, he could instead follow the Quasi-Saint path of proving the Tao with strength. Only the path of slaying the 3 corpses was closed off to Wang Zhan. He did not mind this, as proving the Tao with strength was more suitable for him. Wang Zhan did not plan to leave the Heishan tribe quietly. He had spent hundreds of years here, and he had developed feelings for this place. He summoned the leader of the Heishan tribe, Yin Chuan. For hundreds of years, Yin Chuan had shown great respect to Wang Zhan, especially after Wang Zhan slew the 8 Tai and the 4 Daoyuo, treating him almost like a deity. Immortal, what is it that you wish to call me for? Yin Chuan respectfully inquired. Wang Zhan replied, I will be leaving the Heishan tribe for a time. Yin Chuan's expression changed at these words, and he exclaimed, Immortal, could it be that the Heishan tribe has angered you in some way? Yin Chuan was truly panicked. Over the years, Wang Zhan's help to the Heishan tribe had been immense. Without Wang Zhan, the Heishan tribe would have long been devoured completely by the Southern Heavenly King. The thought of Wang Zhan leaving the Heishan tribe felt to Yin Chuan as if a pillar had collapsed. Do not be agitated, the Heishan tribe is fine. I have deep feelings for the Heishan tribe as well. It is just that my master has important matters that require me to return to the sect, and I cannot go against that. Before I leave, I will bid you farewell. As he spoke, Wang Zhan pointed his finger at the center of Yin Chuan's brow, imparting the Shangxing Wendeju and Shangxing Zhong Miaoju to him. From this day forth, I will take you as my disciple. Wang Zhan accepted Yin Chuan as his disciple. Yin Chuan's cultivation talent was neither particularly high nor low. He was an average person. However, Yin Chuan's nature was quite good, making him a suitable candidate to be Wang Zhan's disciple. Immortal, are you truly taking me as your disciple? Yin Chuan was shocked by this sudden news, and then he was overjoyed. This was something he had never expected. He immediately bowed 3 times to Wang Zhan, completing the master-disciple rite. From this day forth, you are my 3rd-generation disciple of the Jiejiao. I bestow upon you the Dao title Xiantong. Thank you, master. Yin Chuan expressed his gratitude respectfully. Wang Zhan nodded in satisfaction, and then imparted the 3 innate spiritual treasures given to him by Tong Tian to Yin Chuan. These 3 innate spiritual treasures were no longer useful to Wang Zhan. However, passing them to Yin Chuan was just right. He had his own selfish reasons for accepting Yin Chuan as a disciple. He still wanted to continue pursuing the path of merit after Fuxi. However, he was unsure how Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, would behave after becoming the supreme leader of humanity. So by accepting Yin Chuan, he was laying the groundwork for himself to restart the path of merit in the future. Wang Zhan was well aware of human temperament. Time can make one forget everything. If there are not enough benefits entangled, it would not be easy for him to restart the path of merit after several years. This was like leaving himself a seed. Of course, Wang Zhan was not going to be an idle master. For the next 6 months, he did not cultivate himself, but instead taught Yin Chuan, explaining the Tao from human immortal to Tai Jingxian realm. After Tai Jingxian, Wang Zhan followed the path of merit, but before reaching the Tai Jingxian realm, he was qualified to guide Yin Chuan. 6 months later, Wang Zhan smiled at Yin Chuan and said, My teachings end here today. How you cultivate from now on depends on yourself. I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Zhan transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared from the Heishan tribe. Within the Heishan tribe, all the people resonated with the loud farewell of sending off the immortal. Meanwhile, in the Western Sect, at the Daxiong Baodian in Shumi Mountain, Zhuan laughed and said, "Senior brother Wang Zhan has already left the Heishan tribe. Junior brother, your schemes are truly remarkable." Finally, Jia changed the subject and sighed. "It's just a pity about the pool of 8 treasures merit liquid. It will take at least 10,000 years to recover. Senior brother, when doing things one must pay a price. One must have losses to gain. If I do not expend the merit liquid from the 8 treasures pool to help Nuwa cultivate Fux's true spirit, how could I have made Nuwa intervene to block the 3 clears and stop Wang Zhan from continuing to plot merit?" Now that Wang Zhan can no longer plot merit and is stuck at the peak of Daoyuo Jinxian as he follows the path of merit immortal, he cannot walk the path of the 3 corpses. If he wants to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, he will need more merit, which is not a trivial amount. When the time comes, if we present the techniques we created in a reasonable manner for him to obtain and practice, he will become a tool for our Western sect. Zhuan said with blazing eyes. "What you say is true." Jia agreed. "Then let us continue to create this technique at this opportunity. Although this technique has not yet been successfully created, I have already thought of a name for it. If it is completed, it will be called 8-9 Mystic Art. What does senior brother think?" "It is good. Damn it, my right eyelid is twitching again." Wang Zhan, en route back to Janeo Island, suddenly felt his right eyelid spasm violently. Over the years, Wang Zhan had gradually come to understand that this was an instinctual ability rooted in his origin as a Mayfly, a creature born at dawn and dead by dusk, its lifespan fleeting. Naturally, its perceptual faculties were extraordinary. Now, having cultivated to the pinnacle of the great Luo immortal realm, Wang Zhan's premonition of danger had grown ever sharper. The last time his right eyelid twitched so fiercely, Dizong had emerged to stir chaos, and Dizong represented the Western teaching led by Zhuani and Jian. Thus it was the Western teaching itself plotting against him. This time the same violent twitching returned. Wang Zhan mused that returning to Janeo Island to cultivate now might well be a fortuitous decision. After all, Tontian himself presided over Janeo Island. At this thought, Wang Zhan quickened his pace. Soon, soaring on winds and lightning, he arrived upon the island. When he had departed, he was but a tiny golden immortal, yet within mere centuries he returned as a great Luo immortal at the apex of cultivation. One might even call it a triumphant homecoming. "Greetings, senior brother Wang Zhan. It has been far too long." Disciples moving about the island bowed respectfully as he entered. For years word had trickled back to Janeo Island of Wang Zhan amassing vast merit force among humanity. Upon learning of his extraordinary feat, lesser talented disciples of the Jia sect, whose own prospects were scarcely brighter, gazed upon him with burning envy. Their circumstances differed little from his own, thus they yearned desperately to tread the merit immortal path. Though this path yielded weaker cultivators upon completion, they doubted whether they could ever ascend to the Tai, or even the great Luo realm through their own efforts alone. Hence, upon seeing Wang Zhan's return, they flocked to him like sons to a father, desperate to ingratiate themselves, hoping he might take them along. Wang Zhan maintained outward cordiality, but inwardly he kept them at arm's length. These very people who had mocked and tormented him in his weakness, he refrained from slaying them only out of deference to Tontian and awe of the sovereign's august authority. If they ascended through their own fortune, so be it. But if he out of misplaced courtesy elevated them, and they later repaid his kindness with arrogance and contempt, he would die of sheer indignation. What sense would that make? Would he not then be utterly mad? "Senior brother Wang Zhan, what is the secret behind your meteoric breakthrough?" A disciple shamelessly bold pressed the question. Wang Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. "My rapid advancement owes entirely to sheer luck. So unforeseen, even I myself am astonished. In hindsight, it feels as insubstantial as mist. Senior brother Wang Zhan, I deeply regret my past disrespect. Pray forgive me and grant me your guidance henceforth." A disciple who once ridiculed Wang Zhan mercilessly now spoke thus. Wang Zhan gazed at him with a serene, chilling smile. "Excellent. From this day forth your future shall be shrouded in perpetual darkness. I have marked you." Instantly, one after another Jia sect disciples approached him with ill-concealed intent. Some female disciples even struck provocative poses, attempting to trade flesh for favor. Wang Zhan deflected them all with effortless subtlety, yet their fervor remained undimmed. Indeed, the very intensity with which they had once scorned him now matched the sycophantic zeal with which they flattered him. "What is this clamor? Have you no decorum? As disciples of a sage, is this how you comport yourselves? Disturbing our master's serene cultivation. Do you dare bear such responsibility?" Just as Wang Zhan passively savored the crowd's hollow adulation, a cold, commanding voice cracked across the air. Chang'er Dingguangxian, the old rival, stormed forward, livid and furious, rebuking the assembly. At the sight of Chang'er Dingguangxian, Wang Zhan's eyes narrowed, revulsion surging within him. Truth be told, he longed to annihilate him, but opportunity had never arisen. Especially not here on Janeo Island. Yes, senior brother Chang'e. The chastised disciples recoiled like serpents whose vital pressure points had been seized, forcing awkward smiles as they scattered. They craved Wang Zhan's favor, but feared Chang'e Dingguang Xian far more. Chang'e enjoyed close ties. Any disciple wishing to remain on Janeo Island and hear the sages Dao must weigh their choices carefully. Unlike Wang Zhan, whose formidable strength and generous sharing of merit with Sovereign Tongtian secured his standing, they possessed neither power nor patronage. Thus they dared not intervene in the feud between Wang Zhan and Chang'e Dingguang Xian. In moments the sycophants who had just fawned over Wang Zhan dispersed like startled birds. Only Wang Zhan and Chang'e Dingguang Xian remained locked in silent confrontation. Wang Zhan appraised him coolly, once again marveling inwardly exceptional talent truly knows no bounds. For ordinary cultivators ascent grows ever steeper with each step. For geniuses, however, the higher they climb the smoother the path appears. Even Chang'e Dingguang Xian, who possessed no transcendent aptitude, had in these few centuries apart reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. He now stood on the cusp of the Great Luo Realm. Sovereign Tongtian's guidance during the climactic battle of the immortals and demons had indeed unblocked the meridians of his core disciples. Long-jeered rabbit. Long time no see, Wang Zhan remarked faintly smiling. Chang'e's face darkened. Wang Zhan, do not grow arrogant. You merely stumbled upon fortune, leaping ahead by chance. And do not forget you walk the merit immortal path famed for its inherent frailty. Your future is irrevocably limited. Whereas I shall assuredly attain the Great Luo Realm, and even the quasi-sage realm lies within reach. One day you will kneel beneath my heel. Is that so? Wang Zhan studied him with languid amusement. Then tell me, do you believe I'll let you live long enough to see it? Chang'e sneered, dare you kill me? Our master would flay you alive. Have you forgotten the GSX precepts? Wang Zhan nodded smiling. Of course not. Very well. I shall await your foot upon my neck. And one more thing, stay indoors. Remain on Janeo Island. Do not venture out. You. Chang'e stared at Wang Zhan, eyes clouded with wary dread. Before he could utter another word, Wang Zhan abruptly channeled his divine energy, striking Chang'e's knee. Instantly Chang'e collapsed, kneeling before him. This was one of the reasons many GSX disciples ostracized him. Tongtian, however, had never shown any prejudice against him. In Wang Zhan, we shall settle accounts sooner or later. Chang'e hissed, venom dripping from every syllable. Wang Zhan opened his mouth to retort, when suddenly a figure clad in emerald robes passed nearby, witnessing the scene. It was Gui Ling Xingmu, one of the 4 true disciples. She blinked startled, then covered her eyes and murmured, "Oh dear, how strange. Lately my eyes seem to have gone blind. I see nothing at all. How peculiar." Chang'e's face flushed crimson. Hastily rising, he fled in humiliation, casting one final venomous glare at Wang Zhan as he vanished. Wang Zhan paid no heed to Chang'e Dingguang Xian's venomous glare. Even when his cultivation was inferior, he had already slain Chang'e Dingguang Xian across realms. How much more so now? His cultivation far surpasses Chang'e Dingguang Xian's. Turning his gaze toward Gui Ling Xingmu, Wang Zhan offered a slight bow. Greetings, senior sister Gui Ling. It has been many years, we meet again. Your cultivation grows ever more profound. The 4 direct disciples were indeed the 4 direct disciples. When Wang Zhan departed long ago, all 4 had only recently attained the Great Luo Realm. Yet now Gui Ling Xingmu had already reached the midstage of the Great Luo Realm. This achievement had unfolded within mere centuries. A feat so extraordinary that Wang Zhan, despite having ascended to the peak of the Great Luo Immortal through immense merit, felt humbled, as though gazing upon distant stars from afar. Brother disciple flatters me. Compared with your meteoric rise, I lag behind. Congratulations on attaining the peak of the Great Luo Immortal. Indeed, your cultivation today may well make you the foremost cultivator among the 3 teachings. Gui Ling Xingmu smiled warmly, offering her sincere blessings. Senior sister overpraises me. Owing to my innate limitations, I was compelled to tread the meritorious immortal path. Though I stand at the peak of the Great Luo Immortal, my strength is but superficial, like gilded armor concealing hollow steel. By the way, judging by your haste, senior sister seems bound for some distant destination. Might I inquire where you go? Should you require any assistance from this junior brother, pray speak plainly. Observing Gui Ling Xingmu's hurried pace, Wang Zhan smiled and asked, "The Celestial Court has just been established. A master entrusted me to represent the GS sect in delivering ceremonial gifts. There's no need for you to accompany me." A fledgling Celestial Court, hardly worthy of such reverence. Gui Ling Xingmu scoffed. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's eyes flickered faintly. So the Hao Tian Celestial Court had finally been founded, yet at this very moment. And seeing Gui Ling Xingmu's open disdain, Wang Zhan found himself speechless. Though the celestial court paled before the supreme sages, its patron was none other than the Dao ancestor, Hongzhan. If even a second-generation disciple like Gui Ling Xingmu held the new celestial court in such contempt, it was plain how little regard the sages themselves held for it. Yet Hao Tian and Yao Qi, however modest their status, had served as Hongzhuan's personal attendants since antiquity. By seniority, they stood on equal footing with the three pure ones. Thus, logically, the founding of the celestial court warranted attendance by Tian himself, their peer, not by a second-generation disciple like Gui Ling Xingmu. Dispatching her instead signaled nothing but deliberate indifference. Brother-disciple returned promptly to pay respects to master. This senior sister departs for the celestial court now. With those words, Gui Ling Xingmu soared directly toward the celestial court. Wang Zhan shook his head, uttered no further word, and hastened toward Bayou Palace. Soon he arrived at its gates, where a Kuei ox grazed leisurely beneath the sun. Beside the ox stood the water and fire attendants, who immediately stepped forward to greet Wang Zhan, their bearing transformed utterly since youth. Having served Tian continuously, they knew better than anyone how much merit Wang Zhan had accrued for their master over these centuries. They also knew how steadily Tian's favor toward Wang Zhan had deepened, and whose hand supplied the clouds of fragrant smoke Tian so often inhaled. They understood clearly Wang Zhan now occupied an exceptionally exalted position in Tian's heart, no longer to be treated with casual detachment. Senior brother Wang Zhan, welcome home. The great lord instructed us to await you here. The water and fire attendants bowed respectfully. Thank you, junior brother. Here, take this Shizi. Smiling, Wang Zhan offered the attendant a Shizi cigarette. Though less refined than Huazi, it suited the water and fire attendants perfectly. For a Taoist acolyte to smoke finer tobacco than the great lord himself would be profoundly inappropriate. Many thanks, senior brother. The attendant's eyes lit up. Tian cherished this tobacco above all else, and he longed to try it himself. Soon, guided by the attendant, Wang Zhan entered Bayou Palace. Within Bayou Palace, Tian sat smoking a Huazi cigarette. Years of habit had honed his skill. He now effortlessly exhaled perfect smoke rings. Each ring drifted upward serene and unbound by convention. Disciple Wang Zhan pays homage to master. Wang Zhan approached and bowed deeply. You've returned, Tian said with a smile. Yes, before returning, I accepted Yun Xuan of the Black Mountain tribe as my disciple, to lay groundwork for renewing the meritorious path. Wang Zhan withheld nothing regarding his intent in taking Yun Xuan as disciple. Tian nodded slowly, accepted then. Regardless of motive, one must still fulfill the solemn duty of a master. This disciple understands fully. I have already imparted to him the Supreme Clarity Tao-Seeking Manual and the Supreme Clarity Myriad Wonders Manual, and bestowed upon him 3 post-heaven spirit treasures. Well done, Tian affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. Now that you have returned, what are your plans? This disciple intends to resume secluded cultivation, refining divine arts to enhance combat prowess. Very well, Tian mused, then nodded slowly. Master, I just encountered senior sister Gui Ling. She mentioned she was heading to the celestial court to present congratulations to the new celestial sovereign. Wang Zhan looked toward Tian and asked. Tian nodded. Indeed. Not long ago, the Dao ancestors summoned all 6 sages to select a new sovereign for the celestial court. We proposed numerous candidates, but the Dao ancestor rejected them all. In the end, he appointed Hao Tian as celestial sovereign and Yao Qi as queen mother. His tone brimmed unmistakably with disdain. So master dispatched senior sister Gui Ling to deliver gift. Wang Zhan sighed wryly. It is merely to honor the Dao ancestor's face. Otherwise, what is a mere gatekeeper's apprentice that he should earn even a glance from this master? Tian's voice rang with unyielding pride. Wang Zhan drew a slow breath, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. Then he said, Master, this disciple dares ask. May I speak a word, though uncertain whether it is fitting to do so? Between teacher and disciple, what words are unfit to speak? Speak freely, Tian replied with a gentle. To Tian, Wang Zhan, who had risen from obscurity through relentless diligence, was a disciple he truly cherished. Were all disciples of the Jia sect as industrious and resolute as Wang Zhan? Tian feared he might laugh aloud with sheer delight. Granted Tian's permission, Wang Zhan spoke gravely. Master, this disciple believes your treatment of the new celestial sovereign is unwise. Unwise. Must I personally attend and offer congratulations? Hao Tian stands only at mid-stage quasi-sage. Were it not for the Dao ancestors' authority, I could cast him down and install another sovereign with a single palm strike. Tian retorted, exasperated. Wang Zhan continued, Master, have you considered that Hao Tian's appointment as celestial sovereign and Yao Qi's as queen mother was the Dao ancestors' own decree? Since this reality cannot be undone, why provoke needless friction or offend the new sovereign? Hao Tian may command no great power, but he served the Dao ancestor longer than any other as his most intimate attendant. Take the water and fire attendant, for instance. If master assigned him a task, and we disciples neither aided him nor supported his efforts, but instead undermined him, rebuffed him, or scorned him, Would we thereby insult the water and fire attendant, or master yourself? Tong Tian fell abruptly silent. His words arrested mid-breath. Tong Tian was at a loss for words under Wang Zhan's questioning, his gaze fluctuating and his brow deeply furrowed. Unconsciously, his smoking frequency increased, significantly akin to modern-day smokers who habitually chain-smoke when faced with problems. Wang Zhan understood well that a sage usually looked down upon everything, especially one as formidable as Tong Tian, who was considered unbreakable by the Four Saints. However, arrogance must be measured against whom it is directed. Tong Tian could act with impunity toward any sage daring to engage even multiple saints simultaneously. Yet if it were Hongzhu, Tongshan's confidence would wane considerably. After a long pause, having finished his second cigarette, Tong Tian looked at Wang Zhan with a slight frown and said, "What you say does make sense, but if all 6 saints refuse to go, and I alone go, wouldn't that make me look weak? Moreover, it seems that your sister, the turtle spirit, has already arrived. If I go again, wouldn't that be overkill? If the teacher feels it is inappropriate, then it would be better to send a disciple on a visit, allowing the disciple to present another gift. As you said, since the second-generation disciples have already been sent, the teacher cannot go personally, as that would contradict the previous arrangement. However, when sending the disciple in addition to a congratulatory gift, we could also include a projection indicating that you are currently comprehending the Tao and are unable to be present. This way you do not need to attend in person, preserving the dignity of the sage, while also giving face to Hao Yin, and I believe Hao Yin will certainly feel grateful toward you." Wang Zhan said with a smile, "The plan is quite good, but to have me bow my head to mere Hao Yin, that stirs my—" Tong Tian could only smile bitterly. Teacher is expressing respect for the Tao ancestor, not for Hao Yin. You as a sage, how could a mere Hao Yin warrant your bowing? You respect the Tao ancestor who is your teacher, right? For instance, as your disciple, it is only natural for me to support someone you value out of respect for you, isn't it? You must understand that your courtesy towards Hao Yin stems from your feelings for the Tao ancestor. Without that relationship, who is Hao Yin to you?" Wang Zhan spoke to soothe Tongshan's emotions. After Wang Zhan's words of relationship exchange, Tongshan's grim expression finally eased. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian recorded a segment of video for Wang Zhan using a jade slip. He then handed a treasure to Wang Zhan, saying, "This treasure is called the Four Extremes Azure Cloud Pagoda, a proud creation of mine in recent years. It is a treasure of the postnatal level, quite formidable. Take this pagoda to meet Hao Yin." Tong Tian said somewhat reluctantly. Were it not for Wang Zhan's words that struck a chord with him, he would never have. But Wang Zhan was right. He was offering face to the Tao ancestor, not to Hao Yin. "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, Wang Zhan soared towards the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court remained the same place as the former Demon Clan's court, though it bore traces of recent renovations differing somewhat from the previous Demon Court. Wang Zhan arrived at the southern Heavenly Gate. At the entrance stood a valiant woman clad in battle armor, guarding the area. This woman was a Tai Golden Immortal, welcoming celestial friends visiting the Heavenly Court. Who is this celestial elder? The female celestial inquired gently about Wang Zhan's identity. "I am Wang Zhan of the Jiejiao, here on the orders of my master, the sage Tong Tian, to congratulate the great celestial emperor on ascending to the throne." Wang Zhan stated his purpose. The female celestial, upon hearing this, expressed surprise, saying, "But hasn't Jiejiao already sent someone? What just arrived was my senior sister, the turtle spirit mother. She came in the name of my teacher to present the first congratulatory gift to the celestial emperor. I, the humble one, am here after a while to present the second gift." Wang Zhan responded fluently. The female celestial, upon hearing this, appeared delighted and said, "I did not expect the sage Tong Tian to show such courtesy to my elder brother." Wang Zhan, upon hearing this, recognized her identity and smiled, saying, "I presume this is the Yaoji fairy." The Yaoji fairy was astonished, asking, "You know me?" "Yes, my teacher has often praised your exceptional talent and mentioned that you fairy Yaoji possess extraordinary potential and will surely achieve remarkable cultivation in the future." "You flatter me, sage. Yaoji does not deserve such praise. Please come in quickly." Yaoji's face was filled with joy. Today she had been receiving guests for her elder brother at the southern Heavenly Gate, and it had irked her greatly. Among the 3 realms, those capable of great powers scoffed at Hao Yin becoming the new Heavenly Emperor. The disciples of the Chan sect in particular sent only a single white crane boy to convey a message before leaving. The human sect, while also only sending gifts without an in-person visit, at least made the effort. However, Jiejiao surprisingly sent 2 people to congratulate in succession. Although the turtle spirit mother had arrived with a cold expression, Yaoji speculated that since the sage Tong Tian was willing to send 2 people to congratulate, it must be out of genuine concern. The turtle spirit mother might simply lack eloquence, hence her awkwardness. Yaoji, having formed her own conclusions, took the initiative to lead Wang Zhan toward the Lingxiao treasure hall. Along the way, Yaoji introduced Wang Zhan to the differences between the new Heavenly Court and the old one, to which Wang Zhan listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. Seeing this, Yaoji's fondness for Jiejiao increased significantly. Soon they arrived at the Lingxiao treasure hall, which appeared desolate and grim. It could almost be described as a place where no one visits. The grandeur of the past demon court was nowhere to be seen today. Inside the hall, only a few dozen individuals lingered. Most of them were scattered immortals. Elder brother, another celestial guest, has arrived. Yaoji called out. Quickly welcome them. On the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yin, who had yet to figure out how to act as a heavenly emperor, was quite eager despite being frustrated today. The queen mother beside him felt similarly. After all, appearances still needed to be maintained. I am Wang Zhan of the Jiejiao, here on behalf of my teacher, the sage Tongtian, to present the second congratulatory gift to the great celestial emperor. May the great celestial emperor enjoy eternal blessings. I am Wang Zhan of the Jiejiao, here on behalf of my teacher, the sage Tongtian, to present the second congratulatory gift to the great celestial emperor. May the great celestial emperor enjoy. Wang Zhan gave the turtle spirit mother a look that conveyed no need for words, and she understood, not showing any abnormalities. However, it left Hao Yin quite bewildered. Hao Yin instinctively glanced at the turtle spirit mother and then back at Wang Zhan. In that instant, he couldn't help but wonder if this was an impersonation. However, that thought quickly vanished. How could there be someone impersonating a sage's disciple in this world? They must be courting death. After calming his emotions, Hao Yin looked at Wang Zhan, pondering what to say. Wang Zhan took the initiative to speak first. My teacher initially intended to come personally to congratulate the great celestial emperor. However, due to an unexpected realization in his cultivation, he is unable to come at this moment. Thus, he has tasked me and the turtle spirit sister to present 2 gifts to the great celestial emperor to express our sentiments. I hope the great celestial emperor will not take offense. This is the 4 Extremes Azure Cloud Pagoda, personally refined by my teacher, a treasure of the postnatal level, specially gifted to the great celestial emperor. As he spoke, Wang Zhan activated the jade slip that Tongtian had given him earlier. Upon activation, Tongshan's avatar materialized from the jade slip. We pay our respects to the sage. As soon as Tongshan's avatar appeared, everyone in the Lingxiao treasure hall could no longer remain seated and hurriedly bowed in reverence. Tongshan's avatar, after allowing everyone to rise, explained to Hao Yin the reason for his inability to come personally, due to his cultivation. Hearing this, Haoshan's expression turned extremely excited, his face glowing as if he had been rejuvenated. Undoubtedly, this moment redeemed much of the face he had lost. Taking a deep breath, Hao Yin respectfully saluted Tongshan's avatar, saying, Sage Tongtian, you flatter me. I, Hao Yin, am merely a child fortunate enough to be favored by the Dao ancestor, which is why I have the opportunity to become the master of this heavenly court. It is an immense honor for me that the sage could take the time to inform me. Once this matter is settled, I shall personally go to Golden Ao Island to pay a visit to the sage. Offering face to each other, Tongtian, as a sage, must respond sufficiently to the fact that he sent an avatar regardless of the reason. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the sage. The avatar of Tongtian gently nodded towards Hao Yin, acknowledging him before dissipating. Hao Yin looked kindly at Wang Zhan and the bewildered Coailing Saint Mother. Haoshan's tone was particularly gentle. Thank you, great heavenly sovereign. Wang Zhan bowed slightly, then walked to sit beside the Coailing Saint Mother. Coailing Saint Mother stared at Wang Zhan in confusion, her mind seemingly on the verge of combustion. How could she not know that Tongtian held Hao Yin in disdain, which is why she had to come here? What was termed a congratulatory visit was in fact a form of humiliation. After all, the 3 purities were roughly Haoshan's peers. Wang Zhan, Jr. brother, what is going on? Coailing Saint Mother sent a message to Wang Zhan inquiring about the situation. At this moment, she felt as if she had been backstabbed. Wasn't she supposed to give Hao Yin a hard time? How did it turn into this? Did her previous behavior of not giving Hao Yin a good face not earn his animosity? I just met with my master and discussed this matter, feeling it was inappropriate. Thus my master asked me to return and present a precious gift to show goodwill. Wang Zhan communicated with Coailing Saint Mother. Upon hearing this, Coailing Saint Mother glared at Wang Zhan with resentment. No wonder my master changed his mind. It turns out you were the one whispering behind my back. Ahem. Wang Zhan could not help but cough lightly. What kind of talk was this? What slander? I had planned this well enough to change your fate. The great divine calamity, why did the GS sect suffer near total annihilation? Was it not because the members of the 3 teachings looked down on Hao Yin openly and covertly bullying him until he reported them to Hongjun? What he was doing now, even if the future calamity could not be avoided, would be enough to protect a portion of the GS sect's people based on today's good cause and effect. Of course, Wang Zhan could not say this. All right, Sister Coailing, you are magnanimous. Do not hold grudges against your younger brother. Wang Zhan tried to placate Coailing Saint Mother. Coailing Saint Mother replied, I am not angry, I just feel like I've been backstabbed. I can be the good person too, but now I've become the bad one while you and the master are the good ones. Coailing Saint Mother was quite frustrated. Wang Zhan smiled awkwardly. Seemingly the only victim in this matter was indeed Coailing Saint Mother. Sister Coailing, please don't be angry. How about this? When the opportunity arises, I will take you to plan out some merits. How does that sound? Wang Zhan said to Kowailing Saint Mother with a smile. Really, junior brother? Upon hearing Wang Zhan's words, Kowailing Saint Mother instantly perked up. She wasn't sure how much merit Wang Zhan was planning, but she had certainly noticed the merit clouds that descended periodically from the Bo Palace. If one were to say that for the past few hundred years no Jia sect disciple envied Wang Zhan, that would be impossible. How much progress could they make if they received so much merit? Even if they did not walk the path of merit, immortals using it to refine magic artifacts or break through bottlenecks would be excellent. Of course, consider it an apology. Moreover, Sister Kowailing, you have cared for me greatly in the past. When I have the ability, I must repay all your kindness. Wang Zhan said, and upon saying this, Kowailing Saint Mother felt a bit embarrassed. She did not believe she had helped Wang Zhan in any significant way, but she merely helped him fend off the Lanjir Jingguang immortal and spoke a few just words during Wang Zhan's duel with the Jia sect disciples. However, the first instance was because she instinctively disliked the Lanjir Jingguang immortal, while the latter was simply due to her character. If one were to say how much she helped Wang Zhan, she would not dare to take credit for it. I actually haven't helped you at all. If you want to take me along to plan merit because of this, then I will decline the merit. Kowailing Saint Mother felt that for this reason she was taking advantage of Wang Zhan, and she truly felt guilty. Sister Kowailing, you need not refuse. Although you do not think you helped me, I am well aware that you indeed assisted me. I will not elaborate on the specifics, as mentioning it may affect our unity. In short, junior brother will take you to plan merits in the future, and you shall deserve it. Wang Zhan said he was not speaking nonsense or deliberately trying to fool Kowailing Saint Mother. Perhaps Kowailing Saint Mother did not even know that she had unknowingly blocked some schemes from Duo Bao. Back then, when the Lanjir Jingguang immortal came to demand the Taishu destruction Bao, and the Honggu Jilling arrow from him, it was undoubtedly related to Duo Bao. Kowailing Saint Mother dismissing the Lanjir Jingguang immortal had in effect helped him fend off Duo Bao, preventing him from being targeted. Otherwise, at that time, he would not have been able to deal with Duo Bao at all. Later, during the duel with the Jia sect disciples, Duo Bao had deliberately set him up, and Kowailing Saint Mother had also spoken up for him. From a certain perspective, she had prevented Duo Bao from continuing to target him. Wang Zhan remembered these two incidents, just as he appreciated Tantian. The help one receives when they are weak can indeed be remembered for a lifetime, even if the person involved may not think much of it. Did I really help you that much? Looking at Wang Zhan, who did not seem to be deceiving her, Kowailing Saint Mother couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Sister Kowailing, just keep your worries to yourself. There is no need to think too much. I am not a fool, such great merits who would give them away for no reason. Wang Zhan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Kowailing Saint Mother felt the same, and driven by her desire for the power of merit ceased further discussion. However, she still felt a sense of guilt for receiving something without giving anything in return. After a moment's thought, she said, if you ever need help in the future, feel free to let me know. All right. The Western Teachings Saint of Purity has arrived. Just as Wang Zhan and Kowailing Saint Mother were secretly communicating, a melodious voice of praise echoed. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was in an uproar. The immortals of Lingxiao Treasure Palace exclaimed in surprise. What a grand occasion, truly remarkable. On the day Haoshan's heavenly court was established, it unexpectedly attracted the attention of two saints. Not only were the immortals astonished, but even Hao Yin was shocked. He had not anticipated such a situation today. He was prepared for a humiliating outcome for the establishment of the heavenly court. But now what was happening? First, the avatar of Tantian came, and now the Saint of Purity had directly come in person to congratulate. Did my master not say that no saints would sell Hao Yin any favors? Wang Zhan beside him looked at Kowailing Saint Mother in astonishment. Do not speak. The powers of the saints are unfathomable. It is best for us to remain silent. Wang Zhan said to Kowailing Saint Mother. Kowailing Saint Mother nodded, furrowing her brow as she gazed at this unbelievable scene. Wang Zhan looked on as well, but internally he remained calm. If it were someone else, Wang Zhan might still be surprised, but if it were the Saint of Purity, then it was quite normal. Who in the vast wilderness could match the Saint of Purity's audacity? This also well explained why in the future Hao Yin and his reincarnation Zhang Banyan could collaborate multiple times with the Western teaching and later Buddhism. We have seen the Saint of Preparation. Hao Yin also stepped down from the dragon throne and greeted the Saint of Preparation. Hao Yin has met the Saint of Preparation. Hao Yin, you are being too humble. We are of the same generation. You are the disciple of the Dao ancestor, while I am the master's disciple, so we are technically brothers in the same sect. From now on, there is no need to mention the title of saint. You can simply refer to me as your friend. The Saint of Preparation spoke as if enveloped in a spring breeze, appearing quite amicable. How could I dare? Hao Yin shook his head. The Saint of Preparation continued smiling. Today is the day you, Hao Yin, take charge of the heavenly court. I should offer you a grand gift to celebrate. However, my Western teachings are rather impoverished, which I believe you are aware of. Therefore, I truly have nothing of great value to present except for this Bodhi seed, as a token of my goodwill. I hope you won't find it lacking. As he spoke, a Bodhi seed resembling white jade floated in midair and gently fell before Hao Yin. Thank you, Saint of Preparation. Please have a seat. Hao Yin accepted the Bodhi seed and respectfully invited the Saint of Preparation to sit. There's no need to sit. I came here today merely to congratulate you, Hao Yin. Now that the matter is done, I should take my leave. The western lands are harsh, and there is much to attend to, so I cannot stay for long. Then I shall escort the Saint of Preparation. Hao Yin rose to see him off. Soon the Saint of Preparation disappeared from the Lingxiao Palace. Watching the Saint of Preparation vanish, the scattered immortals in the Lingxiao Palace returned to their original demeanor. However, this time, they no longer looked down on Hao Yin as they had before. A mere Hao Yin had actually attracted two saints to support him. How could he be someone easy to deal with? For a moment, the originally casual scattered immortals appeared somewhat restrained. Seeing this scene, Hao Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Regardless of why Tong Tian and the Saint of Preparation appeared, it had undoubtedly enhanced his authority as the Heavenly Emperor. With these two endorsements, a trace of the supreme aura of the three realms gradually emerged from Hao Yin. During the banquet, he subtly expressed his intention to attract the scattered immortals present. Originally, these scattered immortals had planned to come for a free feast, enjoying the benefits before slipping away. However, with the continuous appearance of two saints, they became somewhat uncertain about the situation in the heavenly court. Ultimately, more than 30 individuals agreed on the spot to join Hao Yin. Among them were Li Chang'e, Dao Gui, Zhu Gonglia, the barefooted immortal Fu Yuanxian, Wang the real person of Clearwater Tao ran the true immortal, and a total of 32 people. The rest either did not agree to join or were hesitant, or like Wang Zhan and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit had their own masters to consider. Thus the grand feast for the establishment of the new heavenly court came to an end. Everyone bid farewell to Hao Yin. Wang Zhan and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit also approached. Wang Zhan bowed to Hao Yin, saying, Heavenly Emperor, the matters here are settled, and my sister and I must return to report. Both of you take care. When the affairs of the heavenly court are stable, I will definitely visit Tontian's Saint on Golden Ao Island. Hao Yin replied with a smile. Wang Zhan smiled as well, saying, If the Heavenly Emperor comes, my master will surely be delighted. We shall not disturb the Heavenly Emperor any further, and will take our leave now. With that, Wang Zhan and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit departed from the heavenly court, returning to Golden Ao Island. Upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, they encountered Yao Ji again. Wang Zhan bid farewell to Yao Ji. After leaving the heavenly court, Wang Zhan and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit hurried back to Golden Ao Island to report to Tongtian. They recounted everything that had occurred in the Lingxiao Palace to Tongtian in detail. When Tongtian learned that the Saint of Preparation had personally gone to the heavenly court, he was immediately taken aback. You mean to say the Saint of Preparation went to the heavenly court? Tongshan's expression turned somewhat dark. Wang Zhan and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Zhan hesitantly asked, Master, is there something wrong? Of course there is. That bastard Saint of Preparation was the one who repeatedly jumped around in front of us saints, saying that Hao Yin was unworthy to be the heavenly emperor, inciting us not to give Hao Yin any face, and declared that we 6 saints should treat Hao Yin with disdain. Yet he urged us to offend the Dao ancestor while secretly doing such filthy things behind our backs. Truly ungrateful. Tongtian fumed, his beard bristling. Wang Zhan and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit exchanged glances, unaware of such hidden details. In other words, if Wang Zhan hadn't said those words to Tongtian, leading to Tongtian allowing his avatar to meet Hao Yin, then today as Hao Yin ascended to the heavenly emperor's position, the Saint of Preparation would have become someone he would be grateful to for a long time. Wang Zhan thought further and felt a chill run down his spine. The War of the Gods, the rise of the Western teachings, and the decline of the 3 teachings may be greatly related to today. Otherwise, how could there be no one from the Western teachings listed among the ranks? Even if Hongjun owes a great karma to the West, surely there shouldn't be a single person missing from the list. If that is the case, Wang Zhan couldn't help but marvel at how astonishing the Saint of Preparation scheming was. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan decided to remind Tongtian once more, saying, Master, I believe it's better to be cautious of the Saint of Preparation. I understand. I hadn't realized that the Saint of Preparation had so many tricks up his sleeve, Tongtian said, filled with resentment. Seeing this, Wang Zhan chose not to say more. All he could do was remind Tongtian. As for anything else, Wang Zhan couldn't speak out. After all, the matter of the War of the Gods is something even the saints cannot predict. If he were to mention it, what would he face? Master, if there are no other matters, then I shall take my leave. Wait, you stay behind for now. Turtle Spirit, you may leave. Tongtian said to the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Yes, Master. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit nodded to Wang Zhan and then left the Bo Palace. After the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit left, Tongtian tossed a jade slip to Wang Zhan. Master, what is this? Wang Zhan looked at Tongtian with confusion. Tongtian smiled. You can use your spiritual power on it and open it to find out. Wang Zhan, trusting him, activated his power, infusing it into the jade slip, and focused on the contents within. After looking, Wang Zhan looked at Tantian in shock. The 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Master, what is this? The jade slip, given by Tantian, recorded the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Indeed, this is the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, Tantian said with a smile. But the 12 capital heavenly gods formation is not owned by the Witch clan. After the Witch and Demon War, the Witch clan retreated into the underworld, and the formation has been lost, hasn't it? How could it be lost? Their ancestral Witch claims to be the true Pangu, not realizing that we three clear are the true Pangu. On the day of the great battle between the witches and the demons, I was secretly studying the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, and it has now been completed. I know that you cultivate the path of virtue, but you also cultivate the path of strength, so the 12 capital heavenly gods formation is quite suitable for you. Although you do not possess the power of the ancestral, which I have already devised a method to replace the formation flags, which can assist you in condensing the true form of Pangu. Even if the form you condense cannot compare to that of the 12 Witch clans, it's still quite good. However, you must forge the formation flags yourself to be effective. However, I have already prepared the materials for forging the formation flags, so you can practice your artifact refining skills well. Once you can successfully make the formation flags, even if you are just a great Luo golden immortal, ordinary quasi-saints will not be your match. Thank you, Master, for your guidance and care, Wang Zhan said excitedly as he received the formation flags prepared by Tantian for the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. At this moment, Wang Zhan's heart was filled with excitement. The 12 heavenly gods and demons formation held great significance for him. Back during the great battle between the witch and the demon, he had forcefully simulated 80% of Pangus' true self's axe techniques. However, he could not simulate the remaining 20% of the axe techniques, no matter how hard he tried. Yet now Tantian had brought the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation right before him. This meant that as long as he could truly simulate the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, one day Pangus' true self would reappear, and he would be the master controlling the formation flags, naturally able to simulate the remaining 20% of Pangus' axe techniques. Thus it would propel the advancement of the path of strength. The path of strength was actually the fundamental path he focused on, and the path of merit was merely a shortcut. If it were not for the pressing thread of the divine punishment tribulation like a sharp blade hanging over him at all times, Wang Zhan could have taken his time, relying on the merits of his diligent cultivation to gradually become a powerful existence. There's no need to mention such things between us, master and disciple. Tantian waved his hand. Wang Zhan nodded earnestly, choosing not to say more. After pondering for a moment, Wang Zhan said, Master, I have one more thing to say which you might consider. Speak, and let me hear. Tantian fixed his piercing gaze on Wang Zhan. Tantian now found this disciple quite extraordinary. In earlier years, he had only appreciated Wang Zhan's diligence and hard work, but he had not realized that Wang Zhan possessed a mind full of schemes. Such cunning was precisely what was most lacking among the disciples of Jiejiao. Over the years, Tantian had observed the disciples of Jiejiao, and it truly echoed the words of Yuanshi Tianzuan, who once said that Jiejiao's disciples were a mix of the good and the bad. This made Tantian somewhat vigilant, feeling that although Jiejiao's myriad immortals had a grand presence, there was a subtle sense of going astray. Yet he had no means to rectify it. This caused him considerable distress. However, Wang Zhan's appearance gave him hope for correction. Of course, what was more important was that he had a favorable opinion of Wang Zhan. Between the two, there was a sense of mutual understanding, and he was willing to listen to Wang Zhan. When I was in the Heavenly Court, I discovered that although the new Heavenly Court was established, the biggest problem was the lack of manpower. At the Lingxiao feast, Hao Yin even went so far as to lower his status to recruit loose cultivators at the Golden Immortal level, which shows how loose the Heavenly Court has become. After all, Hao Yin is a quasi-saint. Therefore, I believe we might be able to strategize from this angle. Wang Zhan smiled as he spoke to the Master Tantian. Upon hearing this, Tantian slightly furrowed his brow. He was not a fool who fools could never become saints. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, referring to the demon clan's heavenly court established by Emperor Jun and Tai, the purpose of making Hao Yin the ruler of the new heavenly court is to manage the order of the three realms. This will undoubtedly create many vacancies, as a few individuals cannot manage the order of the three realms. Are you suggesting I strategize for some important positions in the heavenly court? Exactly. However, the importance of those positions is somewhat irrelevant. We have many disciples in Jiejiao, and with enough input we can occupy various positions in the heavenly court. Even if they are not important positions, we can still establish significant influence. If we dare to be bold, Hao Yin could become our puppet, and the heavenly court could be our heavenly court. However, there is no need to go that far. We just need to supply some manpower to the heavenly court as per Haoshin's needs, without harboring thoughts of undermining the heavenly court. After all, Master, you are a saint, and no matter how strong the heavenly court, in your eyes it's merely an ant. Our main aim is to express our stance to the Dao Ancestor, showing that we support the Dao Ancestor. Wang, upon hearing this, Tantian slowly nodded. This matter can indeed be handled this way. However, as long as we do not harbor thoughts of undermining the Heavenly Court, I fear that some of the others may not share the same mindset. In my opinion, today's actions of Zhuni undoubtedly indicate his intentions towards the Heavenly Court. However, in the short term, the Western religion cannot achieve anything substantial regarding the Heavenly Court. The reason is simple: the Western religion has so few people that it itself lacks manpower. If it channels people into the Heavenly Court, or it might have to close its doors. And as you have seen, Lady Nuwa is currently preoccupied with her brother Fushi. Moreover, Lady Nuwa may not even value the Heavenly Court. Being the mother of humanity who created the human race, she will have an endless stream of merits coming in just from the human race alone, sufficient for her self-sufficiency, so there is no need to wade through murky waters. Therefore, the only ones likely harboring such thoughts would be the Great Master and the Second Master. The Great Master advocates for tranquility and inaction. Even if he intervenes in the Heavenly Court, it won't be excessive. Thus, it is likely that the one who truly wishes to undermine Haoyan is the Second Master. The 12 golden immortals under the Second Master are mostly no pushovers, and their personalities are proud. Since the Second Master looks down upon Haoyan, the 12 golden immortals will likely be even more contemptuous. It wouldn't be surprising if they pointed at Haoyan and cursed him. Thus, I hope that you can maintain a certain distance from the Second Master. Although the three purities are one, each should have their own opinions. The Great Master often speaks of the unity of the three purities, but I've noticed that whenever you have a dispute with the Second Master, the Great Master tends to lean towards the Second Master. This shows that even among the unity of the three purities there are distinctions in closeness. After Wang Zhan finished speaking, Tantian slightly frowned, clearly disturbed by the mention of the unity of the three purities. Wang Zhan understood that Tantian still recognized the concept of the unity of the three purities in his heart. At this moment, without having experienced the consequences of the divine punishment war, discussing this with Tantian was somewhat overstepping. Therefore, Wang Zhan decided to tone it down, shifting the topic back to the Heavenly Court. Continuing in summary, I hope Master remembers that the establishment of the Heavenly Court is irreversible. No matter how glorious Jie Jiao becomes during our travels and dealings, even if we conflict with the Heavenly Court, we must not act too excessively. Giving the Heavenly Court a little face is equivalent to giving the Dao Ancestor a little face. The Heavenly Court is not Haoshan's Heavenly Court, it is the Dao Ancestor's Heavenly Court, a machine the Dao Ancestor uses to maintain the operation of the three realms. At this stage, during the time when the Dao Ancestor commanded Haoyan to re-establish the Heavenly Court, a looking down on the Heavenly Court is not looking down on Haoyan, but rather looking down on the Dao Ancestor. Tantian slowly nodded, seeming to ponder something, then said, "Allow me to think this over carefully. You must be tired, go back to your cave and rest." "Yes, Master, I shall take my leave. Everything I said today was out of gratitude for your kindness towards me. If I spoke indiscriminately, I hope Master will not be offended." With that, Wang Zhan slowly exited the Bo Palace. Outside the Bo Palace, Wang Zhan pondered whether he had spoken too much today. Regarding the matters of Tantian and the Dao Ancestor, that was one thing. But when it came to the relationship involving the three purities, it truly touched upon the depths of Tangshan's heart that he was unwilling to mention. Before the three purities became saints, undoubtedly they were indeed one. The primordial spirit of Pangu transformed into three, and the three were of the same root and source, embarking on their journey together since the day of their birth. Having witnessed the fierce battle between the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans during the time when these three clans roamed the world, they ventured through the primordial together, supporting each other like true brothers. During the war between the witches and the demons, the three purities gathered at Kunlun, united against external threats. At that time, the three purities were undoubtedly true brothers, sharing the same blanket. But do the three purities still remain one now? One can only say they somewhat do, caught in a limbo between being one and not. Moreover, this is only the present. Years later, when the time of canonization arrives, for the sake of their own interest, the good elder brother and the good second brother will surely set traps for the little brother. The little brother who is trapped will see his Dao lineage obliterated and his disciples scattered. How tragic is that? Thinking of this, Wang Zhan felt justified in what he had said. After all, he is a disciple of the Jiejia. If he does not awaken Tongtian in the future, he will become one of the miserable members. With good luck, he might make a list. With bad luck, he might even be used as a mount. Of course, Wang Zhan understood that although he had spoken, what Tongtian would do afterward depended on Tangshan's own decision. What he needed to do was to strive to become stronger. Currently, his strength was weak, and the only thing he could do was to remind Tongtian and plot for him, seeking a clear conscience. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan calmed his emotions and slowly returned to his cave abode on Golden Ao Island in the reverse water cave. Once inside, he activated the cave's prohibitions. With a focused expression, he began observing the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. The 12 capital heavenly gods formation allowed the ancestral witches to condense the true form of Pangu during the witch and demon war, a power Wang Zhan had witnessed firsthand. Wang Zhan even believed that if it weren't for the fact that Hotu had transformed into reincarnation before the decisive battle of the witches and demons, causing the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to lose apart, the witches would have won. Regardless of everything, despite the overwhelming power of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, I must first practice the Shangqing refining technique. Wang Zhan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and put away the jade slip that recorded the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. He then shifted his focus to the Shangqing refining technique recorded in the Shangqing Immortal Manual. Because, as Tantian said, if he wanted to re-establish the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, he must forge the formation flags himself. He could not rely on others. Otherwise, the formation flags would be difficult to create. From this day forth, Wang Zhan began to tirelessly practice the Shangqing refining technique in the Time Tower. Practicing the Shangqing refining technique required a grinding effort, continuously refining various magical tools and treasures to elevate his refining level, until he could elevate his refining level to the point of being able to forge the formation flags for the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. This, however, touched upon Wang Zhan's comfort zone. He was blessed by the rewards of diligent practice, and with each refinement, he made stable progress. However, for ordinary people, even for saints, refining their level would fluctuate around their standard. When the level fluctuated upward, perhaps a stroke of luck could yield a remarkable treasure, but when it fluctuated downward, they would end up with something they wouldn't even want. It seems that refining is actually a path for me. Since I can refine, what about alchemy? What about formations? Can I create pills that surpass the 9 turns golden core to improve my qualifications? Can I learn formations and create formations that surpass the 12 capital heavenly gods formation? At this moment, this thought suddenly emerged in Wang Zhan's mind. In the past, when his strength was weak, Wang Zhan only thought about improving his cultivation, but now with the power of merit, he embarked on the path of merit. His realm had already reached the peak of the great Luojin Immortal. In a short time, even with the blessing of diligent practice, it was fundamentally impossible to step into the Quasi-Saint realm. It would be faster to wait for Fuxi and then plan for merit. During this time, Wang Zhan could fully enhance himself in all aspects. Because Wang Zhan could foresee that after Fuxi, many great powers would realize the need to gain merit among the human race, and the number of people plotting for merit would surely increase. If he remained at his current strength, how much could he secure in the next wave of merit plotting? Tantian had promised that after the matters of Fuxi, he would assist him in continuing to plot for merit. However, he couldn't have Tantian intervene in every little matter. Otherwise, if Tantian frequently took action, would the other saints remain idle? Thus, ultimately, he had to have strength himself. The years passed, and Wang Zhan had already spent 900 years in the Time Tower. During these 900 years, Wang Zhan had cultivated the Shangqing refining technique to a very high level. In terms of refining skills, he believed he could rank third within the Jiejia. First Tantian, second Duo Bao, third himself. Tantian is a saint, and when refining, the laws of heaven and earth work in harmony, making him incomparable. Although Wang Zhan was not fond of Duo Bao, he could not deny that Duo Bao, besides being a treasure-seeking mouse adept at finding treasures, also possessed extremely high refining skills. His name Duo Bao was derived from these 2 points. Moreover, Duo Bao's stable position as the senior brother in the Jiejia was also related to his usual generosity. As for himself, although his refining time was short, he had the aid of external forces with only progress and no bottlenecks. Though it was only 900 years, it was equivalent to others refining for 9,000 years, 90,000 years, or even more. From my current perspective, in another 300 years, I should be able to reach the qualification to forge the flags for the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Wang Zhan took out the jade slip for comparison, his eyes filled with growing anticipation. This is the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. Even if his 12 capital heavenly gods formation is derived from the formation flags, its power is not inferior to that of the 12 ancestors. Once perfected, even facing an ordinary Quasi-Saint, he could put up a fight. This would greatly enhance his qualifications for plotting merit after Fuxi. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan felt a touch of excitement. Keep it up. Work hard. Accumulate. Meet at the peak. Wang Zhan continued refining. 224 years later, Wang Zhan reached the standards to forge the flags for the 12 capital heavenly gods formation ahead of time. Haha, I've done it. A radiant expression appeared on Wang Zhan's face. He estimated that even Tantian wouldn't expect him to achieve this level of refining in just over 1,000 years. Next, it is time to forge the 12 heavens divine killing array flags. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes. At this moment, his state reached its peak. Activating the Shangqing refining technique, a Shangqing hammer materialized in Wang Zhan's hand. The hammer was swirling with pure energy, resonating with thunder. Wang Zhan skillfully took out 81 types of materials, urging the Shangqing hammer to begin striking. For the first flag, Wang Zhan forged the Dijiang flag. After 14 days of forging, the Dijiang flag was completed. Dijiang, the ancestor of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, is the ancestor of space. The imprint on the Dijiang flag is the power of space. When the Dijiang flag is waved, it can shatter space, distort space, or reinforce space, showcasing extraordinary might. For the second flag, Wang Zhan forged the Zhu Jiuyin flag. Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestor of time among the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, has the power of time imprinted on the flag, allowing it to accelerate time, reverse time, or freeze time when waved. For the third flag, the Tian Wu flag, possesses the ability of wind. The fourth flag, the Xianming flag, contains the ability of ice. The sixth flag, the Gong Gong flag, embodies the power of water. The seventh flag, the Zhurong flag, symbolizes the power of fire. The eighth flag, the Zhumang flag, represents the power of wood. The ninth flag, the Rushou flag, signifies the power of metal. The 10th flag, the Shizi flag, embodies the power of electricity. The 11th flag, the Shi Baishir flag, signifies the power of poison. The 12th flag, the Ho Tu flag, represents the power of earth. Each flag was forged for 14 days. On the day the last Ho Tu flag was completed, the 12 flags completely connected, swirling continuously around Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan spat out a mouthful of essence, blood soaking the 12 heavens flags. In an instant, the 12 heavens flags exuded a fierce aura. The phantoms of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft leaped out from their corresponding flags, as if they were alive. Combine. A brilliant light flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he urged the 12 heavens flags to unite. Soon the 12 heavens flags transformed into a single grand flag, and the phantoms of the 12 ancestors began to merge. When the phantoms of the 12 ancestors completely merged, a giant figure wielding a great axe embodying the creation of heaven and earth manifested. This giant had a rugged appearance, bulging muscles and eyes filled with boundless combat intent. The true form of Pangu reappears. That's great. Wang Zhan exclaimed in delight, then urged the true form of Pangu to wield the great axe within the time tower again. As the great axe of the true form of Pangu swung, traces of the corresponding axe techniques emerged in Wang Zhan's mind. During the great battle of the ancient witch and the demon, the true form of Pangu, activated by the 12 ancestors, was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with the assistance of the time path of Tongtian, Wang Zhan couldn't decipher the complete traces of the Pangu axe. However, the current true form of Pangu was evolved by him, so naturally, he could no longer be misled by the traces of the Pangu axe techniques. Soon the last 2/10 of the axe technique traces that had never been simulated before were comprehended by Wang Zhan. Having fully grasped the last 2/10 of the axe technique traces, Wang Zhan dispersed the true form of Pangu. He retrieved the 12 heavens flags and wielded the stone axe to evolve the remaining 2/10 of the axe technique traces. As these 2/10 of the axe technique traces were wielded, the previous 80% of the Pangu axe techniques seemed to gain a soul at that moment. Although the previous 80% of the Pangu axe techniques were also quite powerful and could harness the way of strength, there was always a feeling that something was lacking. But with the integration of the last 2/10 of the Pangu axe techniques, Wang Zhan's way of strength within his body was activated at that moment. Under the complete Pangu axe techniques, as Wang Zhan swung the axe, the way of strength resonated alongside. At this moment, Wang Zhan's way of strength was sublimating. It was transforming. Wang Zhan immersed himself in it, continuously swinging this complete Pangu axe technique over and over again. At this moment, time seemed to lose all meaning. It was uncertain how long this miraculous state lasted. When Wang Zhan's consciousness returned to clarity, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. His way of strength had actually progressed. It advanced significantly, completely comparable to the improvements he made back then. These advancements made Wang Zhan realize that accumulating achievements through diligent effort would take at least 10,000 years. At this point, the enhancement of the way of strength to Wang Zhan's overall combat power reached a terrifying state, compensating for the foundation of his path of merit. This made Wang Zhan appear as a Grand Luo Golden Immortal on the surface, yet in reality, he was a peak Grand Luo Golden Immortal following the path of strength. I never expected that my greatest harvest this time was not the 12 heavens flags, but the complete Pangu axe technique. From now on, the efficiency of my progress in the way of strength will increase significantly. Wang Zhan's joy was evident on his face. This advancement saved him a lot of time. Thinking back to that 3,000-year period of being a waste, he truly could not believe that he would one day arrive at this point. Wang Zhan calmed his excited heart, placing a stick in his mouth. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts settled. The joy in his heart returned to calm. Now was not the time for celebration. Although his combat power had indeed increased significantly, his realm had still not improved. This was a very important issue. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhan visualized the Shangqing Immortal technique in his mind and found the content regarding alchemy. Indeed, Wang Zhan planned to pursue multiple paths. He intended to take on a side profession, alchemy. Since the 9 turns golden core has the ability to enhance one's aptitude, there must be other methods to further enhance his aptitude. Wang Zhan was very clear that his greatest obstacle was his foundational aptitude. Even with an external aid like the Dao Fruit of Diligence, it could not save his poor aptitude. Wang Zhan could even imagine that if the Dao Fruit of Diligence were not integrated with him, but instead fused with a hardworking genius, it would be an explosive combination. It would push through, effortlessly standing tall against all beings, reaching unparalleled prestige. It's a pity I can't obtain the alchemy method for the 9 turns golden core, otherwise I might find a way to enhance my aptitude from its alchemy method. At this stage, I will fully cultivate the alchemy methods within the Shangqing Immortal Technique to establish a solid foundation for alchemy. Wang Zhan murmured. Once determined, he acted without hesitation. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. To practice alchemy, a high-quality Dan furnace is indispensable. This was no challenge for Wang Zhan now. Wang Zhan boldly claimed to be the second-best refining master of the Jiejiao, because his refining skills had reached the level where he could forge acquired treasures. The 12 heavens flags he forged when taken individually each reached the level of acquired treasures. They were also exceedingly stable. As long as the materials were sufficient, he would not fail. However, even among acquired treasures there are degrees of strength. The Taishang's heavenly and earthly exquisite treasure tower stands out among acquired treasures. It also carries a vast amount of merit. Among acquired treasures, it is a unique existence. Although the heavenly and earthly exquisite treasure tower is classified as an acquired treasure, it is actually formed through the unity of heaven and man. It has both the crafting of the Taishang and the promotion of heavenly merit. In contrast, the acquired treasures Wang Zhan forged were purely of personal crafting, and the biggest flaw was a hint of mass production. Full of craftsmanship, he still needed to continue honing his skills. Soon, after 14 days passed amidst the dazzling thunder and fire, a 7-colored Dan furnace was born. Great acquired treasure. Let's call it the rebirth furnace. Wang Zhan murmured softly as he gazed at the 7-colored furnace, a postnatal treasure he had refined. Rebirth signifies a transformation embodying his beautiful aspirations. He hoped that with this pill furnace, he could one day refine a pill that would allow him to undergo a complete metamorphosis, to improve his qualifications to soar to greatness and to be invincible. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan began his alchemical endeavors. He had few spiritual herbs, and their quality was not high, but it was still feasible to refine some basic entry-level pills for practice. Thus Wang Zhan immersed himself completely in the art of alchemy. As time passed, his Qingqing alchemical skills, bolstered by diligent effort, grew stronger. Similar to the practice of Qingqing refining techniques, Wang Zhan improved with each attempt at alchemy. A steady progression. Therefore, his alchemical skills transformed from rough to smooth, and from smooth to exquisite. The control over the elemental fire was exquisite. A multitude of various quality pills were refined by Wang Zhan. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed within the time tower. By the end of the 100 years, Wang Zhan had to temporarily cease his alchemical work, because he had completely exhausted all the spiritual herbs at his disposal. To continue improving his alchemical prowess, he needed to acquire more spiritual herbs. Wang Zhan temporarily exited his seclusion. He opened the door of the reverse water cave and stepped outside. He had cultivated within the time tower for over 1,300 years, yet in reality only a little over a century had passed outside. This time, as he sought spiritual herbs, Wang Zhan did not plan to request them from Tantian. Tantian likely still believed he was engrossed in the study of refining techniques. If he were to inform Tantian that he had completed his studies on refining and was now focusing on alchemy, Tantian might become curious about his research. Thus Wang Zhan decided to venture into the Primordial World. Although the Primordial World had suffered from the war of the witch and the demon, resulting in fragmentation, there were still plenty of rare materials. With his current strength, obtaining some materials for alchemy would not be difficult. Senior brother Wang Zhan. Just as Wang Zhan was preparing to leave Golden Ao Island, a voice called out from behind. The one calling him had 3 eyes and looked quite fearsome. It was none other than Lu Yue, who had once fought against him and issued a challenge. So it's junior brother Lu Yue. It's been many years. Weren't you cultivating on Jiolong Island? What brings you back to Golden Ao Island? Wang Zhan asked with a smile. Wang Zhan had a good impression of Lu Yu. Lu Yu was gracious in defeat. After losing to him, he had referred to Wang Zhan as senior brother without a hint of reluctance. Unlike some who could not handle losing, feigning one way in front, but acting another behind. I've taken on 4 disciples, and I plan to bring them here to introduce them and pay respects to their master. Lu Yu said with a smile. While speaking, he bellowed towards a distance. You 4 brats, hurry over here and pay your respects to your uncle master. As Lu Yu's words fell, 4 individuals quickly ran over and sincerely kowtowed to Wang Zhan. The sound of their kowtows was resounding. One might think they had placed stainless steel bowls underneath. Wang Zhan chuckled, observing Lu Yu's earnest disciples, and couldn't help but laugh. Let's skip the formalities. What are your names? Wang Zhan asked again. Disciple Zhou Xian, Disciple Li Qi, Disciple Zhu Tianlin, Disciple Yang Wenwei. Lu Yu's 4 disciples all introduced themselves. Good, since you call me Uncle Master, I won't treat you poorly. These 4 treasures will serve as your meeting gifts. Wang Zhan said, handing each of Lu Yu's 4 disciples a sword, a spear, and a hammer. During his time refining in the Time Tower, Wang Zhan had accumulated a vast number of treasures. Each of these 4 items was of the mid-grade spiritual treasure level. To someone unfamiliar with refining, they might be considered good items, but to Wang Zhan, who could casually refine postnatal treasures, they were merely inferior products. Senior brother Wang, I can't accept this. I only called you that after many years to catch up, not to ask for gifts. Lu Yu hurriedly replied. I know, but a gift is a gift. This is for the children, not for you. Wang Zhan laughed as he placed the 4 treasures into the slightly bewildered hands of Lu Yu's disciples. Lu Yu felt embarrassed and said, You've gone through the trouble, senior brother Wang. It's nothing. Wang Zhan smiled and shook his head. By the way, since you've returned from the Primordial World, why don't you tell me about the current situation there? I've been in seclusion for over a century and have no idea what's happening in the Primordial World now. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhan inquired about the situation from Lu Yu. Lu Yu, in knowing no bounds, recounted everything he knew in detail. From Lu Yu's description, Wang Zhan learned that Fuxi had already appeared. 100 years ago, Fuxi had been born. Now it just so happened to be Fuxi's 100th birthday. In later generations, reaching 100 years old, even if one were not dead, would be nearing the end of life. But as the first human emperor, Fuxi could cultivate. With exceptional qualifications inspired by the river map and the Luo book, he created the Fuxi 8 trigrams. He had already entered the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With the support of the 3 ancestors of the human race, he had unified humanity, becoming the common sovereign of the human race. However, Wang Zhan knew that Fuxi's path as a human emperor had only just begun. As the first human emperor, Fuxi was destined to be the human emperor for many years. If he wished to plan for merits, he would have to wait until Fuxi was no longer the human emperor. Through Lu Yu's words, Wang Zhan had gained much insight into the happenings in the Primordial World over the past century. Oh, and senior brother Wang Zhan, there's another major event that has been causing quite a stir in the Primordial World. Lu Yu suddenly added. What event? Wang Zhan asked curiously. It said that the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan seem to have clashed again, and it seems to be quite significant. The Great Witch Jiufeng Xingtian and Shang Liu, along with the previously hidden demon saints and demon gods, have re-emerged, and the 2 sides are waging war across the Primordial World. I was fortunate enough to witness it once. The destructive power was simply astonishing. Lu Yu spoke with lingering fear. He had been too close that time, and nearly got taken out by the aftershocks. They're at it again. Oh, what's the reason? Wang Zhan asked in astonishment. I'm not sure about that, senior brother. I'm just a tiny golden immortal now, and don't have the qualifications to participate. Lu Yu said somewhat embarrassedly. Wang Zhan nodded slowly, not asking further. Lu Yu's abilities were limited, so it was impossible for him to know everything. You should go meet the master, Wang Zhan said. Then senior brother, take care. Lu Yu also realized that Wang Zhan was about to travel through the Primordial World and immediately saw him off. Wang Zhan smiled, and his figure vanished in an instant before Lu Yu's eyes. Watching Wang Zhan disappear, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotion. It felt almost like a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that the Wang Zhan who could still exchange blows with him back, then had now become so transcendent? At the same time, in the Western Sect, inside the Grand Hall of Shumi Mountain, Zhuan Ti, sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform, suddenly opened his eyes, a strange glint flashing within, and looked at Jia Yin beside him. Senior brother, I sense that Wang Zhan has left Golden Ao Island. We can plot to have him acquire the 8-9 mystic art. Good. Why is my right eyelid twitching again? As Wang Zhan flew above the EC, having just left the Golden Turtle Island, his right eyelid suddenly began to twitch rapidly. Wang Zhan's brow furrowed tightly. This was an instinctive warning reaction of his as a Mayfly, who previously he had received such warnings, and they had proven true. This time would likely be no different. For a moment, Wang Zhan hesitated whether he should leave Golden Turtle Island. After contemplating for a while, he decided to go. However, Wang Zhan did not leave on his own. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the direction of Bo Palace and respectfully bowed, saying, Master, I humbly request to borrow the Qingping sword for protection. A moment of silence ensued. Soon after, a green light flew out from Bo Palace, heading towards Wang Zhan and merging into his body. Wang Zhan chuckled and once again bowed respectfully towards Bo Palace, then left Golden Turtle Island with satisfaction. With this, he felt completely secure. With the protective Qingping sword, even if a saint were to make a move, he could be kept safe. At this time within Golden Turtle Island, Duo Bao frowned as he watched Wang Zhan easily borrow the Qingping sword, his expression shifting uncertainly. Opposite him, Changer Ding Wang said, Duo Bao master seems to favor Wang Zhan excessively, even lending him the Qingping sword so easily. If this continues, Wang Zhan's position will surely rise. Now within the GS sect, there are foolish people comparing Wang Zhan to you, Duo Bao. I truly feel it is unjust. Upon hearing this, Duobao's gaze sharpened as he looked at Changer Dingwang and coldly said, Changer, your words are too much. How Master conducts himself is his own business, not something you or I can comment on. I do not wish for you to discuss how Master acts in my presence. Changer Dingwang chuckled awkwardly, saying, Duobao, I am not discussing Master. I am merely speaking up for you. You are the eldest disciple of our GS sect, while Wang Zhan is merely a lucky Mayfly. It is an insult to compare him to you. We as cultivators should let others speak, as they will at time will prove everything. Duobao said calmly. As expected of Duobao, your broad-mindedness is something I cannot compare to. Changer Dingwang said earnestly. Wang Zhan was unaware of the conversation between Duobao and Changer Dingwang. At this moment, he had already flown past the East Sea and arrived above the vast wilderness. 100 years had passed, and the wilderness had undergone considerable changes. Traces of the human race were evident everywhere, their footprints scattered across mountains, canyons, rivers, and more. Furthermore, in every human tribe he passed, the name of Fushi was revered. Perhaps I should first visit the Haishan tribe. Wang Zhan contemplated for a moment and decided to stop at the Haishan tribe. He wanted to see the situation of the Haishan tribe. Soon following the route in his memory, Wang Zhan arrived at the Haishan tribe. The Haishan tribe still existed. Moreover, after 100 years of development, the Haishan tribe's situation was even better than before. Due to his apprehension of Nuwa, Wang Zhan did not boldly appear in the Haishan tribe to avoid causing any disturbances, instead sending a message to his disciple Yinchuan. He called for Yinchuan to reveal himself. After 100 years without news of Wang Zhan, Yinchuan was overjoyed and hurried to meet him. Upon seeing him, he bowed respectfully before Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan told Yinchuan to rise, and Yinchuan stood up eagerly, asking, Master, does your arrival at the Haishan tribe mean you can stay for a long time? Wang Zhan shook his head, saying, I am just passing by to see you, after which I will leave. Yinchuan appeared somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Wang Zhan smiled and said, No need to feel this way, we will meet again. You can keep this set of battle armor for protection. Wang Zhan gifted Yinchuan a piece of postnatal top-grade spiritual treasure battle armor. For Yinchuan's current cultivation level, this armor was already sufficient. No better armor could be utilized by him. After 100 years of cultivation, Yinchuan was still only at the level of a Xian immortal. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Yinchuan gratefully accepted the battle armor and stored it away. After putting away the armor, Yinchuan asked, Master, as you travel through the wilderness, is there any important matter I can assist you with? I am traveling through the wilderness to seek some alchemical herbs. This is something I will handle myself, so you need not worry. Just focus on your cultivation. By the way, let me ask you, how is Fushi? Wang Zhan inquired. Asking Liyue, who was not part of the human race, might not yield clear answers. Asking Yinchuan was more appropriate. The sovereign is extremely virtuous and is a respected figure following the three ancestors. Yinchuan replied without hesitation. Afterwards, Yinchuan recounted all that had occurred since Fux's birth. Wang Zhan gained a more intuitive understanding of Fushi, the ancestor of humanity, from his past life. Unfortunately, in this life, he was a Mayfly and could no longer be considered part of the human race. He could only let out a sigh in his heart. Boom. Just as Wang Zhan and Yinchuan were discussing Fushi, a sudden and intense battle erupted on the distant high ridge. Seeing this, Yinchuan smiled wryly and said, It has started again. These witches and demons are truly unrelenting. Do you know what the reason is for their frequent battles? Wang Zhan inquired. I am not sure. Yinchuan, like Liyue, was equally clueless. Seeing this, Wang Zhan said no more, stating, I shall take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation. When you reach the Golden Immortal stage, I will take you back to Golden Turtle Island to meet your master ancestor. I will definitely work hard. Yinchuan quickly replied. Wang Zhan nodded, prepared to leave. Before departing, he left behind all the pills he had refined that were no longer of use to him, but would aid Yinchuan's cultivation. Yinchuan was a crucial figure in his upcoming grand plan for merit. He could not afford to lose him, or it would greatly impact his next steps. After parting ways with Yinchuan, Wang Zhan rode the clouds towards the high ridge where the witch-demon battle was taking place. Hovering above the clouds, Wang Zhan looked down. He clearly saw hundreds of witches and demons fighting atop the ridge. Leading them was Jiufeng, who had previously aided him in defeating the Black Fire Demon General. Beside Jiufeng stood a mighty man wielding a great axe, exuding unparalleled valor. It was Xing Tian. Wang Zhan had seen Xing Tian during the great battle between witches and demons. The powerful beings battling against Jiufeng and Xing Tian were the remnants of the demon race. Among the 10 demon gods, there were still remnants like Shang Yang, Ing Zhao Ji Meng, and Fei Lian. They led a group of remnants of the demon race in a frenzied battle against the powerful witches. Even though their battle could not be compared to the Great War of the past, it still showcased a part of the glorious era of witches and demons to the new generation of wilderness beings. But what on earth are these guys fighting about? Wang Zhan sat on the clouds, his face full of confusion. In Wang Zhan's view, every conflict involves a struggle for interests. Without interest, there is no conflict. Even a conflict born from momentary bloodlust will still relate to matters of interests and dignity. However, the renewed war between the witch and demon clans is perplexing. Wang Zhan cannot discern the conflicting interests between the two. Bloodlust. That doesn't seem to be the case. If it were during the peak of the witch and demon clans, perhaps even trivial matters could spark a fight. But now, with both sides suffering heavy losses and their fortunes depleted, if they continue to fight recklessly, they will only end up benefiting the human race. In this situation, it is impossible for the strong from both sides to act this way, especially those who have experienced the Great War between witches and demons. They must deeply understand the difficulty of survival. Even if they were to go to war, it would have to wait until they have recuperated. Yet now both sides are fighting fiercely, not as if they are just playing games. This is serious, with an unmistakable intent to not rest until the other is destroyed. But what is their purpose? Wang Zhan frowned, deeply pondering the reasons behind it all. In his contemplation, he sensed many hidden auras around him. Moreover, these auras were continuing to increase. Among them, the levels of cultivation varied greatly, from the weak, like true immortals, to the strong, like great Luo, and even more. Wang Zhan faintly sensed several auras that made him feel an immense sense of caution. This moved Wang Zhan quite a bit. His combat power was extremely formidable, and he had already mastered the 12 capitals' heavenly flags, making substantial progress in the way of strength. Even ordinary Quasi-Saints might not be able to handle him. Those who could evoke such caution in him are certainly not ordinary Quasi-Saints. These great powers are clearly as puzzled as I am about the reasons for the war between the witches and demons, so they are merely standing by and observing without revealing themselves. The weak may not sense the existence of these beings, but as seasoned warriors of the witch and demon clans, they are well informed and cannot possibly be unaware of these great powers' presence. Since they sensed that both sides should cease fighting and return to their own homes to avoid the mutual destruction that would lead to no good outcomes for any of them. But they continue to fight. What is it all for? Wang Zhan silently mused, analyzing this perplexing matter that left everyone baffled. Immortal, it has been many years since we last met. Just as Wang Zhan speculated about the reason for the conflict between the witch and demon clans, several familiar, soon 4 figures of the human race appeared before Wang Zhan. Among them 3 were the 3 ancestors of the human race, Sui, Renyu Chao, and Ziyi. All 3 were at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 4th, who had just recently entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, appeared handsome and exuded an extraordinary wisdom, possessing a leadership quality, especially his eyes, which seemed to contain endless stars. Wang Zhan had already guessed who this person was. Who else could it be but the reincarnation of Fuxi? Wang Zhan greets the 4 friends. Wang Zhan nodded and bowed. Fuxi, this is the immortal of reverse water, also known as the medicine immortal in our human legends, the stone ancestor Taoist, the 5 grains Taoist, and a benefactor of our human race. Many years ago, during a time of crisis, this immortal saved over 100,000 souls of our human race, and centuries ago, he brought stone tools to fend off external threats, provided 5 grains for sustenance, and brought the root of Isadis to resist the cold and the injuries it brings. Sui Ren introduced Wang Zhan to Fuxi. Upon hearing this, Fuxi immediately bowed to Wang Zhan, saying, "Fuxi is deeply grateful for the virtue of the immortal of reverse water. On behalf of the human race, I thank you. Thank you for your teachings to the human race." Wang Zhan turned aside, not accepting Fuxi's bow. Though this body may be ephemeral, my soul remains human. Accepting this bow from Fuxi would be disrespectful to my ancestors. Unlike the exchanges of greetings with the 3 ancestors of the human race, which are merely gestures of politeness, Fux's bow carries too much significance for me to accept. Friend Fuxi, you flatter me. I share the spirit of the human race and feel the same. I am but a fleeting existence, yearning for life, just as the human race does. I have endured the rain myself, and when encountering fellow practitioners caught in the same downpour, I am willing to lend a helping hand within my capabilities. This is not merely to help the human race. Humans are a testament to the true heart. It does not warrant such high regard from the human race. Moreover, my current cultivation is entirely due to the support of the human race. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it is I who should thank the human race for the teaching aspect I dare not claim credit for. Even without me, the human race would still thrive and flourish, while, without the human race, I would likely find it difficult to achieve Great Luo. Wang Zhan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fux's eyes brightened, and his favor for Wang Zhan grew. Since leading the human race, Fuxi has been well aware of how various great powers in the primordial world, from saints to other great cultivators, have continuously exploited the human race, using them as pawns to execute their plans for merit. However, while these individuals gained tremendous benefits from the human race, they maintained an extremely high posture, presenting themselves as educators. They would never mention the merits gained from the human race. Wang Zhan's words, however, placed both sides on equal footing, free from the arrogance of others. This greatly increased Fux's favor towards Wang Zhan. You are too humble, immortal. The human race will never forget your friendship, Fuxi said. What Fushi said is true, immortal, you are too modest. The three ancestors of the human race chimed in, appreciating Wang Zhan's words today. The human race has made tremendous efforts and sacrifices to reach this day. They are the true witnesses of it. In contrast, the great powers casually attributed all merits to themselves, completely ignoring the efforts of the human race, which they could not tolerate. Compared to these individuals, they found Wang Zhan to be quite different. The so-called teachings of other great powers are merely superficial, consisting of mere words or symbolic gestures, leaving all the hard work to the human race to figure out. If they fail, it is the human race's fault, but if they succeed, it is entirely attributed to their teachings, collecting all the merits for themselves. In contrast, Wang Zhan's teachings to the human race are substantial, enabling quick benefits for them. Although Wang Zhan also seeks the merits from teaching the human race, at the very least, Wang Zhan does not pretend or maintain a high posture. Therefore, among the three ancestors of the human race and Fushi, they are more inclined to let Wang Zhan acquire merits. Why did you leave quietly back then, immortal? Did the human race make a mistake that drove you away? At this moment, Fushi suddenly asked Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, upon hearing this, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, gazing deeply at Fushi. At that moment, Wang Zhan truly wanted to say, because of you. But he could not. Meanwhile, Fushi was bewildered by Wang Zhan's strange gaze, not understanding where the problem lay. Bang! As Fushi puzzled over this, the battle between the witches and demons on the high ridge had escalated to a more bloody level. Xingtian roared, striking the demon god Xiangyang. Just as Xiangyang was on the verge of death, another surviving demon god appeared. Baizhe burst forth from the void, repelling Xingtian and saving Xiangyang's life. Xingtian is indeed a strong member of the witch clan who, despite injuring Xiangyang, he remains unscathed from Baizhe's ambush. Sui Ren sighed in admiration. Though the witch and demon clans are strong, the three ancestors were truly remarkable for preserving the human race during such dire and difficult times. Fushi expressed deep respect for the three ancestors of the human race. Sui Ren shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is not that we are remarkable. To be honest, how could we claim any credit? It was only because of the great war between the witches and demons that we had an opportunity to survive in the cracks. Otherwise, if either side had specifically targeted the human race without intervention from the other, the human race would have long been extinguished. The most important reason for the survival of the human race is that neither the witch nor demon clans took the human race seriously, underestimating them. This is a lesson you must take to heart. You do not tread the same path as the witches and demons. Sui Ren was teaching Fushi not to underestimate the enemy, for even the smallest adversary might have the potential to turn the tables. Hearing these words, Wang Zhan deeply appreciated the power of Sui Ren. It should be noted that this was still the early history of the human race, yet Sui Ren possessed such foresight. Indeed, those capable of becoming leaders of the human race were not truly simple-minded. Only the truly astute could survive, let alone lead their kin to survival. At this stage, Fushi was the nominal leader of the human race. However, in reality, the true power holders of the human race were still the three ancestors. It was not that the three ancestors wanted to overshadow Fushi, but rather they were guiding him to cultivate him into a truly qualified leader of the human race. Dear friends, do you know why the witch and demon factions are engaged in such ferocious battles? Wang Zhan then inquired about the three ancestors and Fushi. The three ancestors and Fushi all shook their heads. Sui Ren spoke. The situation between the witch and demon factions is quite peculiar. Although they are fighting fiercely, it seems to me that both sides maintain a strange tacit understanding. Tacit understanding. Wang Zhan was taken aback. Sui Ren continued. Indeed, from my perspective, there exists a very peculiar understanding between the witch and demon factions. They have been clashing for nearly 20 years. I have observed this for over a decade. Generally speaking, the demon race has been pursuing the witch race in combat. Initially, the scale was far from this large, with only the 9 phoenixes and 2 demon gods clashing. However, later on, Xingtian and Shangyu joined, and all the other demon gods were mobilized, leading to the current scale of conflict. This level of scale is roughly equivalent to the entirety of the foundations of both races after the great battle between the witches and demons. To invest such foundations into conflict undoubtedly signifies a desire to take the other's life. Yet despite the life and death struggle reaching this extent, neither side has revealed any reason for the conflict, which is absolutely a form of tacit understanding. Sui Ren's words caused Wang Zhan to slowly nod in agreement. Indeed, if one puts it that way, the witch and demon races seem to maintain a rare kind of tacit understanding. Then, dear friends, why don't you speculate further on what might have led to this rare state of tacit understanding between the two races? Wang Zhan asked. I have deduced through Fuxisbagua that these two races are actually competing for something. Fushi replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's expression changed, and his eyes brightened significantly. What might that something be? I cannot say for certain, and I only deduced it during my first divination. Subsequent attempts have proven elusive, all shrouded in uncertainty. It was as if my initial divination was wrong, yet I believe my Fushi Bagua cannot be mistaken. Fushi spoke with unwavering confidence. Wang Zhan remained silent. He naturally had faith in Fux's Bagua. After all, it was a precious legacy of the human race. If Fux's Bagua was not wrong, it implied that something was obscuring Fux's divination. Moreover, the witch and demon races were vying for something. This objective obtained by either race would be immensely beneficial. Hence, both factions would rather engage in mutual slaughter than let outsiders know. It is evident that if outsiders were to learn of this object, it would undoubtedly incite competition from others. This explains the tacit understanding between the witch and demon races. Thus, this object not only possesses the ability to shield against Fux's Bagua divination, but also compels the witch and demon races to maintain silence. It can be utilized by both sides, and should it be leaked, it would inevitably attract the attention of powerful beings. Wang Zhan continuously narrowed down the scope. Could it be the Chaos Bell? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Wang Zhan. As the leader of the human race, Fux's cultivation level may not yet be strong enough, but with the support of human fortune, his Fushi Bagua was nearly infallible. In examining the witch and demon races, the only treasure capable of concealing heavenly secrets and deserving of silence from both sides was indeed the Chaos Bell. Once the Chaos Bell may have been deemed a precious item by the witch race, but now it is different. After the union of humans and witches, a multitude of human witches has emerged. These human witches, though identified as witch race, possess primordial spirits and can completely utilize the Chaos Bell. Moreover, even without mentioning these human witches, the 9 phoenixes also possess primordial spirits. If she were to master the Chaos Bell, she would undoubtedly become a formidable existence in the future. If the witch race were to seize the Chaos Bell, they could potentially make a comeback. Additionally, considering Swiren's words, the conflict between the witch and demon races initially arose from the 9 phoenixes and 2 demon gods. And it was the 2 demon gods fiercely pursuing the 9 phoenixes. Thus, it is highly likely that the Chaos Bell is currently in the hands of the 9 phoenixes. Although Wang Zhan found this speculation somewhat fantastical, it was still within the realm of possibility. One must understand that the Chaos Bell is a product of the transformation of the heaven-opening axe into 3. The 9 phoenixes are the younger sister of the powerful ancestral witch. Although she did not become an ancestral witch at birth, tracing back to the source, the 9 phoenixes can indeed be said to be transformed from the blood of Pangu. However, most of the nourishment was absorbed by the powerful, which causing the 9 phoenixes to become just a great. Moreover, the previous owner of the Chaos Bell, Dongwang Tai, was a spirit born from the Sun Star. It must not be forgotten that the Sun Star was transformed from one of Pangu's eyes. Thus, on the day Dongwang Tai was born, he was able to cradle the bell. The commonality between these two is that the owners of the Chaos Bell must have a close relationship with Pangu. Undoubtedly, the 9 phoenixes also meet this criterion. Therefore, it is not impossible that the Chaos Bell is now in the hands of the 9 phoenixes. Having pieced this together, Wang Zhan believed he had discovered the truth, yet soon he calmed himself. No, it can't be that simple. Wang Zhan suddenly realized another issue. Was he truly the only clever person in this vast world of chaos? If he could speculate that the 9 phoenixes might have obtained the Chaos Bell, then surely none of those powerful beings. The answer was undoubtedly negative. Wang Zhan considered himself fairly clever, but he would never arrogantly assume that he was the smartest. If other powerful beings had deduced that the 9 phoenixes might have acquired the Chaos Bell, why had they not acted to seize it, or even brought it to light? This indicated that at this critical juncture no one was willing to take the lead. If others would not take the risk, then neither could he. Wang Zhan thought, lighting a cigarette and beginning to smoke slowly. As he inhaled and exhaled, he deeply pondered the immense issues contained within. After smoking several cigarettes, Wang Zhan finally clarified the problem. The Chaos Bell is a congenital supreme treasure. Who wouldn't want it? However, wanting it also requires Although the witch and demon races appear to be in fierce combat, should someone attempt to snatch it at this critical moment, they would likely face a simultaneous counterattack from both races. This already extinguished the ambitions of those lacking in strength. Moreover, even if a powerful individual could withstand the simultaneous counterattacks of the witch and demon races and successfully seize the Chaos Bell, it would only be a temporary victory. Next, they would have to face the frenzied pursuit of all who wished to claim the Chaos Bell. There would be no time to refine it. Even if this person miraculously evaded the pursuit of the powerful beings, they would still face a final hurdle that they could not overcome. That is, they would need to confront the saints. The Chaos Bell, being a congenital supreme treasure, can suppress fate. Even the saints desire it. Thus, regardless of who ultimately obtains it, as long as it is exposed, it will eventually fall into the hands of the saints. However, the saints also have their own difficulties. If the Chaos Bell were obtained quietly, it would be one matter. But for a glaringly obvious situation, the saints would likely have to go through a great battle to claim the Chaos Bell. At that time, the outbreak of a grand battle among the saints could not help but attract the attention of Dao ancestor Hongjun. Therefore, the Chaos Bell is currently a hot potato desired by all, but unattainable by anyone. All that people can do is to endure. This includes the tacit slaughter between the witch and demon races. They may not be unaware that the Chaos Bell has already been exposed. However, because they still harbor hope and are unwilling to give up, they can only continue this cycle of slaughter, seeking a way to break the deadlock over time. At this rate, no one will ever claim the Chaos Bell. Wang Zhan, who perceived the profound undercurrents of the situation, murmured inwardly. All coveted the Chaos Bell, yet none wished to become the target of universal hostility. The inevitable outcome would be collective failure. His gaze shifted subtly. Using the Qingping sword as a conduit, Wang Zhan transmitted the unfolding situation to Tongtian. Tongtian's reply came swiftly. This master is aware and watching closely. For now, direct intervention is inadvisable. We must bide our time for the opportune moment. Indeed, Tongtian's response confirmed Wang Zhan's suspicion beyond doubt. Everyone was feigning ignorance while fully comprehending the truth. On the surface, it was merely a clash between the Wu and Yao clans, but beneath lay treacherous currents capable of drowning even the most seasoned cultivators. These wily old schemers. Wang Zhan cursed silently. He now understood unequivocally this place was a vortex of calamity. Regardless of how the struggle concluded, the contest for the Chaos Bell lay far beyond his reach. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan resolved to depart. He addressed the three ancestors of humanity and Fuxi, esteemed Taoist friends. This Taoist suddenly recalls urgent matters requiring immediate attention, and thus shall not partake in this spectacle. Moreover, if you have no pressing business here, I urge you also to withdraw. Out of reverence for the ancestral sages of humanity, Wang Zhan offered this counsel with quiet sincerity. With those words, Wang Zhan's figure vanished instantly from sight. When titans clash, the small are crushed. Such chaos was best avoided altogether. Three ancestors this. Fuxi stood momentarily bewildered as Wang Zhan abruptly withdrew, his gaze shifting in quiet confusion toward the three ancestors of humanity. The three ancestors exchanged a glance, then, without hesitation, declared, "We too shall withdraw. Henceforth, all of humanity shall be instructed wherever the Wu and Yao clans wage war, we must retreat. Never draw near, nor entangle ourselves." Elder Fuxi, my divinations reveal that these Wu tribesmen bear treasures capable of elevating humanity. Shall we truly abandon them without devising a strategy? Fuxi's brow furrowed faintly. Fuxi, as sovereign of humanity, your foremost lesson must be this: at all times, and in all places, the preservation of humanity comes first. Learn discernment. Know when to relinquish, when to hold fast. So long as humanity endures, prosperity will return. Yet one misstep could consign us to eternal ruin. Though the Wu and Yao clans have declined, humanity remains far from dominant upon the Honghuang continent. Above us loom countless celestial deities and mighty cultivators, each vastly surpassing us in power. Even a single such being turning hostile would spell catastrophe for our people. Wang Zhan holds profound goodwill toward humanity. Though the precise reason eludes us, it need not be uncovered. What matters is this: since he currently favors humanity, his explicit warning must not be ignored. He is not only the divine alchemist who aided humanity, the five-grain Taoist, the stone ancestor Taoist, but also the eighth attendant immortal under Saint Tongtian of the Jia sect. In terms of cultivation strength, centuries ago, he could effortlessly slay 8 Tai immortals and eradicate 4 great Luo immortals. Rumors across the Honghuang continent paint him as a merit-seeking celestial immortal of limited power, but I do not share this view. From decades of guiding humanity through peril, my instincts tell me Wang Zhan's true strength is terrifying. Underestimating him invites grave peril. As for background, he has a saint as his patron. Ordinary beings lack even the standing to address him directly. Yet even he chooses to involve himself in the remnants of the Wu-Yao conflict and covets what they vie for. Proof enough that these waters run deeper than humanity dare wade. Fuxi, your destined achievements eclipse ours. Upon your shoulders rests the fate of all humanity. Thus, every decision demands utmost caution. Suiren spoke solemnly. Fuxi understands. Fuxi accepted the counsel with humility. Soon thereafter, the three ancestors and Fuxi likewise departed from this land of turmoil. Whether others chose to leave held no concern for Wang Zhan. Only after retreating over 10,000 li from the high ridge did he finally halt. Wang Zhan had not forgotten his original purpose in coming to the Honghuang continent, and now began searching diligently for medicinal herbs suitable for alchemy. The Honghuang continent, though past its primordial zenith, when peerless treasures appeared effortlessly, remained rich in resources. Common spirit herbs and medicinal flora were still abundant. Wang Zhan's alchemical mastery was already refined, locating such herbs came naturally to him. As he traversed mountains and rivers, he gathered spirit herbs with the thoroughness of locusts sweeping across fertile fields. Even younger herbs dismissed by slightly cultivated cultivators were harvested, not recklessly, but with precision transplantation, not mere uprooting. Using his arts, Wang Zhan carved out a personal spatial domain and transplanted vast quantities of spirit herbs and rare blossoms into it. Though many today overlook these spiritual flora, once the investiture of the gods' war shattered the Honghuang continent, anew such treasures would vanish utterly, unfindable, irreplaceable. Knowing the future's trajectory, Wang Zhan seized this era to gather every possible treasure of the Honghuang continent. Over 10 years he amassed a sufficient stockpile of alchemical ingredients. It would sustain him for at least 500 years. Moreover, Wang Zhan did not limit himself to herbs alone. He also claimed suitable ore veins for artifact forging. One day, as Wang Zhan carefully transplanted a 30,000-year-old spirit flower, the Ziling Qilan, a resonant ethereal chime echoed across the Honghuang continent. Its tone matched precisely the ancient resonance of the chaos bell. Wang Zhan instantly grew vigilant, his gaze piercing toward the source of the chime. It was the same high ridge. Hovering above its peak floated a bell radiating arcane light. Beneath it stood Jiufeng, drenched in blood, eyes blazing crimson, aura thick with slaughter. Empowered by the chaos bell, she had slain several great Luo immortals of the Yao clan. Yet the very exposure of the bell did not carve her a path to freedom. Instead, hidden supreme cultivators intervened, sealing her escape, and blocking the advance of Dawu warriors Xingtian and Xianglu. Their assailant emanated a hazy ashen mist, identity concealed, yet status unmistakable, a quasi-sage. A quasi-sage strike shattered heaven and earth. Jiufeng, wielding the chaos bell only through the potency of her Pango blood, without true refinement, was gravely wounded on the spot. Even the chaotic chi cascading from the bell hovering above her head failed to withstand the assault. The bell itself was instantly subdued, its resonance violently suppressed. It trembled uncontrollably, until just as the quasi-sage reached to seize it, the bell pierced through space, broke free from suppression, darted wildly, and fled southeastward. An unclaimed chaos bell held irresistible allure for mighty cultivators. Though many deemed its acquisition perilous, restraint dissolved. Quasi-sages, rarely glimpsed in ordinary times, emerged en masse like hornets roused from their nest. Across the Honghuang continent, lesser beings trembled in fear. At this very moment, the primordial chaos land lay in utter chaos. Demons and titans alike surged across its vast expanse. The chaotic bell, however, darted about like a mischievous child, taunting all who pursued it. Even the most venerable cultivators wielding immense divine power could not ensnare it. Wang Zhan's heart stirred with deep suspicion. The bell's displayed prowess was far beyond what reason allowed. Today, an unprecedented number of quasi-sages had emerged. Nearly every immortal who once attended the Dao lectures at Zhixiao Palace had been drawn forth by the bell's eruption. Yet, even surrounded by such a legion of quasi-sages, the chaotic bell revealed capabilities far surpassing those it wielded when held by Dong Wangtai himself. Had the bell possessed such might in Dong Wangtai's hands, he alone could have stood against the 12 ancestrals. Perhaps a sage now grips it with unyielding control, Wang Zhan surmised inwardly. A thunderous boom shattered the air, just as awe gripped him at the bell's impossible strength. High upon the ridge, battle flared anew. Jiufeng and her companions, long forgotten after the chaotic bell's sudden flight, now clashed fiercely once more. Their assailants were not of the Yao clan. Having fled the moment the bell vanished, the Yao had withdrawn swiftly. Yet Jiufeng, grievously wounded by a quasi-sage, lagged behind. That single delay sealed her fate. Countless primordial beings, cultivators of every rank, encircled the Wu clan warriors atop the ridge. They pressed the siege relentlessly. Jiufeng's injuries were severe, her combat strength all but extinguished. Xingtian and Xianglu, though less wounded, fought desperately to stall their attackers. The remaining Wu warriors formed a protective ring around Jiufeng, for she now led the Wu clan. None would fall before she did. Still, despite their fierce devotion, the enemy's numbers overwhelmed them. Even Xingtian and Xianglu, veterans of the legendary Wu Yao War, were driven apart and scattered. The weaker Wu warriors who sought to shield Jiufeng fell one by one beneath the blows of these primordial beings. At last, only Jiufeng remained standing, alone, faltering yet unbowed. Her face had paled to the hue of bleached parchment. "Filthy Wu scum, you deserve annihilation today," their enemies roared, hatred blazing like wildfire. Ugh! Blood gushed from Jiufeng's lips. Her last reserves of Wu energy drained utterly, she collapsed onto one knee, helplessly watching their lethal techniques descend upon her. Just as those techniques neared her flesh, an arrow tore through the void, shattering them mid-flight. "Who dares interfere? Reveal yourself." The thwarted attacker bellowed in fury. "This is I," came a calm reply, and a soft azure light coalesced into Wang Zhan's form, materializing before Jiufeng. Jiufeng, kneeling on one knee, gazed up in stunned disbelief. She had never imagined her savior would be Wang Zhan. Fate turned full circle. His entrance mirrored hers long ago. The same grace, the same timing. So identical, they seemed to overlap across time itself. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in others' affairs?" The enemies on the ridge fixed icy stares upon Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan smiled gently and bowed his head in salute. I am Wang Zhan, 8th immortal attendant of the Jia Sect, disciple of the Supreme Sage Shanqing. Greetings, esteemed cultivators. Hearing his name, the primordial being's expressions shifted instantly. In this age, being a sage's disciple bore the weight of sovereign authority. Wang Zhan assumed as much. Yet almost immediately something felt profoundly wrong. Though they instinctively recoiled at his lineage, their gazes hardened anew, cold, defiant, unafraid. As if to say, even a sage's disciple holds no terror for us. One among them spoke, voice glacial. Today, no matter who you are, you shall not hinder our extermination of the Wu remnant. Our clans were slaughtered to extinction. We survive now as solitary ghosts clinging to life in hollow solitude. Even if a sage descended here today, we would not yield. If you stand against us, you die with them. We advise you, depart now. For the sage's sake alone, we grant you this. Silence fell upon the ridge, sudden absolute, suffused with killing intent, so dense it seemed to congeal into visible frost. Wang Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. I do not seek to impede your vengeance against the Wu. Truth be told, I bear no bond with them. Yet great Wu warrior Jiufeng once saved my life in dire peril. I owe her a karmic debt. I ask only that you grant me this favor, to repay her kindness now. Once settled, our karmic ties dissolve. Thereafter, should you wish to confront Jiufeng again, I shall not intervene. Impossible. We have waited centuries for this day. When Wu and Yao clashed and bled each other dry, we began plotting this hour. Now heaven grants us the perfect chance. We will not squander it. Boy, we offer you one final chance. Leave now, or perish alongside her. Even if it means incurring a sage's wrath, we will have our vengeance. Leave. As one, the primordial beings roared the word, a sound born of madness, raw and Were it not for Wang Zhan's title as a sage's disciple, they would already have torn him limb from limb. Do not concern yourself with me, Jiufeng whispered weakly. I saved you then to forge auspicious karma with the Jia Sect, not for you. You need not stay. Wang Zhan said nothing, only watched the frenzied host with quiet intensity. Truthfully, these primordial beings committed no injustice. Their clans annihilated by the Wu, their alliance to destroy Jiufeng, was both rational and inevitable. No moral judgment could rightly condemn them. For karma demands repayment. And yet, this very truth compelled him to act. With Jiufeng, his karmic debt remained unsettled. True Tantian would have intervened had Jiufeng hesitated, but he arrived a heartbeat too late. Thus the debt fell squarely upon her shoulders. Such debts cannot be ignored. In this mythic realm of the primordial chaos, death does not erase karma, as it once did in Hong Yun's era before the 6 realms of reincarnation existed. Now with the 6 realms established and Ho Tu presiding over the underworld, Jiufeng's soul would surely reincarnate, even if slain, and her karma would persist unchanged. Though Jiufeng claimed her act was meant to bind fortune to the Jia Sect, she lacked the stature to forge such a bond with a sage. Only Ho Tu, the underworld sage Tongtian's peer, could claim such authority. Thus this was strictly between Jiufeng and Wang Zhan. Repayment was unavoidable, not in some distant lifetime, but now. Saving her life would settle the debt entirely. He possessed the power to do so. Yet deferring repayment to her next life would twist the debt beyond prediction. That was the terrifying nature. Therefore Jiufeng must be saved, not for her sake, but for his own. Like an unshakable mountain, Wang Zhan stood firm before her. Boy, the Wu slaughtered our clans. Monstrous, unforgivable. Yet you shield her so brazenly. As a sage's disciple, have you no sense of justice or morality? Someone accused him bitterly. Wang Zhan replied calmly, I judge not by good or evil, but by great Wu warrior Jiufeng saved my life centuries ago. That is the cause. Today I return her life. That is the effect. Grant me this courtesy, and her fate tomorrow is none of my concern. Deny me, and I shall meet you all. You? Do you truly believe you can face us all? Were it not for your status as a sage's disciple, we would not waste breath upon you. Then so be it. If you insist on obstructing us, let us all perish together. A thunderous detonation echoed as the primordial beings unleashed their full fury, countless treasures and celestial techniques converging upon Wang Zhan and Jiufeng. Those primordial beings made no concessions now. They knew as well as he did that striking at a disciple of a sage would lead to a predictable end. Watching countless divine arts and treasures thunder toward him, Wang Zhan remained inwardly calm. This conflict was not a matter of right or wrong, but of opposing stances. They sought vengeance, and he too had every reason to sever the karmic bond with Jiufeng. A low sonorous hum rose. An enduring bell resounded. Wang Zhan manifested the undying golden bell technique. The undying golden bell swelled, enclosing him and Jiufeng in an impenetrable dome. Wang Zhan's bell now possessed astonishing defensive might. In former days, when he was only an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, that very art had repelled repeated assaults from peak Deluo Golden Immortal Demon Generals. He was no longer the man he had been. Through merit and other ascensions, Wang Zhan had reached the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. An undying golden bell invoked from such a peak was so formidable and unyielding that the primordial attackers were struck dumb with awe. All their divine arts and treasures struck the bell and were turned back upon their owners when they tried to resist that recoil. With 9 tolls of the bell, many were bound as if petrified, unable to move, forced to watch as the very arts and treasures aimed at Wang Zhan reversed and slammed into themselves. Spatter, spatter, spatter. On the high ridge, every primordial being who had struck out now vomited blood. They stared at Wang Zhan in horror. None had imagined he possessed such overwhelming power. A single display of technique had undone their fatal onslaught, and it struck them all down at once. Wang Zhan did not slay them. As he had said before, today their positions differed. There was no absolute right or wrong. When the Wu and Yao clans once reigned triumphant, they ravaged and annihilated countless primordial races. Their present peril was deserved. Were it not for the life-binding karma between him and Jiufeng, Wang Zhan would not have bothered with even a famed beauty. When the Wu Yu ran rampant, Jiufeng's hands were stained with blood too. She was no saint. Thus Wang Zhan found it difficult to consign these primordial beings to death. Killing them would be easy. But as a disciple of a sage, Wang Zhan cared for his reputation. He still needed to accrue merit among the human race. Sullying his name would make that pursuit far more difficult. It seems I have prevailed this time, Wang Zhan said from his high vantage, looking down at the grievously wounded on the ridge. The primordial beings now had vacant eyes. Seeing this, Wang Zhan continued, I have no wish to be your enemy. I only need to resolve the karmic knot with Jiufeng. When the Wu and Yao once ran rampant, their crimes were great. I respect your desire to avenge your clans, and so my opposition to you today is born of necessity. Do not fear incurring the ire of Zhejiao sages. The Shangqing sage of our sect is magnanimous. He would not be petty over such a small matter. Fellow Taoists, depart as you will. Today I have preserved the life of the great, which Jiufeng, and thus the karma between us dissolves. If in the future you choose to slay her again, that will no longer concern me. What say you, fellow Taoists? Wang Zhan's gaze burned upon the assembled primordial beings. Their expressions flickered uncertainly. You truly will not kill us, one asked. We bear no grudge with you. Since you profess to belong to the Shangqing school, you should comport yourself as a disciple of a sage, and thus spare my teacher any shame. I have said it, today's act was to sever the karma with the great witch Jiufeng. If my conduct offends you, then in time come and exact your vengeance upon me boldly. That then will be the karma binding us. Wang Zhan smiled, and at once the primordial beings visibly relaxed. They wanted revenge, but none truly wished to die. If they could survive, they would. Though Wang Zhan had thwarted their plan today, they were no match for him. That Wang Zhan would spare them at this moment left them speechless. Brother Wang, truly a distinguished disciple of Shangqing, we admire you. We are routed today, yet we hold no hatred for you. Rest assured we will no longer clash with the great witch Jiufeng. But tell us, if we now pursue and slay the other Wu clan members, will you remain uninvolved? Someone spoke with lingering resentment. Jiufeng was now the Wu clan's leader. To cut her down would be a deed of great consequence. Yet Wang Zhan had protected her, and they were powerless to alter that. Of course, Wang Zhan declared. Among the Wuzu, those bound to me by karma, besides the departed great witch Hui, only the great witch Jiufeng remains. As for the others, I hold neither debt nor grudge. How you act is no concern of mine. Hearing this, the vengeful primordial beings rejoiced. Very well, we shall visit Brother Wang again another day. With that, they abandoned Jiufeng and surged off to pursue Xing Tian and Xiang Lu. Soon the high ridge held only Wang Zhan and Jiufeng. Jiufeng gazed at him with a shifting expression and a bitter smile. She was grateful that Wang Zhan had saved her. Yet because he spared those avengers, the danger to Xing Tian and Xiang Lu had suddenly intensified, leaving her helpless. Could you also lend aid to Xing Tian and Xiang Lu? My clan would be eternally grateful, she pleaded. Wang Zhan shook his head. The war between the Wu and Yao ended only around 2,000 years ago. When your clan prospered in former days, you did not regard other primordial lives as worthy of mercy. I saved you. The primordial multitudes will not condemn me. Karma must be repaid, and everyone understands that. But if I now rescue Xing Tian and Xiang Lu as well, that would be indefensible. Wang Zhan did not put it harshly, but Jiufeng understood. He meant simply that the Wu clan's reputation remained abominable. He did not wish to be entangled too deeply, and thus tarnish himself. Jiufeng sighed, closing her eyes. Her witch power was exhausted, as she could not even move, and was powerless to aid Xing Tian and Xiang Lu. She could only pray that the two would come through unscathed. Meanwhile, in the central human tribe, the humans gathered with the 3 ancestors and Fushi. Fushi murmured, Swiren's sight was indeed keen. This stone patriarch Daoran proves to be extraordinary. On the high ridge, with a single technique, the stone patriarch Daoran suppressed 300 Tai and 72 Deluo. Such might surpass even a quasi-sage. I did not expect Nishue Daoran to be so formidable, Swiren said with a wry smile. He had suspected Wang Zhan was no ordinary man, but not to this degree. This stone patriarch Daoran clearly harbors great goodwill toward our humans. Given that 3 ancestors, should we, as we did 500 years ago, invite him to continue aiding our people? Fushi asked. If we could secure that, it would be most auspicious. Yet Nishue Daoran left abruptly in the past, and there may have been hidden reasons. Even if we wish to ask him to remain, it may not be so simple. Yu Chao hesitated. Fushi proposed, as the leader of the human race, I will extend the invitation to Nishue Daoran and offer him an official place among us. What do you think? His gaze questioned the 3 human progenitors directly. If successful, it would be a great boon. Nuwa had promised to protect the human race for 10,000 years since its founding, but that era had long passed. Binding Nishue Daoran to our cause could grant us the shelter of a sage once more. Moreover, it is said that Jiejiao accepts disciples without discrimination. We could use this chance to send promising scions into Jiejiao to increase our strength. Ziyi said, very well. I will seek a suitable moment to, in my capacity as human leader, invite Nishue Daoran. Fux's eyes gleamed. Thank you, our karmic debt between us is settled. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Upon the high ridge, Jiufeng's wounds had mostly healed, and her shamanic power was nearly restored. Yet she worried for Xing Tian and Xiang Lu and prepared to search for their traces. She bade Wang Zhan farewell. I advise you to rest a while longer, your injuries have only half healed. Wang Zhan said coolly to Jiufeng. Jiufeng's wounds were by no means light. Aside from injuries inflicted by a quasi-saint, she had also suffered from forcibly using the Hundun Bell. Although the Hundun Bell had been in Jiufeng's hands at the time for lack of time to temper an ownerless relic, she forced its power, and it violently shook her primordial spirit. A corporeal wound mattered little to a great shaman like Jiufeng, but an injury to the primordial spirit was a very different thing. I know my own limits. This time I owe you my thanks. Jiufeng was resolute. Xing Tian and Xiang Lu were now indispensable veteran pillars of the Wu clan's strength. If they fell, the Wu clan would tumble into utter ruin. Though Ho Tu yet remained, she could not leave the netherworld now, otherwise this battle would not be so grievous. With those words, she sped away, a red figure swift as a shooting rainbow, rushing toward the direction where Xing Tian and Xiang Lu had vanished. Wang Zhan did not stop her and turned to leave. 3 days earlier, he had helped Jiufeng drive off many enemies, thereby repaying the life-saving debt between them. Over these 3 days, he had guarded Jiufeng atop the ridge as she healed, deterring those who would strike in secret. That in effect made up for the karmic obligation Jiufeng incurred when she taught him the heart-like cultivation method. Now their karmic accounts were settled. If Jiufeng insisted on courting death, it was no longer his concern. As always, each reaps the consequences of his own deeds. The cruelties the Wu clan committed in its heyday deserve the retribution they now face. It does not mean that because the Wu clan has fallen, the blood and debts of the past should simply vanish. Exalted immortal, please wait. Just as Wang Zhan was departing the high ridge, a figure flew toward him from not far off. It was the human Sa. Wang Zhan paused, then inclined his head with a faint smile, and said, So it is Fushi Dao, may I ask what business? Fushi smiled, and said, Exalted immortal, our people recently established the position of Shangsher, the master who instructs and civilizes the human race. After consulting with the 3 ancestors, we all agreed that only you are fit for it. I beg you to accept. At this, Wang Zhan's expression became oddly amused and rueful. Seeing him wear that peculiar look once more left Fushi perplexed beyond measure. When Fushi previously asked why Wang Zhan had left without explanation all those years ago, wondering if the human race had wronged him, Wang Zhan had given him much the same expression. Now Fushi had specially created the Shangsher position among the humans and formally invited Wang Zhan to assume it, yet Wang Zhan again regarded him with that same uncanny look. Fushi was at a loss. After a moment's thought, he hesitated and asked, Could it be that something about me offends him? No, Dao Fushi has done nothing wrong. There are matters you do not yet understand, and in time you will. As for the Shangsher position, I confess I covet it dearly, but for certain reasons I cannot shoulder it now. And I fear it is not only I. At present no one among our people can truly take it on. Wang Zhan said with a bitter smile. Why is that? Fushi asked, bewildered. Wang Zhan said nothing, smiling as if half jesting, as though to say, It is because of you. Fushi felt helpless. After pondering, he said, No matter the reason, the Shangsher position will remain reserved for you by our people. If you refuse, we will abolish it later. Fushi Daoyu's magnanimity. Wang Zhan inwardly rejoiced. Though Fushi had not yet been sanctified by a saintly investiture, the words of the human sovereign could not be lightly undone. Under Fux's reign, he could scarcely scheme for merit, but if Fushi kept his word, Wang Zhan could reappear as the human race's Shangsher in the age of the Earth's sovereign, and that position alone would grant him ceaseless merit. After a brief further exchange of pleasantries, Fushi, still full of questions, returned to the central human tribe, while Wang Zhan went on in search of rare spiritual herbs. Back in the central human tribe camp, the 3 ancestors fixed Fushi with burning gazes. Fushi could only shake his head with an embarrassed smile. The 3 ancestors were astonished by his expression. Yu Chao sure was the first to speak. How can this be? The Taoist in Ai Shui most needs merit to drive his cultivation, and only our people's merit can aid him. I cannot believe he fails to understand the value of the Shangshi position. Yu Chao Shi's words reflected the thoughts of Swearin Shi and Zi Shi. They were baffled why Wang Zhan. Such a post was offered with genuine sincerity. The human sovereign himself had extended the invitation. Their intent was plain. Fushi hesitated and said, I feel as if it is my presence that deters Shi Zhu from taking the Shangshi role. Impossible. You and an Ai Shui Taoist have only met twice. No enmity exists between you, and his demeanor does not suggest prejudice against you, Swearin Shi said, frowning slightly. Shi Zhu told me that one day I would understand the reason. Fushi sighed softly. At Fux's words, the three ancestors fell silent. The matter reeked of strangeness and left them helpless. They all hoped Wang Zhan would become the human Shangshi. Beyond his background, they recognized his genuine ability to instruct the people. In those years when Wang Zhan intervened, the human race advanced rapidly. Without him, the three ancestors knew the human people would have needed far more time to reach their present state. If nothing changes, I will abdicate. Perhaps my presence hinders our people's development, Fushi said, startling. Nonsense. Fushi, as sovereign, you must not doubt yourself so lightly. Swearin Shi scolded sternly. Fushi reddened with shame and said apologetically, it was a thoughtless remark. Three ancestors, forgive me. Very well. Let us set aside the matter of an Ai Shui Daoran for now. Our people have survived hardship by their own effort. If an Ai Shui cannot serve as Shangshi for some reason, we shall strive on our own. Fushi, as sovereign, your responsibility is great. You must be prepared in your heart. Swearin Shi pronounced the final resolve on the matter. Fushi responded solemnly and with due gravity. Time passed like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, 100 autumns had gone by. During this century, Wang Zhan sought spirit herbs and celestial grasses while diligently practicing alchemy within the Time Tower. His alchemical skills had progressed significantly, nearing the pinnacle of the Jiejiao's alchemical arts, capable of refining the upper clear pill. However, during his leisure, Wang Zhan also paid attention to the happenings of the Primordial Land. In these 100 years, the Primordial Land had been quite tumultuous. The reason was the re-emergence of the Chaos Bell. Since its return to the world a century ago, the main forces vying for the Chaos Bell had shifted from the ancient Wu and Lich tribes to the various Quasi-Saint levels. Many of the once hidden figures from the Zhixiao Palace, along with other Quasi-Saints, joined the competition for the Chaos Bell. Of course, this so-called competition was not merely about who could obtain the Chaos Bell, rather everyone was heavily invested in it, drawing immense focus. Despite the combined efforts of so many Quasi-Saints, no one could trap the Chaos Bell, which appeared freely across the Primordial Land and beyond the 33 heavens. Each appearance drove the Quasi-Saints into a frenzy. Even among the Quasi-Saints, the powerful Ming, he was the closest Quasi-Saint to the Chaos Bell, having managed to temporarily suppress it. Just when others thought Ming, he would seize the Chaos Bell, it broke through his blockade and vanished as it always did. The Quasi-Saints were infuriated, cursing in frustration. Yet there was nothing they could do. As for why the Saints had not intervened, Wang Zhan did not know and did not ask Tong Tian. However, 30 years ago, Tong Tian had summoned the Qingping sword back. For the past 30 years, Wang Zhan had been without the Qingping's sword by his side. In summary, the strangeness of the Chaos Bell, coupled with Tong Tian's serious summoning of the Qingping sword, made Wang Zhan feel an obscure sense of foreboding. It was as if a conspiracy was brewing. Meanwhile, in the human realm, Fushi had become a qualified co-leader over the past century, adding several accomplishments on top of his original achievement of creating the Fushi Bagua. He had made fishing nets, domesticated livestock, reformed marriage customs, and created a written language suitable for the current era of humanity. With each new achievement, Fux's cultivation soared, and the fortune of humanity surged. Now, after the increase of 3 achievements within just 100 years, Fux's cultivation had directly risen to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He only needed to establish a few more accomplishments to be promoted to Quasi-Saint. This was truly beyond what Wang Zhan could compare to. Wang Zhan could only feel envy. Of course, establishing recognized achievements was not so easy, but it was clear that Fux's path was much easier. Do not compare, do not compare. In the unnamed Fairy Mountain, within the Time Tower, Wang Zhan silently operated the rebirth furnace, diligently refining pills. Though he envied Fux's method of advancement, Wang Zhan knew it was something he could not replicate. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Wang Zhan refined another pill, he was one step closer to producing the upper clear pill. Once again, the sound of the bell resonated through the primordial world. This was the sound of the Chaos Bell. Here it comes again. Wang Zhan had become accustomed to the recurring sound of the Chaos Bell. In the past century, the bell had rung more often than during its time in the hands of the East Emperor. The closest occurrence was 42 years ago, when the sound of the bell was only 10 miles away from him. He was there digging for spirit herbs and celestial grasses. Before he could react, a large number of Quasi-Saints appeared. Fortunately, Wang Zhan still had the Qingping sword for protection, otherwise he would have been greatly startled. Fortunately, those Quasar Saints arrived quickly and left just as fast, and due to his status no one dared to try. Although through the experience with the Black Fire Demon Lord and the failure of revealing his identity at the former jailing location, Wang Zhan understood that being a disciple of a saint only mattered to those who wanted to live and was of no use to those who did not wish to live or were also disciples of saints. However, having cultivated to the Quasar Saint level and lived for countless years without any deep-seated grudges, no one would casually seek death. Thus Wang Zhan was still quite safe now. While the bell rang continuously in the primordial realm, Wang Zhan opened another furnace and continued refining with skilled hands. Soon another batch of pills was completed. Continue. Pill completed. Continue. Tirelessly he enjoyed the thrill of constant progress. In the chaotic primordial realm, my young friend is indeed very comfortable here. Just as Wang Zhan was lost in the joy of his progress, a gentle laughter slowly resonated. Breaking through the restrictions of his cave and seeing through the barriers of the time tower, the figure of a Taoist who appeared ethereal and otherworldly materialized, clearly observing Wang Zhan's state of alchemy inside the tower. Wang Zhan's expression changed slightly as he said solemnly, "I am Wang Zhan, the 8th immortal disciple under the upper clear saint of Jiejiao. May I ask which senior has arrived?" "Haha, young friend, need not be alarmed. I mean no harm. I happened to pass by this place and found you here, hence." "Speaking of your master, it has been a long time since I last visited him. I recall back in the day when I attended lectures under the Dao ancestor alongside your esteemed teacher. I never expected so many years to pass in the blink of an eye." The Taoist's voice continued to resonate, still warm and seemingly devoid of malice. In the next moment, a Taoist figure embodying an ethereal and immortal demeanor appeared within the cave Wang Zhan had opened in this unnamed fairy mountain. This Taoist had an appearance that exuded an air of immortality. He had a slender face, a thin figure held a floating dust in hand, his complexion was rosy, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding a profound aura. At first glance he gave a great impression. Even though Wang Zhan had been quite vigilant moments ago under the Taoist's aura, his anxious heart was calmed. When he attended the lectures at the Tongtian Zixiao Palace, Wang Zhan had yet to be born. Thus he was unaware of this individual's identity. However, one thing was clear to Wang Zhan: this person was absolutely beyond his capacity to contend with. It was undoubtedly a Quasar Saint, and based on Wang Zhan's instinctive perception and conjecture of danger, due to his insignificant status, this Taoist could even hold a place among the Quasar Saints. Wang Zhan quickly operated his mind, searching for someone whose identity matched that of the Taoist before him. Soon he had a faint guess regarding the Taoist's identity. "May I ask the identity of the esteemed senior?" Wang Zhan bowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity to show respect. The Taoist stroked his beard and smiled slightly. "I am Zhen Yuanzi." Upon hearing the Taoist declare his identity, Wang Zhan quickly bowed again, though his heart was not greatly stirred, as he had already vaguely guessed that this person was indeed Zhen Yuanzi. Upon learning that the other party was Zhen Yuanzi, Wang Zhan felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Zhen Yuanzi had a decent reputation, so he believed he would not act against him. However, at the same time, Wang Zhan also felt astonished, as his meager cultivation should be insignificant in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. Even though he was a disciple of the Jiejiao Tongtian sect, in the eyes of a mighty figure like Zhen Yuanzi, he probably appeared no different from an ordinary person. After all, this was Zhen Yuanzi. He held the Earth Book and the classic of mountains and seas, possessing the protective membrane of the earth. While Zhen Yuanzi might not be at the pinnacle in offensive capabilities in terms of defense, he could be considered a top-tier existence beneath the saints. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to harm Zhen Yuanzi. For such a formidable being to take the initiative to greet him, there had to be some ulterior motive. "I wonder if Zhen Yuan Daxian has any tasks for this junior?" Wang Zhan inquired with a smile. Actually, making a connection with a figure like Zhen Yuanzi was beneficial. After all, the ginseng fruit was under Zhen Yuanzi's control. "I wouldn't dare to impose, but I do have something I would like your help with. To be honest, I have my eye on your alchemy skills. Your alchemy skills are exceptional, and I fear they may rival those of your esteemed master. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in refining a batch of elixirs." Zhen Yuanzi did not hide his purpose, directly stating his intentions. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan looked at Zhen Yuanzi in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Zhen Yuan Daxian, my alchemy skills are still quite a distance from my master's. Since you are both in the same Taoist circle as my master at the Purple Cloud, why not seek my master instead? If my master were to take action, it might be more reliable, right?" Wang Zhan did not dare to agree hastily. Zhen Yuanzi himself was proficient in alchemy and artifact crafting. Moreover, his level was not low for ordinary elixirs. Zhen Yuanzi could likely refine them himself. The fact that he did not do so, but sought someone else, indicated that the elixirs he wanted to refine were not simple. If he were to ruin the elixirs, he feared the consequences would be dire. "I have already visited Jineo Island, but I did not see your master there. Besides that, I also went to the 8 Scenery Palace and the Jade Void Palace, and even visited the Hua Huang Palace, but unfortunately, I did not encounter many saintly friends." Jin Yuanzi's tone was filled with a sense of helplessness. Ever since the fall of Hongyun, he had been continuously searching for the true spirit of Hongyun. In the end, Jin Yuanzi indeed succeeded in finding a fragment of Hongyun's shattered true spirit. Back then, without the 6 paths of reincarnation, even with Hongyun's true spirit, Jin Yuanzi was helpless. However, now that the 6 paths of reincarnation existed, there was a chance for Hongyun's true spirit to reincarnate. The only problem was that the fragmentation of Hongyun's true spirit was severe, and before it could reincarnate, the found true spirit needed to be repaired and gathered. Others might not know the method to repair and gather true spirits, and even saints might not be aware. However, the classic of mountains and seas records some ancient and mysterious recipes. Among them was a recipe called the Fusion Spirit Pill. This pill is specifically used to repair injuries on the level of true spirits. Even if a true spirit is shattered, it can still yield good effects with this pill. Although it cannot fully repair the true spirit, it is enough to bring Hongyun's true spirit to the threshold required for reincarnation. This recipe is of great significance, and Jin Yuanzi originally did not want to seek others to refine it. Over the years, he had secluded himself, diligently practicing alchemy, in hopes of being able to refine the Fusion Spirit Pill. Unfortunately, his alchemy skills had reached a bottleneck, making it hard to progress. Moreover, Hongyun's shattered true spirit was on the verge of completely dissipating during this time. Without the Fusion Spirit Pill, Hongyun's shattered true spirit would completely vanish into this world. In desperation, Jin Yuanzi decided to seek help from the saints. However, he never expected that after searching for 4 saints, all 4 were absent from their sanctuaries. In despair, Jin Yuanzi returned to the Wuzhuangguan and unexpectedly encountered Wang Zhan, who was practicing alchemy there. Upon seeing Wang Zhan's level of alchemy, Jin Yuanzi was overjoyed. With no hope in finding the saints, perhaps Wang Zhan was his last hope. As far as he knew, there were not many with such accomplishments in alchemy in the primordial world. Few could surpass Wang Zhan's current level of alchemy. That was why he had come to see Wang Zhan without hesitation. Are the saints really not here? Wang Zhan was taken aback, and his thoughts wandered back to 30 years ago when Tong Tian had gravely summoned the Qingping sword. Could it be that the saints also have enemies? Wang Zhan murmured to himself. Indeed, they are all absent, or perhaps they have already calculated the heavenly secrets and are intentionally avoiding me. Jin Yuanzi smiled wryly. Avoiding you? Wang Zhan was slightly taken aback. Oh, was this a joke? Why would 4 saints hide from him? Indeed, perhaps so. You must understand that back then. Jin Yuanzi sighed and recounted some past events. In his view, if Hongyun had not relinquished his position, he would have been a saint. It was precisely because he yielded his position that he had great karma with Kuanping and the duo of Zhuanti and Jiejing. Kuanping and Dijuan conspired to slay Hongyun, while Zhuanti and Jiejing stood idly by. Now Zhuanti and Jiejing had become saints, yet he wanted to save Hongyun. Jin Yuanzi believed that the 4 saints likely avoided him because they did not wish to provoke the karma related to Zhuanti and Jiejing. Hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Wang Zhan couldn't help but laugh. Jin Yuan Daxian is truly overthinking it. Leaving others aside, my master has never feared Zhuanti and Jiejing and has never given them face. I believe that this time my master and the others must have other important matters to attend to, and it is merely coincidental that they did not encounter you, Jin Yuan Daxian. My master is quite loyal to Jin Yuan Daxian, a rare individual among the beings of the primordial world who values righteousness and treats others generously, making it so that if we disciples encounter him outside, we must show proper courtesy. How could my master avoid Jin Yuan Daxian? Is that really the case? Jin Yuanzi looked at Wang Zhan with, of course, to speak unflatteringly about the saints, we are all Eastern cultivators, while those 2 are Western guests. What qualifications do they have to make our 4 Eastern saints wary? Wang Zhan replied. You truly have a bold heart. Are you not afraid of provoking those 2? Jin Yuanzi laughed. My master is Tong Tian. It is said that even when beating a dog, one must look at the owner. If they wish to teach me a lesson, they must see if my master allows it. Jin Yuan Daxian, if you wish to refine the elixir, are you in a hurry? If not, why not wait for a while? I have a feeling that soon my alchemy skills will reach a new level, and I may be able to assist Daxian in refining elixirs. Wang Zhan said. He was not deceiving Jin Yuanzi. He was not far from reaching the level of refining the supreme clear pill. In another 200 years, he would definitely succeed. My friend Hongyun can last at most another 50 years. Jin Yuanzi replied with a wry smile. That is enough. I have the time tower bestowed by my master with a time ratio of 1:9. Inside the time tower, I can raise my alchemy skills in about 200 years, actually taking less than 30 years. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi was overjoyed. Then it couldn't be better. Perhaps during this time my master will at that time, with my master's admiration for Jin Yuan Daxian, he will surely assist you, so there will be no need for this junior. Let's hope so. Jin Yuanzi sighed. As they spoke, Jin Yuanzi handed the recipe for the Fusion Spirit Pill to Wang Zhan, saying, This is the recipe for the Fusion Spirit Pill. Junior, just refine it when the time comes. If successful, it means that my friend Hongyun's life is not yet destined to end. If unsuccessful, then it is simply his fate. Regardless of success or failure, I promise I owe you a great karmic debt for this matter. If you ever need my help in the future, I will surely do it without hesitation. Wang Zhan felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted to hear from Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi was different from the Witch Clan's 9 Phoenix. Without so much karmic burden on him, as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, there were many who would honor Jin. If the Witch Clan had countless enemies due to their past brutality, Jin Yuanzi, on the other hand, had countless friends. Establishing karma with Jin Yuanzi, making him indebted to Wang Zhan, was indeed a favorable deal. Although he wanted to laugh out loud, Wang Zhan still expressed, "Master, you flatter me. You are a revered sage whom I greatly respect. It is truly an honor for me to do something for you. No need to speak of karma. You're being too formal. Young friend, you truly are a talented disciple of the Dao." Jin Yuanzi chuckled, knowing full well that Wang Zhan's words were insincere. Yet despite knowing Wang Zhan was being disingenuous, Jin Yuanzi still felt pleased by Wang Zhan's show of respect. "I shall guard you here, young friend. You just continue your cultivation. If anyone dares to trouble you, I will take care," Jin Yuanzi said seriously to Wang Zhan. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's heart soared with joy. Although he had lost the Qingping sword, he had gained Jin Yuanzi. As long as it wasn't Tong Tian personally wielding the Qingping sword, Jin Yuanzi's presence was more than sufficient. The combination of the Earth Book and the Earth Mother membrane provided exceptional defense. This also alleviated a hidden worry in Wang Zhan's heart. After all, the chaos clock was running amok, and Wang Zhan was quite anxious. The quasi-saints of the entire Honghuang world were being dragged around. If someone got too anxious one day, innocent lives would be ruined. But now with Jin Yuanzi's protection, everything was no longer a problem. Wang Zhan immediately resumed his training in the Qingping alchemy technique. The flame of the rebirth furnace reignited. He began to refine pills. The time tower was activated. The time ratio was 1:9. Settling. As Jin Yuanzi watched Wang Zhan diligently practicing alchemy, he felt a sense of anticipation. "Hongyun, old friend, I wonder if I will see you again." Jin Yuanzi sighed, recalling the days spent traveling through Honghuang with Hongyun. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed in the time tower. Wang Zhan had refined pills for a full 200 years. One day, a fragrant pill was produced from the rebirth furnace. The Shanqing pill, representing the pinnacle of the Shanqing alchemy technique, Wang Zhan had successfully refined it. Thus, Wang Zhan's alchemy skills had reached a level comparable to that of Tong Tian. Although Tong Tian was a saint, his alchemy level could only be considered second tier in the Honghuang realm. The first tier undoubtedly belonged to the Grand Supreme. The second tier included Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tong Tian, and other saints. Now Wang Zhan's alchemy level had already reached a saintly standard. Aside from the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, whose alchemy skills were unknown, Wang Zhan was only slightly inferior to the Grand Supreme. "Congratulations, young friend." Jin Yuanzi sensed Wang Zhan's mastery in alchemy and was overjoyed. "I must also thank you, Zhan Yuan Daxian, for your years of protection, allowing me to devote myself to studying the..." Wang Zhan was more than happy to share the credit, naturally attributing part of the merit to Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi, feeling quite pleased, wasted no time on trivial matters and directly asked, "Young friend, how confident are you in refining the Rongling pill?" "I have observed this pill countless times over the years. Refining it is not easy, and it requires a considerable level of alchemy skills, but now that my skills have improved, I can definitely refine the Rongling pill," Wang Zhan said with certainty. The Rongling pill was remarkable in effect, but that did not mean its rank surpassed that of the Shanqing pill. According to the Grand Supreme's 9 turns alchemy technique, the Shanqing pill could definitely reach the 8th rank, just one rank lower than the Grand Supreme's highest achievement, the 9 turns golden core. "That's excellent." Jin Yuanzi's joyful expression was evident after receiving Wang Zhan's affirmative response, and he appeared extremely excited. This left Wang Zhan astonished at the bond between Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. Truly they were like brothers. "Young friend, follow me to Wuzhuang Temple, but once we arrive there, it will be foolproof." Jin Yuanzi was exceptionally confident. "Good. I also wish to see Wuzhuang Temple and the legendary ginseng fruit tree." "A small matter, I will give you 2 fruits to eat later," Jin Yuanzi said. In the next moment, before Wang Zhan could react, Jin Yuanzi waved his sleeve and moved Wang Zhan into his sleeve's universe. Wang Zhan felt as if he was moving at high speed. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This method of the sleeve universe was impressive. If someone were trapped inside, it would be quite difficult to escape. Before long, Wang Zhan saw the light of day again. However, the scenery had completely changed. Before him stood an impressive Dao temple with the words Wuzhuang Temple inscribed in large characters. It was exceptionally grand. Truly a blessed place for celestial beings. "This is my Wuzhuang Temple. Young friend, feel free to visit any time in the future," Jin Yuanzi said. "Then I shall truly visit you often." "No problem." As they spoke, Jin Yuanzi led Wang Zhan into the temple, directly arriving at a tree radiating celestial energy. This tree was the legendary ginseng fruit tree. It bore fruits resembling babies, and even just smelling them brought immense comfort. It is said that this tree blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures in 9,000 years, yielding a total of 30 fruits. Currently, there were 22 fruits hanging on the tree. While Wang Zhan was observing, Jin Yuanzi had already used a golden mallet to knock down 2 ginseng fruits and handed them to Wang Zhan. Young friend, try this ginseng fruit. Thank you, Taoist. Wang Zhan smiled and began to eat. Upon tasting it, an aromatic flavor filled his mouth and a vibrant energy coursed through him, significantly enhancing his power. However, that was all there was to it. The effects of the ginseng fruit no longer held much significance for Wang Zhan now. If only he had been able to have a ginseng fruit during his weaker years, it would have been a fortuitous opportunity to... But now for Wang Zhan, who had reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it was merely a treat. To be able to taste the ginseng fruit, I can consider my life well spent. Wang Zhan praised the ginseng fruit, and Jin Yuanzi smiled with satisfaction. In the next moment, Wang Zhan said, Jin Yuan Daxian, I have now seen Wuzhuang Temple and tasted the ginseng fruit. I can begin to refine the Ronling pill, but I wonder how many materials for refining the Ronling pill you have prepared. Having achieved success in alchemy and bolstered by his diligent cultivation, there should theoretically be no issues. However, Wang Zhan felt that this matter wouldn't be so simple. Alchemy was different from refining spiritual treasures. Generally, treasures of the postnatal level would not attract heavenly tribulations. But pills were different. Although the Ronling pill was of the same level as the Shangqing pill, its effects determined that it somewhat defied the heavenly laws. Thus, refining the Ronling pill would surely attract heavenly tests. Normally, Wang Zhan would succeed in alchemy, but with external interference, he could not guarantee success on the first attempt. The ingredients for the spirit-fusing pill are exceedingly rare. I have spent years searching and gathered only 3 sets. Jin Yuanzi's smile faded. Indeed, Wang Zhan had reached a level of alchemical mastery sufficient to refine pills, but no cultivator, however skilled, could guarantee success in every batch. Especially the spirit-fusing pill, its formulation required an abundance of delicate ingredients demanding meticulous precision at every stage. Any lapse would doom the entire refinement. Moreover, Wang Zhan had never attempted this pill before. At this thought, sorrow clouded Jin Yuanzi's face once more. Seeing it, Wang Zhan hurriedly reassured him, Senior Cultivator Jinyuan, please set your mind at ease. My proficiency in alchemy is well established. I cannot promise success on the first attempt, but I am confident of refining the pill within 3 tries. 3 sets are indeed sufficient. Yet my concern lies elsewhere. When the spirit-fusing pill nears completion, a tribulation lightning strike will descend. At that moment, my entire spiritual focus will be locked upon the refinement. I fear I shall lack the capacity to confront the lightning. Thus, I must rely upon you to withstand the tribulation. Wang Zhan's words eased Jin Yuanzi's heart. He smiled and replied, if it is merely the tribulation lightning you fear, then entrust it entirely to me. Young friend, devote yourself wholly to the refinement. Leave the rest to me. Very well, let us begin now. Without further delay, Wang Zhan accepted the 3 sets of ingredients from Jin Yuanzi and commenced the refinement. He had long memorized the alchemical formula, every character etched indelibly into his mind. Swiftly, he guided the ingredients into the rebirth cauldron in precise sequence. As the cauldron rotated, an exquisite, soul-soothing fragrance permeated the air. Yet this was but the beginning. To complete the spirit-fusing pill demanded precisely 49 days. The current phase was merely the simplest step. Jin Yuanzi stood vigil nearby. The earth scripture hovered in midair. The earth's embryonic veil enveloped the space below. All 4 directions were sealed, fortified as if by an impregnable citadel. Wang Zhan marveled inwardly at the unparalleled defensive power generated by the synergy of the earth's embryonic veil and the earth scripture. Young friend, do not let your focus waver. Jin Yuanzi cried out, alarmed at Wang Zhan's momentary distraction, fearing he might ruin a precious set of ingredients. But Jin Yuanzi's anxiety proved unfounded. Wang Zhan's alchemical mastery was so profound that such a minor misstep was utterly impossible. 3 days later, Wang Zhan had fully introduced all ingredients for the spirit-fusing pill into the rebirth cauldron. Now came the critical phase, fire manipulation. Alchemical refinement, though grandly named, is ultimately governed by just a few fundamental steps. What truly tests the cultivator is mastery over infinitesimal details. Years of dedicated practice amplified by the fruit of diligent cultivation had elevated Wang Zhan's foundational skills to a realm beyond ordinary comprehension. Even a wandering thought posed no risk of mishap. The sole true uncertainty lay in the heavenly tribulation that would herald the pill's completion, not a trial for himself, but for Jin Yuanzi. For Wang Zhan there remained nothing left to fear. Days passed steadily. As the day of pill completion drew near, Jin Yuanzi felt both elation and trepidation. His joy stemmed from the fact that no batch had yet failed. Thus success seemed highly probable. His worry, however, centered on potential calamity in the final moments. Dang! 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 At that instant, the chaotic bell resounded once more, its sonic waves rippling even into Wuzhuangguan. Xinyuanzi's expression darkened instantly. Soon an even graver development unfolded. The chaotic bell appeared to pause here, provoking fierce contention among numerous quasi-sages. This time they fought in earnest, not merely chasing the bell as before. The aftershocks of their clashes sent faint tremors through Wuzhuangguan. Young friend, can you continue? Xinyuanzi asked gravely, his tone edged with readiness to rush forth in battle should Wang Zhan falter. After years of relentless effort, culmination was imminent, and even Xinyuanzi's famed equanimity had reached its breaking point. No difficulty whatsoever, immortal elder. Please attend to other matters. This disturbance is negligible to me, Wang Zhan affirmed firmly. Others might have been unsettled by the chaotic bell's sustained resonance. He was not. Years ago, during his simulations of the chaotic bell's 9 chimes, he had cultivated substantial resistance against its sonic assaults. To Wang Zhan, the bell's current tolling was little more than faint background noise. Though enigmatic, capable of repeatedly breaching defenses, the chaotic bell remained unrefined, its power inherently limited. Should any interference arise, inform me immediately. Though I have long cultivated tranquility, my combat prowess remains undiminished, Xinyuanzi declared solemnly. Wang Zhan trusted those words implicitly, not least because the defensive might conferred by Xinyuanzi's Earth scripture and Earth's embryonic veil meant that against enemies mere offensive action sufficed. Xinyuanzi's extraordinary defense did not imply weakness in offense. Only relative comparison mattered, and it varied by opponent. Wang Zhan resumed his refinement. Outside Wuzhuangguan, the quasi-sages continued their relentless exchanges. This time the chaotic bell lingered far longer than ever before. Even Wang Zhan found it baffling. Previously the bell appeared only for an instant before vanishing, dragging quasi-sages in its wake like lightning across the sky. Now it seemed strategy itself had shifted. It dared to remain, deliberately inciting chaos. Wang Zhan grew increasingly convinced, though unrefined, the chaotic bell was nonetheless subtly guided, controlled from the shadows. Its purpose, to ignite strife among the great divine powers of the primordial chaos, and the sudden inexplicable disappearance of the holy sages at this critical juncture, both struck him as profoundly anomalous. These two events, he surmised, were likely interconnected. His boldest hypothesis, the unseen hand controlling the chaotic bell, was also responsible for the sages' vanishing. If true, then the very fabric of the primordial chaos world he inhabited would soon undergo a seismic reconfiguration. Wang Zhan had always believed himself endowed with a transcendent perspective upon this world, yet recent developments had already begun eroding that detachment. Wang Zhan could only hope certain fundamentals remained intact, lest their distortion undermine his own existence. Rumble, rumble, a thunderous symphony erupted. Above the rebirth cauldron, clouds of tribulation lightning coalesced. Wang Zhan stared in astonishment. We are only on day 42. Why has the pill lightning manifested so early? I shall bear the pill lightning, Xinyuanzi declared, ascending to hover directly above the rebirth cauldron, prepared to intercept the tribulation. Wang Zhan's gaze flickered. This tribulation had arrived 7 days ahead of schedule, yet its intensity surged with each passing moment. Though Xinyuanzi had pledged a karmic debt, regardless of success, the weight of that debt would vastly increase should the spirit-fusing pill be successful. Successfully refined. Boom. The pill thunder descended. The first wave of pill thunder was not particularly powerful, easily blocked by the Earth Book of Xinyuanzi. Seeing this, Wang Zhan let out a slight breath of relief. Although the pill thunder emerged too early with a defensive powerhouse like Xinyuanzi to counter the heavenly thunder, it likely wouldn't pose much of a problem. Immediately, Wang Zhan disregarded everything else and focused on alchemy. He just needed to survive the final 7 days, and everything would be fine. Soon, days passed by. On the first day, the power of the pill thunder allowed Xinyuanzi to respond with ease, hardly exerting any effort. On the second day, the power of the pill thunder surged, yet Xinyuanzi still handled it calmly. On the third day, the power of the pill thunder increased again, causing Xinyuanzi to furrow his brow. On the fourth day, the pill thunder continued to surge, and Xinyuanzi had already needed to take action to counter it. By the fifth day, Xinyuanzi had slightly spat blood. The power of the pill thunder had reached a level that even he could not face calmly. What the hell, isn't this an exponential explosion? Watching Xinyuanzi struggle against the pill thunder for 5 days, Wang Zhan's expression gradually changed to one of shock. What a joke to think that refining an 8-turn spirit integration pill could be so dangerous. It seems that the spirit integration pill, due to being a special pill, requires a high level of alchemy skill from the alchemist, as merely a basic requirement. The real challenge is the tribulation. If one cannot withstand it all, is in vain. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Wang Zhan looked at Xinyuanzi with worry. Xinyuanzi would certainly be willing to risk everything for Hongyuan, but he couldn't help but wonder what the outcome would be. The fact that the pill thunder had already caused Jin Yuanzi to spit blood by the 5th day was alarming. With this exponential increase in power, the final 2 days would likely be tough for Jin Yuanzi as well. Besides that, the danger of the pill thunder was only one aspect. The arrival of the Chaos Bell nearby would incite a quasi-saint battle. If Jin Yuanzi were seriously injured, he too would likely be in danger. If he couldn't get the Chaos Bell, he could at least seize the Earth Book or the Earth's membrane. In his peak state, no one would dare provoke Jin Yuanzi, but a weakened Jin Yuanzi would still be very willing. Crisis. Thinking of this, a huge character for Crisis suddenly surfaced in Wang Zhan's mind. If this were the case, he too might not be safe. Now he didn't even know where the saints had run off to. He couldn't find any refuge with Tong Tian. Thinking this, Wang Zhan couldn't help but look at Jin Yuanzi and say, "Master Jin Yuan, I think we should stop refining the pills for now and wait for my teacher to return before continuing." Given the danger of the pill thunder and the ongoing quasi-saint battle outside, based on the current situation of the pill thunder, the thunder of tomorrow and the day after would surely reach a terrifying level. Know as success is imminent, how can we give up now? Rest assured, do not underestimate me. Tomorrow I will show you the terrifying aspects of us beings. The usually amiable Jin Yuanzi revealed an astonishing aura at this moment. The determination in his eyes left Wang Zhan utterly shocked. Wang Zhan immediately ceased further objections. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking it. After all, this was Jin Yuanzi, an ancient being of immense power having existed for countless ages. He was a top-tier powerhouse among quasi-saints. To be honest, beings like Jin Yuanzi, Ming, he and Kuan Peng would all have been able to become saints, if not for the limitations on the number of saints. In contrast, those fighting for the Chaos Bell outside were indeed unqualified to be compared with ancient saints. Jin Yuanzi was born during the era of the Great War between the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans. How could a warrior who survived that terrifying chaotic period possibly be an ordinary person? The title of the ancestor of Earth Immortals is not merely a saying. The 6th day has arrived. As Wang Zhan had anticipated, the pill thunder on the 6th day experienced a new exponential explosion. When the pill thunder descended, it was as if Jin Yuanzi were clashing with an equally powerful opponent. The overwhelming force of the battle sent shivers down one's spine. Is it really necessary? Wang Zhan's heart was in turmoil. It was just a matter of refining a pill. Why go to such lengths? Is the spirit integration pill really that crucial? Upon closer thought, it indeed seemed to be the case. Beings from the primordial wilderness all possess true spirits. Originally, if the true spirit were shattered, it would almost be considered the end of that being. However, the spirit integration pill actually has the effect of repairing true spirits. Perhaps before the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the spirit integration pill was powerful, it was not overwhelmingly so, as repairing a true spirit, and nurturing it must have limits. But now, with the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the world, as long as the true spirit can be repaired to a certain extent, one can reincarnate. Thus, the value of the spirit integration pill has been elevated. If the spirit integration pill were to appear easily, one would only need to find the true spirit of someone who had completely died to restore it. From this perspective, the spirit integration pill indeed belongs to a category of existence not permitted by the heavenly Tao. To bring forth the spirit integration pill, one must inevitably undergo the harsh trials of the heavenly Tao. The 6th day finally came to an end. Jin Yuanzi was covered in blood, his Taoist robe stained red, turning into a blood-soaked garment. Seeing this, Wang Zhan did not utter any words urging Jin Yuanzi to stop. For Jin Yuanzi's unwavering gaze spoke volumes. At this moment, perhaps due to his injuries, Jin Yuanzi's strength had slightly declined. But it was also the most terrifying moment. The fierce aura that once roamed the primordial wilderness had been thoroughly awakened. At this critical juncture, if someone foolishly sought to trouble Jin Yuanzi, they would have to think twice. "Young friend, how is the spirit integration pill?" Jin Yuanzi looked at Wang Zhan with a somewhat hoarse voice, inquiring. "The spirit integration pill is fine. It will be complete after tomorrow." Wang Zhan succinctly answered the response Jin Yuanzi wanted to hear. Jin Yuanzi smiled with satisfaction. As he smiled, Jin Yuanzi tossed Wang Zhan a formation plate. This is a spatial great teleportation formation plate. Once activated, you can instantly transfer to the East Sea near the Jiejiao dojo. "Senior, what does this mean?" Wang Zhan asked, puzzled. "I underestimated the power of this pill thunder. Today its might has reached 9/10 of my own strength. I do not know how powerful the pill thunder will be when it falls tomorrow. Whether I can successfully withstand it, I am uncertain, hence I prepared an escape route for you in advance. If I succeed tomorrow, all will be well. If I fail, you can immediately activate this spatial great teleportation formation plate, and it will surely protect you. You are refining pills for me. Naturally, I cannot let you remain in danger. This Chaos Bell's emergence at such an inopportune time likely heralds great upheavals tomorrow." Jin Yuanzi sighed lightly. "Senior, why not?" Wang Zhan still wanted to persuade Jin Yuanzi to pause the pill refinement, but was stopped by Jin Yuanzi. No need for more words. If possible, I would gladly wait for the next opportunity. However, time does not wait for anyone. During this pill tribulation, I have sensed my old friend's true spirit is also suffering damage. I can wait, but my old friend cannot. This life of mine should have been lost long ago. It was my old friend who saved me. Today it is only fitting that I repay this debt. What? Zenuanzi's words caused Wang Zhan to pause momentarily stunned. This pill tribulation ought naturally to target the fusion spirit pill. How could it possibly extend its assault to the cultivator's true spirit as well? If this were truly the case, then attempting to save a life with the fusion spirit pill would demand not only mastery of alchemy, but also the division of one's focus to shield the patient's true spirit. This pill tribulation possesses the terrifying capacity to trace karmic entanglements, having discerned the identity of the one to be saved. Through Zenuanzi's calculations, it now strikes accordingly. I never anticipated matters would escalate to this degree. I believed merely refining the fusion spirit pill would suffice. Yet I had no inkling the pill tribulation would simultaneously assail the true spirit of the one destined for salvation. Zenuanzi sighed bitterly. Since the primordial separation of heaven and earth, this was the very first time the fusion spirit pill had ever been refined. Thus there existed no precedent, no accumulated wisdom. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would certainly have prepared countermeasures in advance. But now it was far too late. This was the sole opportunity. No second attempt would be granted. Wang Zhan fell silent, resuming his alchemical refinement with weary resignation. Zenuanzi had already secured every possible contingency for him. At this juncture there remained nothing more to say. Victory or ruin hinged upon this single decisive moment. Before long the seventh-day pill lightning descended precisely as foretold. Its might was overwhelming, so vast that at the moment of thunder's roar it seemed poised to annihilate all existence. Even Zenuanzi, holding the earthly scripture and fortified by the primordial veil of the earth, found his form violently shaken by the sheer force of that defensive power. His expression hardened into utter gravity. Even Wang Zhan felt its impact. Though he had assumed himself beyond its reach, he too was inevitably drawn into its maelstrom. The crushing pressure of the pill lightning slowed Wang Zhan's movements. His countenance flickered with subtle alarm. In the next instant, Wang Zhan activated the indestructible golden bell across his body. A resonant hum filled the air as the bell deflected the surging tribulation lightning. Truly tyrannical, this was no ordinary lightning, but karmic lightning itself. All involved, the one enduring the tribulation, the one to be saved, the one refining the pill, were inexorably bound together in shared suffering. No soul could evade it. Utterly, unrelentingly domineering. Young friend, are you unharmed? Zenuanzi cried out in alarm, fearing for Wang Zhan's safety. I am fine, Wang Zhan replied calmly. His mastery of the alchemical Dao stood unwavering. Once attained at this level, it remained absolute. Even Tantian himself, legendary sovereign of the Supreme Clarity sect, had failed on occasion to refine pills of the Supreme Clarity pill tier. Such failure would never touch Wang Zhan. Elder Immortal, attend to yourself alone. So long as you remain unscathed, the tribulation lightning directed toward me shall retain manageable intensity. I can withstand it. Wang Zhan declared, voice low and resolute. Zenuanzi nodded, gathering his full power to confront the pill tribulation. In that instant, the awe-inspiring might of a primordial quasi-sage surged forth from him in its full terrifying glory. No one knew what arcane technique he employed, but his strength erupted again and again, escalating until at last he stood once more in equal opposition to the seventh-day lightning. Who then dared spread rumors that Zenuanzi possessed weak offensive prowess? Wang Zhan inwardly cursed. Throughout the Honghuang World, tales persisted of Zenuanzi's peerless defense, yet lackluster offense. Yet now clearly such tales were baseless. He was in truth devastatingly formidable. Striking heat against the pill lightning, Zenuanzi's hair had long since fallen loose. Any trace of celestial grace vanished, replaced entirely by raw, ferocious fury. Legends painted Zenuanzi as gentle and benevolent, only because none had ever provoked him to this extremity. Now enraged, he bore no kindness whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. The pill lightning raged in fury, as if its sovereign authority had been challenged. Its power swelled anew, doubling even the pressure bearing down upon Wang Zhan. Yet as Zenuanzi absorbed the lion's share of that onslaught, the residual pressure Wang Zhan endured remained within his capacity to bear. Still, it was profoundly terrifying, even for him. An ordinary peak-level great Luo immortal subjected to such force would surely perish outright. VVVVRR. Wang Zhan activated the ninefold chime of the golden bell. With each chime, his golden bell's defensive aura intensified, until the pill lightning could no longer impede him in the slightest. It appears success is assured. Zenuanzi as guardian of the pill proves more than worthy. A flash of sharp insight lit Wang Zhan's eyes. The seventh-day lightning had been his greatest fear, and indeed it proved fearsome. Yet Xinyuanzi, deploying every art at his command, still met it with defiance. Thus, should they survive this day, the fusion spirit pill would be perfected. Wang Zhan now yearned to behold its final form. What manner of artifact would emerge from the crucible? At that thought, his mind sharpened, his focus deepening as he performed the final delicate steps of refinement. The fusion spirit pill neared completion. In times past, Wang Zhan perceived time as fleeting. A blink and hours had slipped away. But today time dragged. Each passing second weighed heavy with trepidation. Yet inevitably the day drew to its close. Amidst the final thunderclap, Xinyuanzi descended slowly. His face had paled to the hue of gilded parchment. Were it not for the faint, steady pulse of vitality circulating about him, and steadily strengthening, Wang Zhan might have believed Xinyuanzi had perished. How fares it? Xinyuanzi staggered forward, dreading the answer he feared most from Wang Zhan's lips. It is done. Open. With a nod, Wang Zhan invoked his alchemical seals, unlocking the rebirth furnace. Instantly, a radiant golden pill rose gracefully from the furnace's heart. It is done. At long last it is done. Tears shimmered in Xinyuanzi's eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out to claim the fusion spirit pill, when suddenly, a claw tore through the void itself, reaching for the pill. Kunpeng. Xinyuanzi roared, accelerating instantly to strike the talon. Xinyuanzi, you dare secretly refine such a divine elixir here. This treasure shall now belong to me. A chilling, sibilant voice echoed throughout Wuzhuang Monastery. Xinyuanzi, battle-worn and exhausted, could not match Kunpeng, who had lain in wait. The fusion spirit pill hovered perilously close to being seized. Yet, just as Kunpeng's talons were about to close upon the pill, it vanished. Wang Zhan had acted. Though wounded, Xinyuanzi remained within his own domain, the Wuzhuang Monastery, where every hidden art and safeguard lay at his command. Kunpeng's stealthy arrival had already cost him dearly. Amidst Xinyuanzi's fierce resistance, Wang Zhan seized the pill first. You wretched child, daring death. His prize snatched from grasp, Kunpeng's wrath ignited like wildfire. An overwhelmingly oppressive force surged toward Wang Zhan, driving him backward with brutal force. Blood trickled from his lips. As collapse loomed, a sudden surge of power lifted and shielded him from Kunpeng's crushing pressure. There stood Xinyuanzi, shielding Wang Zhan behind him, his gaze icy and unyielding upon Kunpeng. Kunpeng, if you do not retreat now, I swear before heaven and earth this day ends only when one of us lies dead. Is your current state even fit to challenge me? Kunpeng sneered. You harbor countless enemies. Should I sacrifice my life to cripple you utterly? Consider carefully what follows afterward. Oomph. From the void, Kunpeng uttered a cold, contemptuous snort, then after a long silence withdrew slowly into oblivion. The Kunpeng retreated. Even in a state of no injury, he was unwilling to engage in a desperate battle with Xinyuanzi. For as Xinyuanzi stated, should the two clash, although he would perish, he could at least heavily injure Kunpeng before his demise. At the same time, Xinyuanzi possessed immense merit. Slaying such an existence would surely bring karmic retribution upon Kunpeng. At that time, Kunpeng's former enemies would not likely let him off easily. During his time in the demon court, Kunpeng was a master of the demon clan with countless lives in his hands. Master Xinyuan, has Kunpeng left? Wang Zhan asked hesitantly. Perhaps he has left, perhaps not. However, as long as I am not dead and remain within the Wuzhuang temple, as long as no saint intervenes, others cannot do anything to me. But alas, it has implicated you, my young friend. Xinyuanzi looked at Wang Zhan with an apologetic expression. If it weren't for Wang Zhan's timely intervention in obtaining the spirit convergence pill, it would have likely been snatched away by Kunpeng. In his current state, if he were to rush out to chase Kunpeng, the danger would be exceedingly high. Moreover, he might not even be able to retrieve the spirit convergence pill. Wang Zhan's timely action had allowed him to avert a crisis. Yet while his crisis was resolved, Wang Zhan had now entangled himself with Kunpeng. This made Xinyuanzi feel quite apologetic. There is no need for Master Xinyuan to feel this way. How could Kunpeng be compared to you in my heart? You are a paragon of loyalty and righteousness, a model for us all, while Kunpeng is cunning. If I were to sit idly by and let Kunpeng succeed, my master would surely blame me. Wang Zhan spoke earnestly. You are truly righteous, my young friend. My Taoist friend Tantian must feel envious to have a disciple like you. Xinyuanzi sighed. Not at all. Master Xinyuan, you flatter me. Wang Zhan repeatedly declined feeling. In fact, he was not thinking that way at all. To him, helping Xinyuanzi was helping himself. Xinyuanzi owed him a huge karmic debt that would require Xinyuanzi to act if he ever needed his help. If at this critical moment the spirit convergence pill were to be taken by Kunpeng, that karmic debt would likely lose its significance. Moreover, if Xinyuanzi were to recklessly chase after Kunpeng to retrieve the pill and ended up perishing, then his karmic debt would be in vain. Once Xinyuanzi fell, he, without the protection of the Qingping sword, would also find himself in a dangerous situation. Were it not for this, Wang Zhan would not have wanted to offend Kunpeng. After all, he was a formidable foe. Offending Kunpeng would mean he had to be cautious in the future. Since you are so sincere, my young friend, I cannot be stingy. I see your alchemical skills are remarkable, so I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Jin Yuanzi looked at Wang Zhan with fervent eyes as he spoke. As he spoke, he unfolded the Earth Book. In the next moment, the pages of the Earth Book began to flip rapidly. Finally, it stopped at one page. Jin Yuanzi retracted the divine light from the Earth Book, allowing Wang Zhan to see the characters clearly. This is a record of alchemical formulas found in the Earth Book. The origins of the Earth Book are mysterious, containing many enigmatic matters. The Spirit Convergence Pill is one of the treasures I obtained from it, and aside from the Spirit Convergence Pill, there are also 6 ancient formulas recorded within it of which no one besides me knows about. You may take note of them now, Jin Yuanzi stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's expression became serious. He had initially wanted to decline, but now he changed his mind. Just one Spirit Convergence Pill could cause such a stir. How much more remarkable could the formulas recorded in the Earth Book be? When he initially practiced alchemy, his goal was to create a pill that could enhance one's aptitude. Now, having the fortune to witness 6 ancient divine pills, Wang Zhan was determined to acquire them. Immediately, Wang Zhan began to silently memorize the 6 ancient divine pills. These 6 formulas were Huaxing Pill, Zongheng Pill, Hunyuan Pill, Qingming Pill, Xianhuang Pill, and Buxi Pill. When he had memorized the 6th Buxi Pill, Wang Zhan was exhilarated. The effect of the Buxi Pill was that after consumption, it could compensate for one's deficiencies. Wherever there was a deficiency, it could be remedied. This meant that it likely could even compensate for the shortcomings of one's foundation. At that moment, Wang Zhan felt that helping Jin Yuanzi retrieve the Spirit Convergence Pill was not a loss at all. Even if it meant offending Kunping, it was of no consequence. If the Buxi Pill truly could remedy the deficiencies in his foundation and enhance his aptitude, then he would take on the karmic burdens of Kunping, even if it meant tenfold. To ensure he did not misremember, Wang Zhan recited the formulas several more times before he was satisfied to allow Jin Yuanzi to take the Earth Book back. Jin Yuanzi smiled slightly as he put the Earth Book away. Having witnessed Wang Zhan's alchemical skills today, giving him the 6 formulas was also a way to forge a greater bond with him. In the future, if there were any need for alchemy, he could seek Wang Zhan for help. To Jin Yuanzi, the karmic burdens of a saint were too great to repay, yet Wang Zhan's karmic debts were still manageable. In the coming period, why not cultivate at my Wuzhuang temple? Once your master returns, you can continue your journey in the wilderness. If that is the case, I would be extremely grateful. Wang Zhan exclaimed joyfully. He truly did not want to go out now, as the struggle for the chaos clock among the quasi-saints outside was too intense. Moreover, having offended Kunping and with Tongshan's whereabouts unknown, if he were to leave Wuzhuang temple at this juncture, it could lead to danger. Thus, with Jin Yuanzi's permission, Wang Zhan temporarily stayed at Wuzhuang temple. After making arrangements for Wang Zhan, Jin Yuanzi closed himself off to cultivate. Wang Zhan was also pleased with this. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the 6 formulas he had memorized. The Huaxing Pill possessed strong restorative abilities capable of reviving someone on the spot, as long as they were not dead. The Hunyuan Pill had the ability to assimilate and accommodate various energies. If injured and left with the opponent's techniques and powers within this pill, could resolve the issue. The Qingming Pill maintained clarity of the spiritual platform, preventing external influences. The Xianhuang Pill enhanced magical power. According to records, 1 Xianhuang Pill equated to the magical power of 1 Yuan meeting. The Buxi Pill could remedy deficiencies wherever they occurred. Wang Zhan had the formulas for these 6 pills, including the Spirit Convergence Pill, but unfortunately, besides the Spirit Convergence Pill and 2 other medicinal materials, the remaining materials for the other formulas were quite difficult to obtain. It would require time to search for them. However, even so, Wang Zhan felt quite pleased, as this signified hope, especially the Buxi Pill, which he needed the most. Cough, cough. At that moment, Wang Zhan coughed, as the pressure from Kunping had left him with injuries. Although Jin Yuanzi had acted promptly, it had not fully resolved the issue. Wang Zhan sat cross-legged and began to slowly heal the hidden injuries left by Kunping. After a month of persistence, the hidden injuries finally disappeared. Wang Zhan slowly opened his eyes, checked his condition, and nodded in satisfaction. What is this? Suddenly, Wang Zhan's gaze fixed on a point 1 meter in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. 1 meter in front of Wang Zhan, a small clock the size of a palm floated quietly in front of him. Upon seeing this scene, his first feeling was not surprise but fear. The chaos clock was unexpectedly so close to him. At this moment, Wang Zhan had no idea how he would meet his demise. For over a century, the reappearance of the chaos clock had caused unprecedented chaos in the primal land. From the initial battle of the remnants of the witch and the demon to the competition of the quasi-saints over the past century, all were to vie for the chaos clock. Now, with the chaos clock right in front of him, if it attracted numerous quasi-saints, not to mention himself, even the formidable Jin Yuanzi would be torn apart by them. Treasures stir the hearts of people. At this critical moment, what did a saint matter? Even if Tong Tian were home, he probably wouldn't have time to save Wang Zhan. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get lost. Wang Zhan cursed at the chaos clock. He didn't need the chaos clock. Given time, his indestructible golden clock technique would surpass it. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get lost. Wang Zhan cursed at the chaos clock. He didn't need the chaos clock. Given time, his indestructible golden clock technique would surpass. Damn, are you trying to kill me? Wang Zhan was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, a stream of memories flowed into his mind through the chaos clock. The memories revealed that half a month ago the chaos clock had pretended to escape to the outer heavens, disappearing without a trace, only to return afterward. At this time, the chaos clock had shaken off all pursuers and concealed its aura, leaving no one aware of its existence. After merging with this memory, Wang Zhan let out a slight sigh of relief. If that were the case, it was somewhat better. However, Wang Zhan soon began to wonder. Was the chaos clock trying to acknowledge him as its master? Could it be because of the indestructible golden clock technique? Wang Zhan suddenly realized this point. His indestructible golden clock technique was created by Tong Tian after he witnessed Dong Huang Tai demonstrating the power of the chaos clock. Until now, he was the only one who had reached such a level in this technique due to his diligent practice. As for others, after Wang Zhan became famous in the Jiejiao, although some learned that their power was far weaker than him. Later on, after observing the battle between the witch and the demon, Wang Zhan even learned the 9 strikes of the chaos clock. Perhaps because of these reasons, the chaos clock chose him as its master. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan pondered. Treasures are desired by all, but not everyone can safeguard them. The chaos clock is a congenital supreme treasure. If others knew it was in his hands, he would undoubtedly meet his end, and even his identity as a saint's disciple would not protect him. However, now that the chaos clock had come to him willingly, if he just tossed it aside, Wang Zhan's heart would be The chaos clock has the ability to conceal its aura. If I refine the chaos clock and mask its presence, perhaps no one will know it is with me. After all, I already have the indestructible golden clock technique. Anyone who understands this will know. Wang Zhan ultimately decided to keep the chaos clock despite the immense risks once it was exposed. However, risks can also be opportunities. How majestic was Dong Huang Tai when he wielded the chaos clock. That figure was something even Wang Zhan envied immensely. Immediately, Wang Zhan began the process of refining the chaos clock. He dripped a drop of his blood onto it. Since the chaos clock had actively acknowledged him, Wang Zhan established a connection with it without any hindrance. The chaos clock contained 14 layers of restrictions. The chaos clock directly opened 12 layers of restrictions to Wang Zhan. With access to the 12 layers, Wang Zhan instantly became formidable. With the power of the chaos clock alone, Wang Zhan was already capable of battling slightly stronger quasi-saints. He continued to refine the chaos clock, and the effects of his diligent practice began to show. With the enhancement of his diligent practice, Wang Zhan conquered the 13th layer of the chaos clock's restrictions. 10 years later, within the time tower, he successfully breached the 13th layer. After conquering the 13th layer, Wang Zhan could utilize 3 abilities of the chaos clock. The first ability was to conceal his aura, making it impossible to deduce or measure. The second ability was to traverse space. The third ability was to stabilize time. The acquisition of these 3 abilities filled Wang Zhan with joy. No wonder this treasure caused such a tremendous uproar upon its emergence. No wonder Dong Huang Tai could rampage with this treasure. Wang Zhan's tone was filled with emotion. A congenital supreme treasure truly was extraordinary. Young friend, are you still in seclusion? At that moment, Jin Yuanzi's voice rang out. Wang Zhan immediately halted the refining of the chaos clock and used a method to conceal his aura. He hid the aura of the chaos clock. Although Jin Yuanzi owed him a tremendous favor, Wang Zhan did not dare risk it, knowing that Jin Yuanzi might find out about the chaos clock. Character is not always stable. Under immense benefits, one's character may also deviate. Exiting the time tower, Wang Zhan looked at Jin Yuanzi and bowed respectfully. Great Immortal Jin Yuan, is your injury healed? It is healed. Jin Yuanzi smiled slightly. Wang Zhan was surprised upon hearing this, but found it normal. Jin Yuanzi had extremely tenacious vitality. As long as he wasn't completely dead, there was nothing to worry about. Congratulations, Great Immortal. Wang Zhan congratulated. Jin Yuanzi beamed. This is a small matter. What I want to tell you is that the chaos clock has disappeared, and the chaos in the primal world has subsided. Moreover, just now I sensed the aura of a saint in the world. It should be that your teacher has returned. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan was immediately delighted. Tong Tian's return was the greatest support for him at the moment. Wang Zhan promptly said, in that case, I won't disturb the Great Immortal any longer, and will return to Jinao Island immediately. I will escort you. Kuanpeng is a petty person. I worry you may be attacked by him. Jin Yuanzi said. Wang Zhan nodded. This was something Kuanpeng would do. If that's the case, thank you very much, Great Immortal. No problem. Next, I will use my sleeve's world to bring you into my sleeve. All right. Jin Yuanzi nodded and waved his sleeve, wrapping Wang Zhan in a mysterious energy. Soon Wang Zhan entered Jin Yuanzi's sleeve world. After a brief sensation of spatial travel, Wang Zhan was sent out by Zhen Yuanzi. At this moment, he was not far from Jinao Island. Young friend, I must leave after sending you, Zhen Yuanzi said to Wang Zhan. Since the great immortal has arrived, why not meet my teacher together? No, I still have to make a trip to the underworld. My old friend should be reincarnating soon. Young friend, we will meet again another day. As he spoke, Zhen Yuanzi's figure vanished from Wang Zhan's sight. Wang Zhan then turned back to Jinao Island. We are safe. As Wang Zhan stepped onto Jinao Island, a sense of calm washed over him. And now he no longer feared an ambush by the Kunping. Greetings, senior brother Wang Zhan. G-Sect disciples patrolling Jinao Island bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Is Master Tontian present? Wang Zhan asked directly whether Tontian was on the island. Yes. He returned not long ago and is now within the Bo Palace, replied the patrolling disciple. Good. I understand. Wang Zhan thought, a flicker of delight rising in his heart. This made everything far more secure. For now, he had no intention of leaving the island. Instead, he would first refine and master the Chaos Bell within Jinao Island, and come to the Bo Palace shortly. At that very moment, Tongtian's voice resonated in Wang Zhan's ear. Wang Zhan immediately hastened toward the Bo Palace. Soon before its gates, the water and fire attendants escorted him inside. Within the Bo Palace hung a faint coppery scent of blood. Tongtian's countenance appeared subtly unsettled, pale, even frail. The sight startled Wang Zhan profoundly. Tontian had been wounded. How could this be? Tontian was a sage. Was there truly anyone in heaven and earth capable of harming him? Master, you. Wang Zhan stared at Tongtian, bewildered and uncertain. I sustained a minor injury, Tontian replied. How could you possibly be injured? Could it be that the sages have waged war amongst themselves, eh? Wang Zhan asked, incredulous. Not quite, but nearly so. This time all 6 sages journeyed beyond the heavens to confront Luo Ho. Luo Ho? But wasn't he slain long ago? Wang Zhan could scarcely believe it. Luo Ho had battled Hongjun and fallen. His demise was certain. No, he did not die, nor can he ever truly perish. After his defeat by the Dao ancestor, he transformed into the embodiment of the demonic Dao, eternally enduring. Whenever calamity descends, Luo Ho accumulates vast torrents of negative qi and remanifests anew. This time he reemerged, nourished by the residual calamitous energy left after the war of the spirits and the demons. Yet the Dao ancestor sensed his return and summoned us 6 sages to battle him beyond the heavens. To speak plainly, Luo Ho's strength is formidable. Though not a sage, he surpasses even them. Only through our combined might did we succeed in suppressing him. I, however, grew careless and sustained injury. Fortunate indeed that your senior elder brother and second elder brother intervened. Else I might well have fallen into Luo Ho's trap. Tongtian briefly recounted the events to Wang Zhan. Hearing this, Wang Zhan stood awestruck, not only by Luo Ho's terrifying power, but also keenly perceiving how Tongtian's affection for Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang had softened, reverting to the ancient unity of the 3 pure ones. This development left Wang Zhan deeply troubled. He had previously considered revealing that the Chaos Bell had already sworn allegiance to him. But now such a confession seemed utterly futile. Should Tontian become emotionally swept up, he would surely divulge the matter without hesitation. What are you thinking? Tongtian, noticing Wang Zhan's unusual expression, asked curiously. Wang Zhan quickly shook his head, concealing his inner thoughts. Nothing, merely astonished by Luo Ho's might. Does this mean he will manifest again in the future? Indeed. Whenever great calamities arise, should the killing energies remain unmanaged, Luo Ho shall inevitably reemerge. Yet his future manifestations may lack today's overwhelming power. The war of the spirits and the demons unleashed cataclysmic forces, granting Luo Ho immense calamitous energy and strength rivaling that of a sage. Such potency is unlikely to recur, Tongtian affirmed. Wang Zhan feigned comprehension, then asked, Master, what urgent matter prompted you to summon me? I've run out of tobacco. Your senior and second elder brothers confiscated much of mine during our celestial battle, Tongtian admitted sheepishly. Wang Zhan fell speechless, only to promptly produce a pack of huazi and hand it to his master. Tongtian accepted it with a beaming smile. Strange, this substance is oddly addictive. By the way, when you have time, deliver some of these to the Bairing Palace and the Yushu Palace, for your senior and second elder brothers. Master, have you reconciled with your elder brothers? Wang Zhan hesitated before asking. After all, we are the 3 pure ones, Tongtian sighed softly. Disaster. Hearing those words, Wang Zhan froze in dismay. He had once dared speak boldly to Tongtian precisely to prepare him. Yet this confrontation with Luo Ho had undone all progress, drawing Tongtian back into nostalgic sentimentality. The inexorable tide of destiny. Wang Zhan now grasped the full weight of those 5 words. He also understood why early in the investiture of the gods Tongtian remained silent, even as the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect slaughtered countless Jia sect disciples. The reason lay precisely here. Tontian still believed the three pure ones were rebuilding their ancient bond. Yet Wang Zhan knew better than to voice such thoughts now. To speak of them now would surely provoke Tongtian's displeasure. Master, Duobao has arrived. Just as Wang Zhan pondered this, Duobao arrived at the Bo Palace to pay homage. Moments later, Duobao entered, his tone laced with concern. Master, how fares your injury? It is already healed. How have you fared with the task I entrusted you? I have recalled our junior brothers and sisters bound for the Celestial Court, citing urgent cultivation needs, Duobao reported. What a... Wang Zhan stared at Tongtian, disbelief written across his face. He longed to ask, what on earth was happening now? Master, what are you doing? Wang Zhan could no longer hold his tongue. Tongtian replied, your senior elder brother and second elder brother and I deliberated deeply. Your senior elder brother observed that the Dao ancestor embraces boundless impartiality. Why would he favor Hao Tian, thereby inviting accusations of partiality among mortals? Moreover, having merged with the Dao ancestor is heaven and earth, the heavenly way itself perfectly just. No deliberate intervention is needed. Such contrivance would only mar its sublime perfection. I find this reasoning sound. Though Tongtian left it unsaid, his words carried quiet reproach, implying Wang Zhan's earlier counsel had been misguided. Wang Zhan felt utterly helpless. Ruined, utterly ruined. Senior brother Wang Zhan, though master favors you above others, you must not presume upon that favor to offer unchecked counsel. Remember, master is a sage, we are all disciples of sages, and dignity remains paramount. Duobao spoke coolly. Wang Zhan offered no retort, knowing full well as Tongtian's stance shifted that further words would serve no purpose. This was Tongtian's inherent flaw, deeply loyal, fiercely devoted, moved by sincerity, unmoved by force. His rift with Yuanshi Tianzuan stemmed solely from Yuanshi's oppressive conduct. Yet their recent joint campaign against Luo Ho reawakened ancient memories of brotherhood among the three pure ones. Tongtian's hard-won clarity faltered once more, and swayed by Taishang and Yuanshi, he withdrew the Jie sect disciples he had dispatched to the Celestial Court. Wang Zhan had heard of this upon emerging from seclusion, initially elated, believing that preemptively securing positions for those destined to appear in the investiture would minimize future losses. Now, however, those disciples had been recalled. It would have been wiser never to send them at all. Hao Tian would surely harbor bitter resentment toward the Jie sect. At this moment, Wang Zhan inexplicably empathized with Jiang Wei of Shuhan. The general was preparing to revive the Han dynasty, yet his majesty had already surrendered. What a setback. Wang Zhan had a premonition that attempting to change things through Tongtian was fundamentally unreliable. Tongtian's personal character flaws rendered him perpetually in a disadvantaged position when facing Taishang and Yuanshi Tianzuan. In this regard, Tongtian was even inferior to Zhuanti and Jiayin. These two were true brothers. Even if their methods were despicable, at least their focus was on external threats. At this moment, Wang Zhan refrained from discussing matters concerning the heavenly court in front of Tongtian. He did not contradict Duobao either. Wang Zhan knew clearly that for now, everything was meaningless. Whenever Tongtian did not suffer a major loss, no matter how Wang Zhan schemed for him, it would ultimately be in vain. Moments later, Wang Zhan slowly withdrew from the Bo Palace and returned to the reverse water cave. At the same time, Duobao also exited the Bo Palace and surprisingly followed him. He scrutinized Wang Zhan, and finally, said, Wang Zhan, my junior brother, I hope you understand your identity at all times. Oh, what identity do I have? Wang Zhan asked Duobao with great interest. You are but a mere Mayfly. Your current achievements are merely luck. Do not think that you can speak recklessly within the ranks of our sect, even deceiving the master. If there is a next time, I will not be polite to you. Duobao said coldly. Not polite? What a bold claim. Just based on you. Wang Zhan replied directly to Duobao. Currently, Duobao's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, still below Wang Zhan. Although his cultivation was the highest among the three sects besides Wang Zhan, he lacked the strength to act recklessly in front of him. What do you mean just based on me? Do you really think that because you have fortuitously reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, through merits you have surpassed me? Duobao's expression darkened. I genuinely believe so. If Duobao brother thinks my younger brother is arrogant and disrespectful, then use your strength to crush me, so I can know whether you truly possess the qualifications to be the elder brother. Instead of barking at me here. You are outrageous. Duobao was extremely furious. He immediately unleashed his pressure, attempting to suppress Wang Zhan and force him to bow down. However, the next moment Duobao stared in horror at Wang Zhan, realizing that his magical power was utterly ineffective against Wang Zhan, as if it had vanished into thin air. This left Duobao in disbelief. He had always thought that although Wang Zhan acted exuberantly, he would never be his opponent. But the results showed that Wang Zhan's performance was far beyond what a great Luo Golden Immortal achieved through merits should be. As the elder brother of our sect, how can you be so weak? Otherwise, when the master is away, how could you protect the master and junior brothers? Wang Zhan looked calmly at Duobao. In his previous life, while watching the investiture of the gods, he was never particularly fond of Duobao's character. Manipulating Tantian to set up the heavenly extermination array. Within the myriad of immortals, he had no output and was easily captured. In the end, he shamelessly became the Buddha of the Western sect. He initially thought that Duobao becoming the Buddha might be an attempt to protect the remaining disciples of the sect. However, after the journey to the west, the disciples of the sect suffered the most casualties. Indeed, while Duobao now appeared to care for his junior brothers and sisters, giving them treasures he crafted to enhance their strength, he seemed like a caring elder. But so what? Being good at ordinary times, but faltering at crucial moments, is of no use. In the past, Wang Zhan showed Duobao respect out of fear of his strength. Now that he possessed his current strength, what was there to fear from Duobao? Did he really think Wang Zhan was a punching bag? Enduring was due to insufficient strength, not because he liked to be bullied. Nonsense. Duobao was enraged, provoked by Wang Zhan's words and strength. The next moment, numerous treasures floated around Duobao, hurling towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan remained calm and unperturbed. With a single manifestation of the Golden Bell divine power, no matter how many treasures Duobao sent, they could not harm him in the slightest. Seeing this, Duobao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his previously proud self-esteem seemed to collapse entirely. In the past, he thought Wang Zhan was nothing special, but today his heart was profoundly shaken. How did the Wang Zhan he always looked down upon become so powerful? Wang Zhan, do you dare to rebel against your elder? Are you crazy? I will report you to the master. Beside the reverse water cave, the Longyear Dingguang immortals suddenly opened the cave door and shouted sternly at Wang Zhan. However, despite saying this, the excitement in the eyes of the Longyear Dingguang immortal was evident. It seemed that Duobao finally engaged in a fight with Wang Zhan. Shut up. Wang Zhan had long wanted to deal with the Longyear Dingguang immortal. Considering various factors, he had refrained from attacking him, but today was a good opportunity. Wang Zhan struck again, using his magical power to transform into a gigantic hand. One hand suppressed the Longyear Dingguang immortal, while the other slapped his face, turning him into a grotesque figure. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan continued to suppress Duobao, just as he was about to treat Duobao like the Longyear Dingguang immortal and turn him into a grotesque figure. A vast force suddenly manifested, suppressing Wang Zhan's power. Wang Zhan sighed softly, and on this Golden Ao island his current strength was only weaker than Tongtian. No one else was his opponent. The one who could counteract his power besides Tongtian, was there anyone else? Tongtian could allow him to suppress the Longyear Dingguang immortal, but he undoubtedly would not permit it against Duobao. Duobao was the face of their sect. You will come to see me later. Tongshan's voice echoed in Wang Zhan's mind. Wang Zhan nodded toward the direction of Bio Palace. The next moment, Wang Zhan looked at Duobao with indifference. Does Duobao brother have anything else to say? If not, Duobao's face turned pale at these words, appearing lost and dejected. His formerly proud self-esteem was crushed beneath Wang Zhan's feet. Although Wang Zhan's actions did not strike him directly, they felt no different from being hit. Wang Zhan couldn't care less about Duobao's emotions. Had it not been for Tongshan's intervention, he would have made Duobao's situation even worse. Looking back to the past, it was Duobao's obsession with his Tai Su Mie Shin Bao and the Hun Guji Ling arrow that led to multiple conflicts between him and the Longyear Dingguang immortal. Duobao indeed hid behind to watch the show. If it weren't for his inferior strength years ago, he would have taught Duobao a good lesson. Now that Duobao had taken the initiative to trouble him, it was truly self-inflicted. Soon Wang Zhan returned to the front of Bio Palace. The water and fire boy was waiting at the door and whispered, Wang Zhan, the master doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Upon hearing the words of the water and fire boy, Wang Zhan slowly nodded his head. He then walked into the Bio Palace. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strong smell of smoke. On the meditation cushion, Tongtian furrowed his brows deeply, taking a drag from his cigarette, consuming about a third of it in one puff. It was evident that at this moment Tongtian was indeed in a rather poor mood, much like the water and fire boy. You have arrived? Tongtian sighed deeply, his gaze shifting towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan nodded, saying, May I ask why my master has summoned me again? Your strength has improved considerably, and you are now qualified to leave the nest. Tomorrow, just like your senior brother Zhao and others, you shall seek out a blessed land on a celestial mountain and establish your own cave dwelling. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan nodded, saying, Yes, master, I shall depart tomorrow. Do not worry about the Kunpeng matter, I will handle the karma. I have already warned Kunpeng, and if it dares to act, I will extinguish it at the first opportunity. Thank you, master. Do you have anything else to say? A look of conflict crossed Tongshan's face as he asked, No, Wang Zhan's achievements today are all thanks to your guidance, master. Otherwise, as a mere ephemeral being, I would have long ceased to exist. Since you wish for your disciple to leave Janeo Island, then I shall take my leave. Unless summoned by you in the future, I will not set foot on Janeo Island again. Wang Zhan said earnestly, Do you harbor resentment towards your master? Tong Tian forced a smile. Wang Zhan shook his head saying, "How could I resent you, master? You are overthinking. I will always be grateful to you, master." Wang Zhan did not lie. He held no resentment towards Tong Tian. Although he disagreed with some of Tongshan's actions, it did not mean he had to harbor ill feelings. Wang Zhan understood the reasons behind Tongshan's actions today. In the past, Tong Tian had indeed favored him, but deep down he truly valued Dao Bao. This was quite normal. Dao Bao was Tongshan's direct disciple and his first student, having followed him since birth. From an emotional standpoint, Dao Bao was irreplaceable by someone like Wang Zhan, who was merely a fleeting being. Furthermore, in terms of connections, Wang Zhan was just a fleeting attachment, while Tong Tian believed that Wang Zhan's ultimate achievements would be limited. In the future, Jijiao would still rely on Dao Bao to uphold its reputation. Therefore, from both emotional and practical perspectives, Tong Tian had no choice but to choose Dao Bao. Wang Zhan had no particular thoughts about this. It was human nature, and thus he had no reason to resent Tong Tian. After all, apart from the matter of Dao Bao, Tong Tian had treated him well. To a large extent, Tongshan's favoritism towards him had surpassed that of many other disciples of Jijiao. Wang Zhan was quite clear that if his target today had not been Dao Bao, Tong Tian would probably have treated the matter as if nothing had happened. "All right, you may leave now." Tong Tian sighed again. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted inside. He undoubtedly held great affection for Wang Zhan, and while Jijiao had tens of thousands of disciples, Wang Zhan was the most outstanding in terms of character. In terms of character, Tong Tian believed that Wang Zhan surpassed Dao Bao. Yet as Wang Zhan suspected, Tong Tian was also concerned about Wang Zhan's connections. Though he claimed to treat all equally, Jijiao could not be without truly capable figures to uphold its reputation. Currently, Wang Zhan's strength was unparalleled among the three teachings, but that was merely the present. On the path of merit and virtue, achievements are limited. In the future, Jijiao would still need to rely on Dao Bao's support. Therefore, he could only let Wang Zhan leave Jineo Island. However, he genuinely liked Wang Zhan as a disciple, so he merely asked Wang Zhan not to return to the Bo Palace on Jineo Island rather than completely disregarding his disciple in the future. To the outside world, Wang Zhan would still be known as the 8th immortal attendant of Tong Tian. This would not change, but he would only remain as the 8th immortal attendant, and that too would not change. Dao Bao's position must not be undermined. "Yes, I take my leave. Master, take care of your injuries. I will not come to bid farewell tomorrow," Wang Zhan said respectfully as he departed. Watching Wang Zhan leave the Bo Palace, Tongshan's complex thoughts deepened. Wang Zhan had planned many things for him, all for his benefit, and Tong Tian was well aware of this. Reflecting on it all, the only sound in the Bo Palace was Tongshan's long sigh. "Water and fire." Tong Tian called for the water and fire boy again. The water and fire boy hurried in to see Tong Tian. "Go and find Dao Bao," Tong Tian instructed. "Yes." The water and fire boy quickly complied and set off to find Dao Bao. Before long, Dao Bao arrived. But he was not alone. He was accompanied by the Longier Dingguang Immortal. As soon as he entered the Bo Palace, the Longier Dingguang Immortal began to weep uncontrollably. "Master, that Wang Zhan is too arrogant. Relying on your favoritism, he has bullied the disciples like this. Please, master, take a stand for me." At this moment, the Longier Dingguang Immortal's face was swollen like a pig's head. His pitiful appearance made Tongshan's expression turn extremely grim. "Enough. Longier, do you think I am blind? Do you really believe I am unaware of your actions?" Tongshan's voice rose sharp. As he spoke, the Qingping sword appeared vividly, recalling the scene from years ago when Wang Zhan was delivering a message only to be ambushed by Longier, who ultimately fell victim to Wang Zhan's counterattack. Seeing this, the Longier Dingguang Immortal felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He thought he had been very covert in his actions. Moreover, during the battle between the witch and demon, it was a time of great chaos, who logically Tong Tian should not have known. Yet it was now clear that Tong Tian knew everything in detail. "You have long harbored disdain for Wang Zhan. When I appointed Wang Zhan as your 8th immortal attendant, you spread rumors and put him in a precarious position. I am fully aware of this. You only say I favor Wang Zhan, but do I not favor you? Your cultivation is so poor, and yet I have not expelled you from the position of immortal attendant. That is already quite merciful." Tongshan's tone grew increasingly stern. His eyes were certainly not blind. He was well aware of many things. It was precisely because of such comparisons that he favored Wang Zhan even more. Wang Zhan had never used his abilities against his fellow disciples. He only displayed them when he was outside. In contrast, many disciples of Jijiao engaged in constant infighting, using the Jijiao's reputation to act recklessly when outside. Although Wang Zhan also relied on Jijiao's name, he was genuinely capable and would not bring shame to Jijiao. Among Jijiao's disciples, many who went out relied on its reputation to compete, but ultimately lost. They did not dare to report their failures upon returning. He treated those incidents as if they had never happened. After all, he himself could not lower his face to help such as a disciple of a sage using the best cultivation resources, they still could not compete with loose cultivators of the same level. Even if they were beaten to death, they would have no face to question it. I understand my mistakes. I understand my mistakes. Please, master, punish me. I will never dare again. The Longier Dingguang Immortal's face turned pale with fear. Since you admit your mistakes, from today onwards you will reflect behind closed doors. You are not allowed to go out without my permission. Get out. After the word get out was spoken, the Longier Dingguang Immortal hurriedly crawled out of the Bio Palace. Dao Bao, witnessing Tontian punish the Longier Dingguang Immortal, felt anxious. Tontian probably also knew about the pressure he had placed on Wang Zhan back, then intending to demand the Taishu destruction Bao and the Honghu Jilling arrow. Thinking of this, Daobao's expression fluctuated. Dobao. Tontian called out Dobao's name, sending a ripple of unease through the disciple. Yet he steeled himself and maintained composure. Disciple is present. Dobao sincerely kowtowed before Tontian. Tontian gazed upon him with a gentle smile. Rise, Dobao. We have been master and disciple for many years. There is no need for such formality. Hearing these words, Dobao's tension eased considerably, and he had feared Tontian would reprimand him, but now it seemed that was not the case. Wang Zhan will depart Jineo Island tomorrow to seek a celestial mountain and blessed land for solitary cultivation. Regarding today's incident, I hope you will let it rest. Wang Zhan is ambitious yet burdened by shallow roots. Having attained such strength only after great hardship, he inevitably stumbles at times. As senior brother of the Jia sect, you must embody magnanimity toward your junior brothers. Tontian spoke with a serene smile. And upon hearing this, Dobao's heart leapt with quiet joy. He was no fool and could readily discern the subtle meaning beneath his master's words. This was Tontian standing firmly behind him. And far from abandoning him due to his inferior strength compared to Wang Zhan, Tontian had instead exiled Wang Zhan from Jineo Island. Master, this matter has placed you in difficulty. This disciple deeply regrets it. Please rest assured Dobao bears no resentment toward brother Wang Zhan. We are all disciples of the Jia sect. Whoever achieves enlightenment serves the sect's glory. Dobao spoke solemnly. Enimum. It is enough that you hold such intent. Tontian nodded with quiet satisfaction. After a moment's reflection, Tontian said, while battling Luo Ho beyond the heavens, I chanced upon a hidden realm. From now on, go nowhere else. You shall enter this realm for a period of focused cultivation. Many thanks, master. Your boundless compassion moves me beyond words. Dobao was overjoyed, so much so that he half believed he had misheard. And not only had Tontian withheld punishment over the affair with Wang Zhan, but he had bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity. In that instant, the faint, lingering resentment Dobao had harbored, born of Tontian's evident favor toward Wang Zhan, dissolved entirely. And he even felt remorse for ever having entertained such thoughts. Dobao, you must strive diligently. Your innate talent is exceptional. Do not disappoint me. Tontian spoke with profound earnestness. Yet inwardly he sighed. Dobao possessed outstanding aptitude, deep-rooted lineage, and extraordinary insight, yet his diligence in cultivation did not even reach 1/10 of Wang Zhan's. Had Dobao matched Wang Zhan's perseverance, he would long since have ascended to the rank of quasi-sage. Nan, likewise, had Wang Zhan possessed Dobao's innate gifts, he too might well have attained that exalted state. This disciple pledges it wholeheartedly. From this day forth I shall cultivate with unwavering dedication, and never fail your expectations, Dobao declared with solemn resolve. Very well, go now. Tontian dismissed him. Dobao departed heart alight with joy. Having escaped censure and gained immense fortune, his spirit soared. Under Tontian's firm suppression, news of Wang Zhan's duel with Dobao never spread beyond their immediate circle. Few knew of it at all. Those few who did know were bound by Tontian's strict edict of silence, forbidding them from speaking of it abroad. And thus, through Tontian's careful stewardship, Dobao's reputation remained unblemished. He remained outwardly the illustrious senior brother of the Jia sect, while Chang'er Dingguang Xian, who bore the brunt of this entire affair, faded into utter obscurity. The next day, NAS dawn's first light gilded the horizon. Wang Zhan slowly stirred from, though he had wandered the vast Honghuang continent for centuries, Jineo Island, where he had cultivated for so long, remained in his heart his true spiritual home. Now banished by Lord Tontian, a faint pang tightened in his chest. Yet swiftly, like mist before the sun, a cultivator advances with fearless resolve. How could he indulge in petty sentimental sorrow? And with this thought, Wang Zhan faced the direction of Bio Palace, bowed deeply in reverence, then soared away from Jineo Island. Within Bio Palace, Tontian sighed repeatedly. And beside him, the Wateran Fire child hesitated, then ventured, Master, if you truly miss senior brother Wang Zhan, why not invite him back? Tontian shook his head. Let him go. It is better for all. And hearing this, the Wateran Fire child fell silent. As Tontian's personal attendant, his very status derived from his master's grace. Though he sensed some injustice in how Tontian handled the matter, what recourse did he have? And to speak even this much on Wang Zhan's behalf was already his utmost limit. To press further risked his own standing. And, forgive me, senior brother Wang Zhan. I can do no more for you, he murmured inwardly. Returning once more to the Honghuang continent, Wang Zhan began searching for a secluded abode. And he preferred solitude. His nature inclined toward self-reliance, not shared cultivation with fellow Jia sect disciples. Moreover, he carried secrets whose discovery would leave only one grim choice: death. And thus solitude remained his safest path. This place will suffice. And after a time, Wang Zhan fixed his gaze upon a celestial mountain and blessed land, a realm rich in spiritual energy rivaling Zhao Gongming's Luofu Mountain. It was unclaimed, and Wang Zhan named it Chongning Mountain and established his abode there as Nishui Cave, assuming the identity of Taoist Nishui, thus formally settling within the Honghuang world. Yet he wished no renown, and thus sealed the mountain against outsiders. Ni's mastery of artifact forging and pill refining had already reached extraordinary heights. Before the advent of the Earth Sovereign era, his primary means of advancement would be array cultivation, while the Primordial Bell remained under constant meticulous refinement. Yet the Primordial Bell was a treasure too perilous to reveal, and until his strength sufficed to safeguard it, he dared not expose it to the world. Fortunately, the Primordial Bell concealed celestial fate. So long as he refrained from using it, even a sage would find it exceedingly difficult to divine its presence within him. The title Primordial Supreme Treasure was no empty boast. Only 3 such artifacts existed across the entire Honghuang world. And thus, with artifact forging and pill refining having reached temporary plateaus, Wang Zhan turned his focus to array cultivation. Once he mastered array cultivation, only the Dao chapter of the Shangqing Immortal Arts would remain beyond his reach. In the Shangqing Immortal Arts comprised 5 grand sections: the Divine Art chapter, the Alchemy chapter, the Artifact Forging chapter, the Array Cultivation chapter, and the Dao chapter. The Dao chapter stood at the heart, the gateway to enlightenment. Yet precisely because of his shallow roots and modest aptitude, Wang Zhan found Dao comprehension profoundly elusive. By contrast, the Divine Art, Alchemy, Artifact Forging, and Array Cultivation chapters offered tangible paths. Given sufficient time and effort, even he could traverse them. One day, while cultivating arrays within his cave abode, Wang Zhan suddenly heard the clamor of combat echoing beyond its threshold. And he paused, surprised. Since sealing the mountain, Chongning Mountain, had lain veiled, ordinary cultivators could not penetrate its concealment. To breach it required either extraordinary skill or profound karmic affinity. At once Wang Zhan ceased his cultivation and stepped forth from the cave. He gazed outward, toward the figures locked in battle. And it is her. He recognized them instantly, astonishment flickering across his features. 2 figures engaged in fierce combat before his cultivation cave. One was Yaoji, the younger sister of Emperor Haoyan, the other a colossal serpent demon. Both possessed the cultivation realm of Tai, golden immortal, locked in an intense, unrelenting struggle. Yet the serpent demon was no ordinary beast. Upon manifesting its true form, Yaoji was instantly overwhelmed. She was pinned beneath the demon's crushing assault, coiled tightly in its serpentine grasp, her life hanging by a thread. Witnessing this, Wang Zhan intervened without hesitation, sending forth a single effortless strike of divine energy that cleaved the serpent demon cleanly in 2. Yaoji's peril dissolved in an instant. Many thanks to this venerable elder for your timely aid. I am Yaoji, younger sister of the celestial Emperor Haoyan. I humbly beg you to reveal yourself, so I may express my gratitude in person for saving my life. Having been rescued, Yaoji surveyed her surroundings with solemn reverence. Wang Zhan smiled faintly and stepped forward into view. Her gaze immediately fell upon him, and upon recognizing her savior, she paused, momentarily stunned. Her brows then knit slightly. So, it is you. Wang Zhan instantly perceived the subtle aversion flickering. A wry inward sigh rose within him. He could hardly blame her. After all, who would feel warmly towards someone whose sect master had just summoned all Jiejiao disciples back under such circumstances? Immortal Princess Yaoji, what an unexpected reunion, Wang Zhan said, smiling. And many thanks to Taoist Wang Zhan for your life-saving intervention. Your strength is truly formidable. No wonder you are a disciple of the Jiejiao sect. As she spoke, she deliberately emphasized the words Jiejiao sect. Wang Zhan understood her intent perfectly, yet chose not to address it directly. Instead, he said plainly, Taoist Yaoji, now that danger has passed, why not join me for a cup of tea in my cave before you depart? Your cave? Yaoji sounded genuinely surprised. Yes, I recently established my cultivation abode here. This mountain is now named Chongning Mountain. Wang Zhan replied. No need for tea. I have been dispatched by my elder brother to apprehend demons threatening mortals, and I shall not further trouble Taoist Wang. Your Highness. As she spoke, a squadron of heavenly soldiers descended swiftly from the clouds, their leader none other than Zhu Ganglai. Upon seeing him, Wang Zhan's pupils contracted ever so slightly. Years ago, when Wang Zhan first encountered Zhu Ganglai in the celestial court, the man had been but a lone cultivator. Now, having mastered the human teachings cultivation arts, he had clearly pledged allegiance to that sect. Taishang had persuaded Tong Tian to withdraw all Jiejiao disciples from the celestial court. while simultaneously bestowing the human teaching's sacred arts upon Zhu Ganglai within that very court. It was tantamount to planting a human teaching spy deep within the heart of heaven itself. And according to destiny, Zhu Ganglai would one day ascend to the rank of Marshal Tianpeng in the celestial court. What masterful calculation! If the three pure ones' guile were measured in dou, a traditional unit of volume, Taishang would claim 8 yuan shi Tianzuan 2 and Tong Tian not even 1. This humble immortal Zhu Ganglia pays respects to Taoist Wang. Zhu Ganglia meeting Wang Zhan's gaze felt as though every secret concealed within him had been laid bare, his smile awkward forced. Wang Zhan made no move to expose Zhu Ganglia's true allegiance. Such high-stakes rivalry among immortals was no affair for a minor cultivator like himself. Neither Taishang nor Emperor Haoyan were men to be trifled with. If Taishang had planted Zhu Ganglia, Haoyan surely knew, and yet chose silence. Why then should Wang Zhan insert himself needlessly? General Zhu, we shall return the serpent demon's corpse to the celestial court, Yaoji said to Zhu Ganglai. Then she turned once more to Wang Zhan. Today's debt of life, I shall never forget, Taoist Wang. Should you ever require my aid, know that I shall render it without hesitation. The Jiejiao sect's recent conduct had left Yaoji like Haoyan himself harboring deep resentment toward it. Yet Wang Zhan had saved her life in her darkest hour. Without him, she would already be dead. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Taoist Yaoji, safe travels. I shall not accompany you far. Wang Zhan smiled gently. He harbored no illusions of reconciliation. He knew full well that at this juncture nothing could be undone. The dignity of a sage was inviolable, just as the celestial emperor's honor was sacrosanct. To be thus manipulated and mocked could not be mended by mere words. Soon Yaoji and her entourage departed. Wang Zhan returned to his cave to resume cultivation. Meanwhile, events unfolded elsewhere. In the celestial court, Yaoji presented the serpent demon's corpse before the Lingxiao Palace to pay homage to Emperor Haoyan. Instantly sensing her injury, Haoyan's expression darkened. Sister, have you been harmed? Yaoji shook her head, assuring him she was unharmed. Haoyan sighed deeply. It is my own failure. Were I stronger, you would not need to wage war across the realms. At this time, Yaoji served the celestial court much as a goddess of war, bearing burdens wherever Haoyan faltered. And the more she sacrificed, the heavier his guilt weighed upon his heart. Brother, how can you speak thus? You raised me with boundless care. Now that you reign as celestial emperor, your hands are bound by cosmic law. It is only natural that I shoulder your burdens. Have faith, brother. Though beginnings are arduous, once we endure this trial, all shall settle into harmony. Yaoji declared solemnly. Haoyan nodded vigorously. Indeed, once we surmount this hardship, I shall repay you tenfold. Then he added, by the way, sister, you mentioned being rescued by Wang Zhan of the Jiejiao sect. Yaoji, after careful deliberation, had decided to disclose the incident. Haoyan's face hardened. Another Jiejiao disciple. Brother, disciples are disciples, but Wang Zhan saved my life. That debt is a profound karmic bond. I owe him a great favor. Your karma is mine. We shall repay it in due course, Haoyan replied coldly, then softened his tone. Enough of this. You are injured. Rest now. It is nothing. My wounds appear grave but are in truth slight. Regardless of severity, rest is imperative. Do not strain yourself. Very well, I shall retire now. With that, Yaoji withdrew from the Lingxiao Palace. Once she had gone, the silent Queen Mother addressed Haoyan. Your Majesty, does nothing about this strike you as strange? What do you mean? Haoyan frowned slightly. Consider his conduct from the outset. He never intended to grant you even a modicum of courtesy. Recall how Guiling Xingmu entered the Lingxiao Palace, and how Wang Zhan appeared shortly thereafter. The Queen Mother said. Haoyan's eyes narrowed as memory stirred. I recall Guiling Xingmu's utter indifference toward me. Yet when Wang Zhan arrived moments later, he expressed marked admiration. Still, Guiling Xingmu's expression betrayed profound shock, as if Wang Zhan's presence had defied all expectation. Precisely. Now consider further, his pride is legendary. He scorns even us. How then could he possibly utter such deferential words? The Queen Mother murmured softly. What precisely are you implying? The very name Jiejiao grates upon my nerves. Haoyan retorted, irritation edging his voice. Haoshan's mentality is currently quite unstable. Tongtian ordered Duobao to withdraw all the Jiejiao disciples who were already serving in the heavenly court, which dealt a blow to the heavenly court far beyond just losing these disciples. This also greatly impacted the reputation of the heavenly court's external recruitment. When Wang Zhan first arrived at the heavenly court and expressed goodwill towards Haoyan and Tongshan's identity, it led the beings of the three realms to believe that Tongtian was a strong supporter of Haoyan. Haoyan thought so too, which made him quite bold in taking certain actions. Later, after the Jiejiao disciples settled into their positions, they became even more adept. However, in the end, Tongtian directly called back all the Jiejiao disciples. In a single night, this nearly caused the operation of the heavenly court to collapse. Now the heavenly court has returned to a state where it has only a handful of members. Otherwise, it would not have resulted in the heavenly emperor's sister launching campaigns in various realms teetering on the edge of danger. In this regard, Hao Yan harbored intense hatred for Tong Tian. Tongshan's actions undeniably elevated him to great heights only to cast him down heavily. Hao Yan would have preferred if Tong Tian had looked down on him from the very beginning. Then, he could have developed gradually. But now Hao Yan felt completely roasted on a spit. Those who initially intended to join the heavenly court now saw that even the saints did not support Hao Yan, so they dared not join. They all fled. Your Majesty, you must remain calm. It has come to this, anger is of no use. The saints are indeed so transcendent, and all we can do is to navigate the situation. Wang Mu advised. Given time I will surely make these saints pay a price. Hao Yan gritted his teeth. However, he did take Wang Mu's words to heart. Indeed, anger only diminishes wisdom and serves no purpose. Being powerless yet furious is the mark of incompetence. He did not wish to become such an incompetent person. What you just implied is that someone influenced Tongshan's thoughts, leading to Tongshan's change in attitude towards us. Hao Yan, still wise, had calmed down enough to understand Wang Mu's meaning. Exactly. This person is Wang Zhan. Hao Yan continued. Indeed, I believe it is him. This person has shallow roots, but is incredibly diligent, highly favored by Tong Tian, and adept in strategizing, having gained a significant amount of merit among the human race, thus stepping into the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm with his merit. However, although this person follows the path of the Deluo Golden Immortal, his strength is not weak. In the past, to repay the karma of the 9 phoenixes, he single-handedly suppressed 72 Deluo. Such means are rare, even among the disciples of the saints. He could almost rival a quasi-saint. Hao Yan furrowed his brow and said, as you said, this person is highly valued by Hao Yan, so it stands to reason that Tongshan's transformation is also due to him. Similarly, the one who incited Tong Tian to recall the Jie Jiao disciples from the heavenly court must also be him. I believe it is not him. Tong Tian only changed after going beyond the heavens, and during that time Wang Zhan was not on Jinao Island, but at Wuzhuang Temple assisting Zhen Yuanzi in alchemy. Therefore, the one who caused Tongshan's transformation must be someone other than Wang Zhan. Tong Tian is extremely proud, generally only those he holds in high regard have the qualification to influence his thoughts. Aside from Wang Zhan, Duobao could also do so, but considering how Tong Tian called Duobao to withdraw the Jie Jiao disciples from the heavenly court right after returning, it is clear that Tong Tian had already been incited by someone when he went beyond the heavens. Therefore, the one who incited Tong Tian must be the other few saints. Jane and Zhuan are unlikely. Nuwa would not do this, and the only possible ones are Taishang and Yuanshi. Additionally, have you noticed that Zhu Ganglai carries the aura of the human teaching, which he did not have when he first entered the heavenly court? The human teaching has embedded a pawn among us. Wang Mu said coldly. Haoshan's expression darkened. I have also sensed Zhu Ganglai. I initially thought of expelling him, but then I reconsidered. It would be better to keep him. We have already discovered him, but we might not necessarily notice others later on. These saints are truly the biggest obstacle to my control of the 3 realms. Hao Yan sighed deeply. Thus, we must find a way to change the situation. The top priority is to recruit talents. If our previous reasoning is correct, can we try to reach out to Wang Zhan? From his actions back, then he undoubtedly had a favorable impression of our heavenly court. Our heavenly court is in urgent need of talent. If we can invite this powerful Deluo Golden Immortal to join, then our heavenly court will truly have a war god. Wang Mu gazed intently at Hao Yan. Hao Yan, taken aback by the words, looked at Wang Mu in disbelief. What are you thinking? Wang Zhan is a disciple of Tong Tian, serving the 8th Immortal. How could he abandon his position under a saint to work for our heavenly court? Moreover, what do we have that could attract him? Hao Yan thought Wang Mu had lost her mind. Our heavenly court currently lacks the capability to attract such a figure. It's worth a try. Whether we succeed or not, we must at least try, right? Who is our greatest support? Have you forgotten? Wang Mu looked at Hao Yan with a half-smile. Haoshan's eyes lit up. Are you referring to the Dao ancestor? Of course. Haoshan's eyes flickered, pondering for a moment. You are right, perhaps we can give it a try. If successful, our heavenly court gains another powerful general. If not, we can at least annoy Tong Tian. I will send Taibai Jinxing to Chongning Mountain to meet Wang Zhan. No, do not send Taibai Jinxing. Let Yaoji go. Since Wang Zhan saved Yaoji's life, she naturally ought to go and express her gratitude. I can offer the peaches of immortality as a gift to show our appreciation. You do not harbor thoughts of sacrificing my sister, do you? Do not forget that Wang Zhan is merely a Mayfly, or whether he can break through to the quasi-saint level in the future remains uncertain, while my sister has the Chaos Divine Stone as her root, and will surely become a quasi-saint in the future. Hao Yan suddenly looked at Wang Mu with a grim expression. Your Majesty is overthinking. How could I do such a thing? I am merely acting in accordance with the situation. Wang Mu firmly denied. Hao Yan was somewhat skeptical. He knew Wang Mu well. Her schemes and calculations exceeded his own, and he could not believe that Wang Mu would be as innocent as she claimed without any plotting. But plotting against others was one thing. He did not wish to plot against Yaoji. Do not scheme against my sister, this is my bottom line. Hao Yin said solemnly to Wang Mu. Yes, 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 no scheming. Your Majesty, just rest assured. Wang Mu repeatedly assured. Upon hearing Wang Mu's guarantee, Hao Yin finally felt somewhat relieved. In that case, we will wait until my sister's body fully recovers before proceeding. Naturally, Yaoji's health is the most important. Furthermore, I also need to spend some time to hasten the ripening of the peaches of immortality. I plan to use 10 Ninetha-year-old peaches of immortality to express our sincerity. Are you willing to part with them? Of course. The Primordial World. Changning Mountain. Nishui Cave. Within the Shiguang Tower, Wang Zhan had spent 10 years cultivating the art of formation refinement, though to the outside world scarcely more than a year had passed. One day on Changning Mountain, a familiar voice rang out. Fellow Taoist Wang Zhan, Yao Ji comes to repay the life-saving grace, and hopes you will appear to receive her thanks. Yao Ji appeared dressed as a woman, her beauty extraordinary. Earlier clad in martial armor, she had been a completely different person. Hearing her words, Wang Zhan paused his formation practice. He manifested the Nishui Cave and stepped forth smiling. Fairy Yao Ji, long time no see. Yao Ji inclined herself slightly and smiled. I thank you for saving my life. After I returned to Tianting and told my elder brother of your deed, he was deeply grateful and specially sent me to present 10 9,000-year Grand Pan Tao as a token of thanks. She continued, of course this represents only my elder brother's gratitude. The karmic promise I pledged still stands, and I hope fellow Taoist will accept it. At the mention of Pan Tao, Wang Zhan's heart stirred. One of the primary ingredients of the Buke Pill was indeed the 9,000-year Grand Pan Tao. The Buke Pill's ingredients were exceedingly difficult to assemble, for the 5 principal herbs corresponded to 5 innate spiritual roots. Pan Tao Huangzhong Li Xian Xing Fusong, Tree Wuzhen Pine, and 7 auxiliary herbs involving Yuegawei Tree Wudao, Tree Chigua, Zikawei, Xianling Bloodflower Shukong Lotus, and Wugan Wood. Wang Zhan had long fretted over the medicines for the Buke Pill. He had not expected the principal herb, the Pan Tao, to be delivered to his door today. Moreover, there is Yuegawei on the Tying Star. Following Tianting's connections, perhaps I could secure another 2 herbs in succession. Wang Zhan schemed inwardly, though he betrayed no expression. He even demurred. Fairy Yao Ji, the Pan Tao is too precious. This poor Taoist dare not accept it. Yao Ji retorted, do you think my life is worth less than 10 Pan Tao? Wang Zhan laughed. Fairy Yao Ji's life is naturally far more precious. Very well, since that is so, this poor Taoist will humbly accept. With that, he smilingly received the 10 9,000-year Pan Tao. After accepting them, Yao Ji said, very well, since fellow Taoist has taken the Pan Tao, I will not linger until we meet again. Wang Zhan was taken aback. He did not believe Yao Ji had brought 10 9,000-year Pan Tao with no purpose, and her sudden departure left him puzzled. She chuckled. I will not stay long, I must go purge demons. Then she changed from martial armor into feminine garb, drew her treasured sword, and flew away. Watching her leave, Wang Zhan frowned. The more freely gifts are offered without mention of business, the more it usually signifies something grave. Yet the gift was undeniably desirable. The Buke Pill mattered greatly to him. Fine, taken it is, Wang Zhan decided, not wishing to overthink a boon given by Tianting. He returned to Nishui Cave and resumed his cultivation. His practice in formation crafting was still young and required a great deal of time to hone. Only after polishing to an exceedingly high level would the work be considered complete. Yet the cultivation of formations taught Wang Zhan the truth of one method unlocks all methods. His success in refining artifacts aided his formation work. Any necessary formation or component could be forged with a casual hand, rendering the process remarkably effortless, something few could rival. Beyond that, in these 10 years, Wang Zhan had not neglected the tempering of the Hundun bell. During this time, he unlocked another function of the bell, the suppression of fortune. This ability greatly aided in establishing a sect and consolidating influence. Moreover, it also served to stabilize one's own fortune. Fortune is not immutable. As the ancients said, when the wind is right, even pigs can fly, but once the wind passes, they are still pigs. Once the Hundun bell's fortune-suppressing function is unlocked, the owner's luck is cemented and will not ebb. Even after the favorable wind subsides, the pig still retains the power to fly. Time flowed on. Wang Zhan spent another 1,000 years within the Shiguang Tower, while only a little over 100 years passed outside. In that millennium, Wang Zhan refined the Hundun bell to greater might. Of its 49 seals, he had already sublimated 30. The seals grew ever harder to refine as he progressed, but each additional seal forged him stronger. In formations, his mastery reached the consummate stage of the Shangqing formation art. Thus, Wang Zhan achieved versatility in forging, alchemy, and formation crafting. Once his formation attainments rose to a high level, forging and formation became mutually complementary. By means of his forging techniques, he could produce formation plates, so whereas others required time to arrange an array, Wang Zhan's formations could be invoked at any moment and take shape instantly. Yet this did not mean his formations were invincible. He stood now as a prodigy, whose theoretical capacity had been filled to the brim. To translate theory into practice technique, though required broader experience. Fortunately, Wang Zhan had once been taken by Tong Tian to witness the grand duel between demon and lich. At that time, he could not comprehend much, because his roots were shallow, but by rote he had committed much to memory. Among what he remembered were the demonkind's Zhodian Xingdo Great Array and the Hunyuan Haloa Great Array. Tong Tian had even used means to slow Wang Zhan's vision, so he could observe more clearly. That aid allowed him to discern some of the operational tracks of those two arrays. Then he could not understand them, but now, with his Shangqing formation art attainments, he could faintly pierce their mysteries. Thus Wang Zhan began to simulate the operational trajectories of those two great arrays. This would be the direction of his next studies. If he could recreate those arrays, he would gain far greater power. Bang! Just as Wang Zhan prepared to begin simulating the twin arrays, Chongning Mountain trembled a shock that caused the whole mountain to shake. Wang Zhan frowned and silently probed with his spiritual sense. In the next instant, he discovered a great fissure had inexplicably split open within Chongning Mountain. From the chasm flashed an unusual brilliance, five-colored and resplendent, as if some rare treasure lay concealed there. Wang Zhan's eyes brightened. Zhao Gongming had once said that even seemingly ordinary stretches of mountain and river might hide wondrous treasures. With that thought, he moved to investigate. For anything that appeared within Chongning Mountain that might be a treasure should rightfully belong to him, and he would not suffer another to claim it. In a mere thought, Wang Zhan arrived at this place suspected to hold treasures. The colorful halo had yet to dissipate. Wang Zhan surveyed the situation within the crack from a high vantage point. In the next moment, Wang Zhan sent out a strand of thought penetrating into the crack to investigate. After a thorough exploration, Wang Zhan's eyes lit up. Within this crack there existed a hidden space. Moreover, after Wang Zhan's inspection, this space posed no danger whatsoever. Immediately Wang Zhan transformed into a stream of clear light entering the crack and following it into the hidden space. Inside the space, golden light surged, filled with a grand aura. Before Wang Zhan stood a stone tablet. To the left of the tablet was a large staff that shimmered with luster. On the staff were inscribed the 5 characters, Yi Qi Feng Huagan. This staff was a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure. Wang Zhan had no interest in this staff, though first he was not a monkey, and second, he could easily forge postnatal treasures, making this mere postnatal supreme spiritual treasure unattractive to him. What truly attracted Wang Zhan was the stone tablet. On the tablet were etched what appeared to be very ancient runes. As Wang Zhan immersed his mind in them, a technique emerged in Wang Zhan's mind named Ba Jiu Xiangong. Ba Jiu Xiangong. Wang Zhan was taken aback. Wasn't this a technique from the Western Church? The technique from the Western Church appeared in his Chongning Mountain and was fortuitously discovered by him. Was there a conspiracy behind this? Wang Zhan's expression changed as he realized the implications of this being the Ba Jiu Xiangong. This clearly indicated that the Western Church had laid a trap for him. To be honest, if Wang Zhan had not known its origin, he would definitely have cultivated it. Because this technique could enable one to cultivate to the Quasi-Saint realm in a unique way. Currently, Wang Zhan was trapped at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, struggling to break through. If he cultivated this, Ba Jiu Xiangong, breaking through would be guaranteed. Even with poor aptitude after practicing this technique, for some time one could still break through. However, Wang Zhan was acutely aware of the drawbacks of practicing the techniques of the Western Church. Once he cultivated their techniques, it would be equivalent to selling himself to the Western Church. Damn it! Wang Zhan felt a wave of disgust. If he had no way out, even knowing that cultivating this technique meant tying himself to the Western Church, he would accept it. But now he possessed the supreme celestial method, the path of strength, the 12 capital heavenly flags, formations, artifact forging, and alchemy, all of which he was proficient in. Even if he was currently hindered by the Quasi-Saint bottleneck, when the era of the Earth Sovereign arrived, he would break through by acquiring merit. At that time, cultivating Ba Jiu Xiangong would be no different from seeking out an ancestor for himself. What frustrated Wang Zhan the most was that they couldn't lay a heavier bait. What kind of disgusting thing was this broken staff? Even if he forged with his feet, it would not be worse than this, would it? Wang Zhan felt quite uneasy at this moment. A sense of being cheap arose within him. Was he some sort of worthless spit? Wang Zhan turned around to leave. However, he soon returned. His gaze fixed on the fire and water staff and the stone tablet inscribed with Ba Jiu Xiangong, his expression fluctuating. The Western Church had placed this item before him, clearly intending to scheme against him. If he did not take it, the Western Church might think he was not deceived. This time he had understood the Western Church's scheme through Ba Jiu Xiangong. But the next time they attempted to ensnare him, would he still be able to recognize it? Not necessarily. With that thought, Wang Zhan decided to first take the Yi Qi Feng Huagan and the stone tablet inscribed with Ba Jiu Xiangong. Quickly, Wang Zhan pretended to grin widely, a look of feigned joy on his face as he walked out from the crack. He then disappeared into his cave dwelling. Then he secretly activated the Chaos Clock to conceal the heavenly secrets. The Chaos Clock has 2 methods of concealing heavenly secrets. One is to render all calculations impossible. The other is to allow people to deduce only what the master of the chaos clock wants them to deduce. Wang Zhan chose the latter method. He used the chaos clock to simulate that he had already started cultivating Ba Jiu Xiangong, intentionally letting the Western Church deduce this. This method was powerful, but it was indeed feasible. Otherwise, the chaos clock would not be something even saints covet. Its functions were simply too comprehensive. It could attack, defend, and assist. Dong Huang Tai, he was simply born at the wrong time, facing enemies who would not deduce heavenly secrets. Otherwise, anyone who could deduce heavenly secrets facing Dong Huang Tai, he would be played dumb by him. With this, all will be foolproof. However, being targeted by the Western Church is indeed not a good thing. At this moment, Wang Zhan's urgency for strength intensified. Not being a saint still made one a mere ant in front of saints, let alone the fact that he was not even a quasi-saint now. Clenching his fists, Wang Zhan re-entered the Time Tower to begin cultivating and simulating the two major formations. Excellent. This Wang Zhan has indeed fallen into a trap. Within the Western Church on Shumi Mountain inside the Great Hero Hall, the joy appeared on the face of Zhuani. In his deductions, he had already deduced that Wang Zhan was cultivating Ba Jiu Xiangong. This meant that from today onwards, Wang Zhan could no longer be separated from the Western Church. This technique was created collaboratively by him and Jane, existing as a protective technique for the Church. It had a very strong universality, not picky about aptitude. Anyone who cultivated it could achieve results. The deeper the cultivation, the more severely one would be controlled by the Western Church. Fortunately, the timing is quite right, and things are going smoothly. Jane was equally delighted. Indeed, the timing is just right. Fuxi is about to return, and the era of the Earth's sovereign is about to begin. Once it opens, we will approach Wang Zhan, allowing him to work for the Western Church to acquire merit. By then, even if he wishes to refuse, he will have no choice. Zhuanti chuckled sinisterly. However, it's probably not easy to explain this to Tongtian. Jane hesitated. There's nothing hard to explain. At worst, we just have to stage a performance. Zhuanti said nonchalantly. But it seems we can't defeat Tongtian. Tongtian has the four swords of Zhejian, which cannot be broken except by the four saints. Even if we team up, we cannot match Tongtian. Jane said with a bitter smile. If we can't defeat him, we can't defeat him. He can't kill us. Taking a beating and losing some face in exchange for an opportunity for the Western Church's prosperity is undoubtedly worth it. Zhuani sneered. That's true. Jane thought for a moment and lowered his head silently. The actions of these saints truly lacked dignity. Look at the Sanqing and Yuhua. That is the true demeanor of saints. I wonder when our Western Church will be as glorious as the three teachings. Jane sighed. It will happen, and don't worry, senior brother. One day I will ensure that our Western Church shines even more gloriously than the three teachings. Zhuanti said solemnly. Time has no meaning during cultivation. Wang Zhan has spent another 1,000 years within the Time Tower. Outside 100 years have also passed. On this day, a grand phenomenon appeared in the wilderness. Centered around the central tribe of the human race, a golden dragon of fortune soared high. The roar of the golden dragon reverberated throughout the entire wilderness world. In the end, this golden dragon of fortune merged into Fux's body. In the next moment, a powerful quasi-saint aura erupted from the central tribe of the human race. Fuxi, who had become a quasi-saint, emanated an exceptionally strong aura. It was not something an ordinary quasi-saint could compare to. Moreover, Fuxi achieved quasi-sainthood not by slaying the three corpses, nor through merit, but by the path of fortune. This act left countless great powers of the wilderness in shock. Back in the days of Zixiao Palace, Hongjun spoke of three methods to attain the Tao: by force, by slaying the three corpses, or through merit. Yet now the human race attains the Tao through fortune. This suggests that Hongjun's theory is flawed. There are not merely three methods to attain the Tao. It seems Fuxi is about to complete his merit. Wang Zhan murmured. Fuxi has been the human race's leader for many years, achieving remarkable accomplishments. Now that Fuxi has attained the quasi-saint realm, the memories of his past as the demon race Fuxi will surely return. At this moment, Fuxi faces a choice. Should he return to being the demon race Fuxi, or continue to exist as the human race Fuxi? Soon Fuxi made his choice. Another golden dragon of fortune was born, swirling around Fuxi. This allowed Fuxi to progress from the initial stage of quasi-saint to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak of quasi-saint. Fuxi chose to abandon the opportunity to become a great deity of the demon race, the elder brother of Nuwa, and continued to exist as the human race Fuxi. We pay our respects to our emperor. All the human race erupted in fervor. Many were in tears, rejoicing that the human race finally birthed a great power of their own. The three ancestors of the human race were equally ecstatic. They were grateful that Fuxi ultimately chose to remain as the human race Fuxi rather than departing as the demon race Fuxi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, brilliant holy light shone in the void. Within a sea of holy light, Nuwa slowly emerged, her gaze fixed on Fuxi. She seemed to be questioning Fuxi, asking why he did not return. Fuxi smiled gently, and nodded at Nuwa. From the look in Fux's eyes, it was as if Nuwa sensed something and tears fell from her crystalline eyes as she departed. After Nuwa's departure, another holy light descended. This time it was the Taishang Saint. Taishang sat in the void and said to Fushi, "Congratulations, Dao friend Fushi, on your return. It is a joyous occasion. I have met the saint. The former Fushi has perished, and today's Fushi is merely human." Fushi said quietly, looking at the Taishang Saint. The Taishang Saint nodded slowly, and in the next moment, he held a decree in hand, emanating a resounding voice of the Dao. "Fushi, heed the decree." "What?" Fux's expression momentarily showed shock. Before Fushi could react, the Taishang Saint had already proclaimed in a voice that resonated through heaven and earth, "I, the Taiping, saintly heir acting on the will of the heavenly Dao, hereby confer Fushi as the human emperor. As Fux's teachings have reached perfection, the heavenly Dao, recognizing his toil, commands him to go to the Fire Cloud Cave for quiet cultivation to stabilize the fortune of the human race. Unless there is great calamity, he is not to leave it well. Dao friend Fushi, accept the decree of the heavenly Dao." The Taiping Saint extended the decree to Fushi, looking warmly at him. Seeing this, Fux's expression wavered. In the end, he sighed softly and accepted the decree of the heavenly Dao. Fushi understands. These 4 words seemed to exhaust all of Fux's strength, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the 3 ancestors of the human race also seemed to age significantly, their figures slumping. After a long time, the human race finally birthed a human emperor, just as they were about to lead the human race towards soaring heights. Yet now he must go to the Fire Cloud Cave for quiet cultivation. At this moment, the 3 ancestors felt a mix of sorrow and anger. If they had not glimpsed the light, they could endure darkness and hardship forever. But now that they had seen the light and were about to possess it, on the brink of embracing it, they were kicked back into darkness by the saint. The human emperor who was to lead the human race to soar was so easily suppressed. "Saint, we do not understand." Swearin was seething with rage as he questioned loudly. "What is unclear?" The Taishang Saint asked indifferently. "Our human emperor is in his prime. Why must he go to the Fire Cloud Cave for quiet cultivation? If he goes to cultivate quietly, who will lead our human race?" Swearin angrily questioned. The Taishang's expression remained calm, neither joyful nor sorrowful, and he said lightly, "This is the will of the heavenly Dao. Swearin need not be angry. The workings of the heavenly Dao have their profound meanings. There is no need to ask further. Moreover, the human race will give birth to a new emperor. The timing will be clear then." With that, the Taishang Saint prepared to leave. At this moment, Fushi spoke up, calling to the Taishang Saint, "Wait. What doubts does Dao friend Fushi have?" The Taishang paused and turned to look at Fushi. Fux's expression was also calm as he addressed the Taishang. "May I ask the saint to delay the heavenly Dao's decree allowing Fushi to go to the Fire Cloud Cave a bit later? As a member of the human race, having received great favor from it, I must select a new leader for our race to continue the flame of human existence." The Taishang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. 100 years later you may go for quiet cultivation." "Thank you, Saint." "Good." This time the Taishang Saint transformed into a ray of clear light and departed. With the departure of the Taishang Saint, the auras of the great powers in the wilderness who had been watching the human race gradually faded. At that moment, the human race, which had just been majestic, suddenly became listless, as if their souls had been unable to believe it. Loaning Mountain. Reverse Water Cave. Wang Zhan witnessed this scene, feeling a bit, though he was no longer a member of the human race, witnessing such circumstances still left him with mixed feelings. Even though he knew such things were destined to happen, seeing it with his own eyes felt somewhat helpless. This is what it means to be a saint. Usually inconspicuous, as if they do not exist. Yet when it comes to doing something, who among those who are not saints can resist? Even a human emperor like Fushi, who has reached the peak of quasi saint, could only submit before the Taishang. Can one refuse? Yes. The outcome will undoubtedly be tragic. This is also why Fushi did not even resist. Below the saint all are but ants. Wang Zhan murmured to himself. Slowly closing his eyes, Wang Zhan re-entered the time tower to cultivate. His current cultivation level is insignificant. What use is it to achieve quasi-saint status? Only by attaining the Dao of primordial unity can one have the qualifications to contend with the saint. The manner of Fux's demise seemed to strike a heavy blow in the hearts of all beings in the primordial era. The terror of the sage left even the most powerful beings devoid of the motivation to continue their cultivation. No matter how strong one becomes through personal cultivation, how could they contend against the heavens or the sages? Thus the fear of the sages in the world reached an unprecedented height overnight. However, none of this concerned Wang Zhan. The more he witnessed the terror of the sages, the more a flame ignited within his heart. Wang Zhan cultivated with increasing diligence. The path of strength, the chaos bell, simulating the great array of the stars, and the Honghuang River. He filled himself to the brim. In the blink of an eye, 60 years passed again. Wang Zhan had practiced for another 540 years within the time tower. "Wang Zhan, my friend, may I have a moment?" On this day outside Chongning Mountain, a voice as calm as ever slowly rang out, carrying a tone that instilled a sense of tranquility. How could a humble Taoist not meet the Emperor of Humanity? Wang Zhan opened the formation of Chongning Mountain, opening the entrance to the reverse water cave, and met the gaze of a figure beneath Chongning Mountain. This figure walked towards the entrance of the cave, as if stepping on blooming lotuses. Seeing Wang Zhan, he couldn't help but laugh. I have met the Emperor of Humanity. The visitor was none other than Fushi, a formidable figure at the peak of the Quasi Saint realm. Today's Fushi was no longer the Fushi taught by the three ancestral figures of the human race from years past. Today's Fushi was a true Emperor of Humanity, exuding an aura of leadership that commanded respect. Today I understand why my friend declined to become the human race's mentor back then. I never expected my sister would block my friend's path for 1,000 years. Fushi sighed. The past was clear now, and Wang Zhan's words from back then had been validated. This realization had dawned on him when he awakened to his past life. The reason he returned 60 years later was that he still hoped Wang Zhan could become the mentor of the human race and assist them once more. Now the human race had found a new leader capable of bearing great responsibilities. Unfortunately, the human race had lost its guide. Originally, he had intended to go to the Fire Cloud Cave, where the three ancestral figures of the human race could continue to guide a new emperor and restore the dignity of the Emperor of Humanity. But regrettably, there was a decree from the Supreme. 100 years later, not only would he go to the Fire Cloud Cave for secluded cultivation, but even the three ancestral figures of the human race would accompany him there, all to cultivate in the Fire Cloud Cave. This meant that after he and the three ancestral figures left, the human race would have only a newly born and weak emperor with no one to lead them forward. For the human race, this signified the end of an era. Thus he thought of Wang Zhan, the one who had enabled the rapid development of the human race during the era of the three ancestors with stone tools, grains, and herbs. This matter is also a trial for me. How could I blame the sages? Wang Zhan immediately replied. Fushi chuckled, and then said, My friend Wang Zhan has misunderstood. Today's Fushi is no longer the Fushi of the demon race, nor can I ever be the brother of the sages. Today it is the human Fushi speaking to you. The Emperor of Humanity must know if I become the mentor of the human race, I would inevitably need to seize the merits of the human race to strengthen myself. Of course, Fushi was aware of this long ago. However, unlike others, my friend has a transactional relationship with the human race, while others merely extract from them. When weighing the two, my friend is naturally more suitable, and the human race is willing to be friends and partners with you. Fushi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan laughed. Then, just like the conversation I had with the Emperor of Humanity back then, I am willing to become the mentor of the new era of the human race. In that case, I kindly ask the mentor to take care of our new emperor, the Lushan clan. Fushi said. Wang Zhan nodded, then with a serious expression said, Although I say this, my strength is still shallow. Even if I wish to assist the new emperor, I fear that one day he might also follow the old path you once walked. Fushi fell silent at these words, as he was well aware of this truth. Not only he knew, but the three ancestors also understood. They all knew that the human race had once again become a tool for the sages to harvest fortune and merits. But what of it? As long as the legacy continues and the race propagates, there will come a day when change is possible. Even if the new emperor of Lushan clan were to walk the old path one day, he would have to continue along that road. The legacy will be passed down generation by generation, waiting for the day when it ignites into a The mentor only needs to do his best. Fushi, as the first emperor of humanity, vows to heaven and earth that as long as the mentor assists my human race, we shall honor him as our leader and enjoy the fortune and merits of the human race. Fuxi's words were like a golden decree, seemingly stirring a peculiar energy that established a connection with Wang Zhan. He was recognized as the mentor by the first emperor of humanity. At that moment, Wang Zhan's connection with the human race became incredibly intimate. In this moment, a vast amount of the human race's fortune and merits surged towards Wang Zhan, assisting Wang Zhan in soaring. The Quasi Saint realm that had remained elusive for a millennium was broken through at this moment. He became a Quasi Saint at the initial stage. Having achieved the initial stage of Quasi Saint, Wang Zhan felt as if he had entered a new realm. Powerful, overwhelming. This sensation intoxicated Wang Zhan for a moment. Yet soon he calmed down. What was this level of power compared to the sages? Thank you for your assistance, Emperor of Humanity. Wang Zhan bowed respectfully to Fushi. This act of Fushi was a great boon to him on his path. My friend Wang Zhan, do not mention it. In the future, I hope you will assist the affairs of the human race. Fushi, rest assured, Emperor of Humanity. Since I have received your assistance, I will not disregard this bond. Furthermore, my cultivation is shallow. If I wish to achieve more in the future, I will certainly need to interact more with the human race. Fushi left satisfied. Wang Zhan watched Fushi depart. In the next moment, joy appeared in Wang Zhan's eyes. He had effortlessly achieved the Quasi Saint realm. Originally, he thought he would have to devise a plan to accumulate enough merits to break through. He never expected it to come so easily. Half a month later, Fushi returned to Chongning Mountain, and this time he did not come alone. This person, like Fushi of the past, possessed a unique charisma, a distinct aura of leadership. Wang Zhan had already realized who this person was. The Earth Emperor Shinnong of the Lushan clan. Mentor, this is the Lushan clan, the second emperor of humanity. I request you to take him as your disciple. Fushi gazed at Wang Zhan with burning eyes. Wang Zhan was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? Take him as my disciple? He was a bit bewildered, feeling unworthy. Wang Zhan truly did not expect Fushi to come up with such a move. Just as he was about to refuse, Fushi had already made the Lushan clan perform the ceremony of apprenticeship for Wang Zhan. In the blink of an eye, the ceremony was over. Wang Zhan had no choice but to stare in disbelief. Wang Zhan scratched his head. The karma of being a teacher to the human race was nowhere near as significant as that of being the master of the Earth's sovereign, the divine farmer Lushan clan. However, Wang Zhan quickly calmed down. Karma, this is karma. Back then he had accumulated immense merit among the human race through grains and Banlan Jin, which allowed his power to soar. Yet in reality, these were originally the merits of the Earth's sovereign, the divine farmer Lushan clan. The way of heaven has a cycle. Who can escape the heavens? The debts owed in the past must be repaid today. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan no longer refused, but looked at the divine farmer Lushan clan. The current divine farmer Lushan clan had the aura of an emperor, but lacked the corresponding strength. Their cultivation was weak. They were not even a celestial being. Therefore, setting aside everything from the past life, being a teacher to the divine farmer Lushan clan was still sufficient. Wang Zhan immediately helped Lushan clan to his feet and said, since you have taken me as your master, from today on you are my disciple of the Jia sect. I shall teach you the upper clear inquiry technique and upper clear all mysteries technique. Wang Zhan imparted the methods of the Jia sect to the divine farmer. At the same time, for the sake of the divine farmer's safety, Wang Zhan asked Lushan clan, I am going to refine a postnatal treasure for you. What kind do you like? Any kind is fine. The Lushan clan hesitated. Is that okay? Then I want a cauldron. No problem, just wait a few days for me. Wang Zhan acted swiftly, refining the treasure for the divine farmer within the time tower. 14 days passed inside the time tower. Wang Zhan refined a cauldron-like treasure for the Lushan clan in the best possible state, achieving the level of a postnatal treasure. You can casually refine a postnatal treasure. Fushi looked at Wang Zhan in shock. Wang Zhan smiled and said, this is the upper clear artifact refining technique. When I have nothing to do, I have painstakingly researched it for many years. You are impressive, Fushi said sincerely after a moment of silence. Strangely, Fushi felt a sense of stability in his heart. This time, entrusting the Lushan clan to Wang Zhan was also a last resort. After he and the three ancestors left, there truly was no one among the human race who could lead the Lushan clan forward. As one who had been guided by the three ancestors, Fushi knew well the importance of having someone to guide and protect on the path of the human sovereign. Fushi could confidently say that without the support of the three ancestors, he would not be who he was today. Now Wang Zhan's performance made Fushi feel that he had not entrusted the wrong person. Wang Zhan could casually give a postnatal treasure to the Lushan clan, and after he left the three ancestors, he would surely take care of the Lushan clan. Thank you, master. The Lushan clan knew the value of this cauldron, thanked Wang Zhan, and asked, may I ask, master, what is this cauldron called? I haven't named it, you can think of a name for it later. Wang Zhan replied directly. After all, he had refined so many treasures and few of them had names. How about calling it the Divine Farmer Cauldron? The Lushan clan suddenly suggested. Oh no, Wang Zhan stumbled. The Divine Farmer Cauldron. Was that what he had refined? No way. Friend, is there anything wrong with that name? Fushi asked in surprise, paying attention to Wang Zhan's unusual. Wang Zhan also realized his expression and shook his head. Nothing wrong with it. Fushi frowned slightly, but quickly seemed to remember something, and his expression calmed down. Turning to the Lushan clan, he said, Lushan clan, I will leave in 40 years. In the next 30 years you will train with your teacher, and in the last 10 years you will come to me, and I will teach you how to be a human sovereign and pass on the title to you. Can I really be a good sovereign? The Lushan clan said somewhat unconfidently. Yes, I was just like you back then, filled with confusion, yet the three ancestors firmly believed I could become a human sovereign. You are someone both I and the three ancestors have high hopes for. You can also be a good human sovereign. Fushi encouraged the Lushan clan. The Lushan clan was greatly inspired and nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Fushi smiled with satisfaction and turned to Wang Zhan, saying, friend, for the next 30 years, I leave the Lushan clan in your care. If the Lushan clan misbehaves, just discipline him. All right. You can rest assured, human sovereign. I have taken the benefits from the human race, and I will not take them for free. Moreover, since the Lushan clan has taken me as his teacher, I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher. In that case, I will take my leave. After saying this, Fushi turned and left, leaving behind the Lushan clan. How old are you this year? Wang Zhan looked at the Lushan clan and asked. The Lushan clan now appeared quite youthful, looking very young. Indeed. Wang Zhan's mouth twitched. This meant that at 60 the Lushan clan would officially become the human sovereign and embark on the legendary life of an Earth sovereign. As the guide for the Earth sovereign, Wang Zhan felt tremendous pressure, fearing that he might ruin the Earth sovereign. However, Wang Zhan quickly calmed down. It wouldn't happen. He could use the achievements of the Earth sovereign to teach the Earth sovereign, which would not pose a problem. As for the merits of the Earth sovereign's original grains that he had already consumed, he could supplement them with others. In this way, the Earth sovereign would still be the divine farmer. From today on, you will cultivate with your teacher, Wang Zhan said, pulling the Lushan clan into the time tower with him. With a time ratio of 1 to 9, he could teach the Lushan clan for 270 years. With such a long time, he didn't believe the Lushan clan would still be like he was now. In such a long time, he had enough to teach the Lushan clan the operational methods of his original merits. This would not only fulfill the virtues of the Lushan clan as an Earth sovereign, but also allow him to gain a significant amount of merit. After all, in the era of the Earth sovereign, there was no favoritism like in the era of Fuxi, where the Saint Nuwa did not allow others to gain merit. Thus, apart from his normal cultivation methods, Wang Zhan had an additional responsibility to teach the Lushan. Although this compressed his own cultivation time, Wang Zhan truly understood the gap between a genius and a mediocre talent. The Lushan clan's aptitude reached a level that made Wang Zhan envious and resentful. He cultivated with great ease and quickly mastered the upper clear inquiry technique, transitioning to the upper clear all mysteries technique. Not only that, he was also interested in learning alchemy from Wang Zhan. The Lushan clan had a natural affinity for various spiritual herbs and plants. Whenever he had free time, he loved to take out one spiritual herb after another to chew on, savoring their flavors. With the passing of spring and the arrival of autumn, time flows like a shuttle. Wang Zhan has reached the final deadline in teaching the Lianshan clan within the time tower. After 270 years, Wang Zhan has guided the Lianshan clan in achieving all the merits that the Earth sovereign should have accomplished. They only need to comprehend and complete it on their own to become the true Earth sovereign. Given that Wang Zhan has effectively seized the original merits of the Lianshan clan, he has taken extra care of them out of a sense of guilt. Over these 200 years, Wang Zhan has meticulously instructed the Lianshan clan in their cultivation. Although his personal aptitude is lacking, he has taught the Lianshan clan exceptionally well. He imparted knowledge of the Dao divine abilities and alchemy. However, the Lianshan clan did not favor array formations or artifact refining, which diminished Wang Zhan's sense of fulfillment as a teacher. The aptitude of the Lianshan clan is exceptional. Perhaps the human race is inherently suited for cultivation, achieving results quickly in a short span of time. In just over 200 years, while multitasking, the Lianshan clan's cultivation has reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, mastering various divine abilities. Their mastery of alchemy is highly impressive. Lianshan clan, the time has come. You must return to the central. The agreed time with Fuxi has arrived, and Wang Zhan releases the Lianshan clan from the time tower, allowing them to return to meet Fuxi in the central tribe. Master, aren't you coming with me? After 270 years in the time tower, the Lianshan clan is now actually 290 years old. The once naive youth has now become quite composed, embodying the demeanor of a sovereign. I will not go with you. Over these years, I have taught you how to cultivate. For the next 10 years, you will follow Fuxi to learn how to become a sovereign. If I accompany you, it will influence you. When the time comes for you to become a sovereign, you need not consult me on every matter. I have taught you all I can in these 200 years. The development of the human race and the path it takes ultimately depends on the human race itself. However, if you encounter difficulties that you cannot resolve, I will naturally appear. As you depart, you have already graduated. Your path is destined to be different from mine. The human sovereign must walk the path of fate and cultivation. I can no longer assist you in that regard, but I can supplement your treasures. Let me bestow upon you a set of treasures along with a set of forbidden array discs. As he spoke, Wang Zhan pointed, and each time he did, a treasure of innate quality appeared before the Earth sovereign. After 6 points, 5 treasures of innate quality and a set of innate level array discs hovered before the divine figure. These 5 innate treasures and the array discs have been crafted according to your characteristics. You must ponder their powers yourself. Wang Zhan said with a smile. The Lianshan clan was no longer surprised by Wang Zhan's generosity, having witnessed him effortlessly crafting innate treasures many times over the years. It seemed that regardless of the materials, after Wang Zhan worked with them, they would transform into coveted treasures. Master, I shall take my leave. Though the Lianshan clan felt reluctant, they remembered their mission. Being favored by Fuxi and the 3 ancestral sovereigns, they could not act capriciously. Now I am not 20, I am 270. The Lianshan clan left, taking with them the treasures given by Wang Zhan. However, Wang Zhan outwardly stated that the Lianshan clan should return to the human race's central tribe. In truth, Wang Zhan quietly safeguarded the Lianshan clan from behind. The journey was fraught with minor troubles, yet the Lianshan clan resolved them all with their own skills. Ultimately relying on their own abilities, the Lianshan clan successfully returned to the human race's central tribe. At that point, Wang Zhan returned to the Chongning Mountain to resume his cultivation. Upon returning to the human race's central tribe under Fux's guidance, the Lianshan clan organized a grand welcoming ceremony. It was evident to the discerning that the Lianshan clan was the successor chosen by Fuxi before leaving. After this welcoming ceremony, many leaders of human tribes became acquainted with the Lianshan clan. Subsequently, Fuxi introduced many exceptional talents of the human race to the Lianshan clan. The Lianshan clan treated each one with humility. This demeanor allowed Fuxi to see Wang Zhan's shadow in the Lianshan clan. The reason he and the three ancestral sovereigns chose to give benefits to Wang Zhan rather than others was that Wang Zhan's style of conduct resonated deeply with their thoughts. After ensuring the Lianshan clan became thoroughly renowned among the human tribes, Fuxi then took the Lianshan clan to meet the three ancestral sovereigns in the central grand hall. The Lianshan clan sincerely knelt before the three ancestral sovereigns and Emperor Fuxi. I, Lianshan clan, pay my respects to Ancestor Sueren, Ancestor Wuchao, Ancestor Zi, and Emperor Fuxi. The Lianshan clan spoke loudly. Quickly rise. Let us take a good look at you. Ancestor Sueren helped the Lianshan clan to their feet. As they observed the Lianshan clan, upon noticing the depth and purity of their cultivation foundation, they nodded in satisfaction and said, the river reversal Taoist is indeed a person of integrity, taking your instruction to heart. Yes, my master has been very good to me, imparting the Tao divine abilities and alchemy techniques. When I departed, he even bestowed upon me 5 innate treasures and an innate level forbidden array disc. As the Lianshan clan spoke, they presented the 6 treasures given by Wang Zhan for the 3 ancestral sovereigns and Fuxi to view. Upon seeing this, the 3 sovereigns and Fuxi fell silent. Innate treasures. Their rarity far surpasses that of many innate spiritual treasures. Yet the Lianshan clan could possess 6 at once. No, it should be 7. Fuxi knew that when he brought the Lianshan clan to meet Wang Zhan, Wang Zhan's gift was an innate treasure level. For an ordinary person to possess even 1 is already a sign of great fortune, yet the Lianshan clan managed to hold 6 at once. Even they felt a hint of envy. This is good. The river reversal Taoist cares for you so deeply that after our departure, we can rest easy. Ancestor Sueren sighed softly. To this day, he cannot let go. After enduring the long years of suffering and torment, the human race should have continued to advance with the birth of a peak Quasi-Saint sovereign, but instead it culminated in fleeting glory. It resulted in being confined within the Huayun cave, denying even the ancient figures among them any opportunity to continue contributing their light and warmth to the human race. Every time he thinks of this, Ancestor Sueren's heart fills with endless rage. Fuxi, for the next 10 years you must teach the Lianshan clan well and pave the way for them to become a new sovereign. Yes, Ancestor Sueren. Please rest assured, Fuxi will treat the Lianshan clan as the 3 sovereigns treated Fuxi back in the day. Fuxi said earnestly. Although Fuxi is now at the peak of Quasi-Saint, he remains extremely respectful towards the 3 sovereigns. As long as their words are correct, he would not confront them for the sake of his own sovereign prestige. Of course, this understanding is mutual. The 3 ancestral sovereigns also seldom intervened in Fux's decisions after he had grown. They would also suppress any discordant voices among the older generation of the human race. The 10 years of the human race passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Fuxi acted purely as an elder, guiding Lushan Shi in the path of becoming the emperor of humanity. On certain matters, Fuxi allowed Lushan Shi to express his views first. What surprised Fuxi was that Lushan's perspective on issues was quite extraordinary, rivaling his own in some aspects, and in others even exceeding Fux's own thoughts. As for the areas where he fell short, it was mostly due to a lack of experience. This was something that required time to hone, not something Fuxi could easily instruct him on. In summary, the excellence of Lushan Shi greatly pleased Fuxi. He was confident that even after he and the 3 ancestors departed, Lushan Shi would lead the human race well. Lushan Shi, 3 days from now, I shall pass my position to you. You will succeed me as the 2nd emperor of humanity. I hope you can lead the human race to a broader path. Even if I and the 3 ancestors are in the Fire Cloud Cave, I will feel proud of you. Fuxi solemnly spoke to Lushan Shi at that moment. Lushan Shi nodded gravely. His heart was filled with sadness, but over the past 10 years he had learned how to act as an emperor under Fux's guidance. An emperor's sorrow cannot be displayed. He must be the pillar for his people. If even the emperor's backbone breaks, how can the subjects see hope? Lushan Shi accepts the command. In the end, Lushan Shi spoke these 5 words with solemnity. Fuxi smiled with satisfaction. After smiling for a moment, Fuxi sighed. But you must be mentally prepared. There might be no difference between you. After I reach this stage, I will be confined by the sages trapped in the Fire Cloud Cave. Sooner or later you may follow in my footsteps. At that time you must choose a suitable new emperor in advance, leaving seeds for the continued development of the human race. Hearing this, Lushan Shi fell silent. Being an emperor is not easy. Because the path of the emperor has already been set by the sages. It is destined to be a fleeting glory, and the day of fulfilling merit is also the day of confinement. Must we the people of the human race keep repeating this process, eh? Lu Shan sure felt unwilling. Fuxi shook his head. Endurance and persistence will bring hope. This is what the three ancestors taught me, and now I pass it on to you. As human emperors, from the moment we become emperors, we no longer belong to ourselves. Our existence is to pave the way for future generations. The talents of our human race are gradually growing stronger, and I believe that one day someone will emerge from our race to change all of this. Now, whether it is you or me, what we can do is to keep laying the groundwork. Lu Shan sure understood and smiled. Fuxi nodded. Looking towards the direction of Changning Mountain, he slowly spoke. Taoist Wang Zhan, 3 days from now Fuxi shall depart. Will you come to observe the ceremony? Of course. In Changning Mountain, Wang Zhan immediately responded upon hearing Fuxi's voice. He certainly wanted to witness Fuxi and the three ancestors entering the Fire Cloud Cave. Soon 3 days passed. In the central tribe of the human race, leaders from various tribes and countless outstanding figures gathered here. Those who did not come were also looking towards the central tribe from their own tribes. Today the hearts of all the people were filled with oppressive emotions. Because after today, it would be very difficult for them to see their ancestor and emperor again. Although the ancestor and emperor were not dead, they were imprisoned. This was a great humiliation for all of humanity. Countless outstanding figures from the human race silently vowed that one day they would welcome back their ancestor and emperor. People of the human race, after today, Lu Shan sure will be your new emperor. I hope you can treat your new emperor as you did with the three ancestors and me. If the new emperor makes a mistake, feel free to point it out boldly so he can correct it. If the new emperor is not at fault, please cast aside all thoughts and support him, allowing him to contribute to our human race and pass on the torch. Fuxi used his great powers to make his voice resonate throughout the human race. Regardless of whether they had practiced cultivation or not, everyone could clearly hear each word Fuxi spoke. Many who had fought alongside Fuxi for years shed tears at this moment. They were reluctant to see Fuxi leave. At that moment, the tears seemed to transform into a thread of emotional resonance passing into the eyes of every human. More and more people began to cry. They were reluctant to part with Fuxi and the three ancestors. Seeing this, both Fuxi and the three ancestors felt deep sadness. The eyes of the three ancestors were red while Fuxi appeared calm, but had stirring emotions inside. From the moment he chose to become Fuxi of the human race, he had regarded himself as purely a member of humanity, completely severing ties with his past life. Taoist Fuxi, the time has come. Just then a cold, emotionless voice rang out from the void. In the void above, a portal opened up. This portal seemed like a giant mouth ready to swallow people. At that moment, the hearts of all humanity ignited with a raging fury. What is this urging? Can't they at least say goodbye to their ancestor and emperor properly? Wang Zhan frowned. Although Taishang usually appeared benevolent, at this moment, he looked particularly unseemly. Among the three pure ones, Taishang was the most ruthless. The will of heaven cannot be defied. As if sensing the emotions of the human race, Taishang's voice echoed once more from the void. This time the voice carried immense, sanctified authority, heavily pressing upon the hearts of the human race. It was as if he was warning the human race. Fuxi sensed it, and his expression changed slightly as he used his peak quasi-saint powers to protect his people. Then he said solemnly, Fuxi shall now take his leave. As his words fell, the pressure from the sage gradually dissipated. The portal in the void flickered, seemingly urging them silently. Fuxi sighed inwardly, silently glanced at the human race behind him, and nodded at the three ancestors. They all flew towards the portal in the void. Soon as Fuxi and the three ancestors completely stepped into the portal, it vanished. The emperor and ancestor of the human race also disappeared. A wave of wailing echoed throughout the heavens and earth. On this day, the old emperor and ancestor were gone, and the new emperor ascended to the throne that symbolized the emperor of humanity amidst the cries of the people. Countless people from the human race bowed to the new emperor from all directions. Wang Zhan was a witness to all of this. He was also a beneficiary. The day Lu Shan sure became the new emperor marked the official establishment of the position of master of the human race. Fuxi's confirmation was a promise, while Lu Shan sure's acknowledgement turned that promise into reality. Wang Zhan's position as a master was also established without hindrance. Upon realizing that Wang Zhan was the same Stone Clan Taoist, medicine immortal, and grain Taoist from back in the day, all opposing voices vanished. Teacher, are you planning to leave now? On the second day after Lai Shan ascended to the throne, Wang Zhan expressed his desire to return to Changning Mountain for solitary cultivation. Lai Shan tried to persuade Wang Zhan to stay, hoping he could help manage the human race. After all, Wang Zhan was now a master among humans, and it was quite reasonable for him to assist in governing. I shall not stay any longer. I have already imparted all that I could to you. Your era has arrived, and I cannot interfere too much with your choices. As for the lack of manpower on your side, I can help you with that. Within the Jia sect, I have a senior sister named Gue Ling Shengmu. She possesses remarkable cultivation and is known for her righteousness and hatred of evil. She can lend you a hand among the humans, but it would be inappropriate for her to help without a title. You should arrange a position for her to gain some merit. When Wang Zhan mentioned Guiling Shengmu, he recalled that he had promised her to bring her along to accumulate merit. Lai Shan had complete faith in Wang Zhan and understood that the human race was currently a coveted piece of meat, with everyone eager to gain merit from it. Since the human race could not resist, it was better to let those who could benefit the humans come. At the very least, when the humans were in danger, these individuals would genuinely help rather than turn a blind eye. Additionally, the Temple of the Supreme Sage Tong Tian should also be established, as it would benefit the human race. Wang Zhan's efforts to accumulate merit would still involve Tong Tian. Setting aside Tong Tian's past kindness, the matter of Duo Bao alone was insufficient to offset the risks in this era where saints were invincible. Without the support of a saint, the danger level would soar. Lai Shan agreed one by one. Afterwards, Wang Zhan delegated some tasks that would help Lai Shan stabilize his position as the human emperor. Lai Shan cherished this advice and personally saw Wang Zhan off from the central human tribe. Once back at Changning Mountain, Wang Zhan took out a jade talisman to contact Guiling Shengmu, Wang Zhan junior brother. Not long after, Guiling Shengmu connected with Wang Zhan. Senior sister Guiling, I have already discussed with the new human emperor Lai Shan. Please choose a time to come to the human race and seek your position. When the humans are in distress, you can offer your assistance and merit will naturally come your way. Wang Zhan spoke. Is that true? Guiling Shengmu was overjoyed. After so many years, she thought Wang Zhan had forgotten about this matter. Of course. Wang Zhan smiled. I will resign from my teacher tomorrow and head straight to the human race. Guiling Shengmu was no fool and understood that the opportunity had arrived. She dared not delay at all. How is my teacher doing now? Wang Zhan inquired about Tong Tian's current state. Since your departure, the teacher has returned to his usual calm demeanor, but it seems he is not as happy as before. Guiling Shengmu sighed. The four of them had followed Tong Tian for a long time and knew well how he had changed. When Wang Zhan rose to prominence, he had restored much of Tong Tian's lost dignity. Moreover, his eloquence brought much joy to Tong Tian. Therefore, for a long time his teachings were delightful. However, since Wang Zhan left Janeo Island, Tong Tian had reverted to his old self. Even Guiling Shengmu, despite her usual lack of insight, recognized that Tong Tian was unhappy. I have caused my teacher worry, Wang Zhan said. I have prepared many cigarettes for my teacher. Please come to me first and take them back to Janeo Island before you go to the human race to find the new emperor. That is no problem. I will come to Changning Mountain soon. Guiling Shengmu replied. Guiling Shengmu was trustworthy. Within a month she arrived at Changning Mountain to meet Wang Zhan. Upon seeing him, her expression was one of shock. Junior brother, have you achieved the Quasi-Saint realm? Indeed, the human emperor Fushi conferred upon me the title of master among the humans. When the emperor speaks, the laws follow, and merit has descended upon me. I have thus used this opportunity to attain the Quasi-Saint of merit, but it is merely a Quasi-Saint of merit. My future achievements may be limited, yet senior sister Guiling, your future is boundless, and I hope you will support your younger brother. Wang Zhan said with a smile. Guiling Shengmu looked somewhat speechless. I do not know when I will break through to the Quasi-Saint realm. If you are to support me, it may be you who ends up helping me. Guiling Shengmu was puzzled. Everyone said Wang Zhan had poor aptitude, yet he was the first among the three teachings to achieve the Quasi-Saint realm. There were also claims that Wang Zhan was a saint of merit, but back then Wang Zhan defeated Duo Bao, the senior brother of the GS sect, by relying on the cultivation method of the saint of merit. Even though Tong Tian suppressed the news, it slowly spread over time. After all, no wall is completely soundproof. At the same time, many knew that Wang Zhan had not returned to Janeo Island over the years, because Tong Tian ultimately chose to side with Duo Bao. The disciples of the GS sect had little reaction to this. Some even reveled in Wang Zhan's misfortune. After all, the Wang Zhan of the past, who was far inferior to them, suddenly leaped to a level they could not hope to reach. It was indeed a source of envy. Thus, seeing Wang Zhan's misfortune brought them secret delight. Of course, they would not express this openly. Wang Zhan was merely abandoned by Tong Tian in favor of Duo Bao, but that did not mean they could expect the same treatment from Tong Tian as Duo Bao. Duo Bao is Duo Bao, they are they. If they were to confront Wang Zhan, Tong Tian would probably turn a blind eye. Let us support each other. Who in this world can sail smoothly? Wang Zhan smiled. Guiling Shengmu slowly nodded and said, please hand over the cigarettes you are to give to the teacher. I will help you return them now. Thank you. Saying this, Wang Zhan handed a large supply of cigarettes to Guiling Shengmu. This was enough for Tong Tian to smoke for quite some time. Then Wang Zhan took out a piece of postnatal supreme treasure and presented it to Guiling Shengmu. Guiling Shengmu was astonished. Junior brother, this is too much. No worries. Over the years I have focused on refining tools. While I may not create a postnatal supreme treasure every time, I can manage to produce 1 out of 10. If senior sister Gui Ling needs a tool refined, do not hesitate to ask your younger brother for help. Wang Zhan jokingly downplayed his refining skills, but this left Gui Ling Shengmu astounded. After her shock, Gui Ling Shengmu looked at Wang Zhan with bright eyes. Junior brother, I have many refining materials I have accumulated over the years, but I have made little progress in refining. Could you help me create a few more postnatal supreme treasures? Although I have attained enlightenment as a 10th sandier spirit turtle, I actually prefer the feeling of offense. Unfortunately, my attack power is quite lacking and my output is insufficient in battles. Additionally, my speed is somewhat slow, making it difficult to escape from strong opponents. Could you help me refine postnatal supreme treasures that enhance my attack power and speed? Alright. Wang Zhan chuckled, thinking to himself how odd it was for a turtle not to follow a defensive path, but to always think about combat and escape. Furthermore, if senior sister has close fellow disciples who wish to refine artifacts, they may come to me. Besides that, junior brother is also adept in alchemy. If senior sister needs pill refining, you may also seek my assistance, though materials must be provided by yourself. Additionally, I hope senior sister can rally those close to you to help me find several kinds of spiritual herbs. For each herb found, I will exchange it for a postnatal treasure. Having witnessed the sovereign might and invincibility of the sage, Wang Zhan grew increasingly urgent and diligent in his cultivation. Yet to ascend with greater speed, his innate aptitude remained a formidable obstacle. Only by forging the supplementary pill as soon as possible could he compensate for his deficiencies. However, relying solely on himself to gather these spiritual herbs proved exceedingly arduous. Thus, he planned to leverage the connection with the Gui Ling Xingmu to mobilize the disciples of the Jie sect to assist in the search. The Gui Ling Xingmu was known for her unwavering loyalty and held considerable prestige within the Jie sect. If the Gui Ling Xingmu were to intervene on his behalf, it would be a significant boon. After all, the Jie sect's disciples now numbered vast and formidable. Especially in recent years, the second-generation disciples had begun each taking on their own apprentices. The numbers of Jie sect disciples swelled, explosively growing at an unprecedented rate. For Wang Zhan, this was a favorable development. Countless individuals driven by their own interests would undoubtedly strive earnestly to help him gather the spiritual herbs needed to forge the supplementary pill. Hey, I think I actually have some of the varieties you mentioned. After Wang Zhan disclosed all the spiritual herbs except the 5-flavor main herb to the Gui Ling Xingmu, she suddenly began rummaging through her mustard seed space. Soon the Gui Ling Xingmu retrieved 5 items and handed them to Wang Zhan. These are Qigua Zikue, Xianling Bloodflower, Void Lotus, and Rootless Wood. They are all yours. The Gui Ling Xingmu said this without a hint of concern. Wang Zhan was immediately dumbfounded. Damn it, he held no belief in these items whatsoever. Even Zhen Yuanzi, an existence of great renown, did not place any faith in these materials. Where did the Gui Ling Xingmu obtain them? And in such quantities? Senior sister Gui Ling, where did you acquire these? Wang Zhan asked in astonishment. These are ubiquitous in my birthplace. Though my humanoid form is of recent emergence, my origin dates far back. My birthplace is called Yingguangxi, where such great spiritual herbs abound. Unfortunately, during the Lich War, the Yingguangxi was shattered, leaving only these remnants. Had the Yingguangxi not been broken, these 5 herbs would have carpeted the land, the Gui Ling Xingmu explained. Damn, Wang Zhan cursed inwardly. Was this not a colossal mistake? Senior sister, do you know where the Wudao tree and 5-needle pine are located? Knowing Gui Ling Xingmu's ancient origins, Wang Zhan directly inquired. He was unconcerned about leaking the pill formula, as without mastering the precise alchemical method, the pill could not be forged. That I do not know. Such are divine relics. How could I possibly be aware? The Gui Ling Xingmu shook her head. Very well. Wang Zhan felt somewhat disappointed. The immortal apricot and yellow zhongli were in the hands of Yuanshi Tianzuan, though difficult to obtain. As long as he watched, the 12 golden immortals, opportunities would arise. Such treasures would never be withheld by Yuanshi Tianzuan from the 12 golden immortals for cultivation enhancement. Upon discovery, he would seize them, then use the chaos bell to conceal the celestial secrets so no one would suspect his hand. At present, the truly troublesome ones were the 5-needle pine and Wudao tree, as their locations remained unknown. As for the laurel tree, he could always make a stealthy trip to the heavenly court. Junior brother, do you have any other matters? Gui Ling Xingmu asked. Yes, here is your reward, Wang Zhan said as he handed over 24 postnatal treasures to Gui Ling Xingmu, for she had provided him with 24 spiritual herbs. If successfully refined, it would yield roughly 8 pills. Heavens! Gui Ling Xingmu was utterly stunned. She had suspected Wang Zhan might be wealthy, but never imagined him so affluent. 24 postnatal treasures overwhelmed her. Were there any other known postnatal treasures as abundant as those in Wang Zhan's possession? Junior brother, you should be called Duobao instead. After a long silence, Gui Ling Xingmu spoke to Wang Zhan in a hushed tone. Wang Zhan smiled and replied, Go quickly and deliver the tobacco to master. Gui Ling Shengmu said no more and accepted the 24 postnatal treasures without hesitation. This fellow was a wealthy magnate. Returning, he would begin to cultivate the 3 heads and 6 arms divine skill. After Gui Ling Shengmu left, Wang Zhan also commenced his cultivation. Elsewhere, upon returning to Janeo Island, Gui Ling Shengmu immediately went to Bio Palace to meet Tongtian. Outside Tongtian's door, the water and fire child was releasing Kue Nyo. The pair harmonized splendidly. Upon seeing Gui Ling Shengmu arrive, the water and fire child blocked her path and promptly reported to Tongtian. Soon after, he returned and ushered Gui Ling Shengmu inside. Gui Ling, what brings you here? Tongtian smiled faintly at her. Gui Ling Shengmu said, Junior brother Wang Zhan has secured a merit position for me among the human realm. I intend to venture forth into the human world. That is good. I approve. Tongtian immediately consented. Gui Ling Shengmu's expression brightened, then added, Master, I first met with junior brother Wang Zhan. He asked me to bring some tobacco back for you. As she spoke, Gui Ling Shengmu handed over all the tobacco she had brought from Wang Zhan. Tongtian looked at these familiar trinkets. He sighed softly. How is that little Mayfly now? Tongtian inquired. Junior brother Wang Zhan seems to be doing quite well. When I visited him, he had already reached the quasi-saint realm and was a master among humans. Moreover, over the years, he has cultivated the art of artifact refining, attaining a formidable level strong enough to forge postnatal treasures. While speaking, Gui Ling Shengmu took out an unrefined postnatal treasure and handed it to Tongtian. Observing it, Tongtian's eyes showed deep emotion. He could clearly see that in the path of artifact refining, this disciple had already surpassed him. Thinking of this, Tongtian's expression shifted slightly, and he sighed once more. Did he say anything else? Not really, but junior brother Wang Zhan seems to be searching for certain divine herbs, apparently to refine some pill. However, he has not yet gathered all the spiritual herbs. What spiritual herbs does he need? Tongtian asked. 5 needle pine and wu dao tree. Gui Ling Shengmu replied. Tongtian nodded slowly. Seeing his expression, Gui Ling Shengmu hesitated and said, Master, perhaps we should let junior brother Wang Zhan return. After all, he has not done anything wrong, and it is clear that you care for him deeply. Let this matter rest, so he is outside, yet still a disciple of the GS sect, and my pupil. Tongtian said solemnly. Seeing this, Gui Ling Shengmu did not press further. She had deliberately spoken so much to coax Tongtian into giving in. However, regrettably, Tongtian did not yield. Looking into the eyes of the turtle spirit Saint Mother, Tongtian clearly understood her thoughts. He sighed lightly and said, Turtle spirit, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. It is impossible to change. To the GS sect, Dao Bao is like the Zandu under your master uncle, the inheritor of my Dao lineage. Do you understand what I mean? The disciple understands, but it seems that Wang Zhan has never shown any intention of competing with senior brother Dao Bao. The turtle spirit Saint Mother took the opportunity to add more when Tongtian mentioned this matter. Tongtian nodded at her words, saying Wang Zhan indeed has not competed, but his presence has unsettled Dao Bao's state of mind. For the sake of the GS sect's lineage, it is indeed not suitable for Wang Zhan to return to Janeo Island for the time being. The turtle spirit Saint Mother had no words. Well, it was all in vain. She immediately decided not to bring it up again. She knew her weight was still not heavy enough. In terms of inheriting the Dao lineage, Dao Bao has surpassed all disciples in Tongshan's heart. Master, then I shall take my leave. If there is nothing else, I will head to the human race now. The turtle spirit Saint Mother was quite pleased. Who wouldn't like the power of merit? Although she did not walk the path of the merit immortals, the power of merit was a versatile tool with many uses. You need not hurry to leave. Stay for a while longer. I happen to know who possesses the 5 needle pine and the enlightenment tree, so I can get some branches. At that moment, Tongtian called out to the turtle spirit Saint Mother. She was taken aback, wondering what he meant. Had she become a courier between Tongtian and Wang Zhan? One asked her to deliver smoke, and the other asked her to deliver treasures. But despite her inner complaints, the turtle spirit Saint Mother still quickly nodded in agreement. At the same time, she felt a twinge of envy toward Wang Zhan. Within the GS sect, although Tongtian favored Dao Bao the most, Wang Zhan was next. As for the other 3 direct disciples, San Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and the 7 fairies, they were all on a lower tier. It was outrageous. 7 days later, Tongtian summoned the turtle spirit Saint Mother again and placed 2 items before her. One was a branch of the 5 needle pine, and the other was a branch of the enlightenment tree. In addition, these 2 branches were cultivated with 9 heaven soil and exuded the aura of 3 light divine water. Clearly, they could continue to be cultivated. The turtle spirit Saint Mother's eyes widened in amazement. You should make an extra trip to deliver these to Wang Zhan. Tongtian said indifferently. Master, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I need Huang Zhongli. Please assist me. The turtle spirit Saint Mother said earnestly. I see you as Huang Zhongli. Tongtian looked at her with indifference. The turtle spirit Saint Mother felt embarrassed, took the treasures, and left the Bio Palace. She headed straight for Chongning Mountain. Another month passed. The turtle spirit Saint Mother arrived at Chongning Mountain again. She called out for Wang Zhan to appear. Wang Zhan opened the formation and cave dwelling. The turtle spirit Saint Mother walked in. Why has junior sister returned? Aren't you going to find the new human emperor? Are you waiting for the new emperor to come and invite you? Wang Zhan was extremely surprised. What was going on? Didn't she want the merit? Was she being pretentious? You still ask. Master asked me to make another trip to deliver some items to you. The turtle spirit Saint Mother shot Wang Zhan a glare using her magic to conceal her aura to prevent it from leaking out. Then she took out the branches of the five-needle pine and the enlightenment tree and handed them to Wang Zhan. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhan was also moved. From the aura emanating from these two divine objects, he had already realized what they were. These are branches of the five-needle pine and the enlightenment tree. Here is 9 heaven soil and 3 light divine water that can be used for nurturing and planting. Junior brother Wang Zhan, I suspect you are Master's illegitimate child. The turtle spirit Saint Mother suddenly made a shocking statement, leaving Wang Zhan stunned. Senior sister, you might get punished by Master for saying that. I admit it, I asked Master for Huang Zhongli before and Master said I look like Huang Zhongli. I am a direct disciple. Do you know what a direct disciple is? The turtle spirit Saint Mother's eyes turned red with jealousy, as if she had fallen ill. Wang Zhan did not speak, but stared at the branches of the five-needle pine and the enlightenment tree in a daze. It was likely not easy for Tantian to acquire these 2 items, especially considering the 9 heaven soil and 3 light divine water. This was bound to involve the goddess Nuwa and the primordial heavenly sovereign. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan sighed softly and finally bowed towards Janeo Island from afar. Wait a minute, you aren't going to ask me to deliver something else again, are you? Seeing Wang Zhan's demeanor, the turtle spirit Saint Mother felt a bit flustered. This back and forth was tiring, you know. Senior sister is overthinking. I did not think that way. I believe it is best to go to the human race to meet the new emperor as soon as possible. During this time, there are a few things I need to remind you about, senior sister. Wang Zhan spoke seriously to the turtle spirit Saint Mother. She looked solemn and gestured for him to continue. Wang Zhan, not concealing anything, said directly, first, after you go to the human race, you must not carry the identity of the Jia sect with arrogance. You need to learn to coexist peacefully with the human race because your goal is to obtain merit and they understand this in their hearts. Only in this way can you acquire merit smoothly. Second, although Lushan is my disciple and counts as a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jia sect, he is still the emperor of the human race. On the path of the human emperor, he is bound to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saintship in the future. Thus, senior sister turtle spirit should show adequate respect to the new emperor. There is no need to be overly obsequious, but respect is necessary. Third, senior sister's task is simply to help the human race resolve troubles. Do not interfere with the actions of the human emperor. As long as you can ensure these 3 points, I assure you that you will earn a substantial amount of merit during this era of the Earth Sovereign. After all, Jia sect disciples are mostly wild beasts and spirits. The turtle spirit Saint Mother had a fiery temper. If she found things intolerable after arriving at the human race, it would only backfire. You can rest assured I will do it. The turtle spirit Saint Mother nodded without hesitation. She was aware of these matters. She had heard much about the human emperor during Tongtian's teachings. They are all destined to be powerful beings beyond her reach. Naturally, she would not act recklessly. Wang Zhan, my friend Yao Ji has come to visit. Just as they were speaking, another change occurred outside Chongning Mountain. It was Yao Ji from the heavenly court. The turtle spirit Saint Mother remembered Yao Ji and asked in confusion, do you still have dealings with the heavenly court? Yes, previously when Yao Ji was capturing monsters, she accidentally came here and was saved by me. As a token of gratitude, Hao Qian sent me 10 peaches, and over the years we have kept in touch. Wang Zhan did not hide this. The turtle spirit Saint Mother scoffed. A small heavenly court. Is it worth your treatment like this? Junior brother Wang Zhan, you are good at everything, but you are too slick. After all, we are disciples under a sage. Leave a line in everything so we can meet again in the future. Wang Zhan did not say too much. The turtle spirit Saint Mother, like Tongtian, had a dismissive attitude toward the heavenly court. Saying too much would not be of any use. Never mind, I won't disturb you any longer. I shall head to the human race now. The turtle spirit Saint Mother clearly did not intend to meet Yao Ji and left directly. Wang Zhan did not mind. After the turtle spirit Saint Mother left, he went to meet Yao Ji. Immortal Lady Yao Ji, how long it has been. Wang Zhan offered a faint smile and bowed his head in respectful greeting. Not so very long, truly. Yao Ji returned the smile. Over the years, she had served as the intermediary between the celestial court and Wang Zhan. Thus their interactions had spanned an unusually long duration. Her understanding of Wang Zhan had deepened accordingly. She knew well that he differed markedly from other members of the Jia sect. He bore no contempt for the celestial court. And indeed, no wall in this world remains entirely impervious to whispers. With time, the truth had quietly surfaced among those who paid close attention. Wang Zhan had once been banished from Janeo Island by Lord Tongtian himself, exiled over the matter of Duobao. The celestial court was among those now privy to this secret. Might I ask, immortal Lady Yao Ji, what brings you here today? Wang Zhan inquired with a gentle smile. My elder brother and sister-in-law have welcomed a daughter, Princess Longji, and next month they shall host her full moon banquet. Would Taoist Wang Zhan deign to attend? Yaoji asked. Of course. I would be honored to attend, especially since the heavenly sovereign himself has sired this child. Wang Zhan replied, smiling warmly as he accepted the invitation. Seizing this opportunity, he also intended to devise a subtle plan concerning the Kasha tree, not seeking the entire tree, but merely a branch. Planted in 9 heavens primordial soil and watered with triple light divine water, it could be revived and cultivated anew. This would ensure a lasting supply for refining the pill of imperfect restoration. As for the 24 spirit herbs gifted by Saintess Guiling, Wang Zhan likewise planned to replant and nurture them carefully. For their cultivation site, he resolved to forge a post-heavenly supreme treasure, a celestial medicinal garden, designed not as sprawling terrain, but as an exquisitely refined potted sanctuary. With a friend like you attending, little Longji shall surely rejoice beyond measure. Yaoji murmured softly, her tone laced with genuine tenderness, evident in how deeply she cherished her brother's newborn daughter. After a prolonged and amiable exchange, Yaoji took her leave. She mentioned she still had others to invite. Wang Zhan instantly grasped the implication how Tian sought to use this banquet as a pretext to recruit additional allies. The full moon celebration for Princess Longji was in essence merely a ceremonial pretext. Yet Wang Zhan harbored no trace of mockery. Those who strive earnestly deserve profound respect. Several days later, Saintess Guiling transmitted word to him she had met with the human sovereign Lishan Shi and formally assumed the title of Grand Guardian of Humanity. Her duty was simple: to cultivate tranquility in quiet seclusion, yet step forth whenever humanity faced external peril, lending her strength to defend the mortal race. This arrangement entailed no deficit for either side. Humanity leaned upon Guiling's formidable power and august lineage. In turn, she accrued corresponding merit and virtue. Moreover, having heeded Wang Zhan's counsel, Guiling refrained from projecting superiority upon arriving among humanity, instead embracing equality and humility in all her interactions. Within mere days, she earned humanity's trust. Chief among the reasons was the new sovereign's proclamation. She is the Supreme Master's recommended guardian of the human Tao. Thus Guiling came to feel with visceral clarity Wang Zhan's extraordinary standing within the human realm. Consequently, the benefits she received manifested swiftly and tangibly. On the very day of her investiture as Grand Guardian, the mandate of humanity and boundless merit descended upon her. Bathed in the mandate of humanity and infused with merit, Guiling shattered the long-stagnant barrier of her cultivation, ascending instantly to the pinnacle of the great Luo immortal realm. Recognizing this profound karmic debt, Guiling's inner balance tilted decisively toward Wang Zhan. Should the day ever come when Wang Zhan contended with Duobao for supremacy, she would stand unwaveringly at his side. Wang Zhan remained wholly unaware of Guiling's private resolve. Had he known, he might well have laughed aloud. Yet his gaze had never lingered upon the so-called senior brother of the Jia sect. His vision extended far beyond such narrow rivalries. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the full moon banquet for Princess Longji, the celestial court's cherished daughter, was about to commence. Wang Zhan's gift appeared casual, yet held incalculable worth. A post-heavenly supreme treasure, forged by the Fuyo workshop, sufficed perfectly. To the celestial court, it conferred immense prestige. To him it was economical. Though he might hesitate to part with other treasures, surrendering a post-heavenly supreme treasure cost him scarcely a thought. Soon Wang Zhan arrived at the celestial court's south heaven gate. There, as ever, Yaoji stood diligently fulfilling her duties, greeting guests in her capacity as the heavenly sovereign's younger sister, thereby bestowing honor upon every visitor. Yet even so, attendance remained disappointingly sparse. Those who did come were, as usual, weak cultivators, mere wandering immortals of modest attainment. Without even glancing around, Wang Zhan could intuit how Tian's simmering frustration. Taoist Wang, you've arrived. Yaoji's eyes lit up. So far she had welcomed 72 guests. All 72 harbored hidden agendas. Each had come solely to exploit the celestial court's generosity, feasting greedily before vanishing without trace. Even knowing their intentions, the celestial court dared not expel them, for doing so would sever its last remaining ties to the broader cultivation world. Thus it endured this indignity, playing the role of the noble patron who pays a fortune for a single horse. Wang Zhan's arrival, however, brought palpable relief to Yaoji. Immortal Lady Yaoji, your devotion to the celestial court is nothing short of magnificent. Wang Zhan declared sincerely. Indeed, Yaoji's loyalty to Hao Tian was beyond reproach. Taoist Wang flatters me undeservedly. Pray follow me to the Lingxiao Precious Hall. To the celestial court, Wang Zhan ranked indisputably among its most esteemed guests. Setting aside all else, his status as a quasi-sage alone silenced every tongue. Yaoji herself escorted Wang Zhan into the Lingxiao Precious Hall, where the interior remained unchanged, serene, and timeless as ever. Beside Hao Tian and the Queen Mother stood a celestial maiden cradling an infant girl. The child neither cried nor stirred, her large luminous eyes calmly observing the procession of guests. Yet Wang Zhan could not help but marvel at the exquisite intricacy of fate. The moment Wang Zhan stepped across the threshold of the Lingxiao Precious Hall, little Longji, who had remained perfectly still until then, suddenly burst into soft, delighted peals of laughter. Her plump, delicate hands waved eagerly toward him, emitting sweet, mellow coos. Taoist Wang, it seems Princess Longji takes quite a liking to you. Yaoji exclaimed, startled, then smiled warmly at Wang Zhan. He simply nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Hao Tian's eyes brightened upon spotting Wang Zhan. Rising from his throne, he greeted him warmly. Taoist Wang, your gracious presence at my daughter's full moon banquet fills me with profound gratitude. Your Majesty honors me with undue praise. In truth, I did not merely spare time. I counted the days until this auspicious occasion. How could I possibly neglect your Majesty's invitation? These words granted Hao Tian immense face. A flush of delight rose to his cheeks, and his countenance visibly softened. Yet the joy dimmed as he recalled Wang Zhan's affiliation with the Jie sect, the very sect that had humbled him relentlessly for decades. He sighed inwardly. People truly differed in kind. Though he loathed the Jie sect with visceral intensity, he found himself unable to harbor similar disdain toward Wang Zhan. I have prepared a token of goodwill for your Majesty. Pray accept it with favor. As he spoke, Wang Zhan sent forward a post, heavenly supreme treasure spear, its form suspended gracefully in midair by divine force before Hao Tian. Having long served beside the Dao ancestor, Hao Tian had beheld countless rare treasures, but even he was momentarily awestruck by Wang Zhan's effortless offering of a post-heavenly supreme treasure. Taoist Wang's gift is far too precious. Hao Tian exclaimed. Your Majesty is more than worthy of it. Wang Zhan replied smoothly, elevating Hao Tian once more with elegant deference. Hao Tian's inner joy swelled, again and again and again, until his face glowed with radiant warmth, momentarily eclipsing even his lingering reservations about Wang Zhan's sectarian ties. This man's words were simply too pleasing to hear. In his current position, few addressed him with sincere reverence as Your Majesty. Most merely called him Hao Tian, carelessly, without weight or honor. That single phrase, Your Majesty is more than worthy of it, released half the sorrow and grievance that had long weighed upon his heart. Taoist Wang, please take the honored seat, Hao Tian declared solemnly. Hao Tian arranged a seat for Wang Zhan, who sat in the honored place, engaging in a conversation with the jade. Seeing Wang Zhan so close, the little dragon Ji in Xian's hands became increasingly restless, calling out to Wang Zhan with babbling sounds. Hao Tian smiled and said, Wang Zhan, it seems my daughter has quite the affinity with you, doesn't she? Wang Zhan noticed this as well. He initially thought it was just a coincidence, but unexpectedly the little dragon Ji seemed to want him to hold her. Wang Zhan was well aware that this Dragon Ji princess was the one who would perish alongside Hong Jin in the future battle of sealing the gods. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed lively and adorable. You might as well hold her lest she becomes restless. Wang Zhan chuckled. In that case, why not? He smiled wryly while the Queen Mother nodded to Xiana, signaling her to bring Dragon Ji over to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan reached out to take her. Indeed, the once fidgety Dragon Ji quieted down, emitting a delightful sound of infant laughter. Hao Tian was also quite astonished, exchanging a glance with the Queen Mother, as if silently inquiring whether the other was up to any tricks. After receiving a clear negative response, his curiosity deepened. However, he was pleased to witness such a scene. Since Wang Zhan was different from the people of the Jie sect, it was beneficial for the heavenly court to foster a good relationship. The master of the Western teachings, Xian Du, has arrived. At this moment, someone outside the Lingxiao Palace called out. Hearing this, Hao Tian stood up to receive him. Xian Du entered the Lingxiao Palace calmly and gracefully. As he approached, he gave a faint bow to the Jade Emperor. I, a humble disciple, come at the command of the Supreme Sage to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor. I have brought a 9-turn golden core as a gift. Thank you, Supreme Sage, for your trouble, Xian Du. Hao Tian quickly greeted him with a smile, though inwardly he felt somewhat. Although Xian Du's words were appropriate, the arrogance on his face clearly indicated he did not regard Hao Tian highly. Had it not been for Wang Zhan's sincere demeanor, he might have felt even more slighted. Hao Tian would not criticize Xian Du's gift, but with the comparison made, he naturally felt more satisfied with Wang Zhan, who could bring him emotional value. However, Hao Tian knew that Xian Du was a disciple of the Supreme Sage, and his presence was already a sign of respect from the Supreme Sage. Please take a seat, Dao friend Xian Du. Hao Tian invited. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. Xian Du maintained his calm demeanor as he took his seat. He was positioned directly next to Wang Zhan on his left. Looking at Xian Du, Wang Zhan couldn't help but feel frustrated. In the past, the Supreme Sage had insisted on removing the Jie sect's people from the Heavenly Court, stating that the 3 clear ones should advance and retreat together, avoiding close ties with the Heavenly Court. Tong Tian believed this and withdrew his people, not only severing ties with the heavenly court, but also managing to offend them greatly. Yet here he was secretly establishing relations with the heavenly court. What did that mean? Wang Zhan, my junior, it has been many years. I did not expect you to be the first among our 3 teachings disciples to achieve quasi-saint status, Xiandu said with a smile. I am merely fortunate having been favored by my teacher. However, reaching this point today, I fear it may be as far. But as for you, senior brother Xiandu, as the heir of the master, you will surely surpass me by a great margin in the future. Wang Zhan spoke with a sigh lacking any arrogance. Xiandu had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Among the disciples of the 3 teachings apart from the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, the elders of the Human sect and the Jie sect had all reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. You are too humble, Wang Zhan, Xiandu replied. Not at all. Wang Zhan maintained the same response. He was uninterested in the competition among the disciples of the 3 teachings. His initial goal had never been set there. With Xiandu's arrival, Hao Yin could not speak to Wang Zhan alone anymore, so he asked Xiana to take Dragon Ji away from Wang Zhan. However, Dragon Ji clung tightly to Wang Zhan's hand, making Xiana sweat in panic. Wang Zhan came to Xian's rescue, smiling at Hao Yin and saying, Heavenly Emperor, since little Dragon Ji wishes to stay here a bit longer, let her stay, as long as you don't mind her being a bit noisy. Hao Yin was delighted by this and readily agreed. His impression of Wang Zhan was exceptionally good this time. If he could establish a good relationship with Wang Zhan through Dragon Ji, it would be a beneficial matter. The Western teachings, the Xidagarba has arrived. The people from the Western teachings had also come. Unlike last time with the arrival of Putti, this time they had sent Xidagarba. Xidagarba now held a significant position in the Western teachings, making his attendance at such an occasion expected. Upon hearing Xidagarba's name, Wang Zhan's gaze turned intrigued. Wasn't this the same person he had dueled with back at the Heishan tribe? After entering, Xidagarba also spotted Wang Zhan, and his expression changed slightly. It seemed he did not expect Wang Zhan to be present, and a hint of tension flashed in his eyes. Wang Zhan had easily suppressed him back then, and that battle left him deeply apprehensive. After that battle, he no longer believed anyone who claimed Wang Zhan would only achieve limited success as a deity. And indeed, Wang Zhan's subsequent interventions had proven to be even more formidable. So even until now, the person Xidagarba most wanted to defeat remained Wang Zhan. Xidagarba pays his respects to the Heavenly Emperor sent by my sect's sage to congratulate you. Xidagarba's greeting was similar to Xiandu's, but his attitude was much more amiable, making Hao Yin feel. Hao Yin invited Xidagarba to sit, as well, who took a seat beside Wang Zhan. On either side of Wang Zhan they sat quietly. Wang Zhan was surprised to find himself in a central position, feeling a bit speechless. Greetings, Dao friends Wang Zhan and Xiandu. Xidagarba was the first to speak. Xidagarba was not one of the 3 teachings members. Among the 3 teachings they could refer to each other as brothers and sisters, but it was more appropriate for those from the Western teachings to refer to each other as Dao friends. Greetings, Dao friend Xidagarba. Greetings, Dao friend Xidagarba. Both Xiandu and Wang Zhan responded in kind, greeting Xidagarba. As for past events, Wang Zhan made no mention of them, treating them as if they had never occurred. Dao friend Wang Zhan, I have heard you have become a master of the human race, earning much merit among them, which makes me quite envious, Xidagarba said somewhat tentatively. Wang Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I am merely fortunate, having gained the recognition of my fellow Taoists among the human race, which led to this opportunity. I must thank the human Emperor Fuxi and the 3 ancestors of the human race for their favor. You are indeed too humble, Dao friend. Your strength is extraordinary, and as a disciple of the sage, why be so cautious? Xidagarba's words contained both probing and confusion. The full moon banquet for Princess Longji of the Celestial Court had drawn to a close. Yu Huang seized every opportunity to extend olive branches to the assembled guests. Yet Yu Huang's countenance darkened markedly. These guests had come not to pledge allegiance, but solely to feast and drink, leaving without accepting his overtures. Each departed under increasingly peculiar pretexts. Xiandu and Di Zong required no excuse. They simply withdrew. In the end, the vast Lingxiao Palace stood nearly empty, with only Wang Zhan remaining. Wang Zhan remained for one reason alone. He sought to exchange with Yu Huang for the 9-fold golden elixir. In theory, this elixir could be consumed only once per lifetime. Yet Wang Zhan hoped to decipher its formula, for the ingredients of the bouquet Dan remained incomplete. Unraveling the 9-fold golden elixir's formula would be no small achievement, though Wang Zhan knew well how formidable such a task truly was. After all, this elixir was the Supreme Elder's most treasured divine medicine, or were it easily deciphered, it would lose all its mystique. My apologies, esteemed cultivator. Yu Huang offered a strained smile upon noticing Wang Zhan still lingering in the Lingxiao Palace. Hesitating, he refrained from extending another recruitment plea. Though he had once contemplated it, Wang Zhan had then been a peerless immortal at the pinnacle of the Deluo realm. Now he stood as a quasi-sage, an incomparable leap. The celestial court possessed no enticement capable of recruiting a quasi-sage. Indeed, even golden immortals or supreme golden immortals among the unaffiliated cultivators held the court in disdain. Your Majesty need not despair. The determined shall surely prevail. Wang Zhan offered gentle encouragement. Yet he dared not elaborate further. His master Tong Tian bore primary responsibility for Yu Huang's current predicament. Otherwise, how could the court fail even to attract wandering immortals? Esteemed cultivator Wang, might you have business with me? Yu Huang shrewd, as ever sensed Wang Zhan's lingering presence bespoke purpose. Wang Zhan concealed nothing. I wish to acquire the ninefold golden elixir from your Majesty. As he spoke, 3 post-heaven supreme treasures hovered in midair before Yu Huang. Seeing Wang Zhan produce yet another trio of post-heaven supreme treasures, Yu Huang's composure finally wavered. Though post-heaven artifacts abounded across the Honghuang realm, true supreme treasures were exceedingly rare. Cultivator, are you perhaps capable of forging post-heaven supreme treasures? Yu Huang asked cautiously. In his estimation, only such a possibility could explain Wang Zhan's lavish offering, even as Tong Tian's most cherished disciple. Indeed, these treasures were refined by this humble cultivator. Please forgive my presumption, Wang Zhan admitted openly, revealing his mastery of artifact forging. Yu Huang's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance, like a ravenous wolf beholding a celestial beauty. At that moment he yearned fiercely to recruit Wang Zhan into the celestial court. Setting aside all else, even should Wang Zhan's cultivation plateau at the initial stage of quasi-sagehood, his unparalleled art of artifact refinement alone rendered him an invaluable asset wherever he went. He was quite literally a walking armory. That Tong Tian would cast such a disciple into the world spoke volumes, and attested above all to the unfathomable wisdom of a sage. Were he part of the celestial court, even the title of deputy celestial sovereign would be gladly bestowed. Comparisons indeed bred despair. Some possessed talent, yet spurned it. Others craved talent, yet lacked it entirely. Esteemed cultivator, your desire for the ninefold golden elixir is granted freely. What harm lies in gifting it to you? In that instant Yu Huang weighed countless considerations. Though he coveted the 3 post-heaven supreme treasures, accepting them would settle all accounts, ending the matter irrevocably. Better to decline. Wang Zhan was a sovereign master of artifact refinement. Future needs would surely arise. Cultivating goodwill, therefore, was infinitely wiser. The ninefold golden elixir, though priceless, could elevate only one being, whereas nurturing benevolent ties with Wang Zhan promised countless future refinements, each empowering multitudes. Your Majesty, I insist on exchanging these post-heaven supreme treasures for the elixir, Wang Zhan replied. Do you deem me unworthy of your Majesty's favor? Yu Huang countered. Very well. With words having reached this impasse, Wang Zhan fell silent and accepted the 3 post-heaven supreme treasures. Yet after reflection, he extended one treasure toward Yu Huang. This humble cultivator shares a karmic affinity with young Princess Longji. Let this treasure rest under your Majesty's stewardship until she comes of age. Then it shall be hers to inherit. Since you share such affinity with my daughter Longji, might she not become your disciple? Yu Huang mused aloud, seizing the notion instantly. He had resolved whether Wang Zhan belonged to the GS sect mattered little. So long as he honored the court, forging this bond promised immense advantage. That arrangement suits me well, Wang Zhan reflected briefly, then nodded. First, the child was genuinely endearing. Second, this connection firmly anchored him to the celestial court. Henceforth, sourcing the peach of immortality and the moon laurel tree for refining the bouquet d'An would pose no difficulty. A partnership destined to endure. Of course, mutual calculation underlay it all. Yet what harm lay therein? Who, after all, does not pursue benefit? Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. For Longji to gain such a master is fortune beyond measure. Yu Huang burst into unrestrained laughter. Today fortune had turned sharply, far beyond even his own expectations. His paternal affection for his daughter swelled palpably. Grasping Wang Zhan's arm, Yu Huang refused to release him, insisting he remain in the celestial court for an extended stay. They agreed upon an auspicious date for Longji's formal discipleship ceremony. Wang Zhan acquiesced without hesitation and stayed. 2 months later, Yu Huang personally selected the most propitious day to solemnize the rite. Though Longji had not yet learned to speak, she now possessed a master. Yu Huang cared little whether Wang Zhan imparted cultivation techniques. He valued above all Wang Zhan's peerless art of artifact refinement. Yet Wang Zhan upheld integrity, having accepted the role of Longji's master. Whatever the motive, he would fulfill his duty conscientiously. At her tender age, however, instruction remained impossible. Thus they agreed when Longji matured, Yu Huang would dispatch her to Chongning Mountain to train directly under Wang Zhan. Days later, Wang Zhan departed the celestial court for Chongning Mountain, returning laden with spoils including a branch of the moon laurel tree. He had acquired it during a seemingly casual stroll through the celestial realm, by chance arriving at the Guanghan Palace on the moon star, where he encountered the tree. Expressing sincere admiration for the moon laurel tree, he earned Yu Huang's magnanimous gesture. The celestial sovereign himself severed a branch and presented it to Wang Zhan. Thus only 3 ingredients remained for the bouquet Dan Huang, Zhongli immortal apricot, and the Fusang tree. Within the Nishui cave, Wang Zhan transplanted the moon laurel branch using a post-heaven supreme treasure, vessel, 9 heavens resting soil, and threefold light, divine water. Upon completing the transplantation, Wang Zhan murmured softly, another step closer to the bouquet Dan, but the remaining 3 ingredients will prove difficult to obtain. Patience then is required. Wuji flower by Ling root, immortal spirit milk, Chuan Ning mushroom. In the cave, Wang Zhan repeatedly inhaled the aroma of the 9 turns golden pill. Knowing that he temporarily could not refine the supplementary pill, Wang Zhan decided to take a step back and began researching the medicinal ingredients of the 9 turns golden pill. Back when he obtained the 9 turns golden pill, he was still a novice in alchemy. Even having obtained the 9 turns golden pill, he did not know how it was actually refined, but now Wang Zhan had become a master in the Tao of pills. Thus he conceived the idea of analyzing the 9 turns golden pill. If he could successfully decipher it, perhaps his aptitude could be further enhanced. After repeatedly inhaling its aroma, Wang Zhan discerned 15 types of medicinal herbs. However, 15 was not the limit of the 9 turns golden pill. There were at least 7 types of medicinal herbs that Wang Zhan could not identify. These 7 herbs were ones he had never even seen before. Therefore, at this point, Wang Zhan understood that his efforts had been in vain. To decipher the 9 turns golden pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No wonder only the Supreme Saint could refine the 9 turns golden pill in the wilderness. How awkward. It would be more worthwhile to find the remaining 3 herbs than to continue analyzing the 9 turns golden pill. The formula for the 9 turns golden pill had never been leaked. Wang Zhan felt it was a bit delusional to think he could rely solely on smell to deduce the formula for the 9 turns golden pill. With a slight sigh, he scrutinized the 9 turns golden pill. In the next moment, Wang Zhan swallowed the 9 turns golden pill in one gulp. This 9 turns golden pill was a divine pill. For ordinary people, consuming it could even allow one to achieve the realm of the great Luo golden immortal instantaneously. Yet when he consumed a 9 turns golden pill back, then he only broke through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Even Wang Zhan felt it was a waste. His foundation back then was clearly unable to absorb the medicinal power. Now Wang Zhan had already entered the Quasi-Saint realm. The enhancement of the 9 turns golden pill's power had lost its value for him. What he hoped for was the aptitude enhancement effect of the 9 turns golden pill. If it truly only worked effectively for one person, then he had wasted it. It works. After quickly refining the 9 turns golden pill, Wang Zhan's expression suddenly brightened. Although the 9 turns golden pill had lost its effect in enhancing power, the effect of enhancing aptitude still remained. However, the aptitude enhancement from the second 9 turns golden pill was significantly diminished compared to the first one he had consumed years ago. Back then, a 9 turns golden pill raised his aptitude from extremely poor to below average. Now, after consuming the second 9 turns golden pill, his aptitude improved again from below average to average. This is what is known as mediocre aptitude, neither outstanding nor abysmally poor. Such an enhancement was enough to make Wang Zhan joyful. After being tempered 1,000 times, even a slight improvement in aptitude would yield significant results in the end. Wonderful. Wang Zhan grinned. This time his journey to the heavenly court was truly worth it. Just this one 9 turns golden pill could save him years of hard work. However, this also intensified Wang Zhan's desire to refine the supplementary pill. First, let's test the efficiency of my cultivation now. Wang Zhan took a deep breath and began to cultivate. Soon he started cultivating at an average level. After a while, Wang Zhan slowly opened his eyes filled with joy. This feeling was truly fantastic. The efficiency of his diligence was once again elevated due to the improvement in his aptitude. Previously, Wang Zhan aimed to successfully simulate the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation and the Hunyuan He Luo formation. However, despite many years of effort, he had been unable to grasp it. But this time, with his aptitude improved again, Wang Zhan felt differently. A spark of inspiration gradually emerged. Taking advantage of this spark, Wang Zhan immediately entered the time tower to cultivate. He began to simulate the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation and the Hunyuan He Luo formation once again. As time passed, with Wang Zhan's repeated simulations, he finally succeeded in simulating the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation. At the same time, the Tao of Diligence also provided feedback. The Supreme Path rewards diligence, never yielding to adversity. Congratulations on successfully simulating the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation. Please continue to strive. Only diligent efforts are meaningful. Great. The Zhou-Tian Star Do formation has reappeared. Wang Zhan exclaimed excitedly. He had long since refined all the tools needed to set up the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation, and they were all of the postnatal supreme treasure level. For many years, he had been waiting for the reappearance of the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation and the Hunyuan He Luo. Unexpectedly, due to his aptitude, he had always fallen short. Now thanks to a 9 turns golden pill, Wang Zhan finally qualified to recreate the Zhoutian Star Dough formation. As for the Hunyuan Hiluo formation, it would take some more time. The formation is complete, but I wonder how much power I can manifest in the Zhoutian Star Dough formation with my current cultivation. The Zhoutian Star Dough formation requires communication with the stars of heaven and earth, and the postnatal treasures Wang Zhan refined possessed such capabilities. However, he believed that maintaining long-term communication with the stars was beyond his reach. Thus, Wang Zhan took a different approach, using his alchemical skills to treat all the treasures set for the Zhoutian Star Dough formation as items that could absorb stellar energy. In this way, while the stellar energy was available, once it was depleted, the Zhoutian Star Dough formation would become ineffective. Moreover, the stored stellar energy was limited, so recreating the peak power of the Zhoutian Star Dough formation would be very difficult. However, the advantage was that now Wang Zhan alone could support the Zhoutian Star Dough formation. Only the extent of its power was unknown. Yet it certainly would not be weak. I can't believe so much time has passed. Slowly calming his mind, Wang Zhan calculated how much time he had spent simulating the Zhoutian Star Dough formation. Upon calculation, he had actually spent 1,500 years in the Time Tower. Nearly 200 years had passed in the wilderness world. I need to check on the human race, and also let Hao Yin take Long Ji as his disciple. I told him to bring Long Ji to Chongning Mountain when she grows up, but I ended up in seclusion for so long. It's practically the same as leaving Hao Yin hanging. Wang Zhan chuckled bitterly. It seemed he had not done well in his role as the human race's master and Long Jia's mentor. Shaking his head, Wang Zhan exited his seclusion and headed for the central tribe of the human race. Upon arriving at the central tribe, he could sense the immense fortune contained within. Moreover, the Lianshan clan had achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm during the 200 years he was in seclusion, currently at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Given Lianshan clan's aptitude and the merits accumulated, it was impossible for them to only break through to this level. The only possibility was that they were deliberately suppressing their cultivation. They were ensuring that their cultivation did not reach the level required to enter the Huayun Cave. Wang Zhan could understand the actions of the Lishan clan. However, he also realized that such actions were futile. The so-called merits of the human emperor in the eyes of the saints have nothing to do with cultivation. Rather, it is related to the accumulated human destiny. When the human destiny of the human emperor reaches a certain level, it will be suppressed by the saints. What the saints fear is the human emperor achieving sanctity through destiny. Fuxi serves as an example. Moreover, Fuxi should be regarded as the first human who aroused the fear of the heavenly Dao saints. Back then, Fux's cultivation had already reached the peak of quasi-saint level. If given more time, when the human destiny elevated to another level, Fuxi would attain sanctity through destiny. At that time, the heavenly Dao saints would no longer be unassailable. Therefore, the method the Lishan clan employed to suppress cultivation was bound to be ineffective. Wang Zhan slowly entered the central tribe and transmitted a sound to the Lishan clan. Having been the human emperor for many years, the Lishan clan had become exceedingly composed. Though he felt pleased at Wang Zhan's arrival, he did not show excessive emotion on his face. Wang Zhan met with the Lishan clan in the central hall. The Lishan clan performed the disciple ceremony towards Wang Zhan and intended to bow, but was evaded by Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan smiled and said, "Although you are my disciple, you are also the human emperor. A disciple can bow, but the human emperor cannot. This is great karma, but do not put me in a difficult position." Wang Zhan was unwilling to accept the Lishan clan's ceremony. Today, the Lishan clan had already become the human emperor. Who would dare to accept the courtesy of the human emperor other than extraordinary individuals? "Master, all my abilities and governance principles have been imparted by you. What harm is there in my bowing to you?" The Lishan clan replied. "Times have changed, these rules can be broken. Enough of that. Your cultivation seems to have progressed rather slowly." Wang Zhan remarked. "Yes, over the years I have tried various herbs, and sometimes I have been poisoned. Over time this has led to a regression in my cultivation." The Lishan clan felt somewhat embarrassed. "Is it because of trying various herbs that you have regressed?" Wang Zhan was taken aback. It seems he had misunderstood. He thought the Lishan clan was delaying the completion of his cultivation. "Yes, I discovered many herbs between the primordial lands that can be used by humans to treat ailments, but some of these herbs are highly toxic. Even I would be poisoned if I carelessly consumed them." The Lishan clan chuckled bitterly. "However, fortunately my efforts have not been in vain. I have compiled a book on herbs documenting the medicinal materials that can essentially sustain human operations and treat various injuries. This is a great merit. Let me see the book of herbs." Wang Zhan's eyes shone brightly. This was indeed a valuable item. The Lishan clan without suspicion handed the initial copy of the book of herbs to Wang Zhan. As Wang Zhan examined the book of herbs, his gaze grew increasingly bright. It seemed that the Lishan clan had not been idle over these 200 years. The herbs he had taken were almost ubiquitous across the primordial lands. Although the Book of Herbs is named as such, the herbs listed are merely a fraction In reality, it contains a vast number of spiritual herbs. There are at least tens of thousands of varieties. Moreover, it is still being supplemented. The Lishan clan merely organized the herbs that humans could use in their daily lives. The true treasure should be this initial copy of the Book of Herbs. Wang Zhan felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Only the Lishan clan could undertake the task of trying various herbs. If it were him doing so, he would have probably died from poisoning long ago. After all, the Lishan clan had the mandate of heaven. In this era, the Lishan clan was an immortal entity. May I transcribe a copy of your Book of Herbs? Wang Zhan asked. Master, feel free. Even if you don't ask, I would have given you the complete Book of Herbs. I hope that in the coming years after I am trapped in the Fire Cloud Cave, you can continue to assist the next generation of human emperors. The Lishan clan gazed intently at Wang Zhan. Having been taught by Fushi for 10 years, he inherited the path of the human emperor and had held the position for 200 years. He had already seen through some matters in his heart. He was very clear that he would ultimately follow the old path of Fushi. Fushi found his successor for the human emperor position and left Wang Zhan as the master to protect the human race. The Lishan clan also hoped that the next generation of human emperors would still be guided by Wang Zhan. If possible, I naturally wish for that, but you are not entirely in control of your own destiny, nor am I. Wang Zhan did not take everything upon himself, he merely sighed. The reason he could be the master of this generation of Earth Emperors was ultimately due to Tongshan's support. Although he had not returned to Golden Ao Island in recent years. Through the 5 needles of the pine tree and the tree of enlightenment sent by the Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit back, then Wang Zhan knew that Tontian was still on his side. For his achievements in the Earth Emperor era, Tontian had certainly provided support behind the scenes. Without Tongshan's protection, it would have been impossible for him to accrue so much merit. But can a single person continuously receive such advantages? It was evidently impossible that Tontian could assist him once, but could not do so every time. Even if Tontian wanted to, it might not be feasible. I have been reckless. The Lishan clan chuckled bitterly. He realized that he had acted rashly in this matter. There is more than one saint. Although the saints of the Jiejiao are powerful and claim to be invincible, what about the 5 saints? Master, there is something I am about to inform you. The Lishan clan suddenly thought of an important matter that perhaps needed to be discussed with Wang Zhan. With the current strength of the human race, they might not be able to cope. What is it? Wang Zhan asked. Recently, individuals from the Witch clan have appeared frequently. The Lishan clan frowned. What did the Witch clan do? They haven't done anything, and all the individuals from the Witch clan that have appeared are beautiful women. They do not conflict with our human race, but rather seduce our adult males engaging in illicit relations, and after conceiving new life, they suddenly disappear. This is not an isolated incident that has happened many times. The Lishan clan stated. Wang Zhan was speechless upon hearing this. This is absurd. Isn't the Witch clan breeding humans in large quantities? Master, how should we handle this matter? The Lishan clan said, feeling a headache coming on. There is no way to handle it. The reason is simple. The leader of the underworld is currently Lady Pingxin. Lady Pingxin is the incarnation of the ancestral Witch Hutu from back then. She governs the 6 paths of reincarnation. All things in the world's reincarnation fall under her jurisdiction. In the underworld, she is like a saint, and even the heavenly Dao saints must converse with her politely. When humans die, their souls must ultimately enter the underworld. She may not care about your human race while alive, but she will manage your human race after death. If a deceased human wishes to reincarnate as a human, she needs to give her consent. If she plays tricks, the reincarnated humans may have to walk the path of beasts from then on. So if they want to borrow some seeds, let them borrow. This is someone we cannot afford to offend. The underworld is currently a blind spot, not just you and I, but even the saints cannot intervene. Wang Zhan said, both amused and helpless. Hearing Wang Zhan's words, Lishan felt somewhat helpless. He hesitated and said, if that is the case, won't the luck of the human race be stolen by the Witch clan? They cannot steal it. The union of humans and witches is not a new occurrence. It has existed since the peak of the Witch clan. The reasons for their actions are threefold. Firstly, to give birth to numerous human-witch hybrids to consolidate the currently weakened power of the Witch clan after the Witch-Demon War. Secondly, to seize some of the human race's luck, as you mentioned. And thirdly, the most dangerous one, to interchange identities. In the future, when selecting an emperor, one must be cautious. Although there are distinctions between humans and hybrids, if someone deliberately blurs the line, making the differences negligible, the hybrids could potentially replace the human race and impersonate the emperor. Upon hearing this, Lishan's expression changed. Clearly, the third danger Wang Zhan spoke of filled him with fear. Seeing this, Wang Zhan added, however, you need not be overly concerned. On the surface, this does pose a significant threat to the human race, but in the long run, it is a foolish move the Witch clan must take due to their current predicament. Master, what do you mean by that? Lishan asked in confusion. You must understand the true nature of the relationship between the Witch clan, the human race, and the hybrids. The reproductive capabilities of the witch clan when they intermingle among themselves are very low, and even if they do give birth, the offspring often do not survive. Once they have a child, the difficulty of producing a second is immense, and without a primordial spirit, many limitations arise. When the witch clan and the human race unite, their reproductive capabilities are enhanced, and the survival rate of the offspring increases. They possess primordial spirits, but correspondingly the physical strength of the witch clan decreases, achieving a balance. However, this enhanced reproductive capability is merely relative. It is impossible to produce in large numbers, and after one reproduction, they must wait several years to conceive again. In contrast, the human race has extremely strong reproductive capabilities, and the survival rate of their offspring is very high, as long as sufficient food and medicine are provided. The gestation period is short. After 10 months they can give birth, and once their bodies are restored they can conceive again. They are excellent candidates for cultivation, just like me, your teacher. Including my training time in the Time Tower, I have already been cultivating for nearly 50,000 years. In contrast, a talented human cultivator can achieve significant rewards in just 100 years. With a stroke of luck, perhaps within 10 years your race could soar to great heights. This is the advantage of your human race. He continued, of course we are not discussing talent now. Simply put, if the witch clan aims to seize the reproductive luck of the human race, they may achieve short-term success, but in the long run they will bring about their own demise. The offspring born from the union of humans and witches are called hybrids by the human race, and witch people by the witch clan. However they are named, they carry half of human blood. If the number of hybrids is sparse, their impact on the luck of the witch clan is minimal. But if the number of hybrids increases, it will be equivalent to the witch clan's luck being greatly merged with that of the human race. So in the end, who benefits more, the witch clan or the human race? Wang Zhan looked at Lich Shan with a half smile. Lich Shan suddenly understood, and then joyfully said, so the witch clan is making a misstep. Not exactly a misstep. At any rate, at this stage the benefits still outweigh the drawbacks for the witch clan. The last time the witch clan fought for the Chaos Bell, many perished, and it is likely that the number of pure witches within the clan is now quite scarce. This has led to unstable luck, which is why they are resorting to such measures. However, you need not worry. The impact caused by Gong Gong's collision with Mount Buzhou for the witch clan cannot be compensated for even with Ho Tu's reincarnation. If it weren't for Ho Tu currently overseeing the 6 paths of reincarnation and occasionally generating merits to replenish the luck of the witch clan, they would have long since been extinguished. However, this compensatory method takes an incredibly long time, so long that this debt cannot be paid off from the time of the creation of the universe until today. Therefore, you need not worry about the witch clan seizing the luck of your human race. The complexities involved are vast, and even if your human race wants to abandon everything, the saints will not agree. To the saints, your human race is very important. If the witch clan goes too far, it is not impossible for the 6 saints to descend to the underworld and beat Ho Tu to eliminate the witch clan. In Wang Zhan's view, the actions of the witch clan were merely a trivial matter. It was simply a temporary self-rescue. As for wanting to use this method to engulf the human race, it was nothing more than a pipe dream. After hearing Wang Zhan's analysis, the heavy stone in Lich Shan's heart finally fell. During his 10 years with Fu Shi back in the day, the 3 ancestors had also taught him. From their words, he clearly understood the terror of the witch clan at their peak. He was afraid that the witch clan might rise again to become a great enemy of the human race. However, Wang Zhan's words now made him breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, the witch clan was merely struggling in their dying moments. Thanks to the good deeds of Gong Gong, the witch clan would have no chance of rising again in the long years ahead. After that, Wang Zhan chatted with Lich Shan and asked if the human race had any other questions. Lich Shan admitted that over the years, although Wang Zhan did not appear, the turtle spirit Saint Mother had been very diligent. Any primordial being from the wilderness that sought trouble with the human race was repelled by her. Now the turtle spirit Saint Mother held considerable prestige among the human race, and a temple had been built for her as a protector where she was worshipped by the human people. Wang Zhan smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Then he said, since that is the case, I will take my leave for now. If there is an issue, you can find me. Why don't you stay in the central human tribe, master? It would save you the trouble of going back and forth. Lich Shan trusted that Wang Zhan would not interfere with his decisions, so he held no reservations towards him. I prefer tranquility, Wang Zhan said with a smile. He then took his leave. Before departing, he also went to visit the turtle spirit Saint Mother. After a few instructions, he flew directly toward the heavenly court. Hao Tian seemed to sense something and had already instructed the Tai Bai Jinxing to wait for Wang Zhan at the southern heaven gate. When Wang Zhan arrived, the white-bearded old man Tai Bai Jinxing greeted him with a smile. So it is Tai Bai, my friend. Were you waiting for me? Wang Zhan asked with a smile. His Majesty ordered me to wait for the immortal Wang here and instructed me not to be negligent. Tai Bai, it is indeed considerate of His Majesty. Please, immortal. Tai Bai Jinxing led the way. After a moment, they arrived at the Lingxiao treasure hall to meet Hao Tian. Poor Taoist greets His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Previously I mentioned that I would personally teach Princess Longji when she is older. I did not expect to have a slight epiphany and enter seclusion for cultivation. In the blink of an eye so many years have passed. I hope the Heavenly Emperor will forgive me. Wang Zhan spoke sincerely. Hao Tian was immensely satisfied. Seeing Wang Zhan showing such respect, the displeasure in his heart dissipated. So it is him. Wang Zhan had already recognized this person as Tai Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Now he had ascended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal lingering in its midstage. Dao Friend Tai, did Master not say before that it was 18 Ren Shui Pan Tao peaches and not 30? I fear you have misunderstood. Heoshan's expression darkened, but he forced a smile as he spoke to Tai Jinren. The matter of acquiring the Ren Shui Pan Tao peaches was agreed upon after all. Yuan Shi Tianzuan personally transmitted that it was 18 peaches, yet Tai Jinren's words turned it into 30. Is there still need for questions? It would be one thing to ask for 1 or 2 extra peaches, but requesting 12 more at once is excessive. What the sage desires is not the 3,000-year young Pan Tao, or the 6,000-year middle Pan Tao, but naturally the 9,000-year great Pan Tao. Yet how could these 9,000-year great Pan Tao peaches be as abundant as cabbages available in Tai Jinren furrowed his brows, his voice resonant, and eyes glaring. Hao Yin, is it 18 or 30? Do you really think this humble Taoist cannot hear clearly? Are you underestimating me? His words carried a tone of turning the tables such that an uninformed observer might mistake Tai Jinren for the Heavenly Emperor and Hao Yin for a mere servant. Heoshan's face darkened further. Though today was not a court assembly, and the Lingxiao Palace was less crowded, there were still some present. With Tai Jinren so aggressively pressing, if he failed to respond properly, no one would dare come to the Heavenly Court in the future. With this in mind, Hao Yin cast a cold, sharp gaze at Tai Jinren. Tai, watch your words. In terms of seniority, my teacher and you are peers. Strictly speaking, you should address me as senior uncle. Calling me Dao Friend is already giving you enough face. What a joke. You are but a mere attendant beside the Dao ancestor, yet you dare to speak as an equal to my teacher. When you call me Dao Friend, it is not you giving me face, but I granting face to you. Otherwise you might not even have the privilege to see this humble Taoist's face, Tai Golden Immortal said arrogantly. Wang Zhan scratched his head in disbelief. Truly no wonder he was Tai Jinren. It was no surprise he could nurture a disciple like Neza, who was so wildly arrogant and impudent. In the investiture of the gods, his disciple Neza killed the sea-taming Yiksha, without reason extracted the dragon sinew of Albing, assaulted the dragon king of the East Sea, and used the tremor bow and cloud-piercing arrow to slay the Jia sect's disciple Shurji. Tai Jinren was even more formidable, knowing fully well that Neza was at fault, yet still moving to suppress Shurji. Truly boundless arrogance. Tai, what are you saying? Hao Yin was utterly enraged, the pressure of a quasi-saint surging forth towards Tai Jinren. Tai Jinren's face immediately showed signs of pain under Heoshan's oppressive aura. Yet this pain came swiftly and departed just as fast. The moment Heoshan's pressure descended upon Tai Jinren, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from him. This aura nearly threw Hao Yin off balance. He staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, his face shifting in expression as he looked at Tai Jinren. Now he could not deny that it was Yuan Shi Tianzuan who had intervened. Wang Zhan also knew well who had moved. Suddenly, a holy light manifested above the heavenly court. Yuan Shi Tianzuan descended upon the heavenly court, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura, as if he regarded everything beneath him with disdain. Hao Yin, you have overstepped. The first words uttered by Yuan Shi Tianzuan upon appearing were direct and stern. Hao Yin felt immense frustration swell within. Damn, who has overstepped? This time I will let it pass, but never again. Immediately bring me 30 Run Shui Pan Tao peaches. I have urgent matters to attend to. Yuan Shi Tianzuan spoke coolly. Dao brother Yuan Shi, is this how you teach your disciples? Hao Yin said with a darkened face. How I teach my disciples is my concern. Oh, no need for you to interfere. Quickly fetch the 30 Ren Shui Pan Tao peaches for me. Do you expect me to get them myself? A flash of coldness appeared in Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes, and his fleeting sovereign pressure silenced all within the Lingxiao Palace. Sage, please do not be angry. Hao Yin means no ill. Here are 30 Ren Shui Pan Tao peaches, please accept them graciously. The Queen Mother, sensing the severity of the situation, immediately intervened, presenting the peaches to Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Yuan Shi Tianzuan smiled faintly. Hao Yin, look at yourself. Your conduct is less graceful than that of a mere woman. I entrusted you with the Heavenly Emperor's position, yet you barely managed to govern the Heavenly Court. I propose that from today onward the Heavenly Court establish the 6 imperial positions to assist you in governance. This matter is settled. Later I will discuss the details with the 5 sages and establish the regulations. The Heavenly Court is in such chaos under your hand, we must relieve some of the burden from our master. Without paying heed to Hao Yin's furious expression, Yuan Shi Tianzuan calmly took the 30 Ren Shui Pan Tao peaches and slowly left with Tai Jinren. Before leaving, Tai Jinren gave Hao Yin a proud look as if to say, "So what if I tricked you?" In the blink of an eye, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tai Jinren had departed. Meanwhile, atop the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin trembled, with rage, his eyes flickering with helplessness. At that moment, Princess Longji arrived. Princess Longji had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Having been delicately cared for since childhood, her eyes radiated the innocent charm of a young maiden. "Father, where is Longji's master?" Princess Longji entered the Lingxiao Palace, her laughter clear and bright. Yet upon sensing the oppressive atmosphere inside, her smile quickly faded. She did not know what had occurred, but she could feel that both her father and mother were deeply angry, an anger she had never witnessed before. "This is your master." Despite his anger, Hao Yin showed kindness toward Longji, refraining from directing his fury at his daughter. He then said to Wang Zhan, "Dao friend Wang Zhan, you should get acquainted with Longji. I have matters to attend to, and will not accompany you for now." "As you wish, Heavenly Emperor." Wang Zhan nodded promptly and rose to leave. Under Hao Yin's gaze, Longji followed Wang Zhan's steps, departing the Lingxiao Palace. After Wang Zhan and Longji left the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin felt utterly drained, collapsing heavily into the Heavenly Emperor's throne. The Queen Mother beside him was also at a loss. After a long silence, Hao Yin's gaze darkened. "Damn Yuanshi, Tianzuan, daring to seize the authority of my heavenly court through such means. Though this is true, the matter is likely unsolvable. Establishing the 6 Imperials to seize authority from the heavenly court greatly benefits the sages and is essentially unassailable." The Queen Mother smiled bitterly. Hao Yin understood this truth as well. The Queen Mother suggested, "Why don't we visit the Dao Ancestor?" Hao Yin shook his head no. "But without seeing the Dao Ancestor, how can we break free?" The Queen Mother frowned. "Even if we go to the Dao Ancestor this time, and he intervenes, it will only resolve the issue of establishing the 6 Imperials for now. Yuanshi Tianzuan's intentions are clear. If not now, he will find other means next time to usurp the heavenly court's authority. We cannot keep turning to the Dao Ancestor every time, can we? The Dao Ancestor appointed us as Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother. If we fail, he can appoint others. But if we refuse these roles, how could we ever return to serve as child disciples of the Dao Ancestor?" Hao Yin said gravely. "Then what is to be done now?" The Queen Mother was equally at a loss. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was seized by acute anxiety. She had long believed herself endowed with exceptional wisdom, yet now she realized she possessed no strategy whatsoever to counter a sage. The term sage weighed immeasurably heavy, so heavy it could override all laws, so heavy it permitted wanton transgression. It lay far beyond the reach of any worldly intellect she possessed. "You need not panic. For now, endurance is our only recourse, biding time while plotting our next move. The 6 sovereign thrones cannot possibly be occupied entirely by sages. Yet, given the deep-seated animosity between the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western sages, and considering Nuwa's sect has no disciples, the 3 pure ones will surely refuse to cede even a single throne to the Western religion. Such refusal would inevitably provoke the 2 Western sages. Among the 3 pure ones, Tai Shang appears impartial, yet harbors the most intricate schemes. Yuan Shi clings fiercely to his disciples, prideful and covetous. Tong Tian is deeply emotional, swayed endlessly by sentiment, indecisive and lacking resolve. Thus, the 6 sovereign thrones will most likely fall entirely to disciples of the 3 teachings. Yet recall, the 3 pure ones have already parted ways, their schism born precisely from mutual hostility among their disciples. Assigning the 6 sovereign thrones to them will inevitably fracture the fragile reconciliation they have painstakingly rebuilt. And once the 3 pure ones splinter anew, we shall seize our opportunity. Seeking the primordial lord is inevitable, but we must choose the precise moment to lodge our complaint. One appeal, only one, is all we need to ensure the 3 pure ones never rise again." Hao Tian's eyes burned crimson. First Tong Tian, then Yuan Shi, now Tai Shang secretly manipulating affairs within the celestial court. His fury toward the 3 pure ones had reached its breaking point. Disciple Long Ji pays homage to master. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan formally accepted Long Ji as his disciple within the celestial court. Long Ji was obedient and quick-witted, earning Wang Zhan's genuine affection. Wang Zhan imparted to her the supreme clarity cultivation methods and expounded the Tao of cultivation. As for the arts she had already mastered, he regarded them with indifference. Among Jie Jiao disciples, many had entered with prior cultivation foundations, and Tong Tian had never deemed this problematic. Once their master-disciple bond was confirmed, Wang Zhan instructed Long Ji to seek him at Changning Mountain whenever questions arose. As for the celestial court itself, Wang Zhan had no intention of remaining there. Today's incident had caught him utterly unprepared. He had hoped to cultivate goodwill with Hao Tian, only to witness the latter's abject humiliation. Such an encounter was profoundly taboo. Yet simultaneously, today's events had ignited within Wang Zhan an insatiable burning thirst for power. Hao Tian, though a mid-stage quasi-sage, was but an ant beneath a sage's gaze. Wang Zhan possessed numerous techniques and could certainly defeat Hao Tian in combat. yet against a sage he too would be no more than an ant. In the future, if he wished to alter fate, even a single thread, he would inevitably confront sages. With his current cultivation level, how could he possibly suffice? Alas, I cannot obtain the Huangzhong plum or the immortal apricot. Even the Fusang tree's primordial form has achieved sentience. Its strength lies far beyond my present capacity to overcome. Wang Zhan's obsession with the deficiency-rectifying pill had reached near frenzy. Especially after the ninefold refining golden pill enhanced his innate aptitude, he immediately perceived the grand array of the stellar constellations. This revelation deepened his understanding of the paramount importance of foundational root and innate talent in cultivating within the primordial chaos. Though the diligence reward fruit held great merit, it demanded time he did not possess. He had attempted the Tao of time countless times. Even the chaos bell, which embodied both temporal and spatial energies, granted him only limited usage, never true comprehension. These thoughts intensified his sense of urgency beyond measure. Only the visceral, tangible sensation of growth through cultivation could offer fleeting relief. Upon returning to Chongning Mountain, Wang Zhan immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. Meanwhile, Jade Emptiness Palace on Kunlun Mountain remained anything but tranquil. Within Jade Emptiness Palace, Tai Yizhenren knelt trembling before Yuanshi Tianzuan, his gaze filled with dread. Master, your disciple has erred. I should never have coveted the 9,000-year great Pan Tao peaches. Indeed, you erred in that regard. But your greater transgression lies in failing to withstand Hao Tian's aura of authority, thus shaming your master. Hao Tian is merely a mid-stage quasi-sage. Was his oppressive aura truly so overwhelming? Where then has your cultivation of the jade emptiness sublime arts led you? Now elder brother's disciple Xuani has already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo immortal realm, and will soon ascend to quasi-sagehood. Jia Zhao's duobao has likewise advanced. But what wounds me most deeply is that even the Mayfly, once struggling to break through at Kunshan Mountain, has now attained quasi-sagehood, while none among you 12 have yet reached the apex of the great Luo immortal realm. Are you determined to drive your master to death? Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice brimmed with seething wrath. He had always prided himself on selecting only peerless prodigies as disciples. Yet the bitter irony was that these very paragons whom he deemed incomparably gifted now fell short of the Mayfly, who had once struggled even to transcend at Kunshan Mountain. In the past he had tolerated a white crane being humiliated, yet now all 12 disciples he cherished were similarly crushed. He could endure no longer. Earlier in the Lingxiao Precious Hall he had not even dared utter a word against Wang Zhan. Such was his utter loss of face. Master Wang Zhan possesses shallow roots, and mere fortuitous luck, a fluke of karmic merit, elevated him to quasi-sagehood. We, having long cultivated the jade emptiness sublime arts under your guidance, shall surpass him in due course. There is no need to compare us with such a low-born, spontaneously generated creature. Tai Yizhenren declared. Very well, let Wang Zhan aside. You must surpass Xuani and Duobao. Yuanshi intoned gravely. Yes, master. Tai Yizhenren hurriedly replied. You may withdraw now. Take these 12 Pan Tao peaches. Distribute one to each of your fellow disciples. As Yuanshi dismissed Tai Yizhenren, he handed him 12 9-year Rinshui Pan Tao peaches for distribution. Many thanks, master. Your boundless compassion. Overjoyed, Tai Yizhenren seized the 12 peaches. After Tai Yizhenren left, Yuanshi Tianzuan pondered briefly, then projected his thought to Tai Shangshengren. Elder brother, I have urgent matters to discuss. Might you grace Kunlun Mountain with your presence? Agreed. Instantly Tai Shang appeared within Jade Emptiness Palace. What is it? He asked. Yuanshi recounted the events at the Celestial Court. Tai Shang frowned. Brother, this course of action seems perilous. How so? What virtue does Hao Tian possess to rule as Celestial Emperor and command the Celestial Court? If he cannot govern it properly, is it not fitting that we assume control? Yuanshi retorted. Since your mind is made up, I shall not impede you. Let us summon Tong Tian brother as well. To deliberate, Tai Shang proposed. Yuanshi Tianzuan shook his head. Why summon him? Let us first reach consensus, then call him forth. Very well. Tong Tian brother's reasoning is indeed somewhat clouded. We shall first forge a clear, coherent plan. Only then shall we inform him. Agreed. Senior brother, I believe the 6 imperial seats should not be tainted by the Shifang sect. After all, this is an Eastern affair and has nothing to do with them. As for Nuwa, ask her. If she desires one, grant her a seat. The remaining 5 can be chosen from among you, me, and our junior brother Tongtian. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan set the tone, first insisting that the Shifang sect be excluded. Decide as you will, my disciples amount to only a single Xuandu, and I harbor no wish to contend with you or Tongtian. Whether Xuandu becomes one of the 6 imperial or not matters little to me. Tai Shang said softly. Thank you, senior brother, but Xuandu is a man of virtue and rightfully merits a seat. As for my disciples, they are lofty cultivators whose merits warrant 3 seats. Surely that is not excessive, senior brother. Yuanshi fixed Taishang with a burning gaze. Taishang frowned slightly. If Nuwa also claims one, will Tontian be left with only a single seat? Yuanshi continued. Among Tongshan's disciples there are many of shallow disposition, the sort barely fit for one seat. If they occupy too many of the 6 imperial, they will reduce the celestial court to chaos. If Nuwa declines, then I shall take 4 seats. Taishang fell silent and regarded Yuanshi. Junior brother, do not be so greedy. We have only just reconciled with Tontian. With actions like these, can there still be fellowship among the Sanqing? He sighed. Very well. Out of respect for senior brother, give Tontian 2 seats, you take 1, I take 2. If Nuwa refuses, I will take 3, the remaining 2 go to Tontian. How does that strike you? That will do. Taishang nodded slowly. Summon our junior brother Tontian. The 3 of us shall devise a strategy to advance and retreat as one. Good. Taishang spoke no more and transmitted his voice to Tontian. Shortly after, Tontian arrived. Senior brother, second senior brother, what is the matter? Tontian asked. Yuanshi laid out the matter and the proposed allocations. Tontian considered briefly and nodded in assent. His favored disciples fared well. Duobao had secured secret realm cultivation. Guiling Xingmu, aided by Wang Zhan, could obtain human merits. With his help, Wang Zhan had also taken the position of the human people's preceptor. Only Jinling and Wudong lacked such fortune. To enter one of the 6 imperial seats would be a blessing for them. Very well. Since we have reached agreement, make no changes. Summon those 2 from the Shifang sect and Nuwa. Today we shall consummate the matter of the 6 imperial. Yuanshi urged them on. The abundance of talent in the Rinjiao and Jiejiao made him uneasy. He refused to accept defeat. If he could secure 3 seats now, he would rotate his disciples through them, so they might break through in cultivation. Soon the 2 sages of the Shifang sect and Nuwa arrived. 3 fellow Taoists, why have you summoned my 2 brothers? Zhuanti felt an immediate unease, and upon arriving asked at once. Nuwa said nothing, standing calmly. We intend to add 6 imperial seats in the celestial court to assist Haoyan in its governance. The allocation of these seats remains to be discussed, so we summoned you to deliberate and select disciples to fill them. Yuanshi, Tianzuan spoke first. I have no disciples, only a few children. I will not partake in these 6 seats. Discuss amongst yourselves. I have other matters, and will not remain, Nuwa said, showing little interest in the selection. Fux's past choices still grieved her, and she would not entangle herself in such trifles. Seeing Nuwa depart, Yuanshi's eyes brightened. 3 exalted seats were suddenly within reach. Fellow Taoists, since Nuwa will not participate, let us discuss among ourselves. I have but 1 Xuandu under my tutelage, and shall claim a single seat. No objections. Taishang smiled. The 2 Western visitors shook their heads. Taishang's prestige made 1 seat seem only fitting. The 2 were inwardly delighted at such good fortune. Mai Chanjiao first proposed the idea of the 6 imperial. I shall take 3 seats. I Jiejiao will take 2 seats. Tontian announced. Zhuanti and Jane stood dumbfounded. For heaven's sake, you've already apportioned all 6 seats. What was the point of bringing us here? 3 elder brothers, is this division not improper? Zhuanti frowned and tried to contest, but the Sanqing had reconciled and stood united before outsiders. Yuanshi, Tianzuan replied, there is nothing improper. You 2 are guests from the West, and this is after all an Eastern matter. Perhaps it is not for you to intervene. Then why summon my brothers here at all? Zhuanti demanded angrily. Mere to inform you that this matter exists, Tontian said coolly. Zhuanti was enraged and Jiayan's face turned ashen. The Sanqing leaned together regarding the pair with detached indifference. Seeing this, Zhuanti and Jane felt their hearts sink. The 3 of them, united, treated the 2 as playthings. Zhuanti said coldly. Very well, then we shall not press the matter further. Farewell. With that, Zhuanti glanced at Jane, and the 2 departed at once. The Sanqing exchanged satisfied smiles. At the same time, the 2 who had returned to Shumi Mountain wore very displeased expressions. This is outrageous. The Sanqing's conduct is an utter affront. If they never intended to share with us, why summon us at all? Jane, usually taciturn, was now furious. They had been outmaneuvered by the Sanqing's maneuver. Those 3 scoundrels used us to shoulder the responsibility. Had the 3 handled the matter outright, then if the master questioned it later, the blame would fall solely on them. By calling Nuwa and us over it implied we all knew of the arrangement. Although the outcome is the same, we have been invisibly saddled with karmic consequence. How underhanded. Zhuanti exposed the scheme, burning with indignation and humiliation. We gain no benefit, yet we must bear the blame. Jane grew ever more sullen at this. Zundi's eyes shifted, glinting with calculating intent. Senior brother, we cannot swallow this injustice. Zhuanti suddenly declared. What else can we do? The Sanqing have reunited. Even with Nuwa, we would likely stand no chance. Jane shook his head helplessly. Years ago, when the Sanqing parted, they had rejoiced. Who would have expected them to reconcile now? This placed them in a difficult position. I will go seek Haoyan. There was no mistaking it. This outcome was the result of Yuanshi, Tianzuan pressuring Haoyan. Haoshan's grievance must be greater than theirs. They could go to Haoyan and make known their innocence. The Sanqing act, so domineeringly bullying Haoyan. If Haoyan someday goes to the Dao ancestor to complain, who knows how matters will unfold. In any event, let us first inform Haoyan. Since we received no benefit, there is no reason for us to shoulder the blame. The Sanqing think our saintly status will prevent us from lowering our faces to act thus. How laughable. The Shifang is so impoverished, what use is that face to me? Zhuanti ground his teeth as he spoke. Brother cultivator, I am deeply sorry for your hardship. I am simply ill-equipped with words. Hearing Zhuanti's words, Jane could only sigh in resignation. He dared not appear alone lest his intervention backfire. A predicament not born of recent circumstance, but one that had plagued him even before attaining sainthood. By nature reserved and guileless, he was outmaneuvered at every turn. Were it not for Zhuanti's 800 stratagems, he would long since have perished. It matters not, elder brother. My reputation has long been tarnished. Let me shoulder this burden alone. Should our Western teaching one day flourish, may you, elder brother, embody its noblest face. If both of us were cast in the same shadow, the harmony would be lost. Then do remain here, elder brother, anchoring our realm steadfastly. I shall depart now for the celestial court. Zhuanti smiled faintly, and in the span of a single thought he stood within the celestial court. At that moment Haoyan sat alone in a celestial palace sipping tea with palpable vexation. Zhuanti appeared silently before him. Daoist friend Haoyan, long time no see. Ah, the sage Zhuanti himself. The instant Haoyan laid eyes upon Zhuanti, a fleeting spark of sharp insight flashed across his gaze. His conjecture had proven correct. The Western duo had gained nothing. Otherwise Zhuanti would never have come here. Still Haoyan could not help but feel startled by Zhuanti's unexpected appearance. Amidst his astonishment bloomed a grudging admiration. Even a sage could so readily discard dignity. Surely he too must learn to do likewise. Unaware of your holiness's arrival, Haoyan failed to greet you beyond the gates. This is my grave transgression. Haoyan bowed, deeply, voice laced with sincere apology. You overstated, Daoist friend Haoyan. This visit serves but one purpose, to clarify a matter with you. Regarding Yuanshi Daoist's proposal to appoint the 6 sovereigns, neither my elder brother nor I were consulted. Upon learning of it, we urged the 3 pure ones to reconsider, but they refused to heed our counsel. Unwilling to compromise our principles, we stand apart from such distortion. In our view, you Daoist friend Haoyan were personally designated by the Primordial Daoist as the rightful celestial emperor, and sole stewardship of the celestial court is both just and ordained. To appoint 6 sovereigns is but superfluous embellishment, like drawing legs upon a snake. Alas, our voices carry little weight, and the 3 pure ones wield their authority with tyrannical arrogance. Thus we failed to aid you, Daoist friend Haoyan. Zhuanti painted himself and Jian as paragons of righteousness, and the 3 pure ones as embodiments of corruption. Haoyan nearly laughed aloud. He saw it all with crystalline clarity. None among the 6 sages were true. Had Zhuanti and Jian not suffered setback, they would surely be basking in Yuanshi Tianzuan's favors, perhaps even seated among the 6 sovereigns themselves. Yet though such thoughts stirred within him, Haoyan revealed not a trace. Instead, he gazed at Zhuanti with quiet understanding, and said, Your Holiness has spoken words of profound fairness on my behalf. I am eternally grateful. It is but our duty. We abhor above all the abuse of power against the weak. Zhuanti declared. Whether Haoyan believed him mattered not. His objective had been achieved. Haoyan now knew unequivocally that the 6 sovereigns' appointment bore no connection to them. In essence, this declaration served as an appeal to the primordial Daoist himself. After further discourse, during which Zhuanti subtly planted the suggestion that Haoyan ought to petition the primordial Daoist directly, he took his leave. Once Zhuanti departed, Haoyan summoned the Queen Mother and recounted the encounter. She gasped, Truly this sage bears no semblance of sanctity. He flouts dignity without a trace of shame. Did he not behave thus even in the Zixiao palace? Haoyan scoffed coldly. At those words the Queen Mother recalled Zhuanti's tearful deception of Han Yun, forcing him to yield his seat, and realized this latest act carried no dissonance whatsoever. Then do the Western sages truly intend to aid us? They aid only themselves. Long ago, during the cataclysmic battle between the primordial Daoist and Luo Ho, the spiritual veins of the Western land shattered. These two have pursued its restoration relentlessly. Every action they take serves a calculated end. Yet I must learn from Zhuanti, if even a sage of supreme dignity can shed pretense so freely then to secure the celestial emperor's throne, I too must relinquish vanity. Haoyan drew a deep breath. The very fabric of his inner realm seemed to shift. The bottleneck at the late quasi-sage stage that had long confined him now trembled, as if loosening its grip. The Queen Mother sighed bitterly. Why did the primordial Daoist insist we assume these roles as celestial emperor and empress? Had we remained his attendants, mere child disciples, we might yet command deference from the 6 sages. Now instead they scorn us utterly. then let them have no choice but to revere us. Hao Yan's gaze, "Brother Cultivator, you've returned." On Mount Sumeru in the west, Juanti arrived home. Jane stepped forward with a gentle smile and asked, "Has the matter been concluded?" "It is done. I met Hao Yan and conveyed everything. But I sense something different about him now. His temperament has grown markedly stronger. We may well find ourselves engaging with him again in the future." Between two astute minds, resonance arises instinctively. The more cunning one is, the more readily one discerns cunning in another. In Hao Yan's presence, Juanti perceived the unmistakable aura of a master strategist. Astonishing indeed. Perhaps the prosperity of our western lands truly hinges upon this single move, upon Hao Yan himself. Henceforth we must cultivate deeper rapport with Hao Yan, so that should he ever petition the primordial Taoist, he excludes us entirely from his grievance. Juanti smiled softly. "My schemes pale beside yours. If you deem closer ties essential, then let us forge them without delay." Jane replied calmly. Juanti's smile deepened as he added, "The piece known as Wang Zhan is now ripe for deployment. He has ascended to the quasi-sage realm, undoubtedly through cultivation of the 8-9 mystic art we jointly devised. His attainment confirms the efficacy of our conversion rites. Soon I shall go forth and guide him into our Western teaching, and the merit accrued from humanity will flow undivided into our sect. When the Earth's sovereign's merit reaches consummation, that harvest shall be even greater." Brother Cultivator, proceed with caution. Wang Zhan is Tongtian's cherished disciple. Though not rivaling Duo Bao in stature, his standing among the Jie sect disciples remains exceptionally high. Jane cautioned gently, "Fear not, elder brother. I have my methods." My right eyelid twitches again. At that moment, within the Shiguang Pagoda in Nishui Cave, Chongning Mountain, Wang Zhan, immersed in cultivation, suddenly felt his right eyelid spasm violently. Past experience told him instantly he had been ensnared once more in another's machination. Without doubt, it is those two from the Western teaching. Wang Zhan murmured under his breath, then fell into contemplation, searching for countermeasures. After a moment's reflection, a strategy crystallized in his mind. He faced toward Jinao Island and bowed deeply into the distance. "Master, I humbly request the Qingping sword." "What purpose do you serve with the Qingping sword?" Instantly a voice resonated, and before Wang Zhan materialized a Taoist clad in azure robes, smiling as he spoke. "Disciple Wang Zhan pays homage to Master." Wang Zhan gazed upon Tongtian, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had not expected Tongtian himself to appear in person. "Rise and offer incense," Tongtian said with a smile. Wang Zhan instantly understood, lighting incense for Tongtian before presenting him with an abundant offering of premium tobacco. Tongtian accepted the offering with evident satisfaction, bestowing upon Wang Zhan a glance that silently conveyed, "You are indeed perceptive. Speak plainly. Why have you borrowed Qingping's sword again?" he asked. "Master, when my cultivation reached a certain apex, I awakened an innate warning instinct, the same as that of Mayflies, forewarning me of imminent peril. Each prior omen proved true. Just now that sensation surged once more. The last time this foreboding stirred was when the Western religion schemed against me. Now, having attained the quasi-sage realm, even if only as a modest merit-based immortal, I am no longer vulnerable to ordinary threats. Thus I surmise this portent signals another plot by the Western religion. Yet they possess no quasi-sage disciples, therefore I believe he himself intends to act against me." Wang Zhan referred to him only as "that one," yet Tongtian instantly grasped his meaning. "Juanti." Tongtian uttered the name. Among the Western duo, Juanti bore the greatest suspicion. "Likely, but not exclusively. The other may also be involved," Wang Zhan replied. "Jane would never stoop to such deeds. He is incapable of it." Tongtian shook his head. Yet Wang Zhan disagreed. Inwardly, those who shared a single path, and even a single robe, could scarcely differ in essence. Only in manner did they diverge, one flamboyant, the other covert. Still Wang Zhan withheld his dissent. After witnessing Duo Bao and Tai Shang persuade Tongtian to withdraw Jijiao sect disciples from the celestial court, he had come to understand some truths ought not be spoken too openly, even between master and disciple. "Master, this cultivation manual I acquired earlier at Chongning Mountain appears infused with the Western religion's methodology. I dared not practice it." Wang Zhan set aside speculation over which of the two, Juanti or Jane, was more corrupt, instead producing the 8-9 mystic art and the Qi Fenghua staff, handing them to Tongtian. With Tongtian's profound insight, he would surely discern the hidden flaws within the 8-9 mystic art, allowing Wang Zhan to conceal his earlier use of the chaos bell to obscure celestial omens. Juanti and Jane would assume Tongtian himself had interfered with fate's design, not suspecting Wang Zhan possessed a treasure capable of veiling destiny. After all, such a conclusion was perfectly reasonable. "Let me examine it." Tongtian took the manual and began reading slowly. After a moment's scrutiny, Tongtian sneered coldly. "Indeed, their handiwork. Both Juanti and Jane wove into this art a coercive mechanism, one that tightens its grip with each cultivation stage. Ultimately, it invades the nascent soul itself, binding the cultivator irrevocably to the Western religion, or triggering catastrophic collapse. Fortunate you refrained from practicing it, else I'd have to visit you in the West. Wang Zhan chuckled awkwardly. My innate danger sense saved me, otherwise I might well have begun cultivation. This trap was tailored precisely for you. Its prerequisites are modest, yet its ceiling is high. Capable of enabling an unconventional breakthrough to the quasi-sage realm, no corpse severance, no merit cultivation, no forceful Dao attainment. Only the raw power of unwavering belief shattering barriers. Only they could conceive such a method. Recall how they ascended to sainthood, flawed foundations halted mid-ascent, forced to swear countless grand vows before finally attaining enlightenment. A farcical spectacle truly. Perhaps recalling Zhuanti and Jian's debt-fueled ascension, borrowing heavenly Dao merit to achieve sainthood, Tongtian's lips curled in disdain. It was precisely this that caused the three pure ones, and even Nuwa, to hold the Western duo in contempt. All others achieved sainthood flawlessly, yet these two stalled inexplicably mid-path. Those unaware might dismiss it, but those who knew inevitably questioned the legitimacy of their sainthood. Thus, after ascending, the three pure ones and Nuwa alike endured subtle tests from discerning observers. Nuwa was probed by Emperor Jun and the Eastern Sovereign. The three pure ones faced challenges from Mingi and other quasi-sages, until all confirmed an immutable truth: sages are invincible. Such trials were never necessary. Had Zhuanti and Jian not compromised sainthood's dignity through their unorthodox loan-dependent ascension, who could remain unmoved by such affront? Shaking his head slowly, Tongtian dismissed their disgraceful history and turned to Wang Zhan. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter. That Zhuanti and Jian dare scheme against me, how audacious they are. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Tongtian's eyes. Many thanks, master. Wang Zhan bowed deeply. At present, Tongtian was the sole recourse he could envision against Zhuanti and Jian. Otherwise, he would be forced to flee into exile, using his current strength and the Chaos Bell's power to vanish beyond the 33 heavens, hiding deep within the boundless chaos and obscuring his fate. Yet such flight would condemn him to eons of absence, abandoning his accumulated merit as Earth Sovereign's senior preceptor. For him, the loss would be unbearable. No need for gratitude. We are master and disciple. I will not stand idle while Zhuanti and Jian reduce you to their puppet. Tongtian declared solemnly. This was not about Wang Zhan's personal standing. It was a matter of principle. Even an ordinary Jiejiao sect disciple suffering such treachery would draw Tongtian's intervention. It concerned honor itself. If he ignored it, he would invite ridicule. By the way, master has heard you've grown close to Hao Yan lately. Tongtian asked suddenly. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had casually mentioned it during their time at Kunlun. Wang Zhan nodded. Yes. Tongtian's gaze shifted faintly, then he said nothing further. Very well. Pursue your association with Hao Yan as you wish. Though reluctant, Tongtian softened upon recalling Wang Zhan's estrangement from Bo Palace after the Duobao incident. His heart stirred with quiet compassion. Also, master intends to grant the two imperial titles to senior sisters Jinling and Wudong. What say you? Master decides as you see fit. No need to consult me. These titles hold little legitimacy now. After the investiture of the gods, they'll all be reassigned anyway. Moreover, 6 titles exist already, though originally there should be only 6, including Hao Yan's. This alone proved their current insignificance. Change would be sweeping. Anyone could occupy them now, all would be reshuffled post-investiture. Seeing Wang Zhan's indifference, Tongtian added no more. I shall watch over you closely. Should Zhuanti or Jian strike, I shall intervene without delay. As for Qingping's sword, it is not presently in my possession, so I cannot lend it to you. Many thanks, master. Your boundless compassion. Wang Zhan replied with a gentle smile. Tongtian departed. A calm settled in Wang Zhan's heart. The most tangible sign was that the right eyelid, which had been twitching violently, finally fell still. With Tongshan's involvement, it was impossible for Zhuanti's agents to scheme against him. Wang Zhan resumed his cultivation. Before long, word spread throughout the primeval wilds that Tianting had established the 6 seats. The 6 seats were now presided over by Renjiao, Xuandu Chanjiao Guangchengzi, Yuding Jinren Tai Jinren Jiejiao, Jinling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu. Xuandu now bore the title Taiqin, Xianhuang Wuliang Dadi, commanding the heavens. Guangchengzi was the Yuqing Xingqian Dadi, ruler of the stars. Yuding Jinren stood as the Yuqing Supreme Dadi, sovereign over myriad deities. Tai Jinren was the Yuqing Lingguang Dadi, master of countless spirits. Jinling Xingmu held the title Shangqing Shunwei Dadi, lord over boundless thunder. Wudong Xingmu became the Shangqing Wuzhang Dadi, ruling over innumerable lands. As for Hao Yan, his titles remained unchanged, still Heavenly Emperor and Great Celestial Venerable, yet the authority in his hands had been cleanly parceled away. To Tianting, he had become little more than a ceremonial figure. Wang Zhan skimmed these developments and did not concern himself with further study. Beneath the sages, all are mere ants. No matter how mighty an ant may seem, a sage can crush it with a single finger. Early attainment of the primordial Dao is the true course. Wang Zhan continued his cultivation. He trained within the Time Tower for 180 years, which corresponded to 20 years in the outside world. His former chief disciple Yun Chuan, whom he had taken in at the Haishan tribe, came seeking him. Wang Zhan emerged from his cave abode, leaving seclusion behind. Yun Chuan waited anxiously outside the grotto. His talent did not match the foremost prodigies. At present, he stood only at the peak of the golden immortal rank. Even so, this did not stop Yun Chuan from holding a lofty position among men. To be the master's foremost disciple, those 4 words alone earned Yun Chuan reverence among the human clans. Fuxi and the 2 generations of human emperors of the Lizhan line had both shown special care to Yun Chuan and the Haishan tribe. Teacher, the human race is in trouble. Yun Chuan said, his expression grave. Wang Zhan grew solemn as well. The human race was presently guarded by Gui Ling Xingmu. Gui Ling Xingmu's might was extraordinary, and she was attended by many rare treasures. If even she could be harmed, then either vast numbers of Deluo golden immortals had intervened, or someone at the quasi-sage level had acted. Wang Zhan spoke in a low voice. Tell me everything. A powerful cultivator has set their sights on the human race, and once again treats our people as blood to be consumed. Yun Chuan replied bitterly. Is this not the work of the Yaozu? Wang Zhan exclaimed in surprise. His bond with the Haishan tribe had begun when he helped them eradicate the Nantian king. From the moment the human race appeared, the Yaozu loved to feed on humans. To them, humans were sweet and savory. Consuming people could advance their cultivation and strengthen their qi. If beasts eat humans, it can even aid the opening of their spiritual intelligence. It truly is the Yaozu. How is Gui Ling Xingmu now? Wang Zhan asked. Who had done it mattered less now. This was not like the Wuzu who might deceive hearts, but at least did not take lives. But when the Yaozu come for lives, it cannot be ignored. Gui Ling's chief protector was wounded, though not gravely. The one who struck was a quasi-sage. She could not contend with him. So it is, Wang Zhan said unsurprised. Among the elite of Zhejiao disciples, only a quasi-sage could have put Gui Ling Xingmu at a loss. With that thought, Wang Zhan did not linger. After sealing Changning Mountain, he took Yun Chuan and hurried to the central human tribe. After a time they arrived. In the central human tribe, Wang Zhan met with Lizhan and Gui Ling Xingmu. Gui Ling Xingmu's injuries were not severe, a light wound. The more serious condition belonged to Lizhan. Though a human emperor, Lizhan had not yet reached consummate meritorious attainment, his cultivation was not distinguished. Greetings, teacher. Lizhan bowed. Wang Zhan, junior brother, on this occasion, you may have to act personally, or else call upon our venerable master to intervene, Gui Ling Xingmu said. Wang Zhan agreed with the first half of her remark, but not the second. Such a situation did not warrant calling us. Only if the matter escalated to threaten the very root of the human race would a sage step in. But should that occur, the human race's primordial vitality would surely suffer grievous harm. Which demon struck? Wang Zhan asked Gui Ling Xingmu. It is the demon god Jimeng. Jimeng has already broken through to the quasi-sage realm. I believe he began devouring the human race to consolidate his breakthrough, Gui Ling Xingmu replied. So it is him. Wang Zhan trusted Gui Ling Xingmu's judgment. In those years, the core disciples had watched the great Wuziaozu war under Tongshan's lead, and thus remembered Jimeng's form. Teacher, the human race has lost over 1 million souls this time. If we do not swiftly make an example of these Yaozu, others will surely be roused. Lizhan said with a grave face. Rest assured, since I have taken benefits from the human race, I will not take them in vain. I will settle this matter myself. When Jimeng next appears, I will slay him, and use his blood to offer sacrifice to the souls of the dead, Wang Zhan said in a cold tone. He sought the master's merit for the era of the Earth's sovereign. In these matters, anyone who opposed him stood in his way. At that moment, a tremendous roar pealed through the air. A violent demonic wind suddenly swept across the central tribe, carrying a rank, nauseating stench. In an instant, black clouds gathered, and strange lightning cracked repeatedly. Junior brother Jimeng has come again. Gui Ling Xingmu called. Wang Zhan sneered, just in time. He arrived the moment I finished speaking, saving us the wait. Human Emperor, have your people set up many great cauldrons and boil water. Today we shall cook and eat the demon god's flesh. Good meat. Gui Ling Xingmu's eyes brightened. Lizhan breathed a sigh of relief at Wang Zhan's words. In Fux's final decade, he had decreed that Wang Zhan must be shown sufficient respect in the years to come. When calamity befell the human race, a sage might not act lightly, but Wang Zhan surely would. Moreover, Wang Zhan's strength was not to be underestimated. He was not merely a single meritorious immortal. The meritorious immortal identity was Wang Zhan's way of breaking through, but it did not define his combat prowess. His fighting power had to be measured differently. Having spoken, Wang Zhan transformed into a streak of azure smoke and left the central hall. The next instant he appeared in the void, his gaze grim as he fixed upon Jimeng's true body atop the demon cloud. In a cold voice he said, "Wretched beast, cease your harm." His words pulsed out with magical force, sounding through heaven and earth. A clash at the quasi-sage level could not be a quiet affair. In that moment, the thoughts of many great adepts across the primeval world turned toward the central human tribe. A single cry of "wretched beast" caused the demon god Ji-Ming, perched upon the demon cloud, to falter for a brief instant. Immediately, a towering fury erupted. Beneath that rage, the atmosphere hanging over the central tribe of the human race grew ever more oppressive. Ji-Ming manifested, his gaze icily fixed on Wang Zhan. "Now get out of my sight. Seeing that you are a disciple of the saint, I will spare your life." Ji-Ming did not wish to clash with Wang Zhan, as Guiling Xingmu had said his devouring of humans served to consolidate his cultivation rather than to provoke the saint's disciples. Moreover, Ji-Ming knew full well that both Guiling Xingmu and Wang Zhan were disciples highly prized by Tongtian. If he slew them, he himself would have no hope of survival. Enough talk. Today you die. Ji-Ming must be dealt with, for otherwise the dignity of his human master would be grievously undermined. To gain merit among the human race, one must first secure the approval of the humans themselves. If only the human emperor's recognition counted, the merits obtained would be severely diminished. Ji-Ming's assault had disrupted those plans. Having caused so many human deaths, if there was not a perfect outcome today, his human master's standing would be shaken to its core. At that thought, Wang Zhan struck. A stone axe manifested as he governed the Tao of Strength, evolving the Pangu axe technique and cleaving toward Ji-Ming. Ji-Ming was after all an ancient demon god, seasoned in war and accustomed to walking the razor's edge between life and death. Though he had only just broken into the quasi-saint realm, his combat skill was far from slight. Wang Zhan's axe blow was deftly evaded by Ji-Ming. Ji-Ming stared at him with a grim look. "You brat, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. Do you think you are the one granting face? The face is given because of the saint. Of course my teacher is to be shown respect, but after today, I expect everyone to give me face as well." Wang Zhan's tone was firm and beyond reproach, which drew a faint amusement from the great adepts who had been watching the scene in secret. They all looked down on those who became quasi-saints through merit alone and believed Wang Zhan unworthy. "You truly make a laughingstock of yourself. Very well, I will not kill you, but today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the saint to make you understand that all your honors stem from the saint's authority. Without it, you are nothing." Ji-Ming's polished words were meant for more than Wang Zhan. Those with discernment understood he was speaking to Tongtian rather than to the youth before him. With the matter stated so plainly, the saint's position would be difficult to salvage. Wang Zhan understood Ji-Ming's implication and inwardly allowed a cold smile to form. "Boy, begone." Ji-Ming unleashed an immense demonic divine technique. The might of the art threatened to annihilate the entire central tribe of the human race. Guiling Xingmu, seeing this, was about to move to protect the human central tribe. But Wang Zhan had already acted first, casually arranging a formation that enclosed and shielded the entire tribe. With the formation activated, Ji-Ming's technique could no longer reach the human central tribe. "If you have time to meddle in others, mind yourself first." Wang Zhan's actions amused Ji-Ming. He determined to teach Wang Zhan a thorough lesson. Even if he spared his life, he would ensure Wang Zhan could never lift his head again. Silence. Wang Zhan's eyes were calm as the undying golden bell technique manifested. With 9 tolls of the bell, Ji-Ming's posture was dissolved into nothing. Moreover, the force rebounding from the golden bell was by no means weaker than Ji-Ming's own technique. The sight caused Ji-Ming's expression to darken slightly. Boom. The techniques collided. Ji-Ming unleashed another art to counter the rebound, then in an instant employed spatial displacement to close the distance and strike at Wang Zhan. Using the Yao race's Sky Demon close combat method, he sought to engage Wang Zhan in fierce close quarters. Wang Zhan did not flinch. The undying golden bell resonated as he swung the stone axe, evolving the Pangu axe technique. They fought. In the blink of an eye, they had traded over 100 exchanges, the clash unbearably intense. In truth, if Wang Zhan sought to finish Ji-Ming with his current power, it would not take more than 10 exchanges. Yet Wang Zhan had no intention of exposing too much of his strength. After all, to the onlookers, he was merely a merit immortal. To slay a demon god famed for battlefield prowess was already tremendous. And the fiercer the contest, the more the humans would be inclined to revere him as something divine. There were few true strong ones among the humans now, and even fewer who could discern such things. If he ended the fight abruptly, they would assume he was not that powerful. Thus, to win greater reverence, Wang Zhan held back as he battled Ji-Ming. 500 exchanges. 1,000. 3,000. 5,000. 8,000. By the 8,000th exchange, astonishment could no longer be concealed in Ji-Ming's eyes. He had not expected that Wang Zhan, a mere merit immortal, would possess such formidable combat power. "I did not expect this. I underestimated you." Ji-Ming's gaze grew ever darker. Inwardly, he found the result difficult to accept. In the days of the Yaoding, he had been awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, myriad races bowed, and those who opposed him were great shamans and mighty adepts. and now a mere junior could trade blows with him on equal terms. What became of the pride of this ancient demon god? Rage. Endless fury. With a thunderous roar, Ji Ming revealed his true form. His true body resembled a dragon cloaked in scales and armor. 12 razor-sharp tusk-like teeth jutted from his cuirass. 4 sturdy legs bore him, claws glinting with a metallic sheen, his form measuring up to 1,000 meters in size. Once his true form manifested, Ji Ming's strength erupted into an exponential surge, entirely beyond what an early quasi-saint should command. Such was the potency of the Yao race, one level of strength in humanoid guise, another when in true form. With that roar, the manifested Ji Ming renewed his assault upon Wang Zhan. At this moment, Wang Zhan seemed infinitesimal. Beside Ji Ming, he was but a tiny speck. Ji Ming snapped his jaws and seized Wang Zhan. Master, teacher, junior brother. The sight terrified all those among the humans who were connected to Wang Zhan. But very soon, accompanied by the sound of something breaking, Ji Ming's true body let out a harrowing scream. Even Ji Ming's true form could not pierce Wang Zhan's undying golden bell. When he bit down, he inflicted not the slightest injury. Instead, one of his steel fangs was shattered by the undying golden bell. Blood spattered across the sky. If you already knew my defense to be strongest, why invite needless suffering? Wang Zhan smiled lightly, stepping back a pace, his expression edged with mockery as he regarded Ji Ming. As he spoke, Wang Zhan's hands shimmered with a pearly white radiance. In the next instant, he formed a bow with one hand and an arrow with the other, drawing and knocking as he took aim at Ji Ming. The sun-shooting divine arrow technique. The Heartlight method. Release. With a swift whoosh, the Hungu Ji Ling arrow shot forth, piercing into the massive body of Ji Ming. In an instant, the fierce power of the Hungu Ji Ling arrow erupted within Ji Ming, causing him to cough up blood. But this was just the beginning. Wang Zhan still had 11 arrows left to unleash. As he had stated, Wang Zhan intended to strike slowly, allowing the human race to realize their own strength. If he killed Ji Ming with a single arrow, it would lead others to believe they could achieve the same. The sun-shooting divine arrow technique was once again in play as Wang Zhan continued to draw his bow and knock his arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot towards Ji Ming like startled swans. Having already suffered one arrow, Ji Ming was now wary of the arrow's power. Not daring to continue receiving arrows with his body, he attempted to evade. However, at that moment, Wang Zhan manifested the divine power of 9 heads and 18 arms. 16 other arms rapidly gathered a formation, using 4 innate treasures as the formation's core, sealing the space around Ji Ming. No matter how he tried to evade, he could only hide within this small space. Moreover, if Ji Ming dodged to the west, the formation would compress to the east. If he dodged north, the formation would compress to the south. The area to move was becoming smaller, and if he did not evade, he would be hit by the Hungu Ji Ling arrow. Ji Ming felt a chill in his heart. Even the great battle against the witch demon could not claim his life, yet at this moment, he sensed the looming threat of death. He thought Wang Zhan was merely mediocre, yet his methods proved to be exceedingly powerful. Master is might. Within the human race, Wang Zhan's goals were achieved. The fierce battle combined with the suppression and overwhelming force at this moment thoroughly stirred the excitement within the hearts of the humans. They began to shout in earnest. At that moment, Wang Zhan sensed the unity of the people. It seemed that the fate of the human race was leaning toward him. Wang Zhan was immensely pleased. Over the years he had garnered the merits of the human race, yet not their fortune. Today, however, he had acquired the fortune of the human race, a tremendous boon. The fortune was ethereal and elusive. When the time comes, the heavens and earth work together, but when fortunes fade, heroes are left unfree. At this moment, Wang Zhan, bolstered by the fortune of the human race, felt his combat power seemingly increase along with it. However, it was regrettable that this increase in fortune was only temporary. Once the battle ended, this blessed. Nevertheless, today, he gained the full recognition of the human race. The merits he earned in this era of the Earth Sovereign would undoubtedly be substantial. Hope for future breakthroughs was now possible. It should come to an end. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes. After playing this friendly match with Ji Ming for so long, it was time to conclude. Drawing his bow, Wang Zhan aimed directly at Ji Ming's primordial spirit. This arrow, infused with the techniques of the sun-shooting divine arrow, was capable of suppressing the primordial spirit. Whooshed! The arrow flew like a swift swan towards Ji Ming. Fully aware of the death threat, Ji Ming twisted his body, hoping to withstand Wang Zhan's arrow. But soon Ji Ming's heart sank. The power of this arrow was incomparable to the previous one, as if Wang Zhan's strength had suddenly increased 100-fold. He could not withstand its might. Is he toying with me? This was Ji Ming's thought, and also his final thought. Poof! Accompanied by the sound of the arrow piercing flesh, the Hungu Ji Ling arrow pierced through Ji Ming's body, traversing from his head to his tail, emerging from the rear, and simultaneously penetrating his primordial spirit. Ji Ming's vitality rapidly dissipated. His massive body fell from the void, landing among the central tribe of the human race and creating a massive pit. In an instant, silence fell, followed by an eruption of astonishing cheers from the humans. The monster that had devoured many of their kin was annihilated by their master. At this moment, Wang Zhan sensed powerful presences of great practitioners passing over him, clearly astonished that he could slay the demon god Ji Ming. Although demon god Ji Ming had only recently broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm, he was seasoned in battle and was not to be compared with an ordinary Quasi-Saint. In battles of equal standing, one might be able to suppress Ji Ming, but to kill him and prevent him from fleeing was beyond the capability of an ordinary Quasi-Saint. It is said that Wang Zhan is a merit immortal. After this battle today, the beings of heaven and earth will likely reevaluate their perception of the term merit immortal. It seems that the merit immortal is not so weak after all. You all are so rude. Not only do you not give me face, but you won't even give face to my teacher. Wang Zhan concealed himself with the Chaos Bell and was not worried about being discovered. However, he was still displeased. He had just taken down Ji Ming, yet these powerful Quasi-Saints showed no respect for him at all. Nonetheless, even if they might not respect him, when he mentioned the name Tong Tian, those great practitioners who had just recklessly passed by him had their auras recede. Clearly, they still held a degree of fear and trepidation toward Tong Tian. Wang Zhan sneered inwardly, thinking that one day he would make them submit. As his thoughts settled, Wang Zhan slowly descended from the void, standing atop Ji Ming's corpse. He channeled his power so that his voice could be heard by every human. The cycle of cause and effect, what comes around goes around. Ji Ming devoured humans, and humans may also devour Ji Ming. Here lies Ji Ming's corpse. The human race should divide and consume it to comfort the souls of those harmed by Ji Ming. Devour Ji Ming. Devour Ji Ming. Wang Zhan's words stirred the hearts of all humans, and they shouted with hatred. A crowd surged forward, intending to peel and dismantle Ji Ming. However, the humans soon realized they could not even break through Ji Ming's scales. Many human cultivators, even golden immortals, tried their hands, but could not succeed. This further highlighted the immense strength of their master. Let me handle it. Seeing this, Wang Zhan stepped in, breaking open Ji Ming's scales, and then he severed Ji Ming's flesh, collecting the remaining bones, claws, fangs, and scales. The bones, scales, claws, and fangs of the demon god are excellent materials for refining innate treasures. He could create fine treasures from Ji Ming's bones and scales. Next came the cheers of the human race. They exacted their revenge as countless humans fed on Ji Ming. However, due to the overwhelming power contained in Ji Ming's flesh, many non-cultivators among the humans could not digest it, and even the cultivators could only eat a small piece. Thus, in the end, this merely benefited the turtle spirit Saint Mother. She was a hot-tempered turtle who loved to fight and eat meat. Watching her devour a leg of Ji Ming roasted with samadhi, true fire, Wang Zhan felt a bit speechless. Unable to help but remind her, he said, "Senior sister, eat more gracefully, mind your manners." The turtle spirit Saint Mother chuckled and continued to devour Ji Ming's flesh. "Master, if we slay Jima, will it provoke retaliation from the Yaoshan clan?" Lai Shanshi sat beside Wang Zhan and asked. "Retaliation is inevitable. Jima is an ancient Yaoshan deity, a rare living symbol of the Yaoshan clan today. To kill him and divide his flesh among us constitutes a grave provocation against their entire lineage. Yet it matters not. Do you recall what I told you before? The sages will not allow humanity to suffer true devastation. Thus, no existential peril threatens our race. As for the Yaoshan's impending vengeance, those below the rank of Tai Golden Immortal shall serve as sparring partners for humanity. Bloodshed to temper their resolve. Those beneath the Deluo Immortal level may be handled by Great Guardian Gui Ling. Above Deluo, a quasi-sage shall intervene, and I shall face any who rise higher. The Yaoshan's most formidable beings today are but remnants, the ancient deities and Kunping himself. Should Kunping step forward, I have countermeasures prepared. Beyond him, each challenger shall fall, one by one. This is no longer the age of the ancient Yaoshan court. If the Yaoshan wish to survive, they must learn humility and bow their heads." Wang Zhan stood unshaken, his confidence rooted in profound strength. Were Kunping to act, he would not face Wang Zhan first, but Tong Tian himself. He had celestial backing. Upon hearing this, Lai Shanshi's anxiety eased considerably. At that very moment, in the northern continent of Beiju Luzhou, the Yaoshan stronghold, the ancient Yaoshan deities by Zaishang Yangqin Yuan and Ying Zhao gathered. Any cultivator present would recognize that all four had transcended into the quasi-sage realm. They had attained the initial stage of quasi-sage cultivation. How dare the Jia sect's disciples treat Jima thus? Ying Zhao roared incensed. Jima's death stirred their fury, but not to this degree. What truly ignited their wrath was that after his demise, his body had been dismembered and devoured by humans. Shall we simply swallow this humiliation? To do so would erase our dignity entirely. Shall we simply swallow this humiliation? To do so would erase our dignity entirely, allowing a mere junior to defile us openly. Would the Heavenly Sovereign and Eastern Sovereign curse us cowards were they aware? Ying Zhao bellowed. Indeed, in the era when the Heavenly and Eastern Sovereigns reigned supreme, even the 3 pure ones and 2 sages deferred to them. Before attaining sagehood themselves, they still bowed to Yaoshan authority. Now our clan has fallen to such abject straits. The Wu clan, truly despicable. Qin Yuan sighed bitterly. Precisely so. If Jima's death remains unaddressed, fear of our name shall vanish forever. Baizhe, what is your counsel? Ying Zhao fixed his gaze intently upon Baizhe. As the Yaoshan sage strategist, Baizhe had long advised the sovereigns. Even the dual emperors held him in highest esteem. Baizhe remained calm, meeting the 3 deities' stares before speaking slowly. I warned Jima long ago. The Yaoshan are no longer what they once were, nor are humans what they once were. Today's humanity is a chessboard where sages vie for supremacy and reap rewards. No outsider, unaffiliated with any sage, may seize its bounty without consequence. In my view, Jima's demise serves as a stark lesson. The age has shifted. Should we persist in viewing the world through the lens of bygone glory, then Jima's death is merely the beginning of our decline. Baizhe, do you propose standing idly by? How then shall you answer to the Eastern Sovereign and Heavenly Sovereign? Ying Zhao rebuked him fiercely. Baizhe exhaled softly. It is not that I refuse vengeance. It is that vengeance lies beyond our reach. Holy Mother Nuwa does not stand with us. The great Fu, she has already pledged allegiance to humanity. Were we to weigh loyalties, Nuwa herself would likely favor humanity more deeply. Moreover, Wang Zhan possesses formidable personal cultivation, and he is Tongtian's disciple as sage's chosen heir. This age belongs to the sages. Lacking sage patronage, we begin already defeated. To quell this storm now preserves our future. To pursue reckless defiance invites annihilation, not only of ourselves, but of the entire Yaoshan lineage. When we fled to Beiju Luzhou, we exhausted the last measure of Nuwa's goodwill. So long as we remain within its borders, we survive. None dare assail us. Step beyond, and death awaits us all. Do you recall how many lives we took, how many clans we wronged in the zenith of the Yaoshan court? You know this well. Baizhe's words left Shangyang Qin Yuan and Ying Zhao pale and unsettled. Yet if we offer no response whatsoever, where then lies the Yaoshan's honor? Ying Zhao protested, still very well. Then let us appoint you sole envoy to slay Wang Zhan, avenge Jima, and restore our dignity. Henceforth, on your death anniversary, we 3 shall hold solemn rites in your memory. How does that sound? Baizhe, weary of arguments, spoke with palpable impatience. Agreed. I endorse this fully. Ying Zhao, you are the one. Go forth, glorify the Yaoshan. Shangyang and Qin Yuan, now calmed by Baizhe's logic, echoed mockingly. Ying Zhao's face turned ashen. He pointed a trembling finger at Baizhe, Shangyang, and Qin Yuan. Then why delay? Were you not just boasting of valor? Baizhe asked coolly. Ying Zhao's complexion deepened to livid green. Finally he sighed. I fear no death, but going alone achieves nothing. Ying Zhao now grasped reality. In single combat, he could not guarantee Wang Zhan's demise. Should he fail to strike decisively, Tongtian would arrive instantly, and his own death would be certain. To enrage Tongtian would invite utter slaughter. He could eradicate them all. I have failed the Heavenly Sovereign. I have failed the Eastern Sovereign. Ying Zhao murmured, utterly desolate. Once more, I urge restraint. Our clan must bide its time. The Dao's cycles are inexorable. The Yaoshan court rose to unparalleled glory. The Wu clan reached its apex. The Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans each flourished in turn. Clearly no dominion endures eternally beneath heaven. Observe the 6 sages now, unfettered, omnipotent, commanding absolute authority. Does their reign not mirror the zenith of the Yaoshan court, the Wu clan's supremacy, or the golden age of the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans? Baizhe's gaze grew suddenly profound. Shangyang ventured, do you suggest the 6 sages too shall one day suffer the same fate as our fallen court? Unlikely. They are sages immutable across 10,000 calamities. Who can truly say? I speak only of possibility. Should such a day come, our clan may yet rise anew. But should that possibility prove illusory, then survival itself becomes our sole pursuit. For our era has irrevocably passed. Baizhe sighed, soft and sorrowful. The phrase our era has passed left Ying Zhao, Shangyang, and Qin Yuan completely silent. Indeed, with the fall of the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, the demon race no longer had any truly impressive figures to present. As for Kunpeng, it's better not to mention him. All the demon gods and generals who barely survived after the great battle between the witch and the demon now believe that if it weren't for Kunpeng sweeping away the river map and Luo book at a crucial moment, even if the witch and demon had ended up in mutual destruction, the 2 emperors would not have all fallen. Especially the Eastern Emperor, who wielded the Chaos Bell, had an astonishing ability to preserve his life. If the Eastern Emperor were still alive, the demon race would certainly not be in such a state. In that case, let us remember the grudge against Ji Meng for now. Though he is dead, he will forever live in our hearts. This was said by Ying Zhao. Hearing this, Baizé rolled his eyes slightly. You weren't like this just now. How is it that when you act alone you become calm, but when you urge us to act together you display such fervent bravery? Shang Yang and Qin Yuan also realized this point. This bastard is quite cunning. They immediately edged closer to Baizé without leaving a trace. After all, he was a strategist who was valued by both the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor back then. What do you mean by that? Ying Zhao's expression was somewhat displeased. They didn't come. In the central tribe of the human race, a long time had passed since Jimeng's fall. Jimeng's flesh had already been devoured, with half of him consumed by the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. The ample blood and flesh spiritual energy made the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit appear somewhat plump. At this moment, Wang Zhan was somewhat astonished. The fall of a demon god had not stirred up any waves at all. At the very least, there should be some symbolic revenge. It was surprisingly so bland. Why haven't they come? The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was puzzled. As well, she hoped for more demon gods to arrive. Demon god flesh is delicious. Salivating. Senior sister, have some decorum. Wang Zhan said irritably. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit chuckled. Beside them, Lai Shan said, Teacher, could it be that the demon race is brewing some great scheme? Not possible. Wang Zhan shook his head. The only two remaining strong ones in the demon race should be the evident Kunping and the hidden Fusang tree that is already transformed in the Sun Star Tonggu. Apart from that, those so-called ancient demon gods diminished after the fall of the demon court, and the demon race's fortune has greatly declined. Now is a time of scarcity for strong individuals, and they have no major schemes to brew. Then why hasn't the demon race made any moves until now? Lai Shan was confused. I heard that Baizé of the demon race is a wise one. During the time of the demon court, he was a guest on the thrones of the two emperors. Perhaps this time the demon race is seeking peace, and it has something to do with Baizé. You need not worry. I will stay in the human realm for a while. If the demon race makes a move, I will naturally handle it. Wang Zhan was also unsure if the demon race would make a move. He originally wanted to understand the situation quickly and return to Chongning Mountain to continue his cultivation, but could only remain in the human realm for now. Lai Shan was pleased with this. In this battle, Wang Zhan became a battle god among the human race, earning another title as a war god. With Wang Zhan stationed in the human realm, the people's hearts would surely be at ease. Immediately, Lai Shan arranged a place for Wang Zhan to cultivate in the central great hall of the human race. It was named the Upper Master Palace. Its specifications were even above that of the Emperor's palace. Wang Zhan thus settled in the human realm. However, life did not change much. Wang Zhan usually kept himself indoors, diligently cultivating in the Time Tower. One day, while he was immersed in his rigorous training, he unwittingly seemed to fall into a dream, with his primordial spirit being drawn into a realm of illusion. Within the illusion, the sound of celestial music resonated, and a feeling of submission arose, as if a binding force was about to be placed upon his head. For a moment, Wang Zhan inexplicably thought of Zhuan-Ti. In his mind, Zhuan-Ti appeared immensely tall, bathing in brilliance. It seemed to be beckoning him, and he unexpectedly felt an urge to follow. Not good. Zhuan-Ti is trying to take action. Wang Zhan's heart shook violently. He had imagined how Zhuan-Ti would forcibly guide him, but he never expected that this fellow would be so lazy as to not even come in person. He was trying to forcibly guide him in a dream. Who does he think he is looking down on? He wants my merit while also looking. Wang Zhan cursed inwardly. Buzz. Just as a sense of humiliation rose within him, a chaotic sword chi appeared in his dream. It severed the force that was drawing his primordial spirit. In the next moment, a blue-robed figure emerged, wielding the sword of slaying immortals, protecting Wang Zhan behind him. Zhuan-Ti, you have some audacity, trying to forcibly guide my disciple. Tong Tian said coldly. In the illusion, Zhuan-Ti's expression changed slightly. When he had just forcefully guided Wang Zhan, both the speed and efficiency were quite slow, and Zhuan-Ti felt something was off in his heart. If Wang Zhan had truly cultivated the 8-9 mystic art, a Western teaching technique, he would not have been able to resist his guidance. It was evident that Wang Zhan had not cultivated at all. However, when he had initially deduced, he had clearly calculated that Wang Zhan had already cultivated the 8-9 mystic art. Now that Tong Tian had appeared, Zhuan-Ti understood everything. It must be that Tong Tian had taken special care of Wang Zhan, leaving a saintly thought on him. When Wang Zhan obtained the 8-9 mystic art, Tong Tian had already known, and then helped Wang Zhan conceal the heavenly secrets while misleading him into thinking he had already cultivated the 8-9 mystic art. The purpose was to draw him out to act, to catch the thief in the act. Zhuan-Ti's face showed some embarrassment. Tong Tian, my friend, I see your disciple is clever and sensible. I was just playing with him. Then I shall play with you as well. With that, Tong Tian raised his sword and charged at Zhuan-Ti. The illusion shattered at that moment. However, Wang Zhan's primordial spirit was also brought to the Western teaching by Tong Tian. Clearly, Tong Tian intended for Wang Zhan to see how he as a teacher stood up for his disciple. Tong Tian, what are you doing? Jia Yin's face changed drastically when he saw Tong Tian invade the dream constructed by Zhuan-Ti. Seeing Zhuan Ti being overwhelmed by Tong Tian and being beaten, he hurriedly spoke up. What are you doing? Let's all play together. Tong Tian said, domineeringly setting up the sword array of slaying immortals on Mount Shumi, sealing off the great heroic hall. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, trapped within the sword array of slaying immortals, had drastically changed expressions. Facing the omnipresent assault of the sword array, they were utterly flustered. Even if they were two saints, they were suppressed by Tong Tian alone, having only the ability to defend themselves without any power to counterattack. If it weren't for their status as saints being immortal and indestructible, in a life-and-death struggle, Tong Tian alone could easily eliminate both Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin. The strength of these two did not match Tong Tian's level at all. Tong Tian, my brother, and I concede. Please spare us. Jie Yin said. Just saying you concede. Tong Tian also withdrew the sword array of slaying immortals, saying indifferently, continuing the fight held no meaning. Even if he were to dismantle Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti into pieces, they would not die. What does the fellow Taoist wish to do? Jie Jin asked with a sorrowful expression. At this moment, Zhuan Ti did not put on a brave front. It was time to show some humility. Although he felt reluctant to accept Tongshan's might, he could not deny the true strength of the Excalibur array. No wonder that during the division of treasures at Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu said that the Excalibur array could only be broken by the four saints. He and Jie Jin were trapped in the array, truly in a miserable situation. Although they were blessed with the immortal saint status and would not die, the pain was still excruciating. Continuing to confront Tong Tian kept striking at them, and they would have to endure the suffering. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian turned his gaze to Wang Zhan, saying, Little Mayfly, you are the victim. What do you want? Speak boldly. Wang Zhan's eyes lit up at those words, not expecting Tong Tian to give him this opportunity to request benefits. Without hesitation, Wang Zhan said, Disciple desires the 7 treasures, wonderful tree Bodhi seed, 12th rank, golden lotus, 6 roots, pure bamboo, and 8 treasures, merit pool. Shut up, come and fight. Zhuan Ti's face darkened upon hearing what Wang Zhan demanded, and he directly shouted in anger. This was one of the few things the destitute duo could bring to the table. What was the difference between this and asking for their lives? They would rather fight Tong Tian again and get beaten up than let go of these assets. Jie Jin also appeared utterly resolute, standing in solidarity with Zhuan Ti. They exhibited a stance that they would fight without a penny to their name. Tong Tian looked at Wang Zhan speechlessly and conveyed through voice, Just ask for something reasonable. With the meager assets of the Western sect, they cannot possibly give you what you want. If you provoke them, what do you think I can do by chopping them for 1,000 years? Chop but can't kill. Wang Zhan chuckled, having no intention of actually wanting anything. It was just a way of asking for an exorbitant price. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would bargain regardless of what he asked for. In that case, I invite the 2 saints to open the treasure vault of the Western sect so that the disciple can choose some things he likes. Wang Zhan said with a smile. Zhuan Ti and Jie Jin exchanged glances, both nodding. This is acceptable. Jie Jin spoke, and in the next moment, he activated a spell to open the treasure vault of the Western sect. Then looking at Tong Tian, he said, Fellow Taoist Tong Tian, it was indeed our fault this time. But now that your disciple has proposed a way to make amends, this matter is settled, and the cause and effect are cleared. What do you think? Agreed. Tong Tian nodded lightly. He had already gained the upper hand in this situation, feeling greatly satisfied both in face and heart. If it were not to benefit his disciple, he wouldn't even care for the trifles of the Western sect. Hearing Tongshan's agreement, Zhuan Ti and Jie Jin both let out a small sigh of relief. Not being beaten any further was already a good outcome. Jie Jin then said to Wang Zhan, In that case, young friend Wang Zhan, feel free to go in and pick whatever you like. Wang Zhan smiled and nodded, then boldly walked into the treasure vault of the Western sect. With Tong Tian present, he did not believe that the 2 from the Western sect would dare to stir up trouble. After about 10 breaths, Wang Zhan walked out of the treasure vault of the Western sect. Seeing him come out so quickly, the 2 from the West also breathed a sigh of relief. They did not dare to look at what Wang Zhan had chosen in front of Tong Tian, but seeing him exit so swiftly made them completely at ease. In such a short time, what could he possibly have chosen? This kid is quite honest. Zhuan Ti secretly mocked as he was given an opportunity, but could not make good use of it. Tong Tian looked at Wang Zhan with a look of surprise, as if to say, You really picked a lot. Teacher, let's go. Wang Zhan smiled at Tong Tian. Then let's go. Although he felt helpless inside, Tong Tian said nothing, giving Zhuan Ti and Jie Jin a cold glare. As for my disciples from Jie sect, you best not have any thoughts about them, otherwise I know you, but my sword does not recognize you. With that, Tong Tian waved his hand, taking Wang Zhan away, disappearing from the Great Hero Hall. Looking at Zhuan Ti let out a small sigh of relief, bitterly smiling. Tong Tian is too protective of Wang Zhan, watching over him so closely. This time I miscalculated, dragging my senior brother along to take a beating. It was my junior brother's fault. It's fine, we brothers share fortune and misfortune together, so there's no need to take it to heart. Jie Jin shook his head, not placing much importance on the matter. The Excalibur array of Tong Tian is too powerful, it seems that only the 4 saints can break it. In the future, if we wish to deal with Tongtian, it will be impossible with just the 2 of us. Zhuanti furrowed his brows. This battle had thoroughly revealed the gap in strength between the 2 of them and Tongtian. Sigh. Jiejin also sighed, repeatedly feeling the same. Well, we'll think of something later. By the way, senior brother, quickly see what treasures Wang Zhan has chosen. Zhuanti said. Let me take a look. Jiejin replied, reopening the treasure vault of the Western Sect. In the next moment, both brothers' gazes turned toward the interior of the vault. The next moment, they found the vault completely empty, not even the worthless decorative gems and agates that used to be there. Even the gold paint on the beams seemed to have been scraped off with a knife. The ground was pockmarked, and any item of even slight value was completely gone. Senior brother, did you open the wrong vault? Zhuanti asked, swallowing hard. No, Jiejin replied with a darkened face. Hearing this, Zhuanti roared in anger. You rascal, you're going too far. The next moment, he took out the 7 treasures wonderful tree and was about to chase after Tongtian. However, he was quickly stopped by Jiejin. Enough, junior brother, it's just some items of little value. But these are the fruits of our hard work over the years. Zhuanti was furious. No wonder Wang Zhan came out in just 10 breaths after entering. It turned out he picked nothing and took everything. Even a slightly good-looking stone that he casually picked up, Wang Zhan didn't let go. Not a good disciple. Mocking the other for not being useful when given an opportunity. This was a bit too much. Meanwhile, Tongtian, leaving the Western Sect, heard Zhuanti's angry roar. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What's wrong with this guy shouting like that? Wang Zhan chuckled. Probably because the disciple cleaned out the treasure vault of the Western Sect. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was taken aback, looking at Wang Zhan with uncertainty. Didn't you say you would just pick a few items? Yes, but the problem is that the disciple liked everything. Wang Zhan grinned, his smile growing even brighter. Tongtian was speechless, but then he chuckled, saying, well, if you took them, you took them. Letting them feel the pain is only right. Teacher, you can take these items back to Janeo Island. Wang Zhan handed everything he had taken from the treasure vault of the Western Sect to Tongtian. Tongtian shook his head. No need, the trifles of the Western Sect are beneath my notice. Keep them for yourself. The disciple shamelessly took it. Within the treasury of the Western Church, Wang Zhan took a brief glance. Indeed, the Western Church was quite impoverished during this period, far from being comparable to the spiritual mountains of later times. While it couldn't be said they were impoverished to the point of bleeding, it was close enough. The quantity was decent, but there weren't many good items. Wang Zhan was only picking through the junk to annoy Zhuanti and Jane. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered with the pile of rubbish. The disciple shamelessly took it. Within the treasury of the Western Church, Wang Zhan took a brief glance. Indeed, the Western Church was quite impoverished during this period, far from being comparable to the spiritual mount. He nodded slightly. Tongtian then continued. In that case, you may return. It is time for me to go back to Golden Ao Island. As he spoke, Tongtian used his powers to directly send Wang Zhan back to the central tribe of the human race. Wang Zhan was only accompanied by his primordial spirit. With Tongtian, his physical body remained in the central tribe of the human race. With the return of the primordial spirit, Wang Zhan's spirit and flesh united, and he slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This time it seemed to have temporarily resolved the troubles posed by Zhuanti and Jane. He would enjoy a period of peace. Without the threat of saints, Wang Zhan could still manage the remaining crises. Wang Zhan began to sort through the belongings of the Western Church. Although there was a lot of junk, there were some good items as well. Wang Zhan organized them neatly, and after finishing resumed his cultivation. This time, observing the actions of the saints, Wang Zhan memorized it just as he had during the great battle between the Wu and the Lich. However, from start to finish, Zhuanti and Jane were suppressed and beaten down by Tongtian. What Wang Zhan witnessed more was the astonishing strength of Tongtian. Yet even so, it opened a new world for Wang Zhan. Even though this world could not yet move him, one day in the future when his strength reached a higher level. Today's battle between Tongtian, Zhuanti, and Jane would surely spark new inspiration in him. It seems the demon race truly will not come. Wang Zhan had once again been stationed in the central tribe of the human race for 10 years. During these 10 years, there was not a hint of movement from the demon race, as if the death of Jaimin was a trivial matter. Thus Wang Zhan planned to return to Chongning Mountain to cultivate in seclusion. The central tribe of the human race was good, but it was not quiet enough. Wang Zhan hoped to find a peaceful place to cultivate. 3 days later, Wang Zhan met with the human emperor, the Lich clan, to express his desire to return to Chongning Mountain. The Lich clan could not persuade him to stay, and could only bid farewell to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan returned to Chongning Mountain. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother continued to remain among the humans as the great guardian of Turtle Spirit. In Chongning Mountain, inside the reverse water cave, Wang Zhan returned after a long absence, feeling a unique comfort, as if his heart had also settled into tranquility. A gold nest or silver nest is not as good as a dog nest. In this state, Wang Zhan devoted himself to cultivation without distraction. this time aside from Long Ji occasionally asking Wang Zhan some questions about cultivation. The human race entered a stage of stable development. The achievements of the Lishan clan began to gradually manifest. With the manifestation of achievements, the cultivation of the Lishan clan under the blessing of the human race's fate began to soar. In the 300th year since Wang Zhan returned to Chongning Mountain, the cultivation of the Lishan clan broke through the Quasi-Saint realm, reaching the early stage of Quasi-Saint. On this day, the golden dragon of the human race's fate reappeared just like in the era of Fuxi. It pushed the fate of the human race to another stage. Wang Zhan was awakened by the roar of the golden dragon of fate, and his eyes sparkled. In the end, he let out a faint sigh. The era of the Earth Emperor was coming to a close. The day the Lishan clan achieved the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint would also be the day he followed in Fux's footsteps and sealed the Fire Cloud Cave. Slowly shaking his head, Wang Zhan retracted his gaze. He no longer thought too much. The Lishan clan had a close relationship with him. He had taught the Lishan clan for 270 years, but unfortunately, he was unable to help the Lishan clan. In the era of saints, when a saint makes a decision, all beings in heaven and earth must pay the price. Master Long Ji has come again. At this moment outside Chongning Mountain, a clear female voice rang out. It was his third disciple, the daughter of the heavenly emperor, Haoyan Long Ji. Wang Zhan was also quite fond of Long Ji. He found that he truly had a good rapport with Long Ji. This feeling was similar to that between Tongtian and himself. There were no ulterior motives, just a pure sense of ease. Wang Zhan found Long Ji pleasing to the eye, and Long Ji also felt very relaxed with Wang Zhan as her teacher. You've been coming over to see me whenever you have nothing to do for 300 years. Have you been diligently cultivating in seclusion? Wang Zhan said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Master, the disciple is smart. I learn it all at once and pick it up easily. Long Ji said with a grin. There are many smart people in the world. Having one more or one less does not matter. Don't let your intelligence make you lazy. Otherwise, if you encounter someone smarter than you will seem very foolish. If you encounter someone equally smart as you, your advantages will be less obvious. If you meet someone not as smart as you, but much more diligent, then your intelligence may not be able to match up to their accumulation over time. You have such good talent, you shouldn't waste it. If I had half of your talent, I wouldn't have to walk this path of virtues that others look down upon. Wang Zhan sighed. If his talent were just a bit better, and he had the fruit of diligence, he would have soared long ago. However, Long Ji was quite lazy. Clearly her talent was not bad, yet she did not like to cultivate. After all these years, she was still just a golden immortal. It's not that I don't want to cultivate, I just don't know what's wrong. Whenever I start cultivating, I feel sleepy. Long Ji smiled sheepishly. Wang Zhan was speechless. It seemed that such disinterest in studying existed in every world. All right, master, let's not talk about things that might affect our teacher-student relationship. I brought you some newly brewed celestial nectar from the heavenly court. Long Ji changed the topic and like a treasure offering took out bottles of wine to present to Wang Zhan. Ever since being stripped of all power by the 6 emperors, Haoyan seemed to have become a different person. He was no longer enthusiastic about the construction of the heavenly court, nor did he recruit talents. Instead, he lived a leisurely life, as if he were a carefree cloud. He rarely even showed his face. This celestial nectar was something Haoyan had brewed himself. He seemed to live as if he had no contention with the world. The 6 emperors of the heavenly court welcomed this situation. They managed the authority of the heavenly emperor and reaped the benefits that came with the position while secretly mocking Haoyan as a good for nothing. Wang Zhan was aware of all this, but the more he knew, the more he felt apprehensive about Haoyan. A person who could swallow humiliation was either completely defeated or was lying in wait preparing to unleash a big move. Undoubtedly Haoyan was the latter. Master, how does this celestial nectar taste? Long Ji asked with a smile, handing a bottle of nectar to Wang Zhan. Just as Wang Zhan was about to drink, he noticed a fairy flying over from a distance. With a face as cold as ice, she looked at Long Ji and said, Princess, please do not run around, it is getting late, and you should return for your evening lessons. I understand you may return first. I will go back shortly. Long Ji replied. Princess Long Ji, please do not make it difficult for your maid, it is time to return now. The fairy's expression remained icy, and her tone rose by 3 degrees. One might think that Long Ji was the fairy, and that the fairy was the princess. I already said I would return soon, how long will you keep this up? Long Ji was furious, her beautiful eyes blazing like fire as she stared at the celestial maiden who had come seeking her. The celestial maiden was merely a lowly heavenly fairy. It was only natural that she would be terrified by the anger of Long Ji, a golden immortal. However, the celestial maiden seemed oblivious to Long Ji's fury and calmly replied, Princess, it is not that I am being talkative, but the decree of the emperor is not to be disobeyed. Is it my father, the heavenly emperor, or your so-called emperor that holds more power in the heavenly court? Long Ji coldly fixed her gaze on the celestial maiden. I do not know. What ignorance! Long Ji laughed in anger. If I were to say I have no intention of returning, what would you do? Then I would have to return and report to the emperor in full detail. But are you certain you do not wish to return? The celestial maiden seemed to be threatening Long Ji. Which emperor are you referring to? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan could no longer contain himself. He was still present. Everyone in the heavenly court knew he was Long Ji's master. The celestial maiden had not even greeted him upon arrival, and was now pressing his disciple in front of him. Replying to the immortal, "It is indeed the Jade Clear Star Emperor," the celestial maiden said. Wang Zhan immediately realized who it was, Guang Qingzi. Wang Zhan couldn't help but chuckle in anger. Does your emperor have time to teach the heavenly emperor's daughter her morning and evening lessons while commanding the myriad stars? This is also the emperor's concern for the princess, the celestial maiden replied. Tell your emperor that Long Ji is a third-generation disciple of the Jie Jiao and a student of mine, so there is no need for him to intervene. A disciple of Jie Jiao being taught by people from Chanjiao. Guang Qingzi's actions were not only an affront to Hao Tian, but also to him. If he were unaware, it would be one thing, but since he knew, how could he sit idly by? Immortal, this makes things very... If the emperor were to find out, he would likely be displeased. The celestial maiden frowned. Difficult? Then don't do it. You need not return. Why are you working so hard for your emperor? Wang Zhan suddenly acted, channeling his power to manifest a giant hand that grasped the celestial maiden. She immediately showed a look of terror and cried out towards the direction of the heavenly court, "Emperor, save me." But the next moment the celestial maiden was crushed into a bloody pulp by Wang Zhan's grip, and as the three mysteries' true fire burned, she was turned to ashes. In the void, stars flickered. Amidst the endless starlight, a figure of a Taoist appeared coldly before Wang Zhan. "Wang Zhan, what do you mean by this?" Guang Qingzi looked at Wang Zhan with an unfriendly expression. "I should be asking you the same. You should know that Long Ji is my disciple, a third-generation heir of Jie Jiao. If anyone is to teach her, it should be me. You have taken it upon yourself to intervene." Wang Zhan looked at Guang Qingzi calmly. With the support of the Yuhuan position, Guang Qingzi's cultivation had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds, and had now reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With the power to command the stars, he was undoubtedly a leader among great Luo Golden Immortals. However, before Wang Zhan, he was nothing. Even so, you should not disregard your own life. What wrong did the celestial maiden commit to deserve such treatment? Guang Qingzi, aware of his fault in the matter concerning Long Ji, instead used the celestial maiden's plight to criticize Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan chuckled lightly at this. Isn't acting against one's superiors and showing ignorance of rank enough of a reason? As he spoke, he looked at Guang Qingzi with a knowing expression. This reason could be countered by others, but for Guang Qingzi, it was undeniable. The teachings of Chan Jiao classify people into ranks. Acting against one's superiors is indeed a crime. The celestial maiden's words were disrespectful, and her offense warranted death according to the teachings of Chan Jiao. Guang Qingzi's expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Zhan's words left him utterly speechless. They were all grounded in doctrine. He found himself at a loss. Originally, his dealings with Long Ji were not only to test Hao Tian's limits, but also to annoy Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan's emergence had led to the 12 Golden Immortals receiving scoldings from Yuan Shitian Zun, being told that they were not even as good as insects. Over time, the Golden Immortals could no longer deny their anger towards Wang Zhan, especially since he, as the leader of the 12 Golden Immortals, received the most attention from Yuan Shitian Zun during reprimands. Thus, he seized the opportunity to target Long Ji, conveniently also taking aim at Wang Zhan. "But she is a celestial maiden under my command. Oh, one must look to the master when dealing with the dog. If you were to kill her, I would have to have a word with you, Wang Dao friend." Wang Zhan realized, so you are targeting me. Upon hearing Guang Qingzi's words, Wang Zhan could not help but understand that Guang Qingzi was being deliberate. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Long Ji had just arrived? The celestial maiden showed up, and just as he killed the celestial maiden, Guang Qingzi appeared. If this was premeditated, then it all made sense. How idle, Wang Zhan silently thought. I do not know what you are talking about. Guang Qingzi denied that he was targeting Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan did not mind. It was not important. With a slight smile, he said, "Since you wish to fight, let us fight. However, I am a Quasi Saint, and you are a great Luo Golden Immortal. Are you sure you wish to fight me?" Wang Zhan looked at Guang Qingzi with a look of concern for the mentally challenged. He could not comprehend where Guang Qingzi found the courage. Wang Zhan could fight above his level, but if he could, fighting above one's level is risky. One must be cautious in combat. I must seek justice for my subordinate. Guang Qingzi used a very grandiloquent reason. Wang Zhan laughed in anger, no longer speaking further. "Fine, since that is the case, I invite you, Guang Qingzi, to make your move." "Very well." Guang Qingzi acted. In an instant, the power of the stars shone forth, enhancing Guang Qingzi's being. Amidst the intertwining stars, Guang Qingzi's cultivation began to rise, ultimately inflating to the level of a Quasi Saint. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhan suddenly realized why Guang Qingzi had the confidence to confront him. The position of the 6 sovereigns actually had such an effect. Guang Qingzi was indeed ruthless. After his strength surged, he unleashed the Fan Tian seal against Wang Zhan. This item was also a postnatal treasure, a supreme treasure among postnatal artifacts. This seal was forged from half of the body of Mount Bu Zhou, possessing immense power that no postnatal treasure crafted by Wang Zhan could compare. The might of this seal was such that even the likes of Ji Ming would suffer severe injuries if struck by it. Clang. However, Guang Qingzi's strike was insufficient against Wang Zhan. The indestructible golden bell divine ability manifested. Wang Zhan met Guang Qingzi's treasure hidden with his divine ability. The Fan Tian seal crashed against Wang Zhan's indestructible golden bell, producing a heavy ringing, but Wang Zhan's protective golden bell showed no signs of damage. How is this possible? Guang Qingzi was stunned at the sight. He was all too aware of the power of the Fan Tian seal. Such a powerful treasure combined with his quasi-saint level of cultivation at that moment could not break through Wang Zhan's divine ability. A return for a favor is only proper. Guang Qingzi, why don't you experience the power of your own Fan Tian seal? As Guang Qingzi was astonished by the strength of Wang Zhan's divine ability, the counterattack of the golden bell transformed into a replica of the Fan Tian seal, smashing towards Guang Qingzi's head. Bold Wang Zhan, do you dare to harm my senior brother? At that moment, a roar echoed in the void. In the next instant, Tai Jinren arrived. Like Guang Qingzi, Tai Jinren activated the power of the sovereign position and briefly stepped into the quasi-saint realm. He unleashed the divine powers of the 3 heads and 6 arms, summoning the Qian Kuan circle, the fire spear, the Hunyuan silk, the golden brick, and the 9 dragon divine fire cover. All of these powers surged towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan remained unfazed. The might of the indestructible golden bell reemerged. No matter how Tai Jinren's treasures bombarded him, they could not breach Wang Zhan's defenses. Seeing this scene, Tai Jinren finally understood the despair Guang Qingzi had just faced. How could this be? Such a strong defensive capability. Even a mid-stage quasi-saint would find it impossible to remain calm in the face of such an assault, right? Take this back. Wang Zhan smiled slightly and activated the counterattack power of the indestructible golden bell. The imitation 9 dragon divine fire cover, Qian Kuan circle fire spear, Hunyuan silk, and golden brick all surged towards Tai Jinren. Soon Tai Jinren was also asleep. After Tai Jinren fell asleep, another immortal from the Chan teaching appeared. It was none other than Yuding Jinren, who had attained the 3rd sovereign position. Seeing his 2 sleeping brothers, Yuding Jinren's expression changed unpredictably. Wang Zhan smiled at Yuding Jinren, saying, Taoist Yuding, do you also wish to have a spar with me? Yuding shook his head with a wry smile, saying, No need, I am self-aware. May I take my 2 brothers back? Of course. Taoist Guangcheng and Taoist Tai, both burdened with numerous affairs, were quite fatigued. When they faced me, their exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed them, and they inexplicably fell asleep. It was not a defeat, Wang Zhan said with a smile. Yuding Jinren's lips twitched, his expression more bitter. Without further ado, he carried the sleeping Guang Qingzi and Tai Jinren away, flying towards the Jade Void Palace. Once Yuding Jinren departed, Princess Long Ji grinned, hugging Wang Zhan's arm, and cheerfully said, Thank you, Master, for helping Long Ji resolve a big trouble. This is the tradition of the Jie Jiao. A master must not allow their disciples to suffer. If you take on disciples in the future, you should adhere to this principle, Wang Zhan said with a smile. He was also learning from the example. Although Tong Tian might have some flaws in character, he was very good to his disciples. The disciple understands. Long Ji nodded repeatedly. All right, on Mount Chongning, you can establish your own cave dwelling. If the Heavenly Court's cultivation environment is complicated, then you can cultivate alongside me on Mount Chongning, Wang Zhan said. Yes, Master. Long Ji did not refuse. Haha, it really is only the disciples of saints who can teach the disciples of saints. In the Heavenly Court Inner Palace, a faint cold smile appeared on Heoshan's lips. Beside him, the Queen Mother said, Long Ji's apprenticeship to Wang Zhan can indeed alleviate some troubles. Indeed, I will remember this favor. One day I shall repay it. Hao Ian was very grateful for Wang Zhan's assistance to Long Ji. Now that his power had been undermined, he felt powerless to care for his daughter. Wang Zhan was just able to replace him in looking after Long Ji. By the way, Your Majesty, can you discern Wang Zhan's strength? The Queen Mother asked. He has the record of defeating Ji Ming. Although Ji Ming has just reached the quasi-saint level, he is still an ancient demon god, and his strength is beyond that of ordinary quasi-saints. In life and death battles, even mid-stage quasi-saints cannot prevail against Ji Ming. The fact that Wang Zhan can kill Ji Ming, even if he used a treasure, proves his combat power is at the peak of mid-stage quasi-saints. Of course, Wang Zhan has significant weaknesses. His strength lies in his golden bell divine power, which possesses formidable defensive capabilities. In battle, if his enemies cannot break his golden bell, they will inevitably be suppressed by him regardless of how many there are. Even if he faced 10 quasi-saints simultaneously, if those 10 cannot break his golden bell, they will ultimately perish at Wang Zhan's hands. However, Wang Zhan is also weak in this regard. Once his golden bell divine power is broken, he becomes extremely vulnerable, and even a quasi saint of the same level can leave him overwhelmed. After all, he is a merit immortal. However, overall Wang Zhan is already considered an exceptionally powerful merit immortal. It's a pity that his foundation is too low, otherwise Wang Zhan would be a truly terrifying existence. Hao Yan commented on Wang Zhan. Then your majesty, are you confident in breaking his golden bell? The queen mother asked again. What do you think? Hao Yan smiled, slightly revealing confidence. Moreover, although Wang Zhan is strong, his foundation determines his limit. His two opportunities to gain merit among the human race are his greatest fortunes. However, this fortune should have reached its end. During the time of the three ancestors of the human race, he collected merit, while the saints paid no mind. Now in this new era of the human emperor, he has Tong Tian's aid to earn merit once more, but after this generation of human emperors completes their merit, do you think Tong Tian can still protect him to achieve a third collection of merit? If my predictions are correct, the next generation of human emperors, or even future human emperors, will find it very difficult for him to collect merit again. There are so many saints who wouldn't want their disciples to benefit. Tong Tian alone cannot withstand it. Hao Yan continued. At the same time, a flicker of contemplation shone in his eyes as he said to the Queen Mother, do you think if I grant him a sovereign position, would he have the possibility of becoming one of my heavenly court people? What kind of joke is this? He is a disciple of the Jiejiao, and besides, what right do you have to grant him a sovereign position now? The Queen Mother thought Hao Yan was joking. Hao Yan smiled, without speaking, appearing quite mysterious at that moment, leaving the Queen Mother puzzled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Dingzhenren returned to Kunlun Jade Void Palace with his two deeply sleeping brothers. The injuries of these two were quite severe, but not life-threatening. However, they could not wake up quickly. Relying on their own recovery, it might take them several hundred years to recover. With no other choice, Yu Dingzhenren had to take them back to Kunlun Jade Void Palace for treatment. When he arrived at the Qilin Cliff, Yu Dingzhenren saw Bai He Tongzi waiting there. Knowing this, Yu Dingzhenren realized that Yuan Shi Tianzun must have already known everything. Yu Ding, the Great Lord, asked me to wait here. The Great Lord said these two pills will allow Guang Chengzi and Tai to recover. Additionally, the Great Lord said that after both senior brothers recover, he will immediately pass the sovereign position to Ling Bao and Dao Xing, allowing both senior brothers to return to their cave dwellings for diligent practice. Furthermore, he instructed that the two senior brothers should not return to the Jade Void Palace within 1,000 years. As for you, Yu Ding, the Great Lord said you did, while showing no recklessness, and allowed you to continue your cultivation in the sovereign position. Bai He Tongzi said. Hearing this, Yu Dingzhenren nodded. I understand my master's meaning now. Then I shall take my leave. After Bai He Tongzi finished speaking, he left Qilin Cliff and returned to the Jade Void Palace, while Yu Dingzhenren filled the mouths of Guang Chengzi and Tai Zhenren with the pills. The pills had miraculous effects. Guang Chengzi and Tai Zhenren quickly woke up. Upon realizing they were at Qilin Cliff, they wanted to pay their respects to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yu Dingzhenren hurriedly stopped them and relayed Bai He's message to Guang Chengzi and Tai Zhenren. Tai Zhenren asked in confusion, why hasn't Master seen us within 1,000 years? Yes. Guang Chengzi agreed. Yu Dingzhenren was speechless, had they been struck dumb. To avoid affecting unity, Yu Dingzhenren tentatively asked, do you think if you met would Master be unable to restrain himself from beating you too? The words of Master Yu Ding left both Guang Chengzi and Tai Zhenren in silence. It felt suffocating. It seemed that this was indeed the case. At last the two understood the pain that Bai He Tongzi had felt back in those days. It was already a mercy that they had not taken direct action against them after 1,000 years of absence. As for relinquishing their positions, neither Guang Chengzi nor Tai Zhenren had any thoughts on that. 300 years ago, when they ascended to their positions, Yuan Shi Tianzun had told them that the positions would be rotated every 500 years, with all 12 golden immortals taking turns. Used for cultivating the immortals and enhancing their cultivation, the three of them had already achieved the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Changing positions would not matter. The realm of Quasi-Saint was not something that could be broken through merely by a small position. As for Master Yu Ding not being replaced, it was because he had not embarrassed himself this time, and could stay in his position for another 200 years. If that is the case, let us each return to our caves to diligently cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough to the Quasi-Saint realm. Guang Chengzi said solemnly. Although Yuan Shi Tianzun did not explicitly state it, it was likely that he also held this intention in mind. Immediately after bowing towards the Yusu Palace, Guang Chengzi and Tai Zhenren returned to their respective caves, Taoyuan Cave in Jushin Mountain and Jingguan Cave in Xinyuan Mountain. Seeing this, Master Yu Ding shook his head, thinking that the two were being overly concerned. On that day, he had disagreed with their use of Long Ji as an excuse to target Wang Zhan. Now it turned out well. They were both beaten up. They were in a deep sleep. The farce thus came to an end. The consequence of the farce was that 2 of the 6 sovereigns' positions had been replaced. The Emperor of the Jade Clear Stars, Guang Chengzi, who commanded all stars, was replaced by Lingbao Dafa Master, one of the 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Emperor of Jade Clear's spiritual light Tai Jinren, who governed all spirits, was replaced by Daoxing Tianzuan. Even though the personnel had changed, the influence remained unchanged. It was still the disciples of the Chan sect taking turns to preside. The authority of Hao Yin had not changed in the slightest due to the shift in positions. He remained utterly suppressed and unable to move. Regarding this, Wang Zhan did not care. He had heard of this matter, but it had no effect on him whatsoever. No matter who held the 6 sovereigns' positions, it was of little concern to him. Moreover, due to his intervention, Long Ji had not faced further targeting from the Chan sect, and within the entire heavenly court, Long Ji was now paradoxically the most free. He could ascend to heaven whenever he wished, and if he did not want to stay in heaven, he could come to Chongning Mountain to find Wang Zhan, or alternatively, he could walk through the wilderness with the identity of a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jie sect, as few dared to provoke him. Although the wilderness did not respect Hao Yin, it would not dare to disrespect the disciples of the saints, especially since Long Ji's master was Wang Zhan, a disciple highly valued by Tong Tian. Time flowed on. The achievements of the Lushan clan as the Emperor of Humanity became increasingly dazzling. With the blessing of the human path's fortune, the cultivation of the Lushan clan reached a point where it was impossible not to grow. Mid-Quadrant late Quasisant pinnacle of late Quasisant. Just one step away, the Lushan clan could reach the pinnacle of Quasisant. They dared not cultivate any further, nor dared to achieve any more feats, desperately suppressing their realms. He realized that he was about to follow in the footsteps of the previous Emperor of Humanity, Fuxi. Only at this moment could the Lushan clan truly understand the helplessness and regret that the 3 ancestors of humanity and Emperor Fuxi had felt back in those days. The human race had produced an existence at the pinnacle of Quasisant. They should become the true protagonists of the wilderness, yet the nightmare of being confined to the Huayun cave would only leave the dreams of the human race in vain. On this day, the Lushan clan arrived at Chongning Mountain to visit Wang Zhan. The current Lushan clan was incredibly powerful. They had far surpassed their master. Wang Zhan led the Lushan clan into the cave. The current Lushan clan appeared very mature and solemn, exuding an aura of authority. Master, for the next step of the human race, I ask you to assist. If a suitable candidate is found, please take him as your disciple, helping him to become the next Emperor of Humanity, as I feel my time may not be long. The Lushan clan directly stated their purpose. They had come here hoping that Wang Zhan could lend support to the human race once more. For these years, they had been ceaselessly searching for a suitable next-generation Emperor of Humanity. Unfortunately, they had not found any. The position of Emperor of Humanity is of great importance. It must be inherited by someone suitable to lead the human race. If an unsuitable person ascends to the position, it would bring great disaster to the human race. Such a disaster would far exceed the calamities brought by external enemies. If I were not restricted, I would naturally be willing to do so. Wang Zhan did not respond as readily as he did to Fuxi back then. Tong Tian had already ensured his position as the teacher of an emperor, but Tong Tian likely could not assure him of becoming the next teacher of the Emperor of Humanity. The Lushan clan fell silent upon hearing this. As a qualified Emperor of Humanity, how could they not understand this principle? With a slight sigh, the Lushan clan said, "It seems that I owe a debt of gratitude to the 3 ancestors and Emperor Fuxi." The Lushan clan felt quite frustrated. Ever since they achieved the early Quasisant stage, they had been searching for a suitable successor. However, what they had not expected was that after so many years there was not a single person among the human race who resonated with the fortune of the human path. This made the Lushan clan think that it might be too early. Thus, in the past few decades, they had started searching again. Yet the result was still the same. You need not worry, things will unfold naturally. As I have said, the human race may encounter turmoil, but it will not truly face any problems. When the time is right, the human race will naturally give birth to a new sovereign. Wang Zhan comforted the Lushan clan. What could he say? He had long been aware of the Lushan clan's quest for a suitable successor. But just because they could not find one, it was clear why. Surely it was due to the saints intervening. Since the saints intervened at present, everyone could only endure. The Lushan clan nodded helplessly, knowing that Wang Zhan was not wrong. However, thinking of how the 3 ancestors and Emperor Fuxi had entrusted a complete human race to them, while they were unable to find a suitable successor to carry on the legacy, they felt an immense guilt within. Taking a deep breath, the Lushan clan began to adjust their mindset. After all, they were an emperor